Chapter 561. Is this calling him cunning? Great Qin is currently suffering from a severe shortage of grain and grain seeds. The most important thing is the problem of shortage of grain seeds. If you want to solve the problem of shortage of grain, you have to solve the problem of grain seeds in the first place. No grain seed how can grow food? Cannot grow food. And how to get out of the predicament? The court around the grain silo in the successive natural disasters has long been empty. However, it does not mean that the hands of the big families do not have. Du Qian smiled wryly. Today's situation. A good voice does not make sense. This is for the sake of the people of the world. For the sake of us to have a better time in the future. I have to thank my sister. God Tama. Duan glares angrily at him. What kind of bad idea is this? Sister, not many of those big families are nice to talk to. Especially when it comes to their own family's interests. Now the spring plowing has been delayed for some days. If we delay it again, we won't be able to have a harvest this year. And the situation will become more and more serious, leaving us little time to reason with them in a nice manner. This is not. The situation is urgent. Changing the time period. Du Qian puts on a posture that he doesn't want to be so violent either. Duan stares straight at him. Big brother. You've changed. Changed how? I suspect you've been possessed by an old fox. Is this scolding him for being cunning? Du extra horse harness by the side of the team poofed out a laugh. Wan. Your big brother must have his reasons for letting you go through with this. Du Qian immediately lifted his spirits and agreed with a smile. What reason is it? Isn't this pushing me into a pit? Duan squinted at the two, with a look that she didn't want to be a fool. When the time comes, I'll have as many enemies as dogs. Will my days still be peaceful? Du Qian strikes. Sister doesn't do this. There are quite a few enemies. Think about your entertainment newspaper. Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team actually agreed. Duan rolled her eyes at the two. My entertainment newspaper doesn't even name names. After some dilly-dallying, Du Qian still insisted on leaving the heavy lifting to Duan. At this time, Du Qian did not even look like the previous girl's favorite devil, but became a special girl's pitcher. Duan came up to her cheap elder brother, blocked her mouth with the back of her hand, and asked in a low voice, Big brother. Pei Hao said that the Emperor's uncle wants to let Du clan to tide over the difficult times. Is it true? Upon hearing this, Du Qian had a ray of light pass through his eyes. Fleetingly. Without answering this question positively, he gently patted her head. As long as you solve it, there is no need to look for the family. Of course, the family donation. Or to donate a batch of grain seeds. This matter will please sister. Brother, are you forcing her to buy and sell? No. Let her forcefully buy and sell to the family's head? Crap. In terms of who's bullish, it's still the old brother. But if the old matriarch knows the truth, will he have a psychological shadow? Hehehe. Duan was secretly thinking about how to pit her brother. There was no reason for her to be the only one to take the blame. The next step is for Du Qian to send a message to the Emperor, saying that he will go out to the palace to solve the problem of grain seeds. The three of them left the palace together. When they returned to the princess's residence, Du Qian and Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's side had a secret talk alone in the study for about a quarter of an hour, and then carried her ignorant sister back to the clan in the light of the setting sun. In the process of Duan's confusion, he met with the old patriarch. The old matriarch saw the jade tablet, and was so excited that his face turned red. It took him a long time to calm down, and he left in a hurry. When he came back, he was holding a white jade box with the clan's emblem engraved on it. The old patriarch solemnly opened the jade box. Inside the box lay a roll of animal skin. He signaled Duan to pick it up and look at it. Little girl, pick it up and take a look. What is it? Duan had a hidden guess in her heart. Du Qian answered for the old patriarch. It's the secret you want to know. Duan saw the solemnity of the two men and couldn't help but straighten her mind. Stretching out her white jade-like hand, she was about to pick it up. But before she could pick it up, Du Qian suddenly asked, Does sister recognize the clan's writing? Duan froze, without waiting for Du Qian to say anything else. Duan had already picked up the animal skin and opened it. On it were lines and lines of densely written small characters, as well as a few familiar patterns. This piece of animal skin scroll was somewhat similar to an instruction manual. When Duan saw the words on it, she only felt friendly. All the Chinese characters were in Chinese traditional style. Not too familiar. However, There were many remote characters on it, so it wasn't easy for Du-Wan to read it completely, and she was able to get a rough idea only by guessing. What was recorded on the animal skin scroll was the origin of the Du clan of the Great Qin Kingdom. The ancestors of the Du clan came from another continent, according to the description on the animal skin. Du-Wan felt that it was more like the cultivation continent in the novel. Back then, the Du clan was facing a crisis of extinction, and the entire clan was about to fight a war. On the eve of the Great War, several great powers in the clan joined hands to send the younger generation of the clan to take refuge here, and for fear of being found by their enemies, even the channel of teleportation was sealed together, cutting off the contact. No one thought that this separation is thousands of years. It is written that the appearance of the golden flower on the other side of the shore will be the time of their return. And then? No more. Fortunately, there is a way to break the seal on the animal skin. In the past, the matriarch did not know what the golden flower was, but now she finally understands. Du-Wan carefully pondered over the light golden color of the flower in the jade tablet, then looked at the old matriarch's excited and expectant eyes. Matriarch, look! This is light gold. Not gold. I know. It's still close. Still close. The old patriarch was already so excited that he was incoherent. As the patriarch of the Du clan here, there were still secrets passed down from mouth to mouth. The old patriarch said with excitement in his eyes. This golden light is merit. To open the seal, a large amount of merit is needed. The inheritance jade plaque has collected the merit, and it will be ready when the clan emblem turns completely golden. Upon hearing this, Du-Wan turned her head to look at Du Qian. Big brother asked me to collect grain seeds before. Was he trying to get me to earn merit myself? Du Qian smiled and pinched her cheek. Yes, this is the most secure. I don't know if the merit earned by the clan counts. Du-Wan sniffed in silence and looked towards the small flowers in the jade plaque, vaguely feeling a little differently. It should count. The big head is earned by me. The small head is everyone's. It was an intuition. A very subtle feeling. Last year she had done quite a few things. And if she really had merit, it should be quite a lot. The Du clan built the city wall and invested a lot of money in grain, indirectly helping a lot of people. Du-Wan felt that the Du family was not that simple, and should have done something else. This faint golden light was still quite a distance away from being completely golden. Du-Wan raised her head and looked straight at Du Qian. Du Qian also looked at her. What is sister thinking? It's the merit of needing to save the world. Du-Wan suddenly spoke. When uttering these words, even she herself was startled. Both the old matriarch and Du Qian froze. Du Qian thought seriously. The clan helping the people of the Great Qin Kingdom shouldn't be considered a violation of the clan rules. Matriarch, don't you think so? Not really. The old patriarch smiled like an old fox. Chapter 562 Du-Wan operating behind the scenes. Du-Wan receives the secret signal given by Du Qian. Her eyes brighten up, and she rubs her small hands together excitedly. Then matriarch. Will the clan help solve the problem of grain seeds? The old patriarch nodded. It will help. But you step in. All right. I'll step in and follow Big Brother's plan. Du-Wan decided to be an emotionless tool person. From the fact that the Du clan had things like jade inheritance and the immortal space and whatnot, she had guessed that this clan would not be simple and had unknown secrets. Now it was good. She finally knew the reason. It's just that opening the seal is a bit dodgy. The merit needed is too huge. Not one person can achieve it. The chaotic world at the moment was the opportunity for the Du clan. This family has been waiting for thousands of years, and may be waiting for today. Du-Wan's heart was very emotional, and not as monolithic and stupid as she showed in front of people. The old matriarch immediately discussed with Du Qian without avoiding Du-Wan herself. Before moving on, the matriarch said, we need to hold a high-level meeting as soon as possible. This requires the entire clan to work together. What your elder said is very true. It's best to notify clansmen everywhere to join together. This meaning of Du Qian was clear. It was pouring in the efforts of a clan. On the surface, hopefully it will be my sister who steps forward. That way most of the merit will fall on her head. This is the same reasoning as before when Du Qian insisted that she go and collect donations for grain seeds. Du-Wan thought, don't you guys need my permission to do this? Associated with a large sum of money that will be spent in the future. Du Qian hit on the idea of the emperor's private treasury. The last time the emperor got a large sum of money from Du-Wan, only part of it was spent, and most of it was still in his private treasury. according to Du Qian's intention. This is to spin the rhythm of not one or two left. The emperor's uncle also did not get any favors. Du Wan's psyche inexplicably balanced out a bit. However, the matter of informing the whole clan was mentioned again. The old patriarch and Du Qian decided to put it on hold for the time being, with stability as the main concern. For example, if the issue of grain seed is resolved first, the matriarch will directly support it. This is the meaning of trying to operate a little bit. Want to see if the color of the flowers in the jade tablet will deepen. As long as the color deepens, it will prove that this move is feasible. Then, so Du Wan was driven onto the shelf, and did not have time to think about other things. Often this time, Du Wan's little bit of cleverness came in handy again. With impure motives, she personally wrote a headline that was very inciting. This is the next issue of entertainment newspaper headline, replaced with a collection of grain seed, but also pointed out that the people do not have grain seed. The government, in order to provide relief for the repeated opening of the grain silo, some areas even the grain seed to be used as relief food. It's not that the court doesn't want to buy grain seeds. It's that there's no place to buy them in Qin. Even the emperor was sick with worry. And the empress prayed for the people in the palace every day, eating, fasting, and praying to Buddha. At the end of the story, some of the big families had a lot of grain in stock. So naturally there was no shortage of grain. And then, no more. No more. This headline can be said to have exploded the entire capital, especially the big families. The day to hold an emergency family meeting. Some people even pointed to the headline of the entertainment newspaper, angrily scolding so-and-so with bad intentions. Making things up. Don't you think they know? The emperor is sick with worry. He was almost killed by his own daughter. The empress is even more ridiculous. The empress was imprisoned. There are even more shameless. Actually, the image of the local government are embellished, saying that in order to provide disaster relief, even the grain seeds have been taken out. This cannot be more ridiculous. Mu Xian got the entertainment newspaper. Read the headlines. Slap the case straight to laugh. On the contrary, Pei Hao, who was sitting next to him, his clear and refined eyebrows slightly knitted. This doesn't look like something that the princess house would do. The princess house can't do it, but the little princess can do it. Mu Xian thought of the little girl's heart-straight music. Really like her style. This headline must be her writing. You see this tone. Live is her talking like a child. Ha ha ha. Pei Hao. This is offending the major families to death. At this exact moment, Husan came in from outside. Shitsi. There is a letter from the county princess. Quickly bring it. Pei Hao quickly opened it and read through it. His brows instantly relaxed. Husan. Go and call the big housekeeper over. This son has something to order him. Yes. Subordinate will go now. At the same time, in the princess mansion, the family was still calm, except for the eldest princess, who had a worried look on her face. What is a family? It is that the court has changed one after another, but the family is still strong. Everyone in power is afraid of the big families, but there is nothing they can do about it. The little girl's action is similar to stirring up a hornet's nest. And now I'm afraid that a lot of people are going to hate her to death. The princess was worried and asked, are you two just going to let her do whatever she wants? This all of a sudden offended all. Not afraid of trouble? No. Du Xiongma said soothingly. Du Qian smiled indifferently. Mother, we have our measure. Right. It's fine. Tomorrow will be fine. Du Wan confidently patted her chest and continued. This is a prelude to fundraising. Once today's headlines came out, all the major families were on edge. They all had to worry about being used by the emperor or having their families raped and exterminated. But as it turned out, I came to the door and only asked them to donate some grain seeds to keep them safe. Hee hee. The princess was stunned. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team, and Du Qian just heard about the little girl's trick. Both gave her a thumbs up. Du Wan couldn't hide the smugness on her little face. This is similar to haggling. The price is first set at a high price, and then a price is returned. And with the comparison, it will be much easier for everyone to accept. The work of collecting donations for grain seeds will be much smoother after such a mess. Just as Du Wan expected, early in the morning of the next day, people from the Du clan, pulling carts and carts of grain seeds to the Ministry of Revenue Yamen. It was said that County Princess Jiao Yang was worried about the grain seeds for the spring plowing, and specially ran to persuade the clan chief to donate them. The onlookers counted 200 carts. It is the kind of iterated high Each car is full. When officials from the Ministry of Revenue went up to check, they were all good grain seeds. Not adulterated at all. This thing quickly spread in the capital, making a big fuss. Now it's more than that. Xinhua Gongfu and Pei family together, followed by sending people to send 80 cars of grain seed. Xinhua Gongfu deployed 50 cars from various manor houses. The other 30 cars are Pei family put together. Not every family is due. Xinhua Gongfu can put together 50 cars. Already is the maximum. Pei's family followed from each family to put together 30 cars. Is also extremely rare. Du Qian is immediately in the name of the emperor issued a decree, so that the minister of the Ministry of Households is also due extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The scene will be distributed these grain seeds, free of charge to the people waiting for the spring plowing, in order to avoid someone to deceive. Du Qian also deliberately let the person who received the grain, layer by layer will be clear accounts, but also deployed part of the Imperial City Department of the officials and soldiers to supervise. As long as you find out that someone dares to cheat, directly dismissed to investigate the serious beheading. Unlike the emperor's administration, Du Qian's methods were sharper and his style of action was distinct. There are some old guys who want to rely on their old age to find him trouble. He directly bypassed them and ordered, "Do not do a good job. Remove from office to investigate. Do a good job. Reward or promotion." Or Du Qian can't wait for some people to join together and not work. The Forbidden Army is not vegetarian. Now in control of the Forbidden Army is Pei Hao. It can be said that Du Qian wherever you want to hit, but also successfully cleaned out some of the moths. The thunder and lightning came on so 2 or 3 times. The officials in the court all of a sudden silenced. The efficiency of this work is not generally high. Chapter 563 The Northwest Wei family is going to rebel. The big commotion made by the Du clan and the Xinhua Gongfu in the morning had managed to attract the high attention of certain big families in the capital. This time was different from the past. It wasn't a joke. In the eyes of certain people, a poor response could result in a gutter fall. 280 carriages of grain seeds looked like a lot, but in the context of the nation's shortage of grain seeds, it was really nothing. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team notified the officials waiting for grain seeds from all over the country. Suche asked, "Your Excellency, the number of people who need it is too many. How will it be divided?" "First come, first served." Du extra horse harness by the side of a team replied dryly. Suche froze. Will this not be good? If the people in the front have finished claiming, won't the people in the back make a scene when they arrive? It's their fault if they arrive late. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. Suche no longer mentioned more, and went to register as Du's son-in-law instructed. These officials sent from all over the world were all rushing to the capital was to ask the Ministry of Household for grain seeds. It was due to the arrival of these people that highlighted the sense of urgency. The emperor had fretted before. When he saw Du Qian's ability, he simply dumped the pot on him. Today's events can be said to have given the emperor hope. The emperor was so happy that he drank an extra bowl of porridge. Yes, half a month passed from the poisoning. He was so happy for the first time. The emperor put the bowl down and the Grand Master handed over a handkerchief. "Your Majesty, now you can rest assured. The county king has solved the matter of the grain seeds. It's only the beginning, but it's a good sign. The emperor already knows Du Qian's plan, and is not worried that it won't work. You said, I am older than both of their siblings combined. How come I didn't think of this solution?" The Grand Master was dumbfounded. This is not easy to answer. Is it because you are old? The brain is not as flexible as young people? As if he had thought about it. The Grand Master replied, His Majesty knows people well, and is wise. Heh! Old thing. The Emperor knew that he would not answer positively. At this time, the Emperor suddenly remembered Qin Yu. The Grand Master found his mood change. More or less guessed what he thought of. The most important thing for you now is to get well. As long as the person is there, only then will you be qualified to do something. Just having a feeling. The current Qin Yu should be on her way to Qian County. The Emperor only hoped that she would live a good life in the future and not make any more demons. The Grand Master helped the Emperor walk for a while, and then helped him to the bed to lie down when it was almost time. Qin Yu blamed the Emperor for being biased. Blamed the Emperor for being biased towards the county princess. This person is most afraid of comparisons. As long as he is not a criminal, he will not forgive someone who wants to kill him. Instead, It is the county princess now, in order to help the emperor to raise grain seed. Are about to all big family offended hard. To know this kind of thing. Even the emperor do not dare to do. Duwan, who is being praised by the chief executive, has a book with information about the major families. A pamphlet with information about all the big families is flipping through Duwan's hands. Before going to visit the major families, it is still necessary to understand the situation first. As a matter of fact, Duwan preferred to do the opposite of what she was supposed to do, starting with the families that she had made friends with. The first one Duwan went to was Marquis Dingbei Xia's family. The Xia family of Qin is an old family. How many years has it been inherited? Few people know. If not for the war more than 10 years ago, it would have been more prominent. Xia Zhang never thought that Duwan would suddenly come to his door. Marquis Dingbei and Xia Hong had gone to the military camp, and today Xia Zhang was off from work, so he was the one to entertain them. Xia Zhang led the person to the main seat in the main hall. County Princess, please take a seat. Duwan graciously sat down. At this time, there was a generous and decent maid serving tea. Duwan smiles politely, discarding the normal flow of pleasantries, and goes straight to the point. I am coming to the door. You should guess what the matter is. Right? Please let me know. Sheriff Master. Xia Zhang did not dare to guess. Duwan picked up the tea and took a sip. When the country is in trouble, it is the responsibility of the people. I'm here to collect donations for grain and seeds. Xia Zhang was silent. He understood. I understand. It's good that you understand. Send the grain seeds to the Ministry of Revenue early. You know how short of grain seeds the country is, don't you? A lot of officials are eagerly waiting to bring the grain seeds back to cultivate earlier. Duwan spoke with a straight face. If this was not a door-to-door forced donation, I'm afraid it would be more convincing. Xie Zhang was very sensible and immediately agreed to fight the donation. With his promise, Duwan did not linger and had to go to the next house. When Duwan stood up to leave, Xie Zhang suddenly spoke. Xie Zhang suddenly spoke up. Sheriff, the Northwest Wei family is going to rebel. You got the news? Duwan looks at him coldly. Xie Zhang nodded. Yes. What is it that you want by telling this county lord the news? Duwan knew that this male lord was not an early riser without profit. Xie Zhang lowered his eyelids, his tone sincere and respectful, not trying to get anything, just wanting to serve for the county lord and do a little something for you. As long as people are useful, only then do they have the right to speak. Duwan understands. Well, got it. The two people standing together are not equal. If it is hard to distinguish, Duwan will only be the master and Xie Zhang will be the subordinate. The Xie family's big trick is in Duwan's hands, and the important reason is that her ability is really too scary. The masters of the Xie family don't have the ability to resist in front of her. After leaving the Xie family, Duwan then visited one family after another. As for the Northwest Wei family against the matter, the night half a day report nothing. Has long been expected things. Northwest early no food. Not rebellion is difficult. Afraid of the news spread. The whole country will cause a chain reaction. The main thing is that all over the world, if the chaos is not good jurisdiction. Before he could go through the families on the list, he heard the latest news. There were some people who were very sensible and had a strong desire to survive, without her needing to go over to visit. They first sent carts of grain seeds to the yamen. Not necessarily as big as Du's, but there were 20 carts at the bottom. Originally, Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side finished distributing the grain seeds. The officials who hurriedly came over and mistakenly divided the grain seeds were splashing around and begging for fairness. And before they could bring their abilities into play, they heard that someone had come over to donate the grain seeds again. Su Che again divided it on a first-come first-served basis. Those who came later had to queue up, which made those who came later regret their actions. In the afternoon, Xie Zhang personally delivered 50 carts of grain seeds. After praising Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team for a few words, he ordered Su Che to count the grain seeds and enter them into the accounts. Xie Zhang saw this kind of on-the-spot handover. Counting, and then on-the-spot handover. The Ministry of Revenue was clearly not tampering at all, not taking advantage of the situation, and was clean, fair, and impartial. This is not the same as the corrupt court he remembered. Lord Du, do you need my humble servant's help? Xie Zhang took the initiative to step forward. Du Emperor's son-in-law smiled faintly, his temperament refined. Then I'm counting on you. Help watch those people, and don't let them get into a fight. Xie looked towards the chaotic place over there. Sure enough, there were a few officials waiting to distribute the grain seeds arguing with red faces and necks, all insisting that they were the first to arrive. Chapter 564 boat will return to its rightful place. The Ministry of Revenue had arranged for someone to specially note down the order of arrival of these people. But there were also some people who came almost at the same time. And those who were lined up at the back learned about it, and were naturally very unconvinced. Xie was very good at what he did. And it didn't take long for him to smooth out those people. Du Xiongmo looked up at him, and was quite surprised. Xie, who used to have a bit of a reputation, was still a bit young in the eyes of Du Xian's son-in-law, and was not as valued as his father. Unexpectedly, this kid's ability was really good. In a couple of clicks, he made these people stop arguing. Du harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team would not be polite to someone who sent him a gift to use. Next, some people sent in donations of grain seeds, and Xie went up to help count and inspect them. Not all of the seeds sent in were of high quality, and some were mixed with some old ones. But if the seeds have been stored for too long and can no longer be used as food seeds, they will be picked out and put aside. Duan went to visit once. When it was finished, she came to the front of the household ministry's yamen. When she just came over, Duan saw a large pile of inferior grain seeds next to it. These can't be used? Yes. I'm afraid not many of them can germinate. None of them are the seeds left from last year. The person who replied was actually Xie. Duan looks back at him, surprised. Why are you at the Ministry of Households? Came over to deliver grain seeds and help out on the way. Not bad. Promising. Where did this tone of an elder praising a junior come from? Xie didn't know what to say for a moment, until he saw that she was still staring at those screen grain seeds. These germination rates aren't high, and the officials who came over to collect them refused to take them. Du Shangchu's intention is to send the good ones first, and these second-rate ones, when there's really not enough of them, will be used again. Oh! Who sent them? Duan was clearly smiling, but it was a bit gloomy. Xie is glad that he didn't get smart. There are the Chen family, the Qiao family, and the Hua family. These three families don't mix much. But it's the Ning families, the 25 carts that were sent. Most of them are like this. Upon seeing her thoughtful look, Xie knew that the Ning family and the others might be out of luck. Duan asked. Ning family. Is it Ning Xianha's family? Yes. But brother Xianha isn't too highly regarded in the family. Xie meaning was quite obvious. That is, to tell Duan not to care too much about Ning Xianha, and not to show mercy because of Ning Xianha. He was aware that Duan knew Ning Xianha. And importantly, Ning Xianha was a close friend of Du Qian. Duan twisted her head and glanced at Xie. This Ning family even still has the previous grain seeds in stock. The clan should have quite a lot of grain in stock. Right? Yes. You bring someone to weigh all the poor quality grain seeds and record them. Duan quickly thought of a solution and instructed Xie. You go to these people's houses again and ask them to make up for the good grain seeds. And this county princess will not hold them accountable for faking. Xie regretted it now. He shouldn't have stood here. Shouldn't have struck up a conversation with the county princess. Otherwise, this kind of thankless, offending work wouldn't have fallen into his lap. He wanted to refuse, but met with Duan's cool gaze, and could only accept. Then, Your Highness, do you want to send these second-rate ones back to their families? Why send them? Put them all into the warehouse. No matter what. They are still food. Right? Duan looked at these unhulled rice grains. If they can't be used as seeds, they can still be used as food. Now, there is also a shortage of food. Xie understood and knew what to do. This time, he will not only do it right, but also do it beautifully. Now in front of Xie is a very rare opportunity. Can be in front of Duan to brush the good feeling of the opportunity. This has nothing to do with love, but is similar to Duan's frequent favors in front of the emperor. Xie is currently in a crisis of survival, not to mention rebellion. If what the Xia family is doing behind the scenes is completely exposed, it is possible that the 9 clans will be exterminated. Whether the Xia family lives or dies depends on Duan. Xie led the people to work, and did so with great care. Su Che, who was also working not far away, had not mistakenly glanced at this side, and lowered his head again. Duan ran to the side of Du Extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side, whispering in his ear about the problems in the northwest. Du Xian horse harness by the side of the emperor's side wrinkled his brow. Then the news is about to reach the capital. Not really. Duan similarly furrowed her brows. What Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team was worried about was not someone rebelling. Your brother and sister's wedding date is coming up soon. I wonder if they will be affected by this. Duan froze, counting the time. It is really there are not many days left. The wedding has always been organized by the eldest princess. As early as last year it was ready, just waiting for the wedding date to arrive to be married. Duan asked, Father, wedding invitation sent? It was sent long ago. Du Extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team hesitated. How about postponing it? Oh, you go talk to Pei Zi. Duan smiled and answered. Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team. There's no need to say it. That kid won't agree. Du Extra horse harness by the side of a team pondered and said. You go to the palace and talk to your elder brother. At this time of the day, he should still be in the imperial study dealing with political affairs. Good. Duan answered. She entered the palace and met Du Qian. As Du Xian horse harness by the side of the emperor's team said. Du Qian was dealing with political affairs. Recently, there have been a lot of reports from all over the world, and it is not easy for Du Qian to relax. And then when he heard Duan mention the problems in the northwest. No wonder. The number of bandits has increased everywhere, especially near the northwest. Several counties repeatedly sent folders requesting to send troops to combat bandits. Big brother, do you want me to go? Duan volunteered. Du Qian shook his head. It's not your turn yet. This is an opportunity to do good. Doing a good deed means there is merit to be earned. Duan's little plan in her heart snapped. Du Qian laughed. You forgot that it's time to get married. Mentioning the matter of getting married, Duan suddenly wilted a little. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Are you really going to get married? I am going to. Are you? Haven't thought it through yet? Du Qian was surprised at this. Duan shook her head. No. It's that thing. If the family returns one day, will we still stay over here? Du Qian. He actually hadn't thought about this before, because of how it didn't create a disturbance for him. He was a man, and if he really wanted to leave, he would take his wife with him. And what about the younger sister? A different Du girl marrying an outsider would be an outsider. No big problem. A sister who got the inheritance wouldn't be able to. Duan also knew that she was special. And there was another reason. The awe of the unknown. Suddenly, she shot up. Forget it. Don't think about it. It's not easy to get the clan emblem dyed gold. While saying that, she took out the jade token from her clothes and took a look at it. It was no change. Good. She put the jade token away again and even patted it. When Du Qian saw her little action, he couldn't help but laugh. It's good that sister can think like this. Worrying about the sky is not good. There's also an old saying, what's it called? Oh, it's the boat to the bridge is naturally straight. That's right too. The boat is naturally straight when it reaches the bridge. Chapter 565. The day before this marriage ceremony, the crisis of the quartz grain seeds was satisfactorily resolved in only 3 days under Duan's half-bandit, half-violent behavior. At the same time, half a granary's worth of extra grain was produced, all of which were picked out as some unqualified grain seeds for Duan to use as grain. Only 3 days had passed with no change in the jade sign. Duan can only put this matter on hold. The wedding day is approaching. There are 2 days to the wedding date. The siblings were called back to the house by the princess. The two have no attachment to power and throw it back to the emperor as if it were a burden. The emperor was not afraid of any trouble, as he had the emperor's son-in-law to watch over him. The emperor's health is better. A day to take a few hours to take care of political affairs. But nothing. He remembered that the siblings are married together. Immediately ordered to open the private library. Sorted out 2 big boxes of treasures. One box was given to Duan as a dowry, and the other box was given to Du Qian as a congratulatory gift. According to the customs of Qin, a couple cannot meet before the wedding. Pay how heart is not happy also have to guard. But a letter a day is absolutely cannot be less. Even to the day before the wedding. Early in the morning Duan received Pei Hao sent a letter. Du Qian is really convinced of this. Sister, you have so much to say every day? No, it's all ordinary things. Duan shook the letter in her hand. Du Qian snatched it and scanned the contents of the letter. It was really like what his sister said. It was all written about family matters. He shoved the letter back into his sister's hand. All right. Quickly put the letter away. There are quite a few visitors today, and some of them are here to add to your makeup. Oh! Duan thought of having to entertain, and got into the spirit. Suddenly, she looked at Du Qian. She saw him sitting this way and that way. Duan said, Big brother, are you nervous? What? The tea bowl Du Qian was holding shook his hand. The tea almost overflowed. What nonsense! How could I be nervous? It's just a marriage. It's not a big deal. Duan doesn't believe it. Do you know? I heard that there are 4 joys in a man's life. A long drought and a sweet rain. Meeting an old friend in another country. The night of the wedding ceremony. And the time of the gold list. Du Qian simply put the tea bowl down. Where did sister hear this from? This? Duan froze. Right-o. Great Qin Kingdom is not China. Cannot explain where it comes from. Naturally. To put on a high level of sophistication. Duan said without thinking. You care where I heard it from. You agree with it or not? There are still a few points of truth. Du Qian pondered over it for a few moments. It was really reasonable. Duan tends to throw herself at him. And laughs he. Right. Right. And said you're not nervous. Why you so interrupt? Really not nervous. Du Qian picks up the tea bowl again and drinks a big mouthful. Okay. Brother is going to go and busy work. You also have to get up the spirit of hospitality. If you meet someone who comes to provoke you, it's best to hold back a bit. This is your good day. Don't be bad luck. Okay. Okay. I know. Duan was not afraid of provocation. Who else dared to provoke her among the noblewomen in the entire capital? The only girl who was a threat to her, Qin Yu, had already stepped down, and Du Yurong had married Mu Xian. So the girls, who used to be at odds with her, had long since disappeared without her realizing it. People stand to a certain height, and then look back on the past. Is equivalent to child's play. Ning Qin came in at this time to report. Sheriff, Madame Mu has come to add to your makeup. Diunro? Duan raised her eyebrows at Ning Qin. Ning Qin purses her lips and smiles. Yes. Invite her over to Jade's Spirit Garden. Duan sees the tea bowl next to her, and first asks her subordinates to tidy up and prepare new tea and snacks. Not long after, Lucci led Du Yunrong, who was wearing a woman's bun. In, behind Du Yunrong, there are also maids and grannies, obviously bringing a lot of things over to add makeup. Duan's eyes flashed. A little embarrassed. When Du Yurong got married, she was busy with other things, and did not personally go to her to add makeup. Or the eldest princess sent someone to send her share. In other words, they are still sisters in the clan, and they have the friendship of having quarreled and fought. I've seen her again, and it's inexplicable that she's so kind. Duan waved her hand towards her, signaling her to come and sit down. Du Yurong sits down gracefully. Sheriff Master looks very comfortable. That's true. You actually are blind after this marriage, Duan said with a smile. Du Yurong glared at her, that anger in her heart. Du Yurong said, You are about to get married. Can you speak properly? I was so happy to see you that I forgot for a moment. Duan's smile was as bright as the rising sun. Du Yurong can finally see that people are really happy. Her heart is not good anymore. I especially came to add your makeup today. I hope you don't mind. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Who would mind something obtained for nothing? Hee. All these things of mine combined are not worth as much as the head and face you added to my makeup. Can we still talk properly? What did Princess Mother give you last time? It seems to be a pair of head masks. Duan was choked by Du Yunrong and smartly stopped dwelling on this topic, turning to greet her with a cup of tea. I mean, how do you feel after getting married? Isn't it very different? At the mention of life after marriage, Du Yunrong's smiling face stiffened. Duan saw it. Not as good? Mu Xian dared to give you a look? Not him. He treats me quite well. Du Yunrong didn't fling the pot at Mu Xian. It's that father and stepmother of his. Forget about it. This life is a mess. Pfft. Ha. Duan slapped her thighs and gloated. Seeing that you're having a bad time, I'm relieved. That's enough from you. Du Yunrong glared at her depressingly. When you get married, you'll understand that the days after marriage aren't as good as you imagined. Duan stopped laughing. Seeing this, Du Yurong came to her senses and picked up her tea bowl with elegant posture. I heard that you had a bad time with Mrs. Pei and Pei Huiyu in the past. Nothing like that. Du-Wan opened her eyes and told lies. Yurong was in a soothing mood. Don't cover it up, Law. Don't worry. I'm not like you. I won't laugh at you. When you say this, the corners of your mouth don't curl up high. You can still be a little more convincing. The two of them finally looked at each other, both silently skimming their heads. Both half a catty. No one should laugh at anyone. The maids and grannies that Du Yunrong brought with her handed over the additional makeup to Ning Qin and the others, and then counted them and entered them into the accounts. This was just done when another guest came outside. Lucci came in to report. Sheriff, Marquis Dingbei's wife and young lady have come to add to your makeup. Invite them in and prepare tea. Du-Wan casually responded. Du Yunrong wonders. Second Lady Xie is here? It is reasonable to say that having Xie Ing alone to come is enough. Adding Second Lady Xie to the mix shows even more of the Xie family's importance to the county princess. Du-Wan had no feelings about this. Lucci courteously invited the people over. Second Lady Xie is well dressed, dignified and gentle, smiling before she speaks. Chapter 566. I'm familiar with this routine. Xie Ing, who followed the side of Second Lady Xie, was gentle and courteous. Even her smile had a degree, and her every move was regular, so she couldn't pick out any faults. It's true that setbacks make people grow. Du-Wan stood up as if she was extremely well brought up to greet. Welcome to the arrival of second Madame Xie and eldest Miss Xie. Quickly please come over and sit. I've even arranged seats for you. Drop chess. Have someone serve tea and fruits and snacks. Don't neglect the guests. Thank you. County Lord. Sheriff Lord is polite. The Xie family's mother and daughter went forward to bow to Du-Wan and greeted Du Yunrong. In addition, Loki-Ai also answered yes and turned her head to go to the pantry to order her subordinates to go. Before Du-Wan had time to exchange pleasantries with the Xie family's mother and daughter, another guest arrived. So they were all invited to Jade's Spirit Garden. Today's Yuling Yuan is really extraordinarily lively. The capital a little bit of stage family. All sent their own family not out of the cabinet of the first girl over to add makeup. Envy a lot of girls. The next thing is to get together and exchange pleasantries. You a sentence, I a sentence. Talk about what Du-Wan cannot remember. Anyway, everyone is just talk nonsense. However, most of the people who came over were very sensible, usually giving away things, having a sip of tea and then taking their leave. For example, the Xie family's mother and daughter only sat there for a while, then left on the pretext that they had something to do at home. Du Yunrong, a sister of the clan, stayed behind to entertain the guests for Du-Wan. There were some noble women who came over and saw this situation, and they all felt very mysterious. They hadn't lost their memories yet, and they all knew that Du Yunrong and Du-Wan used to have a sword fight together. A noblewoman came to Du Yunrong's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you reconciled with the county princess? We're all sisters in the clan. There's no such thing as an overnight grudge." Du Yunrong lightly pulled out a sentence, and the noblewoman rolled her eyes. Who believes that? Whoever believes it is a fool. When the state uncle's house made amends to the county princess, it even sent her a hot spring estate. Hot springs? How rare. Du Yunrong was able to hold her ground. Don't you know? The relationship of sisters in this clan is only close when they quarrel. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Okay, I'll wait and see. A noblewoman covered her lips and smiled in agreement. When one of them answered, the second one followed. When Du-Wan heard this, she tried very hard not to burst out laughing. In the morning, there was an endless stream of people adding makeup. More than 90% of them did not know each other and could not even remember their names. Du-Wan had long been a bit impatient. Now that she heard them chatting, she finally found a bit of fun. It is not only this side of Yuling Yuan that is bustling with activity. Today, the entire princess mansion is full of people. It is said that the street outside the princess's residence has been blocked by carriages, moving like ants. The Imperial City Department sent a large number of officials and soldiers over to maintain order and security. This is not even on the day of the wedding, but it is an unprecedented event. No other powerful family in the capital had ever done this before. The power of the princess's house could be seen from this. In the past, the Du family would have been a little worried about the decline of their power. But since they knew that one day they might have to leave this place, this kind of worry was no longer necessary. In Du Qian's courtyard, there were also quite a number of young men who came to visit. Ning Xianhe was one of them. A few days ago, the Ning family was blatantly humiliated by Princess Jiaoyang. But not only did they not dare to make a noise, now they had to prepare thick gifts for Ning Xian, he to personally send over to congratulate them. Because of this relationship with Du Qian, Ning Xianhe in the family is to raise eyebrows. Ning Xianhe was puzzled. County King. Your family is what you think. Brother and sister's wedding date picked the same day. How much of a disadvantage? Even everyone's congratulatory gifts will be received less. Du Qian smiled. The elders of the family said that we can't let everyone spend too much. This answer made everyone in the room couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a guard hurriedly came over and whispered something in Du Qian's ear. Du Qian stood up with a smile on his face. Please feel free to treat this place as your own home. I have something to do here. I will leave for a while. Ning Xianhe laughed loudly. County King, go and get busy. No need to pay attention to us. We will definitely not be polite to you. We will treat this place as our home. Some people followed and coaxed. Others followed and responded. The atmosphere was very good. Du Qian smiled and walked out. Until no one went. Smile gradually convergence. Eyes flashed sharp color. Can have interrogated out. Who is sent? Being interrogated. Has not confessed. The guards reported truthfully. Du Qian said. Continue to keep a close eye on them. And never let anything go wrong. Yes. Sheriff King. The guards left. Then Du Qian recruited an attendant. Go to Jade's Spirit Garden and inform the princess. Tell her that I am waiting for her in the martial arts training hall. That attendant answered and went towards Jade's Spirit Court with quick steps. When Duan received the message from her subordinate, she stood up and said something to her guest and went out to meet Du Qian. Duan asked suspiciously, Big brother, why are you free to find me? Have you been paying attention to the situation in the mansion? Du Qian inquired. Duan blinked. No. There are too many people here. It's too noisy. The surrounding sounds were so noisy that it was like there were countless bees flying around, buzzing nonstop. And it was not easy to individually distinguish who was talking to whom. This was also the first time Duan had encountered this situation. The main reason was that there were too many people talking, which was even more exaggerated than the food market. How can one listen to people in a food market when their voices are all mixed together? Duan finally noticed Du Qian's expression. Did something happen? Is someone causing trouble in the princess's residence? Someone in the big kitchen is poisoned. It's poison. The kind that seals the throat with blood. Du Qian is glad that he had the foresight to specially invite 2 eunuchs to come over and specifically line up the safety of the food. The 2 eunuchs that were invited were originally to prevent someone from having problems. But I didn't expect it to really work. Who is the person behind the curtain? Can be found out? Not yet. The person who gave the poison was caught. When the trial comes out, remember to tell me about it, Duan said in annoyance. I will let them know why the flowers are that red. Du Qian. My sister is saying strange things again. What flower color ah? And you have to ask why? Isn't it natural? Duan does not know the cheap big brother in mind. Simply changed his mind. And he went to see the person who poisoned. To say that the people in this house are after repeated checks. But check and check, there is always someone restless. The person who poisoned this time is a cook in the kitchen. The cook is now locked up in the woodshed, arranged for people to guard. There are also people are staring at the interrogation. But the cook is just a cry. Nothing to confess. When Duan came over, she saw this situation. Who is at her home? Du Qian replied. Already sent people to catch them. Those who die without confessing are most likely being blackmailed. Where does sister see this? Duan was speechless. I'm familiar with this routine ah. Hearing this reply, Du Qian is even more speechless. You haven't checked it out yet. And you're jumping to conclusions? Chapter 567, Shameless Yo's Sister. About an hour later, when the investigation is in progress, Du Qian looks at his sister again. His eyes are different. Sister, it's actually true as you guessed. That cook's eldest grandson is only 3 years old and was abducted the day before yesterday. Duan wiggled her feet, holding the tea and drinking it slowly. Someone told her that as long as she poisoned it today, her grandson would be returned. Didn't they? All hit. Du Qian wondered if his sister had any other amazing talent. Duan can't stand his eyes a bit. Alright. There's no hidden agenda. It's just that I guessed the most likely scenario based on the cook. Then sister, guess again. Who is behind the curtain? Don't know? How come you don't know? This question is beyond the sheriff's ability. The two siblings fought with each other. And Du Qianma, who hurried over, happened to hear a mouthful, and couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter. Du Qian was the first to spot his father, and hurriedly stood up to give up his seat. Father, why did you take the time to come over? By sending them away, we won't give anyone a chance to poison them. Du Qian, horse harnessed by the emperor's side, couldn't help but skin a little. You guys say it's not true? Du Qian found a chair and sat down, pretending not to hear. Duan smilingly brought tea and water to Do extra, horse harnessed by the side of a team. Father, your move is really high. It cuts off the murderer's target of poisoning. Why didn't I think of it? Du Qian let out a laugh. Fortunately, he didn't drink the tea. Shame on you. Sister. Do extra, horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side to point his daughter's forehead. To say who is the most naughty. It is you. Immediately think of what? He and inexplicably sad. Tomorrow you will be married. Father's hard house so suffocated panic. Why don't we not get married? My daughter? Sure. I don't want to get married. I'm still young anyway. Okay. I'll go and withdraw from the marriage right away. Well, I'll order the servants to prepare a horse for you. Father and daughter have a word for each other. But they just didn't get up. Du Qian understood. They are just talk but not practice. Reason makes them very sober. Right now the wedding date is coming. The princess house suddenly repudiate the marriage. This is not a marriage. It is trying to make a grudge. He has not dared to imagine that surname Pei will not go crazy. Maybe people want to rely on the princess house for a long time. The person behind the scene is very cautious. Did not investigate the clues. Go to the pharmacy to investigate the source of the poison. Also did not find anything. Just when the princess's residence had no clue. Xie Zhang actually came to visit the princess's residence at nightfall, when the guests who had come to the princess's residence today had all dispersed. Normally, few guests would come to the door at this time. If they do come, they will be on intimate terms with each other. Xie Zhang picked this time to come over. Really not right. Unless there is something important. Du Qian went to see Xie Zhang. You want to see my sister? Yes. My humble servant seeks to see County Princess. Xie Zhang spoke out graciously. Du Qian didn't agree. My sister is getting married tomorrow. Even the groom can't see her. You're a foreigner. You shouldn't meet her. It's not a good idea to spread the word. Xie Zhang lowered his eyelids. Soon he arched his hand to Du Qian and bowed. I am sorry. It was my humble servant who was ill-considered. And I almost surprised County Princess. What is your important matter that you must see my sister? This. My sister's affairs are never hidden from me. He almost believed it. Heh. Xie Zhang would have believed it before. But now he didn't. Regarding the Xie family's affairs, he was certain that the County Princess hadn't mentioned it to Du Qian. Otherwise, Du Qian wouldn't have been so open with him. Du Qian doesn't know that he is despised. Who knew that he would be exposed so soon after telling a big lie? Finally, Xie Zhang handed Du Qian the secret letter hidden in his sleeve. There is nothing else. I will leave first. Oh! Du Qian recruited the head butler to see him off. Only after Xie Zhang left. Du Qian looked at the letter in his hand. After reading the contents, he immediately recruited his close friends to go and catch someone. There was an important matter on the secret letter. It was about the hiding place of the person who caught the cook's grandson, and some of the people involved. Du Qian went to Jade's spirit garden to look for his sister. The little girl was sitting in the parlor, knocking on melon seeds, accompanied by a few unmarried girls from the clan. One was his aunt's. According to the customs of Great Qin, these girls were here to sleep and eat with him. This is how Duan describes them. Seeing Du Qian suddenly come over was very surprised. Big brother. Is this something? Well, you come out for a moment first. Du Qian nodded haughtily. Duan put down the melon in her hands and clapped her palms before standing up. After Du Qian walked a little farther, to the pavilion in the courtyard, and dismissed the subordinates. Du Qian then told his sister about Xie Zhang's visit and the secret letter. Du Qian thought carefully. Such a short period of time. How did he find out? Remember how I got the charge of the Su family? Bought? Yes. Bought. But the master behind that shop is Xie Zhang. Du Qian stared at his sister for a while. Are you still my sister? No. Duan decisively told the truth. Du Qian, however, is inexplicably relieved. Fortunately, one look at your appearance and I know that it's still my sister. Sister, tell me, how did you know? How come you didn't tell Big Brother? What's there to tell? It's not like you're fighting for that throne. Duan gave him a look without any goodwill. Du Qian's expression was slightly solemn as he asked point blank, "Are you saying that the Xia family wants to compete for the world?" At these words, Duan's eyes widened. Cheap Big Brother is so perceptive. Just like that, it was all guessed out by him. Du Qian saw his sister's reaction and instantly received confirmation. His sister's small-mindedness is somewhat, but the person is still very simple. Everything is written on her face. It's easy to read. Duan patted his shoulder. Outdated? Don't worry too much. Since Xie Zhang came over today and is still holding that, it's equivalent to defection. The corner of Du Qian's mouth twitched. No wonder he felt something odd. The sense of dissonance turned out to be here. Hee. Xie Zhang defected. Not to him, Du Qian, but jealous of his sister. How interesting. Duan opens her eyes wide. Frankly and openly meets the cheap Big Brother's scrutiny. Big Brother has any doubts? Directly ask me. What is our relationship? There is nothing that cannot be said. That's good. Big Brother asked you. When did you know his family's thoughts? During the time I disappeared. I knew. At that time, I disappeared more or less related to Xia family. But can't deny that Xie Zhang saved me once. This is not, but also a personal favor for his family to hide some things. Duan said half truthfully and half falsely. But that little expression was extraordinarily sincere. Du Qian only felt dizzy. So early. Surprisingly so early? Duan cleared her throat. That Peach Forest Manor is what I snatched from the Xia family. No. It's bright to go and exchange it. Chapter 568, a play on the eve of the wedding. Du Qian's eyes look at her coolly. What else? Continue. No more. He is a sensible one. Knowing that he can't fight me in any case. He can only obediently listen to my words. It was suppressed by force by you. Wasn't it? Hey. All the same. Du Qian did not expect that on the eve of the wedding. His sister gave him such a surprise. Then he asked a few more questions, and Duan answered them all. The more Du Qian knew, the more scrupulous he became about Xie Zhang. Are you worried that he will rebound one day? His mind is too deep. It's not something you, a straight person, can control. Afraid of what? He knows that I don't do things with evidence. It's useless to play mind games with me. I can't actually refute it. At this time, Du Qian suddenly had a trace of sympathy for Xie Zhang. What's the point of being more capable? So what if his mind is high? So what if you are more powerful? When you meet an unreasonable person, it's just like when a scholar meets a soldier, and they will directly start to fight at the first word. Any of you have 1,000 means. 100 words are useless. Duan smiled and touched Du Qian with her elbow. Hey, Big Brother. There's nothing to worry about over here. When the seal is lifted, there's no telling what will happen to the Great Qin Kingdom. How else? Du Qian's eyes sank slightly, knowingly asking. Just want to hear you say it. From the animal skins, we can learn that the world over there is different from ours. Duan looked into the sky, her mind flying far away. There should be strong people there, who can destroy a continent with a snap of their fingers. Not to mention just a single Great Qin Kingdom. Du Qian was stirred by her words. As a man, who wouldn't want to be powerful? Duan glanced sideways at Du Qian, mercilessly striking. At that time, when we are in front of each other, it's the same as the beggar now, standing in front of us. Du Qian was immediately poured a pot of cold water. Duan sighed. Big Brother has to be mentally prepared. I know. Then do we still need to open the seal? Yes. His voice was firm. Even if I'm standing at the lowest level, I will climb up step by step. Duan was shocked for a moment. This mentality is not bad. After a long time, Duan reminded a small sentence. Then what you should do now is to stop being entangled in mundane matters. You should cultivate properly. Cultivate with all your might. I don't care. Then who will care? Sister? Du Qian laughingly points at her brain. If you promise to take care of it, I'll let go now. No. She didn't want to manage either. Du Qian knew that time was running out. The problem was that if he suddenly threw it away, he was afraid that before the seal was lifted, there would be chaos in the Great Qin Kingdom. Wait until you're done with this period of time before you close the door. Now, you can take some time every day to deal with the government affairs. When the Emperor Uncle's health is better, then leave it to him. Okay. Duan was at her wit's end. The movements on Du Qian's side were not unnoticed. When they saw them catching one person after another, a few of them were court officials. Many people have inquired about the reason. Just a short period of time did not inquire about what. Even the people caught are a little confused. Still do not know, somehow exposed. Not to mention to the princess house poison plan. They have not come forward. Also did not leave evidence. These people and the Northwest Wei family have 1,000 relations. Chose the eve of the wedding to poison, rather than choose the wedding day, is to hit the princess palace a surprise. But they did not expect. Du Qian, this person is accustomed to caution, has long been prepared in advance to prevent. Du Qian learnt that it was the Northwest who had done the deed, and knew the Wei family's intentions without being interrogated. The emperor is sick in bed. Du Qian temporarily deal with the government. If the princess house today died a few people with status, then the princess house will be in trouble. The prestige of the damage. It would be almost impossible for Du Qian to handle the government smoothly again. Now, Du Qian was really angered. Du Qian, in addition to the names provided by Xie Zhang, but also added some of their own. The Wei family in the capital swept away the forces, and even the Wei family members did not leave. The clansmen are all detained to investigate this, or to be married on the day. That night, Du Qian is not the least bit afraid to make people panic. Sister Yo, you say the wedding day. See, the blood will be how? Oh, red, 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 red. How dare you think of that? The bride and groom were red wedding clothes. So what's wrong with seeing a little more blood? I don't mind. Forget it. It's better to delay the killing for another day. The Du girls who were watching from the sideline shivered. Sister Yunrong was right. The Sheriff King was a little devil. Also, the Sheriff King is so scary. His aura is so intimidating. I really hoped that it would be dawn soon so they could go home. At that exact moment, there is a movement outside the Jade Spirit Garden. Du-Wan raised her eyebrows, and then covered her mouth and snickered. Du Qian recruited people to ask. Learned that the little thief sneaking in outside is Pei Hao, that boy. And there is some annoyance. Surname Pei. Can't even wait for one night? Big brother. I just want to see. I'm not too sure. Pei Hao's voice came from outside. See what? I'm guarding my sister tonight. Waiting for you to come to the door. Du Qian copied a wooden stick from the side. I don't know who laid it there. Kind of like it was prepared earlier. Went out and fought with Pei Hao. Through a wall. One could still hear the commotion. Guys like you. You won't be honest without a beating. Tell you what. Remember this well. My sister married you. If you dare to bully her, I will beat you up. Also, Wan is only marrying you, not the Pei family. In the future, if anyone in the Pei family dares to use this to bully her, I'll count it all on your head. Wait and see. And the whole Pei Hao only answered yes. In the end, it was Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team who came over and gave Du Qian a hard lecture. No, it was Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team who copied the wooden stick in Du Qian's hand, followed by a counter beating. The situation was changed. Du Qian was chased and beaten. Pei Hao said that he was letting his father-in-law spare Du Qian. But in fact, he was secretly blocking Du Qian's way to escape, so that Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team would be more convenient to beat up people. Knowing that Du Qian has martial arts, Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team wants to catch up with him, really not easy. With Pei Hao's interference, Du Qian was beaten up several times. It was a hot red, 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 red. Du-Wan wanted to go over to see the gossip several times, but was held by Ning Qin. Do not let her go over, said Unlucky or something. She did not know that the girl Ning Qin, or a small curmudgeon, several girls, dawdling also came to stop Du-Wan. Du-Wan missed a big show. The heart itchy. Can only puff and go to the side to continue to get high. I say, you guys enough. Oh, I do not believe. You do not want to personally go to see? Don't want to. I don't want to either. I really don't want to. The Sheriff King is scary. One girl hurriedly shook her head, and the rest of the girls followed in agreement, still firmly stating their position. Chapter 569, She Will Bear His Surname. After a small half hour, the farce ended joyfully. Pei Hao was carried away by two extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and returned to the house after learning that the little girl was fine. Hu-san and Mu-sian, who followed the whole time, were in a trance. When the groomsmen couldn't sleep, they had to go to the princess's mansion to torment the people there? It didn't occur to me that the princess mansion also had a whole bunch of masters who couldn't sleep. This is not the case. The gutter turned over and was blocked and beaten up by great uncle. Hu-san and Mu-sian glanced at each other. Their hearts were clear. Mu-sian said, "I wonder if the punch hit the face." "No. I guess not." The Sheriff King didn't use his fists. He only wielded a stick. Hu-san recalled the situation. Mu-sian regretted. "Using a stick is not good for punching the face." "This regretful tone of yours?" "Ah. It's best not to let the world prince hear it." "Afraid of what?" "He's so happy right now that he can't find his way out. When I was a groomsman, I wasn't as silly as he was. Like a two-bit fool. If you go over and ask him what his surname is now, he'll probably forget it." Didn't hear? Hu-san pretended not to hear and didn't answer Mu-sian's words. Mu-sian wanted to say something else. Noticing that Hu-san's expression was not right, he snapped back to his senses and realized that behind him, Pei Hao was silently, no, sorrowfully staring at him. "Heh. Second fool?" Pei Hao asked coolly. Mu-sian was embarrassed. "Uh-huh. I'm not talking about you. Just an analogy. Who let you be too nonchalant? I was much better than you when I got married." Pei Hao's handsome face darkened even more. Hu-san shrank his head, trying to minimize his presence. But in his heart, he lamented, Duke Mu is really not afraid of death. His brain is even more fed to the dogs after getting married. And he even dares to come in front of Master Shitsi to act like a demon. The previous caution is gone. In the end, who is the second fool? Pei Hao didn't say anything in the end. He turned around with a cold snort and stepped into listening to rain. He decided, after a couple of days, he will suggest to his great-uncle to send Mu-sian to leave the capital to fight against the bandits. As long as a day does not solve the bandits around, will not be allowed to return to the capital for a day. At this time still know nothing about the Mu-sian. Thankfully patted his chest, and energetic to follow up. A look of nothing happened. Hu-san, a discerning person, knew that Mu-sian was going to be unlucky. The reason why she is fine now is because Master Shitsi is getting married. Hu-san's sympathetic eyes were not hidden. Mu-sian saw it unintentionally and shivered. What are you doing? What is that look? Do men become stupid after getting married? Hu-san didn't want to talk to any more fools. What if he got infected? Mu-sian couldn't make sense of it. Many people were destined to be unable to sleep tonight, including the newlyweds. Du-wan was so nervous that she didn't sleep. But it was the girls who accompanied her who dozed off and fell asleep. She sat cross-legged on the bed and gradually sank down to cultivate. The next day, the sky was not yet completely bright. Sister Wen personally brought over a group of subordinates. Ning-chin 4 maids also got up early, waiting for orders at any time. Although there are many chores, Du-wan saw it as well organized. Each person to do things early assigned. So, there are many things but not chaotic. Until Du-wan put on her wedding dress. She was still a bit confused. Today she is a wooden statue. To listen to others. The reason is that too many taboos in the marriage. Condensed Chin once mentioned to her. She listened to the heart did not go. Long forgotten almost. Another point is that her perception of wedding clothes is not correct. All along, she thought that wedding clothes were mainly red. As a result, the lapel and cuffs were embroidered in red. Like flames. The main color was green, with symbols of good luck and good fortune intertwined. Layer after layer. Solemn and gorgeous. Being helped to sit in front of the dressing table. Put on a bridal makeup. In the past, the TV said that bridal makeup is thick. But it is very ugly. Du-wan once again refreshed her knowledge. Not only was it not ugly, it was extremely beautiful. She has seen the most beautiful bridal makeup since she can remember. Especially stunning her is the corner of the eyes of the fine outline of the complex pattern. Solemn without losing the softness. Du-wan felt that this is the bride. Otherwise, how come there are rumors that the most beautiful time in a woman's life is the day she becomes a bride? The name is true. Ning Qin joked. County Princess. Are you looking at yourself in awe? Yes. It's beautiful. Is this me? Duan told herself not to smile. To be dignified and beautiful. Too much will affect the beauty. But the corners of her mouth still can't help but turn upwards. The people in the room, hearing Duan's boast, all pursed their lips and smiled. Sister Wen smiled and praised. Sheriff Master is the prettiest bride the old slave has ever seen in his life. Really? Duan is pleasantly surprised and quickly steadies herself. I also deeply share the same feeling. The person in the mirror happens to be the prettiest bride I've ever seen as well. Heh. Someone couldn't help but laugh, followed by a joyful laughter. The ones who laughed the most exaggeratedly were the few Du girls who slept with him. What followed was another bunch of processes. The custom of brother and sister getting married on the same day still had a specific set of processes. For example, it must be the first to marry before the last, meaning Pei Hao came to meet and greet first, and Duan got married. Then it is Du Qian's turn to take the bride back to the house. Du Qian has an insistence that he must personally carry his sister out of the door. Originally by the brothers of the clan instead of can also be. But Du Qian is not happy. Luckily, the princess's house is very close to the Duke of Qin's house, and there will be no delay. Pei Hao rode a tall horse, wearing a gold and jade crown, gold silk embroidered scarlet robe with auspicious patterns, complicated and gorgeous, spiritedly leading the welcoming party to the front door of the princess' house. When he jumped down from his horse and stood in the middle of the steps, his upright posture looked more and more abundant like jade. Lang Yin is unique. There is no other in the world. Today's princess mansion is full of joy. Eaves and corridors, pavilions and pavilions, together with plum branches and osmanthus trees, all let the cut decals and red silk decorations, everywhere embellished with festive. The red brocade carpet laid on the several steps of the main entrance extends to the mansion, and the flowers on both sides are dotted with greenery. The fragrance is refreshing, and the red carpet seems to be endless. But Pei Hao, standing in front of the gate, couldn't help but fantasize in his mind that the sweetheart standing at the end of the red carpet. How elegant and graceful she is. Pei Hao's heart was on fire. Today, the little girl is finally his. From now on, she will bear his surname without distinction. Hey, groom, what are you staring at? Hurry up and go in. Chen Lu laughed cheaply and lightly pushed Pei Hao. You won't still be timid when you get here. The martial arts of the county princess is very strong. If you let the bride wait for a long time, an unhappy, let you kneel on the rubbing board what to do. This to say bitch it, or belong to Chen Lu. Mu Xian sighed to himself. Today he decided not to mess with Ah Hao, hoping that he would be a little more merciful in the next couple of days and not fix him up too hard. Just because he had self-awareness, it didn't mean that the other buddies had it. Currently a group of male buddies are just secretly waiting to molest the groom. Chapter 570 Today's little girl's marriage. Almost all of the males thought that Pei Hao's big day was a good day to fix him up brightly. The opportunity was rare, and the time would not come again. Except for Mu Xian. The others were convinced that nothing would happen today anyhow. Thus, a male boldly agreed. Right. Bridegroom, quickly go inside. Chen Lu said that if you're late, you'll have to kneel on the rubbing board. Huh. Nope. There will be no such thing as a rubbing board in the bridal chamber. I say, Pei Shi is happy and stupid. What nonsense. That's not happy, silly. It's beautiful, silly. Aren't they all the same? It's all silly. Pei Hao always smiles and listens. Mu Xian hurriedly stepped in. All stopped. Stop. We have to help Ah Hao receive the bride first. It's not too late to make a fuss after we go back to the State Duke's mansion to pay our respects. It's too early to make a fuss now. Yes. Let's get the bride first. Someone else chimed in again. Mu Xian squeezed Pei Hao aside and said in a serious manner, with the look of a person who has been there before. Ah Hao, the next thing to look at is your ability. I think when I got married, I had to go through 5 hurdles and 6 generals before I could marry my bride home. According to the degree of that county king's favorite sister. Hey, there is no hindrance. She will be my person after all. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes flashed with burning light, and the smile on his face had not been restrained. Anyone could see that the groom was very happy today. Let's go in. I'll leave you all to it. Pei Hao was surrounded by a group of gentlemen who had been specially invited to assist him, except for Chen Lu, who insisted on getting involved. The other gentlemen were all of great literary caliber. After a short while of coaxing, everyone hooked their shoulders and happily followed the groom inside Jade's spirit garden. Du-Wan hadn't appreciated her beauty enough. Outside, a girl could be heard laughing and shouting, "Here! Here! The bridal party is here!" Then another girl spoke. "It's coming!" I heard the sound. They were stopped at the second gate. "Who's guarding the second gate?" "It's Duke Du from the state uncle's house." "Wow! Want to go see?" A group of girls were talking, and a few of them even made plans to go to the theater. It's not that easy for the groom to pick up his bride. With door after door, test after test. Usually it's just for fun, to liven up the atmosphere, and not to really piss off the groomsmen, lest they drag on for too long, delaying the time of the wedding. In the end, the girls of Yuling Yuan could not help but go to watch the fun, as Du-Wan listened to them chatting. Her heart was also itching to go and watch. However, it was only limited to thinking. Ning Qin asked with a smile, "Sheriff, would you like the slave girl to go and watch for you? It's you who want to see it." Du-Wan rolled her eyes. "After the slave girl looks at it, I will come back to tell you about it." "I don't want to. Just so you can't see it." "Ouch. I want to see the gossip." Du-Wan pursed her lips and snickered. Only she is itchy, how can it work? In the house waited a long time. Did not wait for the groom, but first waited for the cheap big brother. As soon as Du-Wan saw Du Qian, she immediately stood up, crossed her waist with one hand, and praised in a small voice. "Aiyu, this is which family's son, ah? How do you look so dignified and handsome? Just stepped in, still immersed in the sister to be married." The mood is very complicated in the middle of the Du Qian. A moment of inattention. Almost fell a hand. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize. "Sister? What are you doing?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Du-Wan smiled brightly, as colorful as the rising sun. Du Qian see naughty sister. No good gas. Just now that point of complexity what? Unconsciously thrown away. He went up to the back of the Du-Wan, squatted down again. "Sister, big brother back you out. Hey, good mile." Du-Wan bent down to his broad back. The bridesmaid gave Du-Wan a good speech, and then gave Du-Wan the red head. She then put the red cover on Du-Wan's head. Du Qian carried his sister on his back and walked out of the house. Not fast. Step by step. Very steady. At this time, Du-Wan's heart also rose with reluctance, and her tears misted up. Or rather, she did not want to leave. Did not want to marry. How about stopping? But she was just thinking about it. Not really stopping. The surroundings were bustling with joy. The sound of blessings in the ears is a sound after a sound. But this moment brother and sister as if they did not hear anything. He only knew that on his back was his sister. The only sister. The sister who had been spoilt for years was finally getting married. Du-Wan thought more in her heart. This home is very warm. Everyone pampers her. Here she has no worries. Only happiness. It was not her wish to come to this world. She was once lost, confused and desperate. It was this home that made her stay and gave her a sense of belonging. Du-Wan rested her head on her big brother's shoulder, murmuring in a low voice, "Big brother, or I won't get married. This husband is not as important as family." Du Qian was stunned at first, then smiled. "Right. Family is the most important. That's right. If you marry, you will have one more person to love you. How it was before, how it will be in the future. Jade's spirit garden will always be your territory." Du Qian this time reason returned. Instead of marrying a sister out, he should abduct a brother-in-law home. For the sake of his sister's good, he decided not to beat up surname Pei in the future. If you are not accustomed to living outside, bring Pei Hao back to live in the princess's mansion. Makes sense. Why should I marry someone? Let him join the family, also become all. The younger sister was even fiercer than him. The most he wanted to do was to abduct someone back to the princess's mansion. The younger sister also wanted to directly let the person take her surname. However, being interrupted by his sister like this, Du Qian's sour mood improved. Du-Wan couldn't let go of her family. Du Qian could not let go of her sister in the same way. The two of them stepped on the red carpet while discussing in whispers how to make Pei Hao's surname too. "Big brother. Du Pei Hao. This name is not very nice. Oh, it's not called that. It's Du Pei Hao. Weird. It can also be called Du's Pei Chengming. This name is a bit long. It's okay. You'll get used to it after calling it. Du Qianlang laughed. Duan followed and laughed. Her laughter shallow and happy. On the contrary, the bride of happiness who followed next to her, as well as a group of relatives and subordinates, were in a subtle mood. The siblings thought they were speaking very quietly. But in this situation, those close to them could still hear one or two. In the past today, I'm sure that the amazing behavior of the siblings will be spread all over the capital. The current Pei Hao is in high spirits and full of anticipation, not yet knowing that the ambition of the little girl and her great-uncle is to abduct him back to the princess's house, back to the Du family, so that he can be crowned with the Du surname. Surprise? This is the surprise. Oh! Pei Hao finally saw the bride. His heart was thrilled, but he still maintained the elegance of a noble son of a worldly family, and smiled as he took her from Du Qian's hand. And then on the surface of the very well-educated, well-mannered, in fact, all the way to the dizzy gait a little bit floating to the beloved little girl on the sedan chair. Chapter 571 A lively wedding banquet. In the bridesmaid's sound of the sedan chair, Pei Hao jumped onto his steed and led the procession of welcoming the bride, heading towards the Zhenguogong mansion. Behind them was the team carrying the dowry. And to say it was 10 miles of red dress would be an understatement. Duan arrived at the Duke of Zhen mansion, went through the tedious rituals such as paying respect, and was finally sent to the new room. Pei Hao set up the new house at the Hearing Rain residence. The state government is not without a better compound than listening to the rain. Pei Hao is used to living in the house, and does not want to change. When he asked the little girl's opinion, the little girl answered the same as he did. In the future, they will move to live in the county master's mansion. Will only come back to live a few days during the New Year holidays. The county lord's mansion was the original emperor's crown prince's mansion, and it was beautiful. Duan patiently sat in front of the wedding bed. There were a few women in the room talking, usually about etiquette, and occasionally a few lines of small talk would come in. It was only when the hour was almost up that the women withdrew, and what remained were the 4 eldest maids, Ningqin and Luqi. The 4 were accompanying maids. Duan originally wanted them to marry and replace a few maids. As a result, the 4 were dead set against it. While she could not understand the thoughts of the 4, the 4 knew very well in their hearts that being able to work as a maid beside the county princess was something that many people could not even beg for. So what if they married? It wouldn't be any more comfortable than the current life. Just like Sister One, who had never been married in her life and still lived a decent life. In fact, in the final analysis, it was because they hadn't met anyone they wanted to marry. Ningqin suddenly asked, "Sheriff, what are you eating?" Nope. Duan swallowed the peanuts in her mouth without any trace. Ningqin comes over. I heard a sound just now. You heard it wrong. Really? Ningqin looked around. County princess, are you hungry? Do you want the slave girl to ask someone to cook a bowl of noodles? Can we eat? Duan was really hungry. A wedding dress was put on. It was very grand. It would be extremely inconvenient to go to the toilet at this time. So, from the morning onwards, she could not eat. And even water was only available for a small sip when she was thirsty. Ningqin said, "It's not allowed yet. But you can prepare on first." How long do we have to wait? Waiting for Master Shitzi to come in to lift the red cover and drink the FM radio. Duan could only wait for someone. But after waiting for a long time, she couldn't help but listen intently. Soon she found out the problem. Today Pei Hao is like an angry man. The younger generation of young men are trying their best to fix him. So he can't even go back to the new room. People always need a way. The excuse is still perfect. Pei Hao was poured one glass of wine after another. Pei Hao's temper seemed to be very good. He never lost his manners. Cowman! Every one of them is a cowman. Only Mu Xian was on the side, looking at the few guys who were making the most noise with pity. Go ahead and make a scene. The more people who are unlucky, the better. In the end, Pei Hao, alone, knocked over all of them. All of them fell down drunk. Some people suspected that what Pei Hao drank was not wine, but water. Otherwise, if everyone was drunk, why did he blush a little bit and still look bright and energetic? The person who suspected was Chen Lu, who was the one who had the most fun. Wait. I want to change wine with you. Okay. You come and get it. Pei Hao pushed the wine jar in front of his table towards Chen Lu. Chen Lu was askew, barely able to stand up. The guests on the sidelines were all watching the show. When Chen Lu grabbed the wine jar, the dudes who were fooling around with him had probed over to see. Not only Chen Lu suspected, there were quite a number of people who thought so. When they poured out the wine from the altar, Chen Lu was the first to smell. Regret? Ah. Really wine, ah. Let me see. A young man snatched it and smelled it too. Another dude directly grabbed it and took a sip, then smashed his mouth a bit. It's really wine. I don't know if what I drank before was water. This group of guys should also have a degree of death, Mu Xian pulled a few people away. Okay. It's getting late. The groom should enter the bridal chamber. Pei Hao stood up at the right time, arched his hand towards the surrounding guests, and said aloud, "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, we'll all continue to drink as if we were in our own homes. Be sure to enjoy yourselves. Don't leave. Keep drinking." There was a drunken gentleman. As soon as he heard Pei Hao was leaving, he immediately became energetic again. "We can't let Pei Hao go. Today is a good opportunity to fix him. Absolutely can't miss it. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. This guy is finished. When he wakes up, he will regret it. Offending Master Shitsi. He's got a lot of guts." There was a burst of laughter around the room. The Duke of Jin's table were all bigwigs in the capital. Some people started to flirt, and the Duke of Jin responded without any pressure. Pei Hao found an opportunity to leave the table. When he turned around, his body swayed, but he quickly stood upright again. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. This person is like this. The image of a son of the world didn't even lose his drunkenness. "Ah, how? Come. I'll give you a hand." He stepped forward and lifted one of Pei Hao's arms and put it on his shoulder. He helped Pei Hao to leave. The guests who saw the scene all realized that Pei Shizi is not drunk. It's just that his way of getting drunk is different from the others. That is, after drinking so much wine, normal people can't handle it. Ha 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 ha. Someone laughed aloud and teased. "Can the son of the world look like this and still be able to get a room? Want to know? Go and take a look." Someone cajoled. Another person picks up. "The World Prince's hearing rain residence is not good to enter. The courtyard entrance is guarded by hundreds of guards." Ha 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 ha. It's better to go and watch than to watch the guards. Mu Xian heard the flirting behind him and then looked at Pei Hao's expression. It was really calm. So, he could never learn this from his cousin in his life. Pei Hao looked sideways, right into Mu Xian's line of sight. "Well, good job today. Then, can I get the credit for it?" Mu Xian immediately climbed up the pole. Pei Hao thought about it. It can be mitigated. Mu Xian was so angry in his heart that he wanted to wrestle the man to the ground. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, then thank you so much, Master Shitsi." "You're welcome." Pei Hao casually responded. This is not stopping until he's pissed off. Right? Mu Xian was seeing that even if someone was drunk, he still couldn't change his nature. Into the rain listening residence. Near the steps. Looking at the master bedroom door. Hanging red silk. Also decorated with Festa decals. Pei Hao looked at the door, the eyes turned deep. Cousin is not happy? Is not happy to lighten it. No. Mitigating is also good. Better than not mitigating. Mu Xian goaded quickly. Pei Hao drew back his arm and walked towards the door alone. Just after taking 2 steps, his body swayed. Mu Xian's eyes were quick, and she stepped forward to help. Be careful. Well, I'll walk by myself. Cousin, go back. Pei Hao waved his hand to drive people away, insisting on going in alone. Chapter 572. The groom is not as good as the food. Mu Xian despised him in his heart. This was a typical use it and throw it away. So, he stood still and watched Pei Hao step by step up the steps, pushed open the door of the room and entered the house, his back disappearing into the house after him. Not long after, from inside came out a few maids, and then smoothly covered the door of the room. Mu Xian saw it. It was Ning Qin and the others, the big maids beside the sheriff. The several people of Ning Qin were surprised to see Mu Xian here, and went forward to salute. Ning Qin respectfully asked, Prince Mu, are you sending Shitsi back? Yes. Is everything alright inside? Mu Xian's heart was actually itching. If there was no one here, he would have gone over to eavesdrop long ago. Ning Qin laughed. It's fine. Very fine. Alright. Then I'm leaving. Mu Xian turned his face to leave. When he left, He took one step and turned back 3 times, just hoping that the several maids would also leave. As a result, the 4 maids really guarded the door. Muxian regretted. Out of the courtyard outside. Then want to mix in will not be easy. Courtyard door guarded Husan that guy. Husan saw Muxian walk out. Just raised his eyes. Muxian came over to Husan's side. Hey, aren't you going to have a drink? I'm on a mission. Husan patted the knife he was holding in front of his chest. Muxian just wanted to laugh. How many waves of people did you stop? Husan raised a palm. It was 5 fingers. 5 waves. Not much. It's 50. Sorry for the interruption. Muxian slapped Husan's shoulder. Keep up the good work. I'm going to the front yard for a drink. Don't need him to bother. Might as well go and drink. There is quite a lot of hustle and bustle over there at the banquet. At this time, inside the new room, Pei Hao slowly picked up the bride's red head. Every time he lifted it, his heart thumped more and more, as if it would pop out of his chest at any time. The moment the red head was lifted, the bride slowly raised her phoenix eyes, shyly smiled at him. Instantly, like 100 flowers blossomed. Spring blossoms. So beautiful that he forgot to breathe. This scene, stunning his life, amazing his whole life, completely remembered in the heart, remembered in the depths of the soul. Pei Hao was unsteady on his feet, and managed to fall onto Du Wan. This caused her to try to hold him up, resulting in both of them falling onto the top of the wedding bed. Du Wan gave a small exclamation of surprise. Hey, you're really drunk. You can't even stand still. I wasn't drunk, but I got drunk when I saw you. Pei Hao hugged her and didn't want to let go, and his face kept moving towards her. You are the wine. I want to drink it. Drink it now. Splat. A crisp slap. A small palm imprinted on the head of the Shitsi master. Du Wan huffed. Sober yet? Haven't drunk the FM radio wine yet. What kind of wine? It's the wine that 2 people drink together. Huh? Pei Hao sobered up for 2 minutes. This was an important step that could not be skipped. He quickly rolled over and brought the 2 cups of wine over. Mother! Come on. What's the name? Du Wan blushed slightly. This name. So strange. Du Wan cooperated with Pei Hao to drink together. When the wine was finished, she didn't have any left. He also finished his drink. Just when she was thinking about what to do next, Pei Hao took her empty wine glass first. Don't know how he did it. Just saw his hand move a few times. 2 empty wine glasses were connected together. One with a mouth facing up. One with a mouth facing down. Then, she saw Pei Hao squatting down. Then, she saw Pei Hao squat down and gently place the 2 wine glasses under the wedding bed. Du Wan. What is this operation? Or is there some kind of metaphor? Pei Hao lifted his head and smiled happily at her. Li Cheng. Oh! Li Cheng. Du Wan was infected by his smile, and followed him offhandedly. Pei Hao was so excited that he hugged him into his arms. Wan. I am very happy. Really. Especially happy. The happiest day in my life is today. The corners of Du Wan's mouth could not be suppressed to turn upwards. Her heart was sweet. As sweet as drinking honey. Pei Hao rubbed her face from time to time. Are you happy? Are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. No need. Ning Qin said there's something prepared. Then don't bring it here. I'll go and ask. Pei Hao was trying to stand up. When the alcohol came up, he almost didn't stand still again. In fact, he knew he should be drunk. But his mind was extraordinarily clear. And he was still excited. There is a movement outside. Ning Qin's voice rings out at the right time. Sheriff. Shitsi. Do you want to bring the food into the room? Come in. Pei Hao answered. Ning Qin brought people in with food boxes. In a short while, a table was set up. And there was a bowl of noodles that was steaming hot. On the noodles were a few slices of meat. And green vegetables. Red and green. Looking very fragrant. Some other food was requested from the kitchen. All of which were eaten at today's banquet. Painting Yi and Xu Xiang set up the meal. Ning Qin and Lucci went to serve their master. As it was inconvenient to eat while wearing the phoenix crown and wedding clothes. It didn't take long for Du Wan to come out of the dressing room in plain clothes. Even the makeup on her face was cleaned. Fresh and clean. Her big black eyes were like a pool of autumn water. Instantly attracting Pei Hao's attention. Today's little girl, no matter with or without makeup, is still so beautiful. Pei Hao did not move his eyes away for a long time. Ning Qin and the others pursed their lips and snickered, silently exiting the new room. When they went out, they even pulled the door shut. Duan sat down at the table, moved a bowl of noodles in front of her, buried her head, and started eating. Only when she was halfway through eating did she realize something was wrong and looked up at the man beside her. He was sitting quietly at the table, his head propped up with one hand, looking at her blankly. Duan swallowed the noodles in her mouth. What are you looking at? Looking at you. Pei Hao laughed out shallowly. Duan's hand, which was not holding chopsticks, shook in front of him. Really drunk? He. He laughs again. This time Duan confirmed that the drunkenness was finally getting to her head. She had heard about the situation in the front yard before, and knew that he had been doused with alcohol and had a great battle record. Duan knew that the reason he didn't fall down was in all probability cheating. That is, he used his cultivation to suppress the alcohol, and probably even dissolved some of it. But with the temporarily suppressed alcohol, it was only a matter of time before it surged to his head. Sure enough, by the time Duan finished her bowl of noodles, Pei Hao was already down. Duan didn't know how chagrined Pei Hao was before he got down, when he still had some sense. A wedding night that he was looking forward to is gone like this. Those guys dared to spoil his good deed. I'll give him a wait. He will definitely not let them off. Duan put down her chopsticks and moved Pei Hao on top of the bed and couch, then took off his wedding clothes and boots before covering him with a thin quilt. And without the slightest bit of self-consciousness of being a bride, she returned to the table again. The groom lying on the bed could not attract her. Quite realistically, it wasn't as good as a table of food. The Siriidii should be glad he was drunk in the past, or he would have cried. Chapter 573 The Tea Offering with 3 Twists and Turns. Early the next morning, when Pei Hao woke up, he instinctively touched his side. Empty? Where was his little daughter-in-law? Pei Hao instantly woke up and opened his eyes to look around. There was no little girl's figure on the bed and couch. And Sue? He stared at the other half of the bed and couch in disbelief, with no trace of anyone having slept on it at all. Awake? The little girl's voice sounded behind him. Pei Hao turned his head to look. The little girl was standing behind her, half a thong away from the bed couch. She was holding chopsticks in one hand and a large sea bowl in the other, and she was gulping and sucking on the noodles. Pei Hao was in a complicated mood. Wan, where did you sleep last night? Nah. There. Duan raised her chin. Her gaze fell to the small short couch next to the screen. Then she withdrew her eyes and reminded. You better get up. You have to toast tea this morning and have breakfast together. Now everyone is waiting for you. Pei Hao had a black face and looked up at the window. It was white and sunny. What time is this? Pei Hao rubbed his forehead and got a headache. Why didn't you shout at me? You slept too much. Shouted ah. Shouted cannot wake up. Duan looked innocent. Continued to giggle and eat noodles. Look. I'm waiting for you and waiting for you to get hungry. Grabbed all the noodles from Ning Qin. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth twitched. Dare this noodles or rob the maid? Pei Hao got up and dressed up before walking to the side room to wash up. He sat down in front of the dressing table to pick up the comb himself and comb his hair, without needing an underling to wait on him. He made himself neat and clean, and even his taste in dressing was on point. Duan ate the noodles, giggling unconsciously to lighten the sound. People's ability to do this manually is so awesome. Can't compare. She could only look at him enviously. Pei Hao stood in front of her. Well, she still left a small half of the noodles. A snatch over the giggling finished. Even the noodle soup are drunk. And then put the empty bowl into her hands. Wan. I'm a little angry. You're angry that you snatched my food? Duan despised. Pei Hao puts his hands behind his back and looks at her fixedly. Duan compromised and casually placed the empty bowl on the table. Say it. What are you angry about? Why did you sleep on the short couch last night? You were full of alcohol last night. That smells big. Don't you have any idea in your heart? Duan was not polite at all, and said the dislike in her heart with a big grin. Pei Hao was speechless for a moment, and turned around to go to the side room. When he came out again, his whole body was fresh and clean. He had changed a set of clothes. Obviously he had just gone to take a bath. When he walked out, he did not see Duan in the inner room. He walked outside to the hall, and saw Duan instead. She was crossing her legs, getting high on melon seeds and chatting with the maids. Seeing her in such a relaxed little manner, why was he so angry? As soon as Duan saw him come out, She immediately stood up and asked with a smile. Out? Is it time to go to the main courtyard now? Or are you going to eat something before you go? Going now. Pei Hao could imagine how bad his mother's face would look. Du-Wan didn't care at all. It wasn't that she did it on purpose. It was that she didn't have the sense to do so. Couples marrying in the modern era are much more casual. And it's common for newlyweds to sleep until noon on the second day of their marriage. When the two people went over to the main courtyard. In the hall, they only saw the Duke of Jin and Pei Huyen. Not Mrs. Pei. Duke Jin smiled and said, Your mother is not feeling well. Saying that she is suddenly dizzy. So we don't have to wait for her to toast tea today. Pei Hao's face sank slightly. Turning to look at the little girl. The little girl was smiling lightly. Her expression remained the same. As if she didn't put Mrs. Pei's matter on her mind. Pei Hao also didn't expect his mother to make a sudden attack today. If she doesn't show up at this time. In the eyes of people outside. What's the matter? Is it because she doesn't want to recognize the county princess as her daughter-in-law? Isn't this the meaning of not drinking daughter-in-law tea? Pei Hao looked at Duke Shenguo with an apologetic face. Father, it's me who got up late. Sorry. It's fine. It's just that your mother isn't too happy. You go talk to her later. When the Duke of Shenguo looks at Du-Wan, his eyes are apologetic. It's just that today I have to aggrieve county princess. It's nothing. It's nothing. Du-Wan doesn't mind. Really doesn't mind. The Duke of Shenguo's heart is slightly different. Not angry? Strange. He signaled his subordinates to bring tea up. Pei Huyen, who was sitting next to him, had a cold face without a hint of a smile. The fact that she didn't lash out on the spot was probably due to the presence of the Duke of State to calm her down. The Duke of Jin was sitting at the first place, and the underling set up 2 futons in front of him. Pei Hao lifted the hem of his coat with one hand and took the lead in kneeling down. He then looked at Du-Wan, who was standing. The eyes signaled her to follow. Du-Wan hesitated for a moment, finally slowly knelt down. When she knelt for a moment, the corner of the mouth of the Duke of Jin on the first place was slightly curved up, although it is to give tea to the elders. However, if Du-Wan did not want to kneel, no one could force her. Pei Hao picked up a tea bowl with both hands and handed it to the Duke of Jin. Duke Jin took it with a smile, took a sip, then put down the tea bowl, patiently encouraged a few words, before giving Pei Hao a big red packet. It was Du-Wan's turn. Du-Wan followed Pei Hao's example and offered tea to the Duke of Jingguo. Father, please drink tea. Good. Good, good, good. The Duke of Jingguo smiled more and more thickly, took it and drank a big mouthful. Not only sent a big red packet to Du-Wan, but also sent a piece of heirloom jade pendant. Du-Wan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the familiar piston flower on top of that jade pendant. After hesitating, she took the jade pendant. On the contrary, Pei Huyen stood up abruptly, her face turning blue. Father, that family heirloom jade pendant. Shouldn't it be given to me? You're overthinking it. Even your mother isn't qualified to have it. Do you know what the reason is? The Duke of Jingguo's face was calm as he looked at his daughter. Because this jade pendant can only be passed down to the eldest daughter-in-law. And it must also be the eldest daughter-in-law's surname too. I don't believe it. Mother said that it will be passed down from daughter to daughter, and that it will be given to me in the future. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. The Duke of Jingguo gave her a cold look. Pei Huyen's eyes fell into tears and aggravation. No longer able to sit still, angrily and unwillingly got up and ran out. A good tea toast turned into this. A different daughter-in-law would have been aggrieved. Only Du-Wan adapted well, holding the jade pendant in her hand and playing with it. Father, my father also has one on him. Almost the same. It was originally a pair. The Duke of Jingguo let them get up and sat next to each other. Then he talked about the origins of the Pei clan and the Du clan. The first line of the Du clan and the first line of the Pei clan. They will intermarry once every 100 years. This jade pendant representing the first line of the Du clan's lineage was brought by some old ancestor to marry into the Pei family. Du-Wan came to realization. So that's how it is. Well, the old ancestor made a rule that this jade pendant can only be passed on to the daughter-in-law of the Du clan who married in the Pei clan's first family line for generations. All followed the old ancestor's orders. And of course, there were reasons why they had to do so. Intermarrying once in 100 years was an agreement that had continued for thousands of years between the Du Pei and Pei clans. When the two families of the younger generation of the doll marriage. This is how it came about. Chapter 574 The Origins of Du Pei's Two Clans. The Duke of Jinghua added with a smile. If it is not passed down in this way, if the jade pendant falls into the hands of an outsider, the Du clan side will have the right to take it back. Du Wan. This thing that was doled out. You can still ask for it back? It's really worthy of the Du clan. Awesome, my family members. In that case, the Pei family had no choice but to pass it on to her. Du Wan received it with peace of mind. The two chatted for a while, and had a late breakfast. Pei Hao sends Du Wan back to listening to Rain. He then turns to meet Mrs. Pei. Du Wan mentioned to accompany him. Pei Hao decisively refused. The little girl just married over. He did not want her to face this kind of bad things. Then you should be patient and coax. Don't argue and don't raise the bar. There are some women who need to be coaxed more and more as they get older. Du Wan thought of many old women in modern times, being coaxed by some men to pull out their entire fortune. It is estimated that Mrs. Pei is also old, so she will be so pretentious. Pei Hao cried and laughed. Okay. Du Wan watched him leave before opening the red packet. It was silver checks, yo. Wow. 10,000 taels? This red packet is very big. Very okay. Immediately, Du Wan hands the silver ticket to Ning Qin next to her. Keep it. Yes. Sheriff Master. Ning Qin receives the silver ticket. Her heart is actually quite angry. Mrs. Pei is really too bad. She actually doesn't show up on today's day. Sheriff. Aren't you angry that Mrs. Pei is doing this? What is there to be angry about? Du Wan was truly not angry. On the contrary, she is happy to see Lady Pei do this. As long as Madame Pei is willing to do it, outsiders will not put the fault on her. And when she and Pei Hao move to the county lord's mansion, there will be a lot fewer words from some old curmudgeons. Du Wan held the jade pendant in her hand, pondering it over and over, and then raised it above her head, tilting her head to look at it for a while. When the two families were engaged to marry, it turned out to be a pact passed down from the ancestors. Huh? That before making a scene. Dare to make a scene of loneliness. However, in the original, the two families did not get married. Pei Hao until the end of the book are still a single dog. Du Wan looked at it. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This jade pendant. Will it be an ordinary jade pendant? Ning Qin couldn't help but pick up. Not ordinary. This is a family heirloom. Du Wan was dumbfounded. Thinking back to what Duke Shen said today, she was quite surprised about this. Peis and Dus have tied the knot once every 100 years. It's not simple when you think about it. Du came from another world, and it was likely that Pei was the same. Otherwise, with Du's pride, wouldn't she keep marrying Pei? Especially after she had obtained her inheritance. The Du clan hadn't stopped her from marrying. If they didn't trust and feel assured about Pei, they would never have gone to this extent. It was just that it had been too long. One generation passed on to the next, and many legacies were lost. A lot of important information also faded or disappeared into the flood of time with the years. Du Wan sat upright. Ning Qin, the rope of this jade pendant is old. Get a new one. Okay. Ning Qin did as she was told. This matter is very small. It doesn't take much time to change it. Du Wan was satisfied. It's really much smoother. Then, she hung the jade pendant to her waist in a dignified manner. This matter will have to be told to her family when she returns home in the Third Dynasty. Thinking about the novel she read on the interconnection back then, most of the protagonists' golden fingers originated from the jade pendant. When the time comes, let the family drop blood and try it again. Next, Du Wan carried her hands behind her back and swaggered round the Hearing Rain residence, shaking even a small corner once. Mu Xian stayed at the State Duke's mansion last night. He came over to look for Pei Hao, and saw this look-alike little county princess. Mu Xian didn't go up to her. Instead he found Husan and spat. Look! 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 What a familiar scene this is. Speaking of spitting, there was a faint nostalgia in his tone. The little girl is quite interesting. Every time she arrives at a new territory, she is like a little beast cub. It is necessary to make a round first to familiarize herself with the territory. Husan laughed out nervously. It is quite familiar. I thought I would never see it again. Mu Xian out of focus looking at the little girl walking in the courtyard. The soaring demeanor is just like the year. Husan pushed him. Came to look for Shitsi? Oh! I drank too much last night, and just woke up. Mu Xian thought of what he had just heard and frowned slightly. Did you hear about the tea ceremony this morning? Heard a little. The subordinates in the mansion have spread the word. Husan has always been well informed. Mu Xian wrinkled her eyebrows. I really don't know what Auntie was thinking. Hee. Husan refused to talk about the mother of the house. This master's family matters. It was not for him, a guard, to talk about. Mu Xian was a relative, so it wasn't a fault either way. Mu Xian didn't expect Husan to say anything to himself, purely because he wanted to find someone to talk to, and didn't want to keep this matter bottled up in his heart. If this matter spreads out, Auntie's reasonableness will become unreasonableness. Not to mention that she herself is unreasonable. Besides, the person who woke up late was Ah Hao, not the county princess. Husan just rubbed his head and laughed. Mu Xian continued. Auntie is an elder. If she doesn't scold Ah Hao, how can she be angry with the county princess? She didn't think that the hardest person for her would be Ah Hao, his mother on one side and his wife on the other. Alas, I, as a cousin, am heartbroken for Ah Hao. You'd better think about yourself, Husan reminded. Mu Xian froze. Me what? Shitzi Master will soon free up his hands. If you don't mention this, we can still chat happily. Mu Xian pointed at Husan that angry ah. Husan nervously touched his head. Hee. Don't mention it. Alright. I still don't know you. Mu Xian suddenly didn't want to sympathize with Pei Hao. He should have laughed at him. Should have gloated. Then, he inadvertently looked up towards the little girl's side. And this glance almost scared him out of his wits. Agu. When did the county princess come close? Duwan was like a child who had succeeded in a prank. Looking at him cheerfully. Hi. Hello. Cousin Xian. Cousin Xian? Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Call what? Call again. Cousin Xian. Duwan really shouted again. Try removing the word Xian. Mu Xian felt relieved all over. Cousin? Hey. In Na. Mu Xian laughed so hard that his mouth was almost grinning behind his ears. It's still good to be a county princess. You know? Letting Ah Hao call me a brother is always unpleasant. Duwan felt that this was a second fool. Only, the second fool just gave her kind words. Oh, for those who are kind. She never minds returning the kindness. Duwan invited Mu Xian inside, and went to the pavilion to sit and wait for Pei Hao. Before the two were like-minded. And now they have become relatives. But also have no scruples. Come together to mutter and chat. Have endless words. The capital gossip. Well, everything. Chapter 575. Don't think before 18. Pei Hao returned to listen to the rain, and saw the two men in the pavilion chatting away, thinking back to his own situation, and then looking at Mu Xian. His previous words about mitigating his punishment were a bit too hasty. He was well suited to lead the troops outside, and clear out bandits from all over the place. Husan looked at Mu Xian sympathetically. Another proper death. Mu Xian found Pei Hao coming in at this time, and got up to welcome him. Ah Hao? How is it? Auntie didn't scold you. Right? Fine. Pei Hao remembered that when he went in, and saw his mother lying on the bed in a haggard state. Even though she had put on some makeup, he was still a bit soft-hearted. It's not easy for a person of his age to play mind games with a son like him. Speaking of today's incident, Mother was angry with Wanwan. Pei Hao was helpless. Helpless. No matter how much he explained that he overslept. His mother just wouldn't listen, and firmly decided that it was Wanwan's fault. It was the first time he knew someone who was so stubborn. Pei Hao pulled Mu Xian. If you can handle my mother, I will be lenient with you, and not suggest to the county king that you go to fight the bandits. No. I choose to go to the bandits. Mu Xian decisively decided. Pei Hao. Roll. Mu Xian rolled numbly, fearing that Pei Hao would ask him to convince his aunt again. His family is still in a mess. Letting him get involved in the Duke of State's house again would be better than taking his life directly. As soon as Mu Xian rolled, Duwan stood out. Pei Hao stepped into the gazebo and sat down next to the little girl. This time, Duwan personally picked up the teapot and poured a bowl of tea for Pei Hao. Come on. Drink it. Lower the fire. Will Wanwan blame me? Pei Hao asked as he took the tea. Duwan blinked. Blame you for what? Just married over. My mother gave you anger. Duwan frankly shook her head. I want to pretend to be infuriated. It's just that my elders taught me from a young age to be honest. I am now responsible to tell you that I, Duwan, did not feel aggravated. Not caring. So, not angry. Pei Hao only felt his heart become even more depressed. It really wasn't always a good thing for a little girl to be too honest. Immediately, Pei Hao stared at her. Wan, didn't you lose your memory before? Crap. Forgot. Careless. Duwan's thoughts turned extremely fast. And then she asked with a confused face. I've already remembered. Didn't I mention it to you before? Pei Hao ground his teeth in anger. Have you ever mentioned it? Has it ever been mentioned? Don't you know in your heart? Duwan quietly distanced herself from him. I forgot. Not only did I not mention it to you, I didn't mention it to my family either. So, you feel a little bit more balanced? Sure enough, Pei Hao's anger subsided after hearing this. Really? Well, it's more real than pearls. To be precise, Duwan can't say that she remembered. She has seen the 10 years recorded by the inheritance jade tablet, and the 10 years that the original owner has lived. There is still a big difference. The original owner had lived 10 years on her own, but she had watched 10 years of someone else's life, as if she were watching a film. But she could still tell some of the things that had happened to the original owner. It's not too much to say that she thinks about it. Duwan cleared her throat. Don't talk about me. The topic has gone too far. This cough. Pei Hao similarly coughs. He then wanted the topic to be far away and didn't want to talk about his mother. Thus, the two subconsciously avoided talking about Mrs. Pei and went back to the house hand in hand. Pei Hao was very considerate to bring the little girl back to her room and then sent out all the subordinates. He spoke to the little girl in a warm voice while pulling her to the edge of the bed and pressing her to sit down. He half squatted at her feet. A pair of big hands wrapped around her small hands. Wan, we missed the night of the cave. What do you say? Do you think we should make up for it? Duwan's big round eyes glared. This broad daylight. What dream lost you say out. Then make up at night? Pei Hao asked tentatively, his heart thumping nervously. You'd better dream in the middle of the night. Face black. Pei Hao really had no choice. Dreaming in the middle of the day and at night is also dreaming. There's really nothing wrong with it. Duwan smiled and watched him change his face. Don't think that she is stupid and can't understand what's going on in his head. It must be waste law. Pei Shi. Have you forgotten? I promised to marry you first. I didn't promise to sleep with you. I'm still young. Only 16. Beast. People have given birth to children at the age of 16. Pei Hao wanted to cry. At that time, he agreed, thinking that she was just talking and tricking people first. It turned out that she was serious. Duwan poked his head with one finger. Save it. Don't play tricks. You can't succeed. Less to say that you have to be 18 before you can consummate your marriage. This is a matter of principle. Then I can always hug you hugging and sleeping without doing anything. How is this statement the same as on the internet, where men say they are just rubbing up against each other and promise not to go in? Duwan firmly shook her head. A man and a woman. A bed. And cuddling together. After a long time. It would be strange if they don't rub their guns together. Pei Hao went up with an aggrieved face and hugged the little girl. Just like a big dog begging to be pampered. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. If he said anything else, the little girl might blow up. Duwan let him hug her, but did not push the person away. Besides, the things that happened in the morning in the State Duke's mansion still spread back to the princess's mansion. The princess was furious. Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's side also looked bad. Compared to Du Qian is perversely very calm. Princess house is very lively this morning. The joy is still there. Du Qian and Qin Jiu woke up early and offered tea to their parents. Sitting elders. Not only the eldest princess, and Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. There is also a large group of elders in the clan. All of them are old lifers. Kind eyebrows. Sitting upright in the upper seat. Qin Jiu had never seen such a big battle. Du Qian pulled her hand. One by one. Toasting tea. Received a stack of red envelopes. Each red envelope is 1,000 taels of silver. From then on, Qin Jiu is a day rich. Happy all day happy. Then a large family set up a family feast. Eat until noon before the banquet. When the clan elders heard about the situation of the Jingui Gongfu, an old man sighed. Pei's is not as good as one generation. Infighting, selfishness, and chaos. Another old man commented. Du Qian wanted to spit out a sentence, speaking as if the Du clan did not have infighting. Only that fighting was fighting. The Du clan's clansmen had a consensus that lives could not be hurt. Even if you play tricks against the clan, you have to do it secretly. And if one is unlucky enough to be exposed, the punishment that awaits will be the clan rules. Without exception, the lightest punishment, in fact, is sent to the mountains for purification. Precisely because of this, only to let some do clan scruples, the hard again how to think or not dare to mess around. You should know that when the sister got the jade card, the private stupidity of the clan can be quite a lot. Du Qian once looked through the history of the clan. Upwards of 500 years were driven out of the Du clan. No less than 100 people. There were even a dozen or so who had serious cases, and were secretly executed. Chapter 576. The World Prince is ashamed of himself. The Princess Mansion did not send away the last member of the clan until Du Qian called for someone to come and inquire in detail about the ins and outs of what happened on the side of the State Duke's mansion. Du Qian smiled after hearing this. Quite good. Not afraid of Mrs. Pei making a scene. Just afraid she won't. What does Qianer mean? Is it that you don't want your sister to feel better? The eldest princess was so angry that she glared at her son. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team returned to his senses and laughed softly. Qianer is right. The eldest princess glared at him again. Even you say that? Still not a father? I don't think this is bad. Shujia, listen to me first. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team came to the eldest princess's ear and explained in a whisper. After listening, the eldest princess pondered. Is this really possible? It won't work. Dukshan won't allow it. He only has one son. Cheng Ming. Du Xianzhu laughed. Then what else did you say? But you can let them both come back often for a small stay. The eldest princess's phoenix eyes lit up. This could be possible. Her daughter getting married has caused her heart to sour. Du Qian watched his father coaxing his mother, feeling that his father was very capable. He couldn't help but look at Qingjiu, who was sitting quietly next to him. Fortunately, the daughter-in-law he married wasn't as delicate as his mother. Letting a big man like him to coax a woman, it would be more painful to take his life. A little more chatting ensued. Qingjiu stayed behind to accompany the princess to chat. Du Qian and Du Extra Horse harnessed by the side of a team went to the study. The two men dismissed the subordinates. And Du Qian asked, do you know the rumors outside? About the Duke of State's mansion? No. It's about you and Wan. What about us? Du Qian was confused. Du Xian horse harnessed by the Emperor's side looked at this son, who made him proud with odd eyes. Yesterday, when you carried your sister to the sedan chair, did you say something? Du Qian's expression stiffened. It was chatting about something. Heh. Only talked about some? Father. What's wrong? It's all over the place outside. Saying that you and Wan are conspiring together to figure out how to make Chengming turn into the Du surname. That's not a small ambition. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the Emperor's side looked at his son with a leathery smile. Du Qian looked greatly embarrassed. He did have this idea, but he could not admit it. So, Du Qian denied. I'm just talking about it to comfort my sister. Don't you know that at that time, they all said that family is the most important thing. They don't want to get married. If I don't comfort them, can I do it? There is also this matter? Du Extra Horse harnessed by the Emperor's side really did not know. Du Qian nodded seriously. Of course. The little girl was about to cry. Wasn't it you who couldn't bear to let go of your sister? Deliberately encouraging her and leading her astray? How can father think of me like this? Am I that kind of person? This one was resolutely not to be admitted. Du Extra Horse harnessed by the Emperor's side ignored his denial. You are? You really do think that way? Just now when you heard what Lady Pei did, that reaction proved that you really want to do that. Father. Alright. Just think about it. It's impossible. Why? Pei won't agree to it. And Dukshan won't agree to it even more. If you insist on doing so, the Du Pei and Pei clans will not be related, but will be feuding. Therefore, you and Wan both give me to put this mind away. And to the outside world, just say that it was a momentary joke, not to be taken seriously. Your perfunctory remark just now was quite good. Hard blocked. The plan was dead in the water before it was implemented. Du Qian lifted the topic and chatted about things in the dynasty. Father and son mentioned, and did not say much. But the news of the Northwest Wei family rebellion. A local official wrote a folding. Secretly sent to the capital today. The Emperor looked at the folding, so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This thing. Father and son quite helpless. Early gave the Emperor psychological preparation. Or was angry. The imperial physician had clearly said that he was not well, and should not be angry. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team looked at his son sympathetically. You are newly married. You should have rested. But you still go to the palace to preside over the big picture. The third dynasty hasn't returned to the door yet. Du Qian also wanted to wait for his sister to return to the door. Du extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, but listened to the fork in the road, thinking that he still has to bring his daughter-in-law back to the door. When the time comes, you can spare a morning to do it. You are quite capable. And you are particularly fast in approving the sonata. I know. What Du Qian wants to know most now is whether there is any change in his sister's jade. What does father think about the situation in the northwest? Ask your sister what she means. If it can be resolved peacefully and reduce casualties, it can be considered a great merit. Right? This country can't afford a war. It can't afford to be tossed around. What father said is very true. Du Qian agrees with his father. Even if the imperial court wanted to send troops to attack the northwest, they would not be able to come up with enough food and grass. Now the people everywhere are waiting for the government to send relief food. That afternoon, Du Qian brought his wife to the palace to visit the emperor. Before he left, he also sent a letter to Du Wan. The two were supposed to be cozy at the Hearing Rain residence, still dilly-dallying about turning 18. Ning Qin reported outside. Sheriff Master, a letter has come from the princess residence. Letter? Du Wan got up and went to open the door. She has only been away for a day, and the princess house is sending a letter over? Du Wan looks at the envelope. Oh, it's a letter from my big brother. If big brother has something, just send someone to say so. Why did he even write a letter? Pei Hao stared at the letter in Du Wan's hand, inexplicably nervous. Is it that the matter of the tea toast in the morning has spread to the princess's residence? Is big brother going to raise an offense? What? Afraid? Du Wan thought of every time Du Qian beat him up. Couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. My big brother is very reasonable. Never unreasonable. Pei Hao corrected his attitude, wanting to change the little girl's mind. The future is really a long way to go. Du Wan opened the letter and looked at it. Her smile gradually froze. Pei Hao slightly bent over, leaned over and scanned the contents of the letter, and similarly froze. Northwest Rebellion. The emperor was so angry that he vomited blood. This is troublesome. His original body was not very good. Well, uncle puts too much importance on the Great Qin River and mountain. Du Wan would have felt that being an emperor was very imposing before. But after crossing over and having real contact, she realized that being an emperor was quite tiring. Of course this tiredness, provided that one wants to be a good emperor. Du Wan lightly pushed Pei Hao's chest. Quickly go and change your clothes, and go into the palace in a while. My big brother said. We have to go to the palace now to give tea to uncle. Pei Hao didn't see the last few sentences. So that's how it was. Big uncle often says that he is the most sinister when it comes to hitting people, and also hitting the nail on the head. It is still big uncle who is the most capable. Pei Hao is now ashamed of himself, and is willing to be inferior. To know that today his mother refused to drink this cup of daughter-in-law tea. On the same day, they went to the palace to give the emperor tea. Spread to the outside. No one dares to laugh at the county princess again. Will only laugh at his mother sympathetic. Narrow-minded. After all, how can his mother's identity compare to the honorable emperor? Pei Hao knew that this was a big pit, dug specifically for his mother, but still had to go. His great-uncle had specially written to say that he had already brought his wife to the palace. He didn't doubt for a second that if he and Wan had gone there later, the forbidden guards would have come over to the State Duke's mansion to pick them up in plain sight. This is something that Du Qian is absolutely capable of doing. Chapter 577 Du Qian's Backstroke. Before Pei Hao left the mansion, he passed the news to his father. He felt that this matter can't just let him as a son to worry. Father also need to take his responsibility. After all, it is his wife who will be disgraced in the future. Husband and wife were originally one, sharing honor and disgrace. If his wife is disgraced, it is the same as he is disgraced. Right? To put it more broadly, the entire state ducal palace will be disgraced. There are still many people out there who are waiting to see their jokes. The Duke of Jin received the news and his eyelids fluttered. Learned that his son has taken his wife out. But also, heart blocked. This time or avoid better. The Duke of Jinguo went to see Mrs. Pei. When he stepped into the bedchamber, he saw that Lady Pei was still lying on the bed and pretending to be sick. Let the subordinates pack up their things. I will take you out of the city with me, and go to the Protectorate Temple to live for a while. Decided so suddenly? Mrs. Pei didn't want to leave. Her son had lied to even her as his mother for this daughter-in-law. And his body had long been unharmed. But he had never said anything about it. There's no way. The capital can no longer accommodate us. Shen Guigong looked at his wife with complex eyes. If you don't go, I'll go alone. Lady Pei's heart thumped. What happened? Today, the county king brought his wife to the palace, and then asked Howard and the county princess to go to the palace together, and also to go and offer tea to the emperor. Howard said that if he doesn't bring the county princess into the palace, the forbidden guards will personally come to invite them, and then we will be even more disgraced. The Duke of Jingui turned to look out the window at the scenery in the courtyard. The scenery remains the same, but the state of mind has changed. Duke of Jingui said, I will leave in half an hour. If I'm late, I won't wait for you. Leaving this sentence, he left in big strides without looking back. From the moment Lady Pei heard that the county princess had entered the palace to offer tea, her face turned white, and she was so angry that she almost fainted. Luckily, the sisters beside her supported her and massaged her acupoints in time, which eased her mind. Madam, do you want to pack the box and cage? The sister inquired in a low voice. Mrs. Pei nodded woodenly. Go pack. Now she finally understands the words of the Duke of State. What it means to say that the capital can't accommodate her. After today, she would not be able to face anyone. Waiting for this thing to pass. Still don't know when. Mrs. Pei regretted so much. At that time, why didn't she hold back a little? Not make such a scene. Originally thought it was to give each other a downward spiral. Who knew that it was only after a morning? It became like this? Mrs. Pei didn't drink her daughter-in-law's tea and thought she was killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. Some people will curse her, and some will curse the sheriff. If the new daughter-in-law were a good one, wouldn't she be upset with her mother-in-law? This world is all about filial piety, and the county lord would definitely be labeled as unfilial. Besides, isn't it right that she doesn't drink her daughter-in-law's tea? Even if a woman isn't clean, she's already moving out with her son before she's even married. What's the difference between that and splitting up the family? But she only has this one son. Mrs. Pei's tears were flowing, not knowing what had turned things into this. In the end, she cried, her eyes red, was helped to the carriage by the subordinates. Shen Guigong sat in another carriage. Obviously did not want to hear her cry. This matter is he did not handle well. The tea ceremony, he should insist a little. Do not let her make a fuss. As long as he was a little more forceful, she wouldn't dare to go against his wishes. He did not expect it to be like this. The Duke of Jin instantly became the laughing stock of the capital. When the Duke thought of Du Qian, that sharp young man, he thought that he was a young man to be reckoned with. When the Duke of State embarrassed his sister, it was the same as losing face with the princess's residence. And then he threw the slap back and made the Duke of State suffer. Unable to say a bad word. He always felt that this thing. Not finished? Come on. Shen Guigong lifted the car curtain. A close friend came forward. Your Highness, what are your orders? You go check the entertainment newspaper. What will be the latest headlines? The Duke of Jin thought of something. His eyelids fluttered again. And he always had a bad feeling. This matter is not difficult to investigate. The county-sponsored entertainment newspaper. Management is not as tight as the palace. The palace people can listen to the news, let alone just a newspaper room. The Duke of Jin's men are still capable of doing their jobs. Before he even left the city, a close friend came to report. Your Highness, there is news coming back, saying that the entertainment newspaper originally had a headline, and had printed most of it. But in the afternoon, the county king suddenly sent a message, saying that he wanted to change the headline, and he even prepared the manuscript. The crony pressed his head down low, afraid to see the Duke of State's bad face. He handed a piece of paper to the Duke of Jin, a copy of the headline. The Duke of Jin hurriedly opened it, and once he saw the headline, his temples really jumped. The above is written. It is the tea in this pile of things. The above did not intentionally smear the state duke house. Is to state the matter, and then write to the newcomer into the palace to the emperor tea. County lord is a love of gossip. Write more. Usually do not write their own family. County king is not obvious. More ruthless. Ruthless. Even their own family gossip are written. Great Qin has this pair of siblings. Why worry about not prospering na? He is now sure that the death of the country is impossible. The Northwest Wei family is not a difficult task. The Duke of Jingguo voiced. Stop the car. You? The driver immediately stopped the car. Duke of Jingguo added. Send someone to escort Madame to the Protectorate Temple for a temporary stay. I have something to do temporarily. The carriage will turn around and return to the house. So a team split in two. One team continued out of the city, and one team turned around and returned to the mansion. The Duke of Jin sent someone to pass this matter to Pei Hao as soon as possible. Then he made a trip to his mansion, changed his robes, and then personally brought thick gifts to the princess's mansion to see do extra horse harness by the side of a team and the princess. After all, this matter is the state duke's house is in the wrong. The admission of fault or to admit fault, but also sincere attitude. People, the time to go. Then there is no past the hurdle. In the middle of the palace, Pei Hao received the news handed over by Husan, and the color under his eyes kept changing. He can indeed entertainment newspaper things, and the little girl has nothing to do. Even the little girl may not know. His father had gone to the princess' residence to apologize and look for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. In fact, it was still a very wise decision. Only, Pei Hao had a guess in his heart that this matter was likely unknown to his father-in-law and mother-in-law as well. There is more than 80% possibility that it is the big brother-in-law who organized it. If the person that big brother-in-law fixes is not their state government, Pei Hao can't help but call out a good. Without bloodshed, he got his family dusty. Now the little girl is sitting next to the emperor, smiling like a flower. The emperor amused the face of the good, and from time to time will also laugh. Even Du Qian, this brother-in-law, have to step aside. When Du Qian sidestepped, he inadvertently looked at Pei Hao's gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Your face doesn't look too good. Just like your mother. You're not feeling well? Big brother-in-law, please let it go. We are all family. Why would a family make things difficult for a family? Pei Hao was really clueless when it came to Du Qian, and could only gesture for Du Qian to talk outside. Du Qian elegantly stood up, turned around, and took the lead out of the house. Pei Hao also stood up, silently followed Du Qian's footsteps. Chapter 578 would rather Du Qian be unreasonable. The two big men walked to a veranda pavilion and stopped. Pei Hao helplessly said, Big brother, it was me who did not do a good job, letting my mother misunderstand, and cause something to happen this morning. In this matter, Wanwan is most innocent and has suffered. How about letting my sister go home and stay first? No way. Pei Hao rejected offhandedly. This eagerness, this attitude, made Du Qian's eyes narrow. It's only just been married, and my sister has suffered so much. Will it still be possible in the future? How about letting go a long time ago? Each going their own way, each in peace. Pei Hao looked up sharply at Du Qian's serious expression, and couldn't help but feel his heart sink downwards. Impossible. You should know that I won't let go. What if there is a day when you have to separate? There won't be that day. I mean if? Du Qian looked at the sky. There were only a few white clouds in the sky, and Du Qian's gaze grew deeper and deeper. Pei Hao is sensitive to human emotions. He truly felt Du Qian's gravity. Not just plainly talking about it, or just intentionally taking the heat for his sister, and being the one she relies on as simple as that. This made his heart inexplicably panicked. Pei Hao firmly said, We will not separate. Some things are not up to you. Du Qian spoke half-warningly. Just like your mother's problem. You thought you had set things right. But now? I am not trying to provoke your mother and son's relationship. I just want you to understand that my Wanwan is not your only choice. After saying that, Du Qian decisively turned around and left in big steps. Pei Hao was frozen in place. His heart was blocked and sour. Suddenly found that in the past, being directly beaten by Du Qian, was still very happy. At least Du Qian did not reason with him. For the first time, Pei Hao realized that his great-uncle's reasoning was even more terrifying. Today, he would rather be beaten up by his brother-in-law. Du Qian's words were very straightforward and realistic. Standing in Du Qian's position, he did not do this wrong. Someone bullied your family head. Can you still do nothing about it? Let the matter rest. Let their own family members to endure a little tolerance for a while the wind and waves are calm. One step back is not necessarily a wide sea and sky. May also be to endure again and again. However, from Pei Hao's point of view, it is a dilemma. Both hands are meat. Can't give up. Can't reconcile. He will not give up being with his beloved for the sake of his mother. Similarly, he cannot give up his mother for the sake of his beloved. Then what is he? Moreover, this is not good for Wanwan. Will eventually lead to criticism. Not far away, Chinjio stood peeking, waiting for Du Qian walked over. Immediately with the mouse to see rice like to go up. Husband. You say what? The brother-in-law hit. What can I say? Put some reality to him to listen to. Aren't you afraid that Wanwan will be angry with you? She will probably be heartbroken. You don't understand. Wait and see. Du Qian naturally had his intentions for doing this. Sometimes, since a tumor already exists, it is not possible to turn a blind eye to it and pretend that it doesn't exist. If you want to recover, you have to pull it out once and for all, and solve it cleanly, so that you can really live a comfortable life. And this time, they have stood up to the reason. It is a good opportunity to solve. After this matter, I believe that Madame Pei will not be able to make trouble in the future. Du Qian pressed his temples with headache. If sister wants to leave Pei Hao, then I don't have to bother about it. The problem is that looking at sister's appearance, it is obvious that she has feelings for Pei Hao. Right. Right. Wanwan's mind is very easy to guess. Chinjio agreed. Du Qian poked his head inside. Sister is still chatting with uncle? Yes. Chinjio nodded. Convinced. Where did the words come from? How can we not finish chatting? These words made Chinjio laugh. But she tried to be reserved. Instead, Du Qian amused her a bit, and couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch her small round face. Chinjio gave him a blank look and turned around to find Du Wan. With that, Du Qian followed her in. Du Wan found the two people came in, and did not see Pei Hao. Jokingly said, You couple went out for a trip and sold my husband? Yes. Sold yo. Chinjio followed her words and said, Sold where? How much silver was sold? Honestly, I 91. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. The emperor was again amused. Along with Du Qian could not help but laugh. Du Wan walked to the door. Tiptoe out to look at. Walk a few steps and look at. Walk and walk out to the outside. Inside the people did not call out to her. Until outside, she found Pei Hao. Pei Hao was standing on the veranda, looking at a laurel tree in the garden. What's so special about that tree? Du Wan walked over and followed his example and took a few looks. Didn't find anything different? Pei Hao lifted an arm and swept it over her shoulder, bringing her a little closer to him. Take another look? Is there anything special? Du Wan explored her head and looked forward. Nothing special. It's you who is the most special. Pei Hao circled the person in front of his chest, his chin against her shoulder. Wan, will you leave me? You cheated on me? What? Pei Hao was confused for a moment. Du Wan changed her words. I mean, you have a woman outside? No. Only you. Then what are you worried about? Big brother said that one day, you will leave me. And it's not up to me yet. Pei Hao very deliberately changed the concept to say, there is nothing wrong with going on like this. I'm panicking in my heart. I'm panicking to death. Du Wan was surprised. Did you misunderstand something? No misunderstanding. He really said that. Just a moment ago. Also here. Strange. You won't really have done something wrong to me. Du Wan turned her body up and down to look at him. Her suspicious little eyes not too obvious. If you didn't do anything wrong, my big brother wouldn't say that. This is a firm belief in brother? Pei Hao's heart was sour. As sour as eating a lemon. Du Wan raised her palm and pressed his head as soon as she could. No fever. Body temperature is normal. I've been with you all day today. What to do? Don't you know best? Yeah, oh. Then why is my brother trying to scare you? Scare? Pei Hao narrowed his eyes. Is this the point? Du Qian, this great uncle is really a dog. Not an ordinary dog. Pei Hao stood upright and coughed. Wan on. Big brother did a big thing behind your back. Do you know? What big thing? Du Wan immediately came to be interested. The matter was that big brother did it. Or a big thing. Or behind his back. Du Wan's gossiping soul was burning. Could it be that my big brother had another woman on the second day of his wedding? Pei Hao wanted to take the opportunity to mention the entertainment newspaper. But unexpectedly, her idea turned directly to the sky. It would be better to state directly. It's Big Brother who sent us to the entertainment headlines. Du Wan's smile converged all of a sudden. You repeat? What did you just say? Chapter 579. Let's chat if we love to chat. It's that our family's tea toast will become an entertainment headline. Pei Hao only had to repeat it again. Thinking about the circulation of the entertainment newspaper nowadays made his scalp a little numb. In the future. Probably for a long time. We'll be the laughing stock of other people's tea time. There was a long silence. Du-won suddenly smiled again. People love to talk about it. This answer caught Pei Hao off guard. Only to see the little girl's gaze clear and honest. I often gossip about other people. Occasionally let everyone gossip about me. It's nothing. When it's a benefit, well. Besides, I am not without benefits. At least make money, a lot of money. Pei Hao. It seems that father's intention to stop it is going to fail. Now the taste of Pei Hao's heart. Don't mention how complicated. You really don't care about the rumors? I don't care. When I first returned to the capital, I was at the tip of the rumor mill. The rumors at that time were much more powerful than now. Du-won still smiled as she mentioned the rumors. The little girl didn't care. But Pei Hao did. Pei Hao's 10 years of family upbringing and the concepts he had received all made him incredibly concerned about this matter. Or rather, the children of the big families in the capital almost never have such deviant ideas as Du-won. Their elders had taught them from childhood that family scandals were not to be spread outside the family. A family behind closed doors, how to make trouble can be. To the outside should be peaceful. To maintain the dignity of the family. If someone asks about the family scandal, they can't admit it. And even have to find all kinds of excuses to round it off. Pei Hao's eyes showed a struggle. Du-won looked at the scenery in the garden. Her demeanor was calm. Wan. Pei Hao shouted in a low voice. Du-won didn't turn around. Gave a light him. Pei Hao took a deep breath. My father doesn't want the headline to come out. What about you? I don't want it either. He said his thoughts with great difficulty. Always feeling ashamed of such thoughts. A bit sorry for her. But rumors are the most frightening. A rumor spreads 10. 10 spreads 100. The rumor will change its flavor. Du-won showed her teeth and smiled. Oh. Then remove it. It's not a big deal. Is it that simple? Just that simple? Pei Hao's mood was up and down. Struggling and tangled. In fact, it was not necessary at all. We are already husband and wife. When things come up, we can talk openly and honestly. If we can't discuss it once, we can discuss it again. It's really not a big deal. It's really no big deal. Covering it up will make people think too much. He excitedly hugged her. Wan. You are so good to me. Even this is considered good? Du-won was stunned. Not good? It does. Du-won rubbed her chin. If this is considered good, in the future, should we write more Pei's gossip? And then pull it down halfway, so that he can be touched a few more times? Pei Hao only felt a chill down his spine. Since he decided to withdraw the headline, Du-won still called her guards and sent someone to report the room. With Du-won's intention, Du-kong would naturally follow it. Then Du-won went to see Du-chien and talked to him alone for a long time. Du-chien is not very supportive of her to do so. With his meaning is directly to Mrs. Pei hammer solid, so that she will not dare to risk in the future. Du-won thinks differently. Big brother, let's leave a thread in the family. Are you concerned about Pei Hao? Du-chien stared at her and asked. Apart from him, there is also the Duke of Jin. Du-chien's face did not look too good. Du-won suddenly said again. The flowers have yellowed a little bit again. Yellow? Golden. Isn't it yellow? He wanted to knock her on the head. She didn't even speak properly. At this time, Du-won took out the jade tablet hidden under her clothes and let Du-chien look at it. When Du-chien looked at it, he found that the color had deepened a little bit. This degree was extremely subtle. But there was an effect coming out. It should be more than just a matter of grain seeds. That's true. I also spent money to help a lot of people. Almost all of the money earned by Du-won's newspaper room is used to help some poor people. My newspaper room is getting bigger and bigger, and I earn a lot of money. In fact, the most important thing is that Du-won since the last time put the design of the Kong will also popularize some knowledge that can improve people's lives. For example, talking about hygiene. For example, how to treat roundworms. For example, what are the dangers of drinking raw water? And what are the benefits of drinking boiled water? For example, how to make charcoal for home use. Or how to grow cotton and raise silkworms. When it comes to charcoal, it also mentions the problem of poisoning and how to prevent it. There are many things that look like a small thing, but spreading it can help many people. Du Qian heard and understood the meaning of his sister. Don't want to dwell on the previous things. And make a deadlock is not good for anyone. So, he took a step back and allowed it. Du-won smiled. A sweet smile. Not a trace of gloom in sight. Suddenly, her smile convergence. A slap pressed to the shoulder of Du Qian. Du Qian began to not feel anything. Gradually, he found himself unable to get up. And then gradually, as if there is a mountain on top of the pressure, will be his dead are pressed to move. After only 10 seconds, Du Qian's forehead broke out in a fine sweat. He vaguely guessed. Could it be Pei Hao that sinister guy did something? It must be something he did that made his sister misunderstand him. Is his sister taking the opportunity to take revenge on him? Du-won's smile grew stronger. Big brother. How does it feel? This is only 10% of my strength. What? Du Qian was shocked. It was at this moment that he felt the pressure on his body loosen. Du-won sincerely said. So yeah. Who else do you think can bully me in this world? It's impossible even for Mrs. Pei. Let me tell you. I've long had plans. If she dares to seek trouble from me to my face, I'll turn around and go beat up her son and beat up her daughter. For Madame Pei, the biggest weakness was a pair of sons and daughters. Du Qian was first stunned, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's a good solution. That is, to hit a snake, you have to hit 7 inches. If you have a plan in mind, I, as a big brother, will be relieved. Du-won suddenly went forward and hugged Du Qian. Big brother is the best for me. I know it. I appreciate your thoughts. Well, it's good that you know. Du Qian hugged his sister back and gently patted her back. In the future, if you have any grievances, feel free to tell Big Brother. There are some things you are not convenient to come forward. But Big Brother has no problem. Okay, Du-won answered. The two of them only hugged for a while and separated again. When the hour was almost up, the two couples went to say goodbye to the emperor together. The emperor again wanted to leave Du Qian behind to discuss matters of state. But he had to be considerate of the fact that he was a newlywed, and only let him go home first, and enter the palace early tomorrow. Du Qian responded, and only then did the emperor nod in satisfaction. Du-won's slightly sympathetic look at cheap Big Brother. As a result, the emperor suddenly said again, Wan come too. Chapter 580, People just can't get away with it. Du-won's little eyes that sympathized with Du Qian immediately retracted. Unexpectedly, the emperor again said to Pei Hao, You too. National affairs come first. Family affairs come later. Pei Hao bowed and saluted. Yes, the humble servant obeys the emperor's teachings. The emperor waved his hand to indicate that they could retire. When riding in the carriage they came in. Du-won sighed. One just can't get carried away. Where did the lament come from? Pei Hao asked, holding back his laughter. Du-won skinned her small mouth. It was just now, when I sympathized with my brother and my uncle saw me. He changed his words. I'm pretty sure he originally didn't intend to call me that. Ha ha ha. Pei Hao's smile finally couldn't be held back. Du-won kicked him with her toes. Why are you smiling? Is it because you want to get beaten up? Let me tell you, I told my big brother. If your mother dares to find me in trouble again, I will beat you up. Good. Beat me up. Beat me up as much as you want. Keep it without fighting back. When Pei Hao heard this, instead, his heart was relieved. The greatest fear was that because of this matter, it would affect his and Wan's relationship, which he couldn't afford. He wrapped the little girl in his arms until he reached the gate of the State Duke's mansion. And only then did he loosen up with fondness. He took the first step to get out of the carriage before reaching out his hand towards the person in the car. When Du-won saw his outstretched hand, she first froze. Then she quickly understood, and smiled and put her hand into his palm, and jumped off the carriage with his help. After returning to the mansion, Pei Hao met the housekeeper, but learnt that his father had gone to the princess residence and had not returned. Mother was sent to the protectorate temple by her father, and will not be back for a short time. When Pei Huyen learnt that her mother had gone to the protectorate temple, she followed her closely. The family was quiet all of a sudden. Pei Hao's heart was inexplicably relieved. Du-won felt more obvious. Always feel the air is different. Extra fresh. The Duke of Zhengguo returned to his house before dark. Before he came back, he called Pei Hao to his study, and they chatted until the moon was over. What they talked about, Duan didn't eavesdrop. But Pei Hao's demeanor was obviously very relaxed when he came back. Both of them went to bathe one after another and changed into single clothes. As newlyweds, it was impossible to share a room, as it would not be good for the public to hear. Duan wore a single garment in the room. Pei Hao touches his nose, wondering if he can hold out for a few more nights if he continues like this. Wan. It's late. Time to rest. Oh, you sleep. Duan slipped over to the short couch and crossed her knees, in a posture of cultivation. I'm going to cultivate for one night. Don't disturb me. If someone interrupts me in the middle of my cultivation, what if I get carried away and hurt my meridians? Pei Hao. Just kill him directly. He has nothing to say. The little girl looks like she knows a lot. But then again, she's just an unenlightened person. Duan began to pretend to practice. Slowly, actually really practice. Pei Hao noticed that the aura around him was condensing. So he rolled over from the bed and got up, taking the opportunity of the little girl's cultivation. He also cultivated. In the past, he had cultivated beside her. And one night of cultivation was better than half a month of his previous cultivation. He is now cultivating not Du's health skills. That again, cultivation progress is not much. His later father gave him the gong method, said Pei family ancestral. With the new technique, it was much faster to cultivate. However, it is still not as fast as cultivating beside the little girl. Duan and Pei Hao didn't know. Every time she cultivates, she can gather a large amount of spiritual qi. Apart from her gong fu, there is also the reason of the inheritance jade tablet. The inheritance jade plaque is taken on the role of gathering spirit, which makes Duan's master's cultivation grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. One night was spent in cultivation. The next day, the two of them appeared in front of people in high spirits. Their complexion was rosy, as if they had received chicken blood. The smiles of the bystanders were all weird, thinking that the newlyweds had been nourished at night. When Mu Xian came over, she wanted to tease. But as soon as he met Pei Hao's eyes, he immediately wimped out. When he saw the two of them going out, he asked strangely, Hao? Sheriff, are you going out? Going to the palace. Pei Hao replied succinctly. It was only then that Mu Xian realized that he was wearing an official robe. You're going to the court so soon? Aren't you going to court? Pei Hao asked rhetorically. Mu Xian straightened his back. I'm afraid that today's morning court will bring up the issue of the Northwest. I'm also going to the court. I purposely came here because I wanted to communicate with you. I didn't expect you. But how come the county princess is going to be there as well? Duan didn't answer. Pei Hao answered first. It was the emperor who named her. All right. Set off. Thus, the couple got into a carriage. Pei family's guards flanked them towards the palace gate. Behind them was also Mu Xian and Mu Xian's entourage. Their group was still quite eye-catching, and the turnaround rate of passers-by was 99.9%. Due to the problems in the Northwest, Duke Shen also had to attend court this morning. However, he came out slightly later. It's not that he couldn't leave with Pei Hao, but when he learned that the county princess was going with her son today, he purposely slowed down a bit so as not to disturb them. It did not occur to him that he did not get involved. But Mu Xian bumped into him. The Duke of Jin will not admit that it will be a bit awkward to see the county head again. He is not mentally prepared. How to face this junior? For the time being, this is the way to go. Avoid it if you can. He can't fight. Because he can't. He couldn't scold her. She hadn't done anything wrong. Before sitting on the carriage, Duke Shin thought about the matter of the report room. Last night, his son said that the princess had sent someone to remove the headlines. But he was still not too worried. Who knows if Du Qian will be heartless and change his mind again. Maybe he will even hide it from the county lord. He was afraid of that young man Du Qian. So he recruited another close friend. And the Duke of Jinghua asked, how is the situation over there in the newspaper room? Has the headline concerning us really been withdrawn? The close friend had been arranging for someone to keep an eye on it. So he knew clearly. Back to His Excellency. The headline over there was withdrawn and replaced with the previous one. That's good. The Duke of Jinghua was finally relieved. Pei's 100-year reputation was almost ruined in his hands. Then, the carriage moved. Again, it was towards the direction of the palace. Not only was it the carriage of the Duke of State's residence, but the carriages of many residences. All converged towards the palace one after another. All gathered at the square in front of the main gate of the palace, just waiting for the hour to arrive. They could go in. Today's morning court, many people understand that there will be lively good to see. And there were only a very small number of people who were qualified to step into the palace gates ahead of time. For example, at this moment, one was Du Qian. Another was Du Wan and Pei Hao. And then a dabbling Mu Xian. Mu Xian walked behind Pei Hao with her back straight. The people on duty in front of the palace gates, whether they were from the Imperial City Department or the Forbidden Guards, did not step in to stop Mu Xian. By default, he went in with the Du family siblings. Thus, the four of them entered the palace in such a magnificent manner, preceded by the attention of the ministers. Chapter 581 Princess Bright's son scolds the courtiers. The glorious Fontaine Grand Hall. It is solemn and solemn, yet beautiful. On the nine-dragon gold lacquer throne, the emperor sat upright. On each side of his left and right sides was a stool, with Du Qian and Du Wan, the siblings, sitting respectively. Pei Hao, with his matching sword hanging from his waist, stood in the position belonging to the commander of the Forbidden Guards, while Mu Xian had long since blended into the ranks of the military officials below. It was the first time that the emperor had attended court since the rumor that he had fallen ill, and then Du Qian had acted as the courtier. The emperor's face is not good, but the momentum is still. Northwest Wei family rebellion. All of you love secretary should have heard of it. Any suggestions despite mention? Today's morning court must be negotiated out of a result. The courtiers below are as quiet as a chicken, waiting for a long time. There is no one to come forward to speak. The emperor actually expected. These people will only stand out when he wants to do something. All kinds of obstruction, but also cited that they are the right posture. Today, if he agreed to send troops, they will jump out to oppose. If he said he would not send troops, they would again oppose it. In short, these people, in addition to prick is prick. The emperor again face sinks down to send word. Since no one stand out, then I ask you, is to send troops or not to send troops? Do not give me at this time to play dumb. Usually you are not quite able to say. After a long time, finally there is a person step out. It is Shen Guigong. Your Majesty, for the sake of Qin's national prestige and face, I support to send troops to crusade against the Wei bandits. Your Majesty, I am against sending troops. This time, the one who stood out was the Minister of War. The Secretary of the Ministry of War said righteously, sending troops is extremely labor-intensive and costly. After several consecutive natural disasters, it is difficult for the people to even feed themselves. So going to war will undoubtedly add to their suffering. The most important thing is that we can't gather enough food and provisions. Therefore, I think we should send someone to persuade them to surrender. No one dared to say that this was wrong. Everyone knew that Great Qin was currently short of food. If the emperor insisted on sending troops, the task of raising weapons and food would fall on the head of the Minister of War. In fact, there were some people who understood in their hearts the reason for Minister Ma's opposition. At this time, some ministers stood out and agreed with the Minister of War. Mu Xian likewise stood out in favor of the Duke of Jin sending troops. As expected, there are some people in favor and some people against. The next thing is not to use the brain to think. The noise will not come out a result. The emperor has been to the imperial court more. Naturally know these ministers' temperament. In that case, then Minister Ma will go. A woman's clear voice resounded in the courtroom. Your Majesty, this county princess agrees that Minister Ma should personally go to the northwest to convince the Wei family to surrender. If successful, then it's really a happy occasion for all of us. Without costing a single soldier, and without having to labor to hurt the people and the money. Emperor, is Wan serious? Du Qian, what's your sister getting involved in at this time? Let them quarrel again, ah. Pei Hao wiped the cold sweat for his daughter-in-law. With such a sentence, she undoubtedly offended the Secretary of the Ministry of War. You should know that some ministers, they will only make various suggestions in the court. The implementation of the person often will not be their own. Dangerous things will not be involved. But most of the credit will fall on their heads. The civil and military officials below all looked up at Du Wan, who was sitting above them. Du Wan sat very steadily, and her attitude was also very upright. In fact, she didn't want to get involved. Really don't want to. Just see, the emperor seems to be infuriated. If she doesn't make a sound, will he be infuriated again and spit out blood? This is too hurtful. Before the court, Du Wan knew that the emperor's health had not yet improved, so she did not agree with him to preside over the general situation. because the faces of some ministers are really unpleasant to watch. Either he is angry, or he is still angry. The more he cares, the more he will be angry. During the time Du-won spent looking for entertainment gossip headlines last year, she had long seen through certain courtiers. Most of the people are very selfish. The most important thing is always the family interests. The country's interests are only hanging on the lips. Just some people seek to benefit a means. In fact, they never thought about the national interest. They were not too concerned about the fall of Qin. They were most concerned about how to protect their own interests, how to benefit their families, and how to survive the social turmoil. When the new dynasty is established, they think about how to get a foothold in the new dynasty, and so on. Du-won didn't mean to despise them, because both Du clan and Pei clan had the same idea. Perhaps this kind of thinking is the common thinking. For example, in the era she grew up in, it was the state that was spoken of. And in the bureaucrats here, it was customary to mention the family state. Family and country. Family and country. First the family, then the country. But certain people tend to speak beautifully. What laboring for the people. What chauvinism. What the country's rise and fall. What a man's responsibility. Flip-flopping. All big flubs. Du-won looked coolly at the secretary of the Ministry of War. Coldly hummed. Some people really so responsible. Every day in the courtroom blah blah blah. Against this and that. Said a bunch of axioms. Encountered a dangerous task. But fled faster than anyone else. Hee hee. You take a look. All of you eat full of fat. But also shouting what worry about the country and the people? This princess wants to ask. How do you worry about the country and the people? And how? Worrying you all into a fat into the people outside too big. From this, there must be quite a lot of stored food in the mansion. Finished. The front said so much. Can be ignored. After this one, is the focus. Focus all. Then, more to the point is at the back. Du-won's grandiose speculation. The market is so short of grain. It won't be you guys hoarding grain privately. This word came out. Some of the civil and military officials at the bottom. Especially the group of officials who were so fat that they could not get enough oil. All of them turned white with fear. The aggressiveness of the county princess's words was described as indiscriminate. No! Someone fearfully knelt down to clear the air. I absolutely did not. It's just that I've grown a bit fatter. And the doctor said it's false fat. It's not related to eating well. I swear to God. I have never privately hoarded food. The doctor said that I am a body that will get fat even if I drink water. The micro-minister dares to use his head to guarantee. One by one. Kneeling to skim. Show loyalty. All kinds of explanations. Looking for excuses is also extremely strange. Just now also a variety of jibber-jabber. Discussing the problem of the Northwest rebels. This is good. The wind suddenly changed. Just because the proud Sun Princess said a few words. Especially those people clearing the excuse. Almost the Emperor angry happy. Next to Du Qian from time to time raised his sleeve and coughed noiselessly. Just to try to hide the laughter at the corners of his mouth. Quite interesting. Sister should often go to court. Look at her rule the courtiers. No no. Is scolded all dare not squeak. Although the scolding is a bit biased. Think carefully, and not unreasonable. Chapter 582 The County King is a devil. Many of the courtiers below secretly looked up, and glanced at Du-won. Discovered that Du-won did not look at them. Just smiled like looking at the secretary of the Ministry of War. Said it is not too really is a smile. Is that they always feel Du-won's smile cool. Fortunately, it was not themselves who were looking. So a lot of officials in the courtroom. Either explicitly or implicitly sizing up the Ministry of War Ma Shangshu. Ma Shangshu cold sweat beaded down. Terrified like kneeling down. Hope the Emperor clear. The Microchan also did not hoard grain. In order to show my innocence, I am willing to open my family's granary and accept the investigation. Nyo. Quite a ruthless one. Only to hear. Du-won snorted again. The granary at home? Egu. Awesome yo Ma Shangshu. You have established a granary at home? You ask which minister in the court home. Also built on the granary. At most, there is a not too big or small rice storehouse. A slip of the tongue. I just made a slip of the tongue. Minister Ma was sweating profusely. Having been rushed out. The Emperor's heart's little depression. By Du-won such a nonsense. Inexplicably felt a lot more comfortable. Du-won turned her head to look at the Emperor. Meaning to wait for the Emperor to speak. As a result, The emperor was actually looking forward to it, and continued to look at her. Do one corner of her mouth twitching. Cleared her throat. And opened her mouth. Okay. Ma Shangshu sends an order to prove innocence. Is willing to open the grain silo at home for people to see. Who of you in order to prove innocence? Willing to do the same with Ma Shangshu? The courtiers below. Trembling. Damn Ma Shangshu. What's wrong with saying this? But have to mention this. If Minister Ma dared to say this, he probably knew that he didn't have much food at home. Certain ministers' homes are different. Not only is the large granary filled, but also many rooms are temporarily used as granaries. The emperor finally opened his golden hand. As the county princess said, who of you dare to say, in order to prove innocence, open the grain silo at home? One by one, they were silenced. Ma Shangshu even felt that he was finished. This pass, even if it is passed, but also offended a lot of people. At this time, he was about to hate Duwan. If she did not stir up the situation, he would not be in this dilemma. He dared to say that. Is he know the emperor's temperament? Will not really send people to investigate. Even if the emperor suspects, he will also think. He dared to say so. The family certainly does not have a lot of food. Let people to investigate. Will only chill the heart of the subjects. So, Ma Shangshu dared to conclude that the emperor will not really let people to investigate. What's the matter now? Duwan's so involved. The emperor followed to express the need to investigate. This development, and Ma Shangshu envisaged. Not only different, but also the opposite. Now is not the emperor wants to spit blood. Is Ma Shangshu want to spit blood. More want to faint over, may also be able to go back to the house in advance. Notify the family to prepare for 1 or 2. Just at this time, Du Qian clear voice again. Ma Shangshu, you do not have to be so nervous. We believe that you are innocent. Will never be a private hoard of grain without regard to the people's lives of the kind of people. Just now, in order to stop sending troops, you are always putting the people first. Really a good official for the country and the people. Pei Hao followed and agreed. Agree with what the county king said. Minister Ma is indeed a role model for my generation. Because only Minister Ma dares to prove his innocence in this way. Frank and open. At this time, the Duke of Jin suddenly spoke. The Duke of State is willing to accept the investigation. Then, Nan Yangbo stood out. My humble servant's family is also willing to accept the investigation. My humble servant's family is also willing. This time, the person who stood out was Marquis Dingbei. Xie Zhang then followed, stating that he meant the same as his father. The atmosphere in the great hall was suddenly grave. These few people who stood out, stating that there was no grain stored at home, were still very persuasive. Because who in the capital didn't know that the 3 of them were the emperor's enemies? Not only did they have to support their families, but they also had to support the soldiers in the barracks for the emperor. They do not ask the emperor for food has been good. The emperor still have the nerve to send people to check their food? As for whether they have food, the emperor knows very well. He has long received news. Said these 3 families are very best. Everywhere to buy food. Pei family even spent a large price. Said people to buy overseas. What are you guys doing? The emperor was in a bad mood. All of you, get out of the way. This, your majesty, you, Duke of Xingguo is not too good to say. The eyes that want to speak represents everything. The emperor secretly glared at him, telling him to shut up. In fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to ask the emperor if he could share some of the grain with him when he got it in a while. Judging from this trend just now, the emperor was 100% able to get a batch of grain. Xingguo Gong was not trusting the emperor. What he believed in was the Du siblings. With Du Qian, a young man with a black heart, directing behind the scenes, and Du Wan, a powerful force of suppression, and his son assisting from the side. There was nothing that the 3 of them couldn't do. Sure enough, no matter how those officials denied the grain hoarding, the emperor still ordered to investigate the granary of Ma Shangshu's family. At the same time, in order to show fairness and impartiality, other families will also let people go to take a look. Then, he ordered Pei Hao to lead the forbidden guards, personally go to investigate the granary of each house. Then he arranged Xie Zhang and Mu Xian to assist from the side and follow Pei Hao's command. Du Wan hurriedly jumped down and patted the hem of her coat. Your Majesty, this county princess will go with her to have a look. Permitted? The emperor answered offhandedly. Du Qian just wanted to stand up. Also wanted to go with to take a look. But the emperor looked at him. Qianer, This hour I should go to drink medicine. Next by you instead of me to preside over the dynasty. The matter of the Northwest. Be sure to discuss the results to me. Then Du Qian expressed concern about his identity. Let him try to go back to drink medicine. But also rest well. Here to him no problem. And then also guaranteed that discussion does not produce results. By no means withdraw from the dynasty. The civil and military people below. The county king is a devil all. Regardless of how the civil and military people. The emperor is contented. Letting the Grand Master help leave. In fact, many people know in their hearts. Now Du Qian is using the name of discussing the Northwest to keep the civil and military officials in this hall. Not letting them spread the news outside to cause trouble. The people in this hall are not only the 100 officials. Even the eunuchs guarding next to them cannot excel in leaving the great hall. When the emperor left, also only took away the Grand Master. Even accompanied by the imperial eunuchs all stayed. This is to avoid the eyes of someone who is among them. The things in the courtroom will be transmitted to the outside of the palace. It is always good to be careful. Due to Du Qian's strict defense, there was really no news from outside. Pei Hao brought a large number of forbidden guards and informed Gu Li to arrange for officials and soldiers from the Imperial City Department to maintain law and order and seal the roads. Then the forbidden guards were divided into 3. It was Du Wan's suggestion to have Xie Zhang and Mu Xian each lead a team of forbidden guards. When you go to search for the grain first. When you find the location of the grain, you don't have to rush to move it. First write it down, then leave some people to watch it before moving on to the next house. This is to prevent the family behind from receiving the news to take precautions. Du Wan added. Also, check the general ledger. What ledger? Mu Xian asked the question. Looking for the account books of officials' embezzlement? No. It's to the main housewife's place. About the account book of the annual grain harvest. Chapter 583 Harvest out of one's expectation. When Xie Zhang heard the county mistress say this, he instantly understood her intentions. Du Wan turned to stare at Xie Zhang. Work well. Don't play with your heart. Yes. Will not insult my orders. Xie Zhang lowered his eyes and bowed his head, respectfully answering. Mu Xian always felt that there was something strange between the two people. That there was something that he did not know. Turning to him, he raised his head and looked at Pei Hao, who was standing on the side, and realized that there was no difference in his expression, and suspected that he was being paranoid. So, the search was done according to areas. One person is responsible for an area. Whoever finishes first goes to help others. Pei Hao was supposed to be the main person in charge. But in the end, Du Wan snatched away the command. He stood quietly by the side, letting her do it, and found that her idea was actually quite good. More unexpected than what he had thought. Set off. Go to Ma Shangshu's residence. Du Wan thought of Ma Suqin. Hearing that the person had already married far away from the south, Pei Hao mounts his horse and extends his hand towards her again. Come up. Want a ride? Can I ask for another horse? Du Wan felt that she should pay attention to her image when she was out and about. Pei Hao wouldn't tell her that he deliberately didn't let anyone go to give her a ride. Any more of this, and you'll be delayed. Oh! Du Wan put her white jade-like hand on his big hand, with his palm against her hand. Her hand becomes smaller and smaller, more and more slender and good-looking. Pei Hao pulled her onto the horse and sat in front of him. Depart? Drive. Heave. Heave. Hey, hey, hey. Behind them, the forbidden guards got on their horses and followed the couple. When the guards arrived at the Ma mansion, the first thing they did was to block the entrances and exits of the Ma mansion, forbidding people from entering or leaving. As soon as the concierge saw the forbidden guards coming to the door, he was terrified and ran to report to his master. 2 guards went in first and opened the main door. A group of forbidden guards came in a line, letting all the people in the residence gather together first. Obviously, they came to check the granary. But Pei Hao and Du Wan made it look like they were copying the family and exterminating the clan. Du Wan is not the slightest bit guilty. Exploiting a nobleman's stuff is better than exploiting a county's people. Because Du Wan knows that even if the food in these people's houses is expropriated, the nobles will still be nobles. And they won't starve. These people are accustomed to calculating, and tend not to put their eggs in one basket. Therefore, they would not put all the grain in the mansion, and would usually build the granary outside. No matter how big the Ma mansion is, the place to put the grain is still very easy to find, especially with the existence of Du Wan as a cheat. just by walking around the Ma mansion. Even the most secretive granary could be dug out. The Ma mansion's grain storage was larger than Do-won expected. On the surface of the small granary is not full. Only a small half of the storage. Every day there will be people to take the grain to use. However, after Do-won's search, she also found 2 underground grain storage. The entrance is sealed. If not for Do-won's ability, it is really difficult to find out. A professional grain official came to count and estimate, saying that there were at least 500 tons of grain stored here. Do-won froze. She knew that the nobles would be very rich. She never thought that they would be so rich that they would store so much grain in just one mansion. 500 tons of grain is 1,000,000 pounds of grain. Ma-duh. It's this princess who is too small. Too small. Do-won wanted to curse her mother before she asked these people to donate some grain seeds. It was as if her parents had died. Pei-hao couldn't understand her words. What do you want to say? I asked them to donate some grain seeds before, but they all cried poverty. Do-won snorted coldly. Originally, I just wanted to take the ones from their government. Then the ones from one government are so much. Won't the ones from outside the government be even more? Ha. Right. Pei-hao was convinced of his daughter-in-law. Who doesn't know that powerful people have a lot of food in their hands? The problem is who dares to do so like the county princess. No one. Another person really can't do it. Pei-hao's family has a lot of soldiers. Has long been in need of food. But also secretly with people to buy a high price. More people are dead not sell. Hard to say that there is no food. So hard that he had to send people to risk to go abroad to buy. But the risk of crossing the ocean is too great. Out of the people who cannot come back safely is still 2 sides of the coin. If there is no one back, not only blood money, but also no food. Even so, Pei family did not dare to move these people. Firstly, the identity is not right. Secondly, there are too many scruples. Also cannot move. At this time, Pei-hao learnt that Do-won had hit on the idea of these people to hide the granary. Before going to the court, they did not expect to be able to do this. Pei-hao was excited, but his face was calm and collected. Daughter-in-law, how did you think of this? Sitting in the hall, listening to them bickering. I thought of it on the spot. Do-won said casually. It could not be denied that she did think of it temporarily. Ha ha ha. Pei-hao laughed out loud. Every time her daughter-in-law encounters a difficult problem, she has the habit of temporarily remembering the powerful nobles in the capital. This is the most interesting thing. Usually the first thing that comes to mind is how to scrape off a layer of oil from the rich merchants or the people. And his daughter-in-law also have this idea. Only change the object. Will be rich merchants and people replaced by the capital's big families and the dynasty of power and wealth. Every time after the exploitation. But also let a person have nothing to say. The daughter-in-law is obvious. It's just a blatant robbery. But what can be done about her? Recorded this family. And then to the next family. Horsehouse masters, including subordinates, are very strange. Not a copy of the family extermination? How suddenly left. From the main housewife and the big housekeeper, those searched out some account books. Boxed. Put a seal. And then take away. Mrs. Shangshu quickly wanted to send people to inquire. As a result, the person who sent to report back that there are still some forbidden guards outside the gate. Before the matter is confirmed, it is forbidden to go out of the house. Do-won and Pei-hao went to the next house, searched out the granary, recorded it again, and did not order it to be moved immediately. Go to the next house again. Each time the operation is first surrounded the house. The people are driven to a courtyard. This is to avoid the eye line to start searching, and then count the number of grain storage, and then go to find the general account book of the house. Pick a few key books to load the box seal to take away. Of course, not every mansion had a large amount of grain, but most of the mansions do. Knowing that the homes of these powerful people love to have a secret room or storage room, and so on. There were times when Do-won was almost dazzled by the large amount of treasures that these people had privately hidden. Fortunately, she had a good heart. Not the type of person who sees something good and is herself. Do-won understands that the focus this time is to ask for food. Letting them bleed is fine. Losing some of the food is nothing. And then looting away people's money is forcing them to rebel. If these people are angry, all run to support the Northwest Wei family. How to do? That would be quite troublesome. At that time, she would still have to take action to clean them all up. After Xie Zhang in the original story ascended the throne, it seemed that he had bloodied all these people. The massive wealth that was raided from these people, and then governing this country? Crap. So heartwarming. Chapter 584. His daughter-in-law is skinny again. That dangerous idea was limited to heartwarming. As long as this country's system remained the same. After the powerful and wealthy had killed one batch, there would be another batch. Xie Zhang in the original story wiped out all these people. And those who were loyal to him and followed him. Didn't they end up becoming new powerful people again? And with the passage of time, it was a cycle. As long as these people were willing to cooperate. Duan didn't think about having to drive people to extinction. 2 or 3 hours later, the 3 groups of people converged and compared the recorded grain. Duan and Pei Hao recorded the most. Xie Zhang's the second and Mu Xian's the least. However, the total amount of grain added up is really not a small amount. Enough to temporarily alleviate the food crisis in the country today. Mu Xian is a bit unconvinced. The difference is a bit big. Xie Qi and I don't have half of what you guys have. How did you guys find it? County Princess? It shouldn't be It's a matter of ability. Pei Hao smiled calmly. Xie Zhang was non-committal and quickly guessed the key. County Lord and Pei Shizi are the ones who found the hidden granary. My humble servant also wanted to find it. But unfortunately not much was found. Not surprising. Wait for me to check it over. Duan flipped through the booklet they both recorded and was not too satisfied. Mu Xian's spirit came. I want to go along. Can I? Yes. But it's not as fast as if I were to do it myself. Duan's language of dislike was not hidden. Mu Xian covered his chest, feeling that he had been underestimated. But damn it. He still wanted to follow and see. He had always been very curious about the county princess's ability. Really? Too curious. Xie Zhang suddenly spoke out. My humble servant would also like to go along. Duan lifted her head and gave him a strange look. Then gave a soft hum and did not refuse. The group of people went over lightly and briefly. Due to the small number of people brought there, the speed was much faster. According to the rule of proximity, first went to check Mu Xian's records. There were a total of 8 homes. From the first home, Duan found the hidden granary. The next 7 homes. Only 3 homes were not found. The hidden grain always exceeded what Mu Xian had previously found out. Mu Xian looked dumbfounded. Sheriff, how did you do it? Oh, I can find out if I want to. Duan for her own ability. Even Pei Hao did not all confide. There is no way. Who let me be a small genius in martial arts practice. Casually practice can become a top expert. This is a matter of talent. Is born. Others cannot learn. Next save hundreds of the next hundreds of words of praise are omitted. Mu Xian. Pei Hao. Daughter-in-law is skinny again. But it is Xie Zhang's hands that are hidden in his sleeves that are shaking a little bit. Uncontrollable. It's heart palpitations. Mu Xian did not know something. Xie Zhang knew some secrets. Perhaps he had once detected some extraordinary secrets in the Protectorate Temple. There are some monks in the Protectorate Temple who are so powerful that they don't even look like mortals. He knew of a monk who looked like that 15 years ago. And 15 years later, he still looked the same. And he once witnessed an old monk flying down from the top of a cliff. And finally landed on the ground peacefully. Just like an immortal. The monk even looked at him from afar. At that time, he was obviously hidden in the dark. Obviously should not be discovered. But that monk still knew. That extraordinary ability just like the princess. As if the world's secrets? Only they do not want to know. There is nothing they do not know. For example, the county princess just casually walk around. Deep in the underground grain silo will have nothing to hide. After that, they went to check Xie Zhang's families and found 4 more hidden granaries. Duan was satisfied. Good. Enough for a while. At this time, Xie Zhang suddenly asked, Sheriff, are you still looking for those hidden grain? Duan patted the record booklet and said with a smile, Go back to the main hall and ask them first. If they admit that they have it, then go and find it out. If they don't admit it, they will find out that it is ownerless. Even better. Ha 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 ha. This move is too damaging. Mu Xian did not hold back the laughter for a moment. Pei Hao's cool gaze looked at him. What did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Mu Xian hurriedly found an excuse. Ha ha ha. I'll go find some more people to move the grain. There's so much grain. If the number of people is small, we can't finish moving it. There's no hurry. Use it before you move it. Duan called out to the people. Mu Xian froze. You are not afraid that someone will move away in the middle of the journey? Duan coldly said. Just in time. Copy the family to make up for it. How can this be? Isn't the princess afraid that those people will go crazy? Mu Xian wiped the cold sweat for his own cousin. Married a daughter-in-law who can cause trouble. Quite difficult. Contrary to what Mu Xian thinks. Pei Hao actually agrees with Duan's idea. Including Xie Zhang. They all think this is a good idea. Xie Zhang is aware that there are still guards guarding the grain in the original place. And if he arranges for people to move it, it is possible that the process of moving it will be tampered with by some people. Several people return to the palace to resume their duties. The 100 officials in the hall. Still forced to discuss the matter of the Northwest. One hungry stomach rumbling. But Du Qian do not need to starve. Because the emperor somehow even ordered a dish of crystal dumplings to him. Said he could not eat. Reward him a dish. Du Qian initially for that dish of crystal dumplings. Actually do not want to eat. He had to know that there was still his old father down there. In the end, he ate 2 of them to show his filial piety. And asked the palace staff to serve the rest to do extra horse harness by the side of a team. Then do extra horse harness by the side of a team called on the Duke of Jinghua. And the 2 of them shared the food. This wave of hate value pulled full. Du Qian does not care is. Everyone has not discussed the results. The Minister of Rights suddenly stood out. We all have our own opinions. It's not a matter of discussing further. Or ask the county king to decide. When a minister heard this, his brain flashed. And he stood out and agreed. I agree with what the Minister of Rights said. Please ask the county king to make a decision. Next, one after another came forward. All asking Du Qian to decide. Du Qian looked at them with a smile on his face. One by one, they learnt their lesson. Since everyone thinks so, this matter will be decided by this county king. Well, I think the previous Minister of War was right. It is indeed inappropriate to make a big fuss at the moment. Princess Jiao Yang's suggestion is also very good. So let Minister Ma make a trip to the Northwest first, and try to convince the Wei family to surrender. If it really doesn't work, then consider it separately. There was silence all around. Truly quiet as a chicken. Discussions come and go. The result? Back to the beginning. Shen Guigong can't figure out. Previously made a fuss. Not to gather grain and grass to fight? He looked to the side of the do extra horse harness by the side of a team. Asked in a low voice, what does your son think? Do you really support the war? Do extra horse harness by the emperor's side asked in a low voice. The Duke of Jinghua was helpless. The Northwest Wei family won't keep pressing on. Currently, there is a shortage of food everywhere in the country. And the desolate Northwest will only become more so. They will definitely swing north or south in order to stay alive. And use the war to feed the war. Let's watch first. Do extra horse harness by the side of a team did not say that his daughter would make a move. Chapter 585 Little girl curses the courtiers. At the time when the civil and military officials thought that they could finally retire from the court. As if Du Qian had counted on the time. A few people from Duan came back. As well as the forbidden guards carrying a batch of boxes with seals into the main hall. Duan walked in front. The others followed behind her, as if they were guards. Duan moved her stool to Du Qian's side before sitting down. Du Qian asked. Sister, how is the investigation going? Not too good, Duan said with a dark face. The officials below thought that what the county princess said was not good, was that the grain was not investigated. And they were secretly breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the truth is often cruel. Duan's face sank. How much this county princess believed in everyone when she left. Thinking that everyone who said so sincerely and cried so sadly was really not hoarding grain at home. But just never expected. The little girl's pain look was extraordinarily heartbreaking. You all went so far as to not have a single word of truth in the great hall. One said to the face. Another said behind the back. Deceiving the king. Do you guys know that? This is deceiving the king. One by one. Are you all impatient to live? At those words, the faces of the civil and military officials turned white. This development was different from what they had imagined. Could it be that they thought wrong? Had the grain been found? Du Qian almost laughed. He knew that his sister was definitely putting on a show. At the same time, he didn't believe that these officials would not have grain stored in their homes. The main thing was that with his sister on the scene, it was impossible that he couldn't find the hidden grain. It's just that he didn't expect his sister to be this naughty. Ha! Too funny! Pei Hao similarly found it funny how the little girl sitting up there looked cute. It really was never tiring to look at. Mu Xian also found it very funny. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have definitely clapped his hands. Xie Zhang also felt enlightened, only to see Du-Wan pointing at the courtiers again. You, 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 and you. Minister Ma, didn't you vow to say that you have no grain at home before? Who knew that you have built 2 large grain silos in your house? There are 500 tons of grain. Oh, a county can be fed. And you? Didn't you say that you are falsely fat? How much grain do you have stored at home? Do you remember? I've written it down for you. And you? Didn't you say that drinking water makes you fat? The grain hoarded at home is enough for you to eat alone for several lifetimes. One by one. You know how to fool the emperor and fool us. How much more has been stored outside? Give an honest account. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. The offense of deceiving the king is punishable by the death of the family. Du-Wan said the last 2 words with a loud voice, and then took out 3 pamphlets, and personally told the approximate number of grain stored in these homes. The evidence of hoarding grain was conclusive, and the crime of deceiving the king could not be washed away. At the same time, she also pointed to the boxes of sealed account books. Said their annual harvest are recorded, but the number of grain in the granary far more than the above record. Where does the extra grain come from? This simply gave no explanation. Either way, it's a violation of the law, and the officials below are kneeling on the ground. Those who have no ghosts in their hearts. Their faces are naturally straight, and their backs are straight. Those who have ghosts in their hearts, even those who are named, have their backs drenched in sweat and cold sweat. But in their hearts, they hated Du-Wan to the core. If she hadn't come forward today, if she hadn't caused so much trouble, she wouldn't have been charged with deceiving the king. Ma Xiangshu was even ashen. The situation in front of him was very unfavorable, and his mind was in a mess. Today he did have the behavior of deceiving the king. The emperor, as long as he wants, immediately can seize this handle to put all the Ma family members in jail. The more anxious he was about how to break the situation, the more clueless he became. Ma Xiangshu secretly turned his head to look in the direction of the Marquis of Dingbei. Ma Xia, 2 families are friends. I hope to be able to look at the friendship between the 2 families, to say a few good words for him. It was a pity that Marquis Dingbei did not look over. So he turned to see Xie Zhang. Xie Xianyan? Xie Zhang, who had been prompted by Du-Wan, acted as if he hadn't heard, but secretly moved over a little towards Ma Xiangshu's side. This allowed Ma Xiangshu to see hope. Taking advantage of the above county princess and the county king were whispering, Ma Xiangshu knelt again and moved a little closer towards Xie Zhang's side. Xie Xianyan, help please show a way to live. Xie Zhang deliberately looked towards the other scared officials, lowered his head and whispered, the law is not responsible for breaking the grain. Ma Xiangshu had been immersed in the officialdom for decades, but just now, he was too confused and scared by the offense of deceiving the king. Now, after Xie Zhang's reminder, he immediately figured out the key. Today, many officials like him, in the courtroom, believe in the words, now food check out. It also constitutes the offense of deceiving the king. But the law is not to blame. I hope that he can act in conjunction with the sheriff and take the initiative to hand over the grain hoard outside in order for the emperor to pardon their entire family. Ma Xiangshu looked at Xie Zhang. Is it feasible? It's feasible. Xie Zhang gave a firm look. So, Ma Xiangshu got into the trap, and was about to make up for his mistake. But Du Qian from above spoke again. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the granaries you built outside, and this county king will personally plead with the emperor on your behalf. Then, Du Qian also to the side of the palace people commanded, you go to all the adults to prepare a pen and ink. Write down the things to explain, so that there is no fear of mistakes and omissions. If you hide anything, I'm sorry, I can't even help you. This means, if you don't give an honest account, the offense of deceiving the king is going to be realized? This is really too much. The problem is that they earlier also really lied to the emperor. Now they can be considered to see through. This pair of siblings today set up a set. Actually, all set them in. In the end, these people kneeled in place, lying down, and wrote out the location of the stored grain. Du-Wan for these people to store a lot of grain really is a refreshing her cognition. Big brother, grain is not always yield is not high. They actually stored so much grain. Du Qian flipped through the 3 booklets. It should have been stored for some years. How long can the grain in the granary be stored? Du Wan was vague about this concept, remembering the deepest impression from her previous life. There were reports of digging up granaries from 1,000 years ago. The grain did not go bad for 1,000 years. And when taken out, it could still sprout. At this point, Du Qian replied, it's not a problem to store it for 10 or 20 years. Du Wan suddenly thought of a possibility. Big brother, do you think there will be any ownerless granaries out there? There are. Mainly because you can find them. Du Qian smiles and snaps. Finding it is yours. Du Wan rolled her eyes at him. How to find it? Does it want her to walk through every inch of Great Qin's land? The first person to deliver and finish writing was Ma Shangshu. People who understand will follow Ma Shangshu's example and give an honest account. There were some who only wrote about a granary. A few insisted that there was none outside. The siblings read through what the eunuch presented. Chapter 586. 3 Dynasties Back to the Door over O. Du Qian reads it, and then has someone go and collate it into a book. Sister, do you think any of them lied? Yes. Some will be lucky. Du Wan replied with a smile. There were some people who inevitably had a lucky break. But she was not without a solution. These courtiers personally handed over the grain silos. Adding up to 38. Du Qian immediately deployed troops to guard the grain silos in various places. At this time, it was necessary for the Duke of Jin, Uncle Nanyang and Marquis Dingbei to step in. 3 people have hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It is time to go out for a while. Du Qian also promised that they go to guard the grain silos. We'll take out half of the grain to be their barracks pay. The 3 were satisfied at the same time. Recently, they had been anxious every day for food. Du Qian's promise just solved their pressing problem. Of course, they did not know that this batch of grain was not that good. Sure enough, Du Qian said with a smile, when we pass by, we will settle the bandits along the way and return peace to the world. Of course, I also hope that the 3 of you will not let the emperor down. The 3 veteran generals still respectfully responded. This matter was not yet finished. Du Qian would also send another disaster relief team along with him by the way. They will not obstruct the march. Nor will they participate in your banditry fight. They will only provide relief to the people according to the local situation. And they will also solve the high local food prices. But I hope that the 3 of you can guarantee their safety. After all, this will be the hope of the people of the Great Qin Kingdom now. These people would not be found from the government. Mainly because Du Qian could not trust them. He deployed people from his clan to participate. This was a competition for merit. Next, Du Qian passed down one order after another, with the Duke of Jin going to fight the bandits. Mu Xian didn't need to go, but was responsible for guarding the grain silos in the capital. After having food, there are more things to do all of a sudden. Pei Hao stayed at the palace to help Du Qian. Du Wan went to find Xie Zhang alone. This magistrate is going to solve those who are withholding information. Yes, my humble servant will go and sort out the news. Xie Zhang seems to guess what she wants to do. Du Wan sighed in admiration. Doing things with smart people, not having to think, is great. As expected, it did not take long for Xie Zhang to collate a piece of information. It was some very secretive things, including those people's criminal records, evidence and whatnot. In addition, it was labeled that So and So's house might still exist in the granary. Du Wan was puzzled and asked, how do your people know the location of their granaries? Just the approximate location. Xie Zhang explained the situation. I investigated their private industry and arranged some people to keep an eye on where the grain went when it was collected every year. Some of them would always disappear to this location. I've checked that there is no organization around here that needs large amounts of grain. So it could be a secret granary. Du Wan silently gave him a thumbs up in her heart. Worthy of being the male lead. Taking one step forward and saving for a rainy day. Only to hear Xie Zhang added, my humble servant didn't take it out before because I was afraid of affecting Sheriff Master's plan. Sheriff Master won't blame me. Right? No blame. It's just right to take it out now. Du Wan's finger flicked the information. Smiling happily. Go. Take people to take down all these insensitive guys. Once again deceiving the king and ignoring his superiors. What's the use of keeping them? Yes, sir. Xie Zhang answered and went to do as he was told. The Forbidden Guard's big action. One after another minister's home was investigated. The capital is spreading. In the past 2 years, The officials in the capital have changed from one batch to another, and the people have become accustomed to it. But the officials in the imperial court have been living with fear and trembling, fearing that at some point the accusation will be placed on their own heads. Today, the county princess has suddenly become powerful again, personally raided 5 houses, and all the families were imprisoned. It is those few people who insist that there is no granary outside. When a piece of evidence in front of them, there are 3 angry to vomit blood fainting. 2 are as dead as ashes. Regret is too late. They should not have taken any chances. Other people see those few people's houses were raided, especially Ma Shanshu, but also a burst of happiness. Thankfully did not play clever. Otherwise the end will be the same as them, because even conceal several officials were implicated, was dismissed and investigated, but fortunately, is not involved in the family. In the imperial study room, Du Jin was reading the documents on his desk. Du Wan is flipping through some information. Big brother. 3 dynasties back to the door over oh. Du Qian looks up in confusion, immediately thinking of something. He is a bit vain. I forgot for a moment. What a coincidence. I also forgot. Du Wan suddenly showed a big smile at him. Du Qian instantly cried and laughed. It's also true. Pei Hao has been equally busy. It's everyone who is busy. Du Wan handed him a pamphlet. This concealment of property, tax evasion is quite serious. Does every family have it? Yes. This is a common phenomenon. It can't be eliminated. It's been like this since the founding of Qin. And it's never stopped. Those rich people can always find loopholes to hide large amounts of property. Du Wan said. Big brother. You can have a big census. And all the fields that are not registered will be state-owned. Then centralize them and auction them off. This way it changes hands once. You can make a fortune to enrich the state treasury. And you can also re-register these fields. I thought you were going to distribute the fields to the people. The people will allow them to open up the fields. And there will be no tax for the first 5 years on the open fields. Du Wan thought that Qin had a policy of not charging tax for the first few years of opening up the land. But when she looked up, there was none. Du Qian recorded what his sister said. This matter is not suitable for the time being. We need to wait for some time before announcing it. That's right. We need to go around and collect the available evidence. Sister is great. How about you take over the emperor's duties? Du Qian puts down her pen. Is really thinking this way. She finds that her sister occasionally mentions so 1 or 2 sentences are extraordinarily useful. Du Wan glared at him. Come on, Les. If you do that again, I won't help you. Big brother is just saying. I can't afford to let you do such a hard job. Du Qian immediately spoke again with a straight face, changing his words so fast that even he almost didn't recognize himself. However, the issue of the census of the field still needed to be discussed again. Right now, the problem of food is being solved. And there is also the undecided matter of the Northwest. So wait for the Northwest to be sure before proceeding with this step. Du Qian talked to Du Wan about this matter. And Du Wan felt that it could be done. 1 step at a time. Cannot rush. Otherwise, there are too many people who are in a hurry to jump over the wall. So I am afraid that I cannot prevent it. Du Qian closed the last zhang fold. Sister, pay attention to safety lately. Nowadays the people who hate both of us to die have the number of an army battalion. I told mother not to go out of the house recently. And also decline visitors. The number of people protecting father's side has also doubled. There's not much of a problem on my side. It's just that big brother needs to be more careful. Heh. This is underestimating brother? Du Qian raised his sword brows. Du Wan smiled cheekily. No. Absolutely not. It's just that I'm too strong and it looks like you're a bit weak. Scram. I don't want to see you for now. Du Qian laughed and scolded, with a look of telling her to get out. Du Wan patted her bum and stood up, and really rolled to see Pei Hao. Chapter 587. The siblings who messed up behind the scenes. There was a lot of commotion in the court. It was so big that the emperor couldn't even ignore it if he wanted to. In fact, what Du Qian did, the secret guards would soon report. Just that whenever he saw these things, he couldn't help but be worried. And at the same time a little bit secretly happy. The emperor slowly put down the medicine bowl. You say, am I getting old? Not old. Not old at all. The emperor is in his prime, and can still live to 99. The Grand Master bowed and said nice words. The emperor laughed. Old thing. I mean the mind is old. Not as good as Qian or Liang duo. The Grand Chief Steward didn't dare to take this. The Emperor restrained his smile again. I'm afraid that it's not over. You are worried that someone is dying to fight back. More than that. The siblings are too young and impetuous, touching the interests of too many people. They were able to solve quite a few problems by doing so. But they also gave birth to more problems, all still unfavorable to them. What the Emperor was worried about was not that Great Qin was being played out, but that those who were strong were easily broken. One could only send a little more manpower to protect them. The Emperor's concern was not without reason. The next assassinations of Du Wan and Du Qian came every now and then. The side of Du Xian Ma's psychic was also not peaceful. There were always people who could not kill the siblings and turn to their relatives. There was even a time when an assassin tried to sneak into the princess' residence to go against the eldest princess and the child, only for that person to be shot just as he sneaked through the second gate. There were also some people who actually arranged for bandits to go to the Du family village. These people had no return at all. Not even a single splash was stirred up. Likewise, Du Wan's retaliation was quick. With her ability to find out the real culprit, it just takes a bit of time, and is not as difficult as one might think. In addition, there is also a Xie Zhang behind the scenes, from time to time to provide some clues. Really a catch. As a result, any assassin sent by the curtain to kill her and Du Qian would die every other day. Those who dared to touch their family members would have their entire family exterminated, and they would all die silently. From time to time, people die violently in the capital, and the whole family is destroyed, no matter who the other party is, in what position. It is this period of time died 2 dukes of state, 3 marquis. As well as the violent death of the officials in the dynasty, there are several. One of them is Ma Shangshu, and was destroyed. A family is the Yongping marquis. Once that flamboyant Miss was, she did not escape a death. No one knew who the murderer was. After 2 or 3 days, several rich merchants in the capital were listed on various charges, copied and confiscated. After the mastermind was beheaded, all the family members were exiled. There was also an assassin organization, What House, which was wiped out overnight. A pile of strange cases, one after another. Still cannot find the real killer. But what should be guessed is guessed. These people died before either the Du family siblings were attacked, or Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team was assassinated, and so on. Xie Zhang, who was involved in providing clues behind the scenes, couldn't help but feel shaky every time he heard that someone had died. Someone had died violently, and someone's family had been wiped out. Especially when he heard that a certain assassin organization with 100 years of inheritance had its experts wiped out in a single night. He even exhaled deeply. Was this something done by a human being? No. It wasn't a human. The people outside were not clear about the murderer. But Xie Zhang was clear about it, because the headquarters and branches of the killer organizations, including the addresses of the training camps, were all provided by him one by one to the sheriff. Even amongst those who were killed violently, and whose families were exterminated, there was a share of credit for him. Xie Zhang suddenly wiped a cold sweat for the Northwest Wei family. Rebellion? No. This isn't a rebellion. This is a case of disliking a life that is too long. Once again, he was glad that he was quicker to goad and managed to stop his father from committing suicide. Otherwise, the day when they rebelled, it might be the day when he fell asleep. The day when the Xie family was extinguished. 2 months have passed. Summer. The weather was hot. The people outside who had once had a mind to do something were instead scared cold. All of them shrinking their heads to be human. It wasn't that they didn't want to have action. They were slower than those dead guys. So much slower. Maybe a little bit wanting to pick up the slack. Waiting for the others to make the first move, and then finding the right opportunity to kill them with a single blow. Now it seemed that the siblings were still as steady as Mount Tai. The ones who died were those who had bad intentions towards them. The great powers of the capital were almost reshuffled, and no one dared to have crooked thoughts anymore. Faced with the Du siblings are in awe. Me are respectful. Lowly as a small, the family of the princess's house finally resumed their peaceful days. However, Du Qian more busy, to blame for the recent death of several officials in positions of responsibility. The dynasty is extremely neat people. Du Qian issued a royal list, recruiting the world's talents. In due course, Du Wan looked at Xie Zhang again. Xie Zhang was silent for a long time, and silently presented another list, regarding the information about the talents that can be created from all over the world. Once Gu Li was one of them, but he was cut off by Du Wan and Pei Hao. Now Gu Li has long been promoted step by step by Du Qian, and has become Du Qian's right-hand man. Du Wan took the long list, not even had the patience to read it, and handed it to Du Qian. Du Qian was like a treasure, and was happy for a long time. Sister, you are really brother's lucky star. Every time I fret about something, you can always provide something. Hee hee. Du Wan smiled meaningfully. Big brother, your lucky star isn't me. It's the famous capital city's Xie talent as well. The things that Xie Zhang had prepared for more than 10 years were thus unearthed by Du Wan piece by piece. Of course, Du Qian, a stroke of the pen, said what Ma Shangshu died of an acute illness. The Ministry of War cannot be a long-term shortage of leadership, etc. Now need to be promoted without qualification. Let Xie Zhang to go to the top. Thus, the history of the youngest secretary of the Ministry of War came out. The capital seemed to explode all of a sudden. This time can best show Xie Zhang's great popularity. Thousands of fans. And now he has become a big member of the court. The official in the Ministry of Military Affairs is even more haloed. Successfully, the siblings this period of time of brutal killings. Kill the people's fear of the matter suppressed. The two siblings silently high-fived. Perfect. Except for the northwestern part of the Great Qin Kingdom. The situation is improving everywhere. The Duke of Jin, Uncle Nanyang, and Marquis of Dingbei each led their own troops to guard the grain silos, and then cleared out the bandits and roving bandits in the surrounding area. As for the men who had previously traveled all the way with the army, their abilities startled the three veteran generals. These people, almost all of whom were members of the Du clan, participated in the management of the granary, stabilizing and balancing the price of food and rescuing the people in the surrounding area, and had already begun to show results. It was also this time that many people really got to see the legendary huge depth and strength of the Du clan. There were talents from all walks of life, including the ever-standing Tian Money Bank, the owner behind which was the Du clan. The Tian Money Bank is a very special existence in the hearts of the people of the country, symbolizing a powerful and mysterious force in this land. Because even though the country changed one after another, Tian Money Bank still existed, just as special as the Protectorate Temple. On the contrary, Du Wan also knew one more thing. The capital's Tian Academy, which specializes in accepting poor students, has also been operated by the Du clan at a loss. Chapter 588 Master Sheets's upcoming trip. In the Imperial Study Room, there were only the siblings. Even the palace men waiting at the side were all dismissed by Du Qian. Sister, Big Brother is discussing something with you. Du Qian spoke in a low voice. Du Wan is holding a bowl of chilled fruit juice and drinking. What is it? Just say it directly. Do you still remember the rebels in the north hidden in the mountains? Yes. The Imperial Court hasn't dealt with it yet? Of course Du Wan remembers the rebels there. At that time she was in a bad mood. Those people even crashed up. She didn't kill anyone, but crippled a large number of people. I thought Uncle had sent someone to solve it. Du Qian said helplessly. That rebel army is hidden within the big mountains. It's not easy to besiege them. Then first cut off their food supply and force them to come out of the mountains themselves. There's also that village in the mountains. There should be people who are their eyes. This Big Brother is clear, and earlier arranged for someone to find out. After a period of time to find out the facts. It was already known that the person behind the rebel army was surnamed Feng. The original wife of Great General Wei was surnamed Feng. This rebel leader was none other than Great General Wei's great uncle, who was said to be capable of riding and fighting. And the Feng family's business is doing great, mainly operating gambling houses and greenhouses, as well as the business of human trade, making a lot of black-hearted silver. Du Qian added, part of the money earned by the Feng family was sent to the northwest, and part of it was purchased for grain and grass and secretly transported to the northern side. I suspect that there is likely to be an iron mine in that big mountain, which is what I guessed from the weapons of that group. But when I sent my men to check it out, they didn't find out for the time being. It's very deeply hidden. The Wei family wants to rebel. It seems that it is not a matter of a day or two. Du Wan had not thought of this. Du Qian smiled faintly. Then what did you think? I thought that the Wei family was forced to rebel. Qin Yu could have fixed Wei Xiu as if she was worse than death at that time. And in the end, Wei Xiu still died, right in the hands of the royal family. According to how the Wei family favored Wei Xiu, it would be strange if they didn't do something. Why don't you think about the reason why Wei Xiu can live so arrogantly in the northwest? The Wei family has long been in control of the northwest. Guess so. Du Qian laughed. But no reward. Du-Wan laughed without good humor. You have a reward I can look at? Alright. Alright. Tell me what you want to discuss with me. Cough. Du Qianxin coughed twice. Just want to talk to you. I want to send someone to go to the north to deal with this matter. But also the sooner the better. My sister is unable to leave the capital for the time being. So I want to. Du-Wan stared at him with her arms hugging her chest, waiting for him to continue. Under his sister's urgent gaze, Du Qian said stiffly, I want to send Pei Chengming over. I've thought about it again and again. Only he is capable of handling this matter. That is, there is a certain amount of danger. More than dangerous? If according to your guess there might be an iron ore mine, then in all likelihood there will be a weapons workshop in addition to digging for iron. Would such an important place not be heavily guarded? Du-Wan spoke with a sullen face, not too happy at the thought of Pei Hao going on a risky journey. Du Qian just knew that it was a bit dangerous, which was why he discussed it with his sister. The situation over in the north could not be delayed any longer. Du-Wan thought in a different way. Big brother, why don't I go to the northwest? You want to capture a thief? It's a battle between two armies. Destroy the leader first. He was still not as ferocious as his sister's idea. Du Qian of course knew that his sister's idea was good. The problem is, do you dare to leave the capital? This situation in the capital must have you sitting on it. Who knows if the people who are trying to kill us behind the scenes will actually be gone. When Du-Wan used to leave the capital to kill people, she used to hide her tracks and leave the capital in disguise. But it wouldn't be away for a long time. At most 2 or 3 days before showing her face in front of people. When the extermination of that killer organization, it was not solved by her alone. She only solved the killer headquarters. The branches and training camps and other places were solved by a group of strong people in the clan. Northwest from the capital is too far. This go back and forth. Not a month impossible. The other reason why Du-Wan didn't dare to venture away from the capital was because of her family. The people who assassinated them in the back. Their martial arts skills were getting stronger and stronger. And they used all their plots and tricks. One time, they even almost took Du Qian's life. If not for the fact that she happened to arrive in time. Du Qian added, Sister, don't worry too much about Pei Hao's safety. Pei family is not as weak as you think. Oh, is there a secret I don't know? No matter what, it's still a family with heritage, and has cultivated quite a few secret guards. Success? You discuss with him. If he doesn't want to go, you can't force him. Okay. I don't want anything to happen to him either. If Du Qian didn't have no choice, he wouldn't let Pei Hao leave the capital at this time. To deal with the problems in the north, there must be a person who can be trusted and can control the whole situation, and preferably has the ability to protect himself. He thought about it, and still felt that Pei Hao was the most suitable. At the same time, Du Qian decided to arrange Mu Xian to help Pei Hao. The two cousins grew up together, and had a high degree of tacit understanding. So they would certainly do things with half the effort. When Pei Hao was called over, it was no surprise that he agreed. When he saw the little girl's unhappy face, he knew that she was worried about himself. Pei Hao couldn't help but feel sweet in his heart, and pinched her face intimately. Wan, I want to go. Don't worry. In order not to let you worry, I will also protect myself. Really want to go? Pei Hao definitely nodded, his eyes especially glowing. What Du-Wan could understand, Du Qian likewise understood. Men like to take risks, like to be challenged, and want to do something even more. Before, Pei Hao acted casually, and was not keen on things in the court because the situation didn't allow it. Now the situation in the Great Qin state is getting better day by day, and the courtroom is still rarely clear. And he sees a scene that has never been seen before. It's like a big tree that was once rotten and rejuvenated. He, too, is trying to do some work. Now there is a need for him to contribute. Naturally will not excuse himself. On the contrary, it was Mu Xian who secretly received the decree that froze. He escaped to fight the bandits, but not to clean up the rebels? When he learned that Pei Hao was also going, Mu Xian was happy again. He somewhat sympathized with his cousin. The second day of the wedding there was an accident. And then, on the third day, there were things to be busy with. One after the other. Busy as hell. And had to face all sorts of assassinations. Not to mention the young couple's sweet lovemaking. It's not easy to calm down for a few days. And then they have to be sent to the north again? Mu Xian rushed to the State Duke's mansion and met Pei Hao. Pei Hao noticed the gloating under his eyes, and ignored it. Are you ready to come over? Not yet. This just received the secret decree. Mu Xian circled around the Shitzi master. Why are you alone? Where is the county princess? Still in the palace? Well, in the palace. Have you decided when to set off? Of course, the sooner the better. Pei Hao had read the information and knew that this matter could not be delayed any further. You go ahead and prepare. Let people leave the city in batches tomorrow. I will wait for the curfew at night before leaving. Good. Mentioning the main matter, Mu Xian's expression then became serious. Chapter 589. I'll give him cover. The sun was setting, and night was about to draw in. Not long after Mu Xian left, Duan rushed back to the State Duke's mansion from the palace. After asking the people in the mansion, she learnt that Pei Hao was in the Hearing Rain residence. So she went straight to where he was. Duan had just stepped into the bedchamber when she was hugged and forcefully locked in her arms. With this sudden sneak attack, Duan almost reflexively shot out her dead hand. But fortunately, she detected a familiar scent and managed to withdraw her hand in time. Ah, how? Next time don't be like this. All of a sudden it is really too dangerous. What? Don't like it? Like your head. I've encountered too many assassinations lately. I almost made a move on you just now. You know? Duan reached out and pinched the soft flesh of his waist. The pain caused him to cry out in pain and screamed in a particularly aggravated manner. Didn't the man say that he can tolerate pain very well? How come you are screaming so happily instead? If I don't cry out in pain, will you let go so quickly? No. Huh. It's not got to be. Pei Hao lowered his head and kissed her on the cheeks, and then rested his forehead against hers. Wan, I want to leave tomorrow night. You sleep with me tonight. Okay? I think about how I have to be separated for a long time this time. And my heart is very sad. Duan did not refuse. In fact, she was also reluctant to part with it. But he chose to go on his own. What else could she do but respect him? Duan pretended to complain. Who asked you to promise Big Brother? As long as you don't agree, Big Brother won't force you to go. At that time, when Big Brother told me, I didn't even agree to it before he said to let you decide. Yes, it's me who didn't think it through well. How about taking my daughter-in-law away in my pocket? Pei Hao said half-jokingly, deliberately trying to amuse her. Is your pocket big? Can you put me in it? It can. Want to take a look? Let's see. Let's see. Duan's one hand began to make a mess, taking the opportunity to touch him in his armpit. But it was quickly countered. Ha, Ichi. Stop it, bastard. When Pei Hao touched Duan's armpit, he made her laugh heartily. While laughing, he didn't forget to fight back. The two people played around for quite a while. Even the subordinates guarding outside could hear them. They laughed so much that they unknowingly washed away the brooding parting sorrows in their hearts. The underlings prepared hot water. The two people had eaten dinner long ago, and after bathing separately, they laid down on the bed and couch and talked in whispers. It was Pei Hao who deliberately guided her to talk, not letting her think about those things. But of course while talking, he contributed an arm to her as a pillow, and then smoothly embraced her in his arms. Pei Hao said softly, Wan, we've been married for more than 2 months. Right? Yes. It's gone by really fast. Duan seemed as if the marriage was still yesterday. According to the original plan, we should have moved to the county lord's mansion a long time ago. However, since we got married, one thing after another, there have been a lot of storms. Certain people in the capital who are concerned about us have quietly gossiped about it. Do you know how they passed it on? How to pass on? Duan raised her face, looked at him through the faint candlelight, and found that those beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to contain stars, making her stare blankly for a moment. Pei Hao's voice was faint, as if with sadness. Say whether we are not compatible. Not only do they not match, they are still colliding. Duan's heart tightened at his words, and comfortingly kissed the corner of his lips. Don't think too much. It'll be fine after this period of time. Pei Hao is a counter-kiss to his daughter-in-law in his arms, kissing fiercely and violently, not even giving her a chance to catch her breath, making Duan flutter, and at the same time, she almost couldn't hold her breath, struggling a few times before pushing the person away, then panting heavily. Ho. Surname Pei. What are you doing? It was you who kissed me first. That's why I didn't hold back for a moment. Pei Hao smiled roguishly, but his eyes drifted over her delicate lips. Still want to kiss, but hold back. It's troublesome to scare someone away. Pei Hao held back the throbbing in his heart and resigned himself to taking someone into his arms. Alright. Go to sleep. If he didn't sleep, he really would be unable to resist. He doubted if it was a wrong decision for him to have to sleep with her. Just as she scrupled, if not for his good self-control, it was really hard to suppress that restlessness in his heart. It really was a self-inflicted sin that could only be suffered by himself. The two people embraced each other to sleep. The beginning of the eyes are closed, quietly listening to each other's breathing. And then the heart calmed down on each other to sleep. It can be said that this night, Du-Wan rarely had a good night's sleep. It was because in the last 2 months, Du-Wan had been living a tight life. There wasn't much time to relax every day, let alone have a good night's sleep. And most of the night was spent in cultivation. Du-Wan rolled over and got up, stretching. There was no longer Pei Hao's figure by the bedside. He should have woken up long ago. Du-Wan touched her face, pondering. This shouldn't be. Someone got up. She actually didn't even wake up. Walking to the side of the small incense burner. This is to find the reason. Where is the tranquilizing incense? Lit a small section. The corner of Du-Wan's mouth unconsciously curled up, knowing that it was because he was worried that she could not sleep well, and deliberately lit the incense. At this time, Ning Qin came in from outside. Sheriff Master, you have woken up. Well, where is the World Master? Du-Wan looked outside. Shitzi Master went to the government office, so you don't have to wait for him to have breakfast. I'll go wash up. You go have breakfast set up. Du-Wan goes to wash up first, then comes back to get dressed, and goes out to the dining room for breakfast. Ning Qin, how long has Shitzi Master been out? Ning Qin thinks for a moment and says, about an hour. So early. It wasn't even dawn then. It was not. Du-Wan thought that when Pei Hao said to go to the Yamen, it is not necessarily true that it is the Yamen. Pei Hao probably went to deploy manpower, and then arrange people to leave the city secretly. This time, the action must be fast and secretive. There is not much Du-Wan can do to help him. She can only hold the rear for him. After breakfast, Du-Wan went out of the house. First, she went to the princess's residence, and then said do extra horse harness by the side of a team to the government office, and then went to the palace to find Du Qian. She also purposely wandered around the palace for a while, but unfortunately did not see Pei Hao's silhouette. Du Qian looked at her sister's listless appearance. What? Can't give up before the person leaves? What's wrong with being reluctant to leave? I'm not ashamed, Du-Wan admitted with a big smile. Instead, Du Qian held back his jokes. After a long time, Du Qian assured, don't worry. I will cover for him. How? Just watch. Du Qian's so-called cover was to issue a decree to arrest the 3 clans of the Fong family on the day Pei Hao left the capital, and to seize all the properties of the Fong family, including business. When the imperial decree was issued, the officials acted very quickly, as the Wei family in-laws Fong in the northwest after the Wei family rebellion should be implicated. And then it is strange has not seen the government move. Some people also secretly guess that Fong may escape. After 2 or 3 months, Du Qian suddenly made a move against Fong. The attention of all the people was attracted to the Fong family at once. Instead, no one paid attention to Pei Hao's side of the situation. Subsequently, Du Qian acted with great fanfare to firmly attract the attention of outsiders. He also arranged a secret guard whose height and back was very similar to Pei Hao's. And after disguising himself, he would occasionally go in front of people at night. No one really noticed that Pei Hao was long gone from the capital for several days in a row. Du-Wan can only capitalize the word convince for her big brother's operation. Chapter 590 Sisters and Brothers, who are colored by the hearing of it. Du Qian not only cut off the business of the Fong family, but also arrested and investigated those who cooperated with the Fong family and had business dealings. This is to completely cut off certain people's support for the Northwest. Some of the people who supported the Wei family in the Northwest had fallen, and even if they were hidden deeper, they were all found out by Du Qian one by one. The source of the intelligence could be said to be from more than one side of the force, with Xiezhong and the Pei family's side each providing some, most of which were found out by the people Du had arranged. The clan chief recalled the strong men who were scattered all over the place to the clan. Since the founding of the Great Qin Kingdom, it was still the first major movement of the clan. The stone arch bridge in front of the village had been replaced with a suspension bridge. Day and night, personnel were arranged to guard the surroundings of the village, and ordinary people were protected. as long as there are no special circumstances. Generally no one will go out of the village. Du Qian secretly sent Qingjiu, the princess and her brother, back to the clan. After a few days, Du Qian let Su Che temporarily handle the affairs of the Ministry of Household on behalf of his father, and sent his father back to the clan again. Compared to leaving his family in the princess residence, Du Qian trusted the clan more. Su Che had been with Du Qian for such a long time, and was quick to take over his work. This made Du Qian feel a pang of regret whenever he saw him. The talent of a scholar. It really wasn't just words. It was properly a national pillar of talent. If not that, Su Yu almost killed his sister. Their family is afraid that they will not have a feud with the Su family. What a pity. Since Su Che's family's accident, he usually said less and did more. In the past, there might have been unwillingness and resentment, forcing reality to only temporarily lurk. Occasionally, he would think about whether or not the Su family could make a comeback and get out of the dilemma. However, pondering and pondering, Su Che only saw a dark future. The only way to show loyalty to the masters of the princess's residence, to work diligently, to let them see the Su family's loyalty, the Su family's goodness. Perhaps the Su family's juniors will have a chance to restore their good status. The princess's masters were the only hope for the Su family. Now, coldly watching the capital's powerful nobles fall one after another, and family after family disappear, Su Che's mind was never more stable. He was the one who realized a problem. Back then, the Su family was not in trouble. It still could not last long, because the bottom of the Su family was equally unclean. He felt that it was quite good now. At least the family is still in one piece, and the days are peaceful. Du Wan sits on the stone fence outside the imperial study. Looking back inside, Du Qian and Su Che have been discussing for most of the hour. Big brother, it's almost noon. After a while, uncle is going to send someone over. Okay. Wait for another half a quarter of an hour. Du Qian rushed back outside the house. Su Che silently put away the scrolls on the desktop. Why don't you, County King, go eat lunch first? Just let me do the rest of these. Then it's hard on you. I'll have the Imperial Catering Room send you food. Thank you, County King. Su Che bent down and respectfully replied. Du Qian stood up and walked out with big strides. While walking, he also laughed and scolded. Du Wan, knowing that big brother is busy. Even if you don't come to help, you still dare to run to me to be lazy in front of me openly and honestly? Those things and I do not understand. Want to help but also have the heart to not be able to. It's actually some accounts. Too complicated to see her headache. Du Wan jumped off the stone fence and greeted Du Qian. Siblings fight and quarrel. Unknowingly arrived at the emperor's chambers. The emperor has already prepared delicious food and is sitting at the dining table waiting for them. This time you are on time. You don't need me to send someone to call you. Uncle, it was me who reminded big brother. Du Wan smiles as she comes over and sits in the chair next to the emperor. If I didn't remind him, he still doesn't know how long he'll be busy. Qianer, even if you are busy, you should pay attention to your 3 meals. The emperor looks at Du Qian. Okay, listen to you. Du Qian was helpless. Now the emperor's uncle is completely as a shirker. After recuperating for more than 2 months, he can actually deal with part of the imperial government, so that he can be a bit more relaxed. But he alone is still good. Continued to recuperate his body. Before that, Du Wan had previously visited the Protectorate Temple. From Master Yuan Tong, he exchanged a promise for 3 qi-nourishing pills. It wasn't that the old monk didn't want to give more. It was that he only had 3. After returning to the palace, Du Wan gave all the qi-nourishing pills to the emperor. In accordance with the Yarjing statement, the emperor's body previous damage is too large. With these 3 pills, although not his body completely recovered, but also can be raised to 7 or 8. The remaining 2 or 3% and then slowly adjusted. Or can be restored some of the, then before expected, later to be sickly much better. After this, the emperor rare easy, a little happy. 3 people ate a comfortable lunch. After dismissing the left and right, the 3 people were left. The emperor asked, Wan, do you really want to make a trip to the northwest? Well, there is news coming back that the Northwest Army is fully loaded and ready to come at the capital. Du Wan thought of Pei Hao, who has been away from the capital for half a month. In the past, people were around without thinking much about it. And now that she has been away for so long, she hasn't seen anyone again. She admitted that she really misses him. Thinking about this thing. Quite abrasive. So she thought to finish solving the problem in the northwest as early as possible to ease the pressure on Pei Hao's side. This also led to the matter of Du Qian sending all her family members to the clan. Without going about it this way, she was not at ease. As for Du Qian's peace of mind, as long as he didn't go out of the palace, there wasn't much of a problem. Even if he went out of the palace, ordinary assassins wouldn't be able to do him in. Besides, Du Qian promised her not to go out of the palace until she returned, so she should not worry. Du Wan picked up the fragrant tea and took a sip, then said, Ah Hao left the capital for half a month. Although Big Brother did a cover-up, it is inevitable that someone will be suspicious after a long time. There are some people in the capital who are not from the Northwest. But there is no obstacle that someone will give birth to the idea of using the Northwest Army to get us into trouble. The Emperor asked. You are worried that someone will pass messages to the Northwest. We have quite a few enemies now. As Du Wan said this, she smiled and looked at Du Qian. Du Qian lightly laughed. Uncle, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. It's not a big deal. The two siblings have been stirring up Qin's imperial politics for a while now, with secretive methods. A pile of bloodshed was almost scandalous. Some people even wanted to provoke in front of the emperor, saying that the two of them wanted to hold the dynasty, remove the old ministers, and replace them with new ones, and so on. Fortunately, the emperor can withstand. Will those people sent away? In fact, initially the emperor's heart is not without scruples. And then wait for Du Wan will be the 3 chi pills sent. Just rose a little bit of suspicion, and completely thrown away. If the siblings really have the intention to hold the government, there is no need to go to the Protectorate Temple to seek medicine. The sicker he is, the better it is for them. Isn't it? The emperor finally speaks. Qian, I will give you half of my secret guards. Du Qian steadily said. No need. Uncle. The situation outside. My sister and I are basically in control. We will only wait for the problem in the Northwest to be resolved. Then we will proceed to do the final cleanup. I only hope that nothing happens to the two of you. Chapter 591. The Empress is seriously ill and in a coma. Being in the position of the Emperor, as long as one is not biased, one will see more clearly than anyone else. The two siblings had touched the interests of the powerful and wealthy time and time again for the sake of the great Qin kingdom, and were truly at the tip of the storm. Last time, if the two of them hadn't used thunderous means to fight back and also pulled out the minions of certain powerful nobles, they would have been eaten up without any crumbs left. I'm afraid it was the fact that they had survived the most dangerous period that gave them the opportunity to sit together and chat now. The two people's bottom line, which boiled down to strength, could not be replicated. At this time, a eunuch hurriedly came. Your Majesty, news has come from the East Phoenix Palace side, saying that the Empress has suddenly fainted. Can you call for an imperial doctor? The Emperor asked. The eunuch respectfully said, It is said that they have been invited. It is that the Empress Dowager is still unconscious. This matter had reached the Emperor's chambers. The Emperor could not possibly ignore it, and offered to go over to take a look. Du Qian and Du Wan heard about this matter, and were bound to go along to take a look. The three of them hurriedly turned to the Eastern Phoenix Palace. The Empress remained grounded during this time, and the Emperor could be said not to have come once. Once again, he stepped into the East Phoenix Palace and found it in a state of decay with no one taking care of it, and weeds had grown in all the obvious places, not to mention the corners. The only place that was taken care of reasonably well was the place where the Empress lived. Harem, this kind of place. No woman management. Also really, the Emperor's heart is a mixture of flavors. In the end is a couple for many years. Will not really have no feelings? Without love, there will also be affection. He turned his head to look at the Grand Master. Is this considered to be a slave bullying the master? No matter what. That is my Empress. A group of lackeys even dared to receive their monthly salary and not work. What is the use of having them? The Grand Master's heart thumped. Knew there was trouble. Your Majesty. This. Palace people or you manage it. Is the old slave management is not good. Please Emperor punishment? The big chief steward knelt down at once. The Emperor was silent for a little while. Punish you with 1 year's monthly salary. And send all the others to the palace of tucked away. Thank you. Your Majesty. The old slave obeys the decree. The Grand Master hurriedly said gratefully, and secretly wiped his cold sweat. The Du family siblings watched such a show. Neither of them had much expression on their faces. Du Qian had been mentally prepared, and had also heard long ago that the Empress was not doing very well after being grounded. Just didn't know it would be this bad. Plus he's a nephew. It's really not good to meddle in the matter of the Emperor's uncle's harem. He thought that his uncle was informed. At present it seems that he does not know. It must be that someone is hiding it from him. Turning to Du Qian, he looked at the Grand Master. This old guy must have known, but didn't tell the Emperor. Duan thought similarly to Du Qian. The Grand Chief Executive might know more or less. It's just that the palace is like this. There is a world of difference in treatment between those who are powerful and those who are not. It's hard to want fairness. It's all about the cravings of the weak. The three men met the Empress. Once bright beauty. Quietly lying on the bed. Thin and unrecognizable. Not the slightest bit of the former beauty of the style. It turns out that not all great beauties are like Huang Ren after illness. Duan's heart was a little bit upset. Suddenly, she felt Pei Hao was right. Qin Yu was a scourge. Before she didn't appear. The Emperor was healthy, and the Empress was spirited. But now? The eunuch came over to have a look. The Emperor summoned the eunuch to ask why. The Empress was suffering from wind and cold to begin with. And has been back and forth. Coupled with depression in her heart. A minor illness has dragged into a major illness. Whether or not she could get well also depended on whether or not the fever could be reduced. People will faint and be disorientated. Which is also the reason for the high fever. The Emperor wants to stay for a while. The siblings still had things to be busy with. So they left first. When night came, Duan left the capital in disguise. She left the capital alone. Dressed as a man. She was not dressed in brocade clothes. But only changed into an ordinary cloth coat. Carried a bag with a long sword. And wore a bucket hat. The scabbard and hilt were wrapped in linen. Let a world-class good sword become inconspicuous up. This costume was like a downtrodden swordsman. The fact that Duan used to like to dress up as a man and wander around as a young master of a rich family had long spread. So, this time, she changed her disguise and walked down the street without turning back. Respecting Luo Yi before respecting others is not an empty phrase. Therefore, Duan's journey was quite smooth. The only thing is that when she meets and sees something unfair, she will secretly help out. She did not see any stragglers along the way. The people still do not look too good. But there is hope in their eyes. And no longer numb and hopeless. Du Qian also mentioned to her before that things were getting better everywhere. At that time, she didn't have any intuitive feelings. But this trip is considered a clear perception. Duan had previously been to the north. Along the way to see and hear quite a lot. Just a few months apart. The situation is different again. Duan does not know what future natural disasters. Usually it is a natural disaster followed by a man-made disaster. Northwest Army want to swing to the capital. Probably received the news. Know that Shen Guogong, Nanyang Bo, and Ding Beiho's army have left the capital to go around the country to fight bandits and guard grain silos. But also for the people sent by Du Qian escort. At present, no matter how you look at it, the capital's troop strength is the smallest since the founding of Qin. It is the most suitable time to take advantage of the situation. Many people can see. Really wait for the Northwest Army to hit the capital. Relying on the Imperial City Department and the Forbidden Guards alone will not be able to defend it. Just walked about 7 or 8 days. Duan saw a rich man's caravan head on. It was a family with servants. Escorted by the dartboard people. This morning, Duan had already seen more than one such convoy of families moving away. At noon, a convoy was seen stopping. Duan walked over. She walked straight to an uncle with a kind face. This uncle should be a dart master. Not a slave of that family. Duan revealed a smiling face and asked. This uncle. Hello. Can I ask you about something? Little brother. What is it? The uncle who was feeding the horse turned around. Huh? Are you going north? Yes. I've seen caravan after caravan all morning today. Has something happened? What else could be going on? There's going to be a war. Uncle is a nothing that cannot be said. The situation in the northwest said. Northwest Waijia rebelled. Is preparing troops ready to go. Rich people are well informed. Of course. Have to escape first. This war, will die. Little brother has no big deal. Or turn around and return better. Thank you uncle for reminding. Duan listens with a heavy heart. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties. See also have to hurry up the road. The uncle who feeds the horse. Lets the horse eat a handful of grass. And is about to continue talking to the little brother beside him. But when he looks up, there is no one around him. Then he looked around, and there was still no one there. I looked at the road in front of and behind me. As a result, in the road behind, see a small back, already walking fast, turn around and disappear again? Chapter 592 Walking northwest single-handedly. Feeding the horse, uncle's hand holding the grass. All shook? Is he bumping into something unclean? But in broad daylight, ghosts and monsters also appear? Thanks to the bucket hat and the dress. Uncle feeding horse was sure the man was talking to himself. Yet would a normal person walk that fast? The uncle rolled and crawled to meet the dart head, and stammered out what he had bumped into. The head of the dart was more knowledgeable than the uncle who fed the horses. He looked at the road he came from. By then no one was left, and felt a little sorry in his heart. It's not any ghosts or monsters. You may have seen an expert. Hi, expert. Is this strong? In the work of saying a word. The person arrived that far? Uncle was shocked and dumbfounded. The dart head patted his shoulder. Yes. Good luck. An expert like this wouldn't be able to be touched by the average person, let alone have a word with him. A word with an expert would be enough for them to brag for the rest of their lives. Uncle giggled and smiled. His heart was beautiful. From shock to surprise. When he goes back home, he must have a good chat with his own mother-in-law. He is super lucky. Not the unlucky guy she talks about. Never the kind that can't catch up even if he eats shong. Besides, Do-won, in order to get to the northwest as soon as possible, took a shortcut. The routes taken were maps obtained from the family before departure, and then planned out by Du-Chien herself. In addition, the list of important people in the northwest, and their relationships, and other information were listed for Du-won. Du-won was keeping all that information in her head before coming out. She was not good at playing plots and tricks with people. And according to her approach, she probably wanted to exterminate the Wei family, and get rid of them once and for all. Those who don't obey will be killed until they obey. Besides, the other party has openly rebelled. Du-won saw that in history. Those who raised their armies to rebel were either killed in a failed rebellion or succeeded in overthrowing the rule of the imperial dynasty, and replaced it with a new dynasty as the new emperor. Du-won suspected that even if she didn't kill the other side in the past, people wouldn't believe her. However, before Dewey left the capital, he solemnly told her that this time was different from the Southwest rebels. The rebels in the Southwest were improvised, and did not have the hearts of the people. On the contrary, Wei's family was deeply popular in the Northwest, and most of the generals were capable people who were respected and loved by the soldiers. If killing is used to stop killing, it is likely to cause hatred and lead to great chaos. There are some people in the world who are not afraid to die, and for the sake of a word of righteousness, they are able to go forward and die without regret. There are many fools like this in the Northwest. Du-Chien does not want to be killed by her. Furthermore, if these people hadn't been guarding the Northwest all these years, Great Qin would not have been so calm. Besides, there are not many great generals who are brave and good at fighting in Qin. In the Great War a dozen years ago, they were so dead that they were about to break. It's been hard to raise some over the years, and it would be a loss to the country to have them all die. After all, Du-Chien was not considered to be the emperor of Qin, and was not a pure member of the Qin family. Considering the angle of the problem, will not be completely in the emperor's position. To an outsider's point of view to think, do not bring personal prejudice and emotions. The things considered will only be more comprehensive. In other words, Du-Chien weighed things more in terms of the country's long-term development and righteousness. Before he made a decision, he would first consider whether it would be beneficial to Great Qin, and whether it would be beneficial to the people. Unlike some people, his first thought was what benefits he could get from it. Although those who rebel will not be killed, it is not a good start. He was worried that someone would follow his example in the future. However, Du-Chien did not have this concern. What are you afraid of? He has a sister? I'm getting ahead of myself. Besides, Du-won has been traveling day and night for 3 days, and finally saw the army in the middle of the march. Oh, we bumped into them. Northwest Army has already occupied a county. Easily taken. Only stopped for a day, and continue to advance. The man leading the army is said to be Wei Ge, the eldest son of the Wei family marshal and a general. 3 more days of traveling, and the army was at the next city. Du-won was standing on the height of a hill, her green silk and sleeves raised by the wind. Valiant in the extreme, she coldly watched as the army was like a long dragon. Tens of thousands of people to say the least. constantly advancing. This large army is well equipped. It should be a vanguard army. Duan thought of before. Seeing the soldiers of the capital city's military camp. It was really different. The soldiers in the capital were clean, like domesticated ones. The soldiers in front of them were wild ones. Or the well-trained kind. No wonder the Wei family had the courage to rebel. Even if they knew that their siblings were not to be messed with. In the Wei family's thoughts. They probably felt that it would be an army versus army battle, rather than an individual's ability to decide. There are some forces in this world that the Wei family is not aware of. After all, the Wei family has only been in business for 100 years. It was that great war over 10 years ago that the Wei family produced a marshal. And only then did the Wei family prosper with a full family. Duan did not make a move, but waited for the army to set up camp. In the evening, the army stopped marching and camped on the spot for the night. Duan had been following the army. Every time, she stood at a high place to see the situation of the army clearly. As long as she wanted to. She could even hear their conversations. General. According to the report from the scouts, there is no army in front of Huanshan City to meet the battle. The gates of the city are still wide open. And you can still see people coming in and out. No different from usual. Could it be that they didn't receive news from us? Unclear. Probe again. Make sure to find out the reality of the city. Yes. That subordinate, who reported, left. Then it was that general and the military division talking again. Military division Lu. What do you think? Will there be traps? Let the subordinate think about it. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. The things that the two men talked about were all about being wary of the Ring Mountain City. The reason for this was because they felt that it was impossible for the Ring Mountain City not to have received the news. But having received the news, they surprisingly didn't react in any way. This point was very unusual. They began to speculate on the various possibilities, speaking in a very logical manner, each of which made sense and was very probable. As Duan listened, she felt quite amused. Of course, it was perverse. Not long ago, when she arrived at Huanshan City, she happened to bump into several generals of the defending army discussing whether to surrender or flee. All of them knew that they couldn't fight, and none of them supported the fight. Some of the generals were even thinking of simply defecting to the Northwestern Army for a better future. However, Duan, who appeared out of nowhere, directly beat them to the point where they cried and begged for mercy, and were directly convinced by her force, and are now as well behaved as anything. Duan let them continue to guard the Ring Mountain City. Also do not want them to do anything with the usual can be. Just didn't expect those guys to be such a wimp. Say let them guard with the usual. Really with the usual? There is really no special situation. Purely a matter of her words. The general and the military division guessed, and then chatted to Du Qian's body. This general and military division, obviously scornful of her big brother. The more she listened, the more amused she felt. This was the first time Duan wanted to laugh after leaving the capital. And it was quite ironic when she thought about it. Chapter 593 Waiting for the night to slowly draw back. The place where the Northwest Vanguard Army camped was on a grassy field at the foot of a mountain. Fires were lit one after another. Beside each fire, the soldiers sat around in twos and threes, or rested with their backs to each other. One thing Duan noticed was that these soldiers were equipped with weapons that did not leave their bodies even when they were eating dry food. There were a few makeshift tents in the middle, one of which was the largest. One didn't need to think to know that these tents were for supplying important people to rest at night. Quietly, he waited for the night to slowly pull away. The bird cries quietly disappeared. The insect chirps remained incessant. And occasionally a wolf howl would come down from the mountain. Duan was stealthy in the night, traveling through the mountains or bushes, gradually approaching the camp, avoiding all the open and dark sentries. It was only when most of the people had gone to sleep, leaving only some patrolling generals awake, that she swept towards the biggest main tent in the middle of the camp. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that even shadows could not be seen, and some people could only feel a breeze blowing by. On the contrary, camping out at night, it was not too normal for the wind to pick up. Just like this time, the curtain of the main tent was suddenly blown up by a gust of wind. The two soldiers guarding outside the tent just raised their hands for a moment to block the dust and sand blown by the wind. After the wind blew, they put their hands down, and there was nothing unusual around them. And the tent curtains, which had been raised earlier, had fallen and were only swaying around in small increments. No one knew that the main tent at this time There was an extra person. Duan was also. She pulled out a booklet at her waist and flipped through the portraits of heads on it. It was the portraits of the main figures of the Northwest. The temporary bed. Sleeping squarely. Duan appeared silently. Even the soldiers guarding outside did not stir. Let alone the person who was sleeping. Duan flipped through. The page stopped. Found. Is Wei Gu? So. She took the booklet back to her waist and approached the bed. The person on the couch jerked his eyes open, sensing someone approaching. This acuity is still very strong. But unfortunately, before Wei Gu could see clearly who the person was, his eyes suddenly went black, and he lost consciousness. He was directly punched unconscious. Before he fell unconscious, he was still thinking that the Ring Mountain City was indeed a fraud. Only he miscalculated. Thought it was the city that was fraudulent. Did not think that the other party was waiting for them to set up camp. But how did the other party sneak into the main tent of the camp? Could it be that there was a spy beside him? Finished. Duan knocked the person out and made some noise. Then she rolled him up in a quilt, picked him up and ran. When the guards outside the door reacted, the person had already run out of sight. Assassin! There's an assassin! Not good. The general has been captured. Catch the assassin. Catch what? Everyone stood and stared at each other. They say there's an assassin. But the question is, where is the assassin? Didn't they say the general had just been captured? Where is the man? The camp of the Northwest Vanguard Army was in a very bizarre situation. When they heard that the general had suffered an assassin and rushed over without seeing a single hair. The general in the camp confirmed that he was missing again. And the military division in the next tent hurriedly came out draped in his outer robes. What happened? Military division. The general was taken captive. We didn't even see the person. A soldier hurriedly reported. The military master wondered if he had woken up the wrong way. Are you kidding me? The soldier hurriedly said. My subordinate wouldn't dare. It's true. The warlord rushed open Wei Ji's tent to check. It was empty. The general's robe that was taken off was still aside. Even the boots in front of the bed were there. It was the quilt on the bed that was missing. From the traces, Wei Gu was packed away in his sleep. Not even a trace of struggle. The warlord's gaze was stern as he looked towards the two soldiers kneeling on the ground. Were you two on duty? Yes. Yes. Can you find anything unusual? Just a gust of wind. Does it count? What kind of wind? Suddenly blew a gust of wind. With dust and sand. Eyes cannot help but squint a little down. Then we heard a little movement inside. And we wanted to go in to see what was going on. Just in time to bump into a man carrying the general. Before we could see clearly, we were sent flying by a strong force. And then climbed up and disappeared. They were also wronged. That person's speed was too fast. Like a demon. At this time, there are a few vice generals over. And after asking again, they felt that the two people said words were suspicious. And were immediately escorted down for interrogation. Indeed suspicious. Because only the two of them saw the person. No one else noticed. Only heard the two of them yelling. Duan took Wei Gu away from the camp. Did not go far. But up a high slope. Wei Gu thrown to the ground. And then far away to see the movement of the camp. Torches swaying around. Duan kicked Wei Gu awake. Wake up. Don't play dead. Who are you? Wei Gu was very scornful of Duan. A person who can break into the main tent from the middle of 10,000 troops is not ordinary, by any stretch of the imagination. Looking through the moonlight, he only saw her wearing a bucket hat, revealing half of her face glistening white like jade. Very young. Duan asked. Are you Wei Gu? Exactly. Your honor is Jiao Yang. Duan replied simply. Upon hearing this, Wei Ji's pupil shrunk in vain. County Lord Jiao Yang? Suddenly Wei Gu made a move, lifting his big long leg and sweeping it across towards Duan. This cold attack was certainly useful for ordinary people. But for Duan, it was of no great use. She just blocked with her long sword with a sheath. And it was very easy, as if she blocked Wei Ji's full strength move. Wei Gu only felt that his calf kicked a piece of iron plate. No, that long sword was also iron. But it felt different. The long sword with the sheath did not move. Instead, Wei Gu kicked out that leg. Is when the calf hit the scabbard. Is a burst of severe pain came. He is sure that this leg, Jiao Yang County Lord, did not have any damage. And he instead fractured. Fortunately, should not be very serious. Or the other party was merciful. Otherwise, His leg must be wasted. Wei Gu was in pain and instinctively retracted his leg. Now he was sure. He couldn't beat the other party. Just one move to try out. The other party was too strong. Du Wan held her sword in her right hand, propped up the ground with her sword and half squatted down, leveling her eyes with Wei Gu, who was sitting on the ground. You should be glad that I don't have a murderous heart towards the Wei family for the time being. Wei Gu was silent. Du Wan snorted. Your Wei family. You should be most grateful to my big brother. I purposely came over this time to deal with the Northwest matter. Great Qin can't afford a war right now. And you guys have to start it. According to my intention is to decimate your Wei family's entire family. But my big brother won't allow it. This is a fake right. The Wei family and the county king don't have any friendship. So how could he put in a good word for the Wei family? Wei Gu wanted to stand up. But there was an invisible pressure that was so raw that he, not to mention trying to stand up, even the ability to move was lost. After living for nearly 25 years. This was the first time he had stumbled upon such a bizarre situation. Chapter 594. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken. The young man in front of him. No. It was County Princess Jiaoyang. The one who had killed half of the capital's dignitaries, and dared not venture out amongst the secret reports. The person who was rumored to have made people scared, actually had such a beautiful and tender face that in Wei Ji's eyes, it was no different from a child. Especially that pair of big eyes were as bright as stars. Translucent and clean. Such eyes. Completely not a person who devours and kills. In the past, when I heard rumors about her, I only felt that they were over-exaggerated. Now that he had become a captive and didn't even have the ability to fight back, Wei Gu didn't dare to think that way. Only after experiencing it personally did he feel that the sheriff was terrifying. She really has the ability to decimate the Wei family. The more he thinks like this, Wei Gu is hard to hold his breath and hold on strongly, not daring to fall down. As if he holds on longer like this, the Wei family can hold on longer. His strength is weak, but he has a backbone. Du Wan stood up and looked out at the camp below. Do you know how the Southwest rebels lost last year? It was someone who beheaded more than half of the generals. So you've heard about it. Since the Wei family knew about it, and still dared to raise an army. It's really courageous. Wei Ji's heart trembled. He heard about this matter. Rumor has it that that person still beheaded the enemy's head under the siege of tens of thousands of elite soldiers. And also killed all the generals accompanying him. Du Wan faintly said, my big brother said that the generals guarding the Northwest. Although it is wrong to rebel. But it is also considered to have merit in guarding. Merits and faults can be offset. So that I can stay a life is a life. This, Wei Gu was surprised. Only to hear, Du Wan added, otherwise. What qualifications do you think you have to let me take captive instead of killing? I hate trouble the most. Not to mention that in my opinion your Wei family is not innocent. The Fong family has borrowed the Wei family's power to do all the things that hurt the world. Nonsense. It can't be. Their family has always done business with integrity. Heh. Those who run gambling houses, greenhouses, and buy and sell human beings. How clean do you think those who do this kind of business can be? Isn't it open rice and grain, cloth farms and restaurants? Wei Gu was momentarily dumbfounded. In his heart, he wanted to retort. But he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Because this matter can be easily found out if one goes to investigate. There is no need for the Hall County Lord to lie about this matter. Not long ago, Wei family business was ordered by Du Qian seized. Uncle their family, or received news in advance, fled to the northwest to avoid being killed. I heard that a lot of Fong clan members and their business partners were caught, and now still locked inside the prison. Wei Ji's heart was a bit hard to bear. Muffled, I always thought that the Fong family was a big grain merchant, opened a few cloth shops and restaurants, and occasionally collected some medicinal herbs for us. Ch. Deceiving yourself and others. There was a description of Wei Ji's person on the data, and it said that he was a naive one with a great general's talent. He has been mixing in the barracks for many years, and is unaware of the mundane affairs outside. It was normal that he didn't know about the Fong family. People who do bad things don't go around shouting about it. And it's even more unlikely that the Fong family will mention it to anyone if they use the situation for profiteering. However, the Wei family should be someone knows. Just did not disclose it. Sometimes the Room family cause things, or the Wei family to step in to smooth things out. The Wei family needs a lot of silver. The Room family is the Wei family's money bag. So, She said that the Wei family was not all innocent. Wei Ge waited for a while longer, but did not see Du Wan say anything. He thought that Du Wan was going to persuade him to surrender, and was pondering how to reject it to be more majestic. To his surprise, Du Wan didn't say anything. He didn't know that Du Wan didn't persuade him to surrender because he didn't carry enough weight. The one who can really make decisions in the Wei family is the one who is the marshal. The one who has the highest reputation in the Northwest. Similar to the local mascot. The spiritual leader of the Northwest who deserves it. Wei Ge is just the grandson of the other party. Can he still make decisions for his grandfather? What Du Wan was thinking. But Wei Ge did not know. Wei Ge held back for a long time, and finally stifled a sentence. What exactly do you want to do? If you want to kill or die, do as you wish. I'm here to persuade the Wei family to surrender. Ah, didn't I say that just now? Du Wan looked back at him. So young and with such a poor memory. What are you going to do when you get old? Alzheimer's disease is waiting for you. Wei Ge, can't you talk seriously at a time like this? Du Wan really felt quite serious, and spoke with a serious face. Wei Ge held his tongue again and asked, Then why didn't you advise me to surrender? I'm here to advise the Wei family. Not you. Your opinion can't affect the big picture. But you're still somewhat useful, and can be used as a hostage to negotiate with the Wei family. I'd rather die than be a bargaining chip for you to threaten the Wei family. Haven't you recognized reality yet? Du Wan's comment about negotiation just now was just a polite remark. The Wei family has no qualifications to refuse in front of me. What I said about negotiation just now was just a slip of the tongue. I'm sorry for making you lose even the chance to die heroically. Wei Ge. So embarrassing. But this mouth of the prideful Sun County Lord is so poisonous. How come no one has spread it before? Du Wan no longer bothered with Wei Ge. As given on the information, this person, apart from being proficient in fighting battles, is an iron being. Not Husan's kind of naivety. Husan is simple and thick, but his heart is as fine as a hair. Wei Ge is quite handsome, like a son of a family, looking very smart, but inside is a real simpleton. Now this true simpleton, seeing Du Wan keep staring at the camp, quietly became a captive, but then secretly observed her, only to see Du Wan's face suddenly flashed with chagrin. I forgot to leave a note when I captured you just now, telling them not to continue marching, without me as the main general. They won't march, Wei Ge said truthfully. You guessed wrong on this one. They think you might have been captured by the people of Huanshan City, and are preparing to travel all night to Huanshan City to get someone. How do you know? At this, Wei Ge was shocked but didn't ask. With such a distance, she could know? This is too terrifying. Suddenly, Du Wan swung her long sword and chipped off a corner of Wei Ji's coat. Take this corner of the coat and write a few words. Tell them to stay where they are. If the army goes to Huanshan City, they will still have to trouble me to stop them. And at that time, I am worried that a bad control will kill a few people to establish authority. Wei Ge did not want to write. The enemy told him to write. So what's the difference between this and surrendering? Du Wan's long sword is still unsheathed, deliberately waving it in front of his eyes. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken. Be smart. I won't surrender. Neither will I be killed. This sheriff knows. Didn't ask you to surrender. Just write a letter to save their lives. That's good. I'll write. Wei Ge gritted his teeth and agreed. He raised his finger, and was about to bite through it, with a stroke of Du Wan's long sword. She helped him make a cut. I'm a helpful and good person. You don't have to be grateful to me. Grateful you, Grandma. Wei Ge wanted to curse in his heart. The problem was that he couldn't fight. He could only bleed and write down a few words. Stay put and be at peace for now. Qian. Chapter 595. You're awesome, awesome, awesome. Du Wan stared at the Qian character. What does this Qian mean? Oh, it's my character. Wei Ge. Character Qian. That's fine. I'm not afraid of you pulling any schemes and sending any signals. Du Wan picked up a stone, wrapped it in a cloth, and tied a knot to make sure it wouldn't come loose. She then stood in place and threw it towards the camp below. It looked like a very casual throw. Wei Ge, however, stared in disbelief. Was this a human ability? Is it a human? Is it a human, right? The stone was directly smashed to the military division's feet. Scared, the military division thought that the attack. Someone wanted to assassinate him. When saw the ground rolled several times, the first thing was to fall on top of that cloth. The military division picked it up and managed to see what was on it. Search. Search for me. Just search around here. The handwriting is very clear. Even the blood hasn't dried yet. This is written by the general. The general is still nearby. Really? Let me take a look. A vice general quickly stepped over, snatched the cloth over to have a look, and even rubbed his hand over the blood on it. The stone was smashed in that direction. Go after it. What the other party was pointing at was the direction where Du Juan and his 2 men were. The few remaining junior generals hurriedly led the search in person. Only they were destined to be disappointed. It was impossible to find Du Juan and the others. The reason was that according to the distance they had projected for throwing the stone, the people were near the camp. The real distance, on the other hand, was something they couldn't even dream of. Therefore, even after searching over and over again, not to mention searching for people, not even traces were found. Du Juan looked down. Those men of yours, thinking that you are still nearby, are desperately searching. When Wei Gu looked out, he could only see a very far place. There were stars and light. He could not hear the slightest movement, even in this silent night. On the contrary, the people around him could hear it clearly. How could it not be frightening? At this distance, even if he tried his best to yell, it wouldn't reach the camp. Not to mention that if he dared to make a small move, it's not likely that the sheriff would give him a sword to the neck. In the deep mountains and old forests, after death, the body is also fed to wild beasts. Wei Gu whispered. Sheriff Master, my calf hurts. Oh, maybe it's broken? Can you find a doctor to heal it? Du Juan was then pulled back to his attention and swept back at his calf. A slight bone fracture. No displacement. It will be fine in the long run. Don't worry. I'm measured in my strikes. Wei Gu was not comforted. He was in pain like this, and she only said it was a slight bone crack? Du Juan waved the sword in her hand and cut down a nearby tree branch, sharpening a rough walking stick in a few strokes. Take it and walk by yourself. Don't play mind games or try to escape. Wei Gu picked up the walking stick and stood up on it. Where does the sheriff want to go? To the northwest. You really want to go? Find your master. Not to find him. How to make you surrender. My family will not surrender. Rather die than surrender. Oh, you're so powerful. Why don't you just wipe your neck? Why are you shouting here? I didn't stop you from dying. Anyway, I only promised my big brother not to kill. I didn't promise him to save anyone. Did I? The words that came out of Du Juan's mouth were really going to piss people off. Wei Gu didn't really want to die. He just couldn't help but express his stance. Du Juan walked forward. Wei Gu still followed slowly. After walking for a while, she stopped for a while, with no intention of helping him at all. It wasn't until the day dawned that the two went down the mountain. Du Juan stood at the foot of the mountain. Patience is so good. I admire myself. Wei Gu shivered at his words. How can he be so scary? Du Juan turned back to him. It's too slow to bring you. Why don't we find a place to lock you up for a few days, and I'll go to the northwest by myself? You. I remember there is a tiger cave on this mountain. When Wei Gu thought she had finished, she added, the tiger family living there is quite cute. Especially that little tiger. It was just a month old. No, Sheriff. I can walk fast. Fast would be best. Saying fast, even if Wei Gu didn't dawdle and tried to keep up with Du Juan's footsteps, it still fell in Du Juan's eyes as slow. Du Juan suddenly pointed to the front and said, you continue to walk forward. Only me? Wei Gu felt unbelievable. Du Juan's smile was hard to understand. Yes. Go forward. I'm going to look for a means of traveling. Otherwise, with you like this, how long will you have to walk before you can reach your destination? After saying that, her person left. Wei Gu confirmed again and again that Du Juan had really left. His heart was excited and stupid. Opportunity, opportunity to escape. So, towards the direction Du Juan pointed, he desperately rushed towards the northwest, hoping only to go faster. A little faster. Because he knew that in this direction, there was still a large army from the northwest. And he led tens of thousands of troops. Just the vanguard troops. Set off a day in advance only. The back is still adorned with hundreds of thousands of troops, as well as his father and brothers. As long as he is more than Du Juan rushed back to the first step, then he will be able to report to his family. He will be able to successfully escape the clutches. Thus, Wei Gu thought that his escape was in sight. Excited, thrilled as anything, he desperately ran forward. no longer caring about his aching feet. Duwan was somewhere roasting a pheasant and a hare. Next to it was a tiger, lying down like a kitten. When the pheasant and rabbit were cooked, she tore off a rabbit leg and gave the rest to the tiger. The tiger took a whiff and tore it up in a few bites, taking half of it back with him. After a while, the big tiger came back. Duwan put away the roasted chicken, tore up the roasted rabbit meat, rode the big tiger, and slowly followed Wei Gu, traveling far and wide. Occasionally, she would pick a few wild fruits, as long as she knew that the fool in front of her was walking desperately. When it was almost time, Duwan let the tiger go back. She heard a large army camping ahead. The generals in the camp had obviously received news of Wei Ji's capture. Duwan didn't know what kind of evil intentions she had in mind until Wei Gu ran all over the place, panting and sweating profusely. Seeing hope in others, he looked at the army in front of him. Duwan showed up. Yo, this isn't going quite fast. Wei Ji's entire body stiffened at the words. One moment was hope. The next moment was despair. Why? Just when he thought that he was finally going to see his family, the demon that had originally left came back, and picked the moment of his excitement and euphoria, and directly knocked him down to the dust. Wei Ji's entire being was so disheveled that he couldn't do anything. Sheriff Lord is doing this on purpose. Deliberately what? Didn't I show you the way to come this way? Duwan patted him on the shoulder and praised. You have a good mindset for this. Walking quickly and aggressively, out of my expectation. Originally, I wanted to find you a substitute, but it seems I was overthinking. See, you're awesome. Awesome. We go. Devil. That's a big devil. Chapter 596, Prefecture Lord abuses people to cries. Wow! Wei Gu cried, loudly, crying his heart out, wailing loudly. Today's him was indeed miserable. The most miserable day in 25 years of living. In the past, he had fought with roving bandits sneaking in from neighboring countries several times, and had escaped death several times. But he was not as miserable as he was today. He didn't feel miserable then. Only today. For the first time, he looked straight at his powerlessness. Duwan pulled out from the cloth bag hanging on his body, and pulled out half a pheasant wrapped in a large leaf. The one that had been roasted earlier had already been half eaten. All right. Stop crying. Share half of the roasted chicken with you. Duwan tore off a chicken leg and took a bite before returning the remaining half to him. I know that you are selling yourself to cry so much because you want to attract the attention of the people in the barracks. I can responsibly tell you that you succeeded. You got their attention. And some even said it sounded like you. Wei Ji's crying came to an abrupt end. Seeing the roasted chicken that Duwan handed over, he grabbed it and took a hard bite. He had run for so long and rushed over to see his father. He was really hungry. Duwan waited for him to take a bite before slowly telling him. But that person also said that his family's little general wouldn't cry so miserably, and would never howl even if someone was forcing him with a knife. Which is why they suspected that someone was playing a prank. Cough. Cough cough. Wei Gu coughed violently again. The people in the barracks who were suspicious didn't know it yet. Today, their little general was about to be crippled by a certain county princess. Duwan looks at him sympathetically. Pay attention. I only have a water bag. It's not possible for me to give you a drink yet. Wei Gu hung his head, not wanting to talk to her. Duwan looks at the barracks in front of him. How about you howl some more? Hearing this, Wei Gu is alert. What do you want to do? As you wish. Let your family come to save you. Duwan replied kindly. Wei Gu was so nervous that his back was wet. No, I don't howl. Really good intentions don't pay off. Given a chance you missed it. You wouldn't be that kind? I'm alone. What are you afraid of? At first he also thought, she is alone. Or a girl. What is he afraid of as a big man? Now he was really afraid that just such a person could easily fool him. And her stance? He needs to be very vigilant. He is not sure anymore. Maybe she alone can really turn the tide of battle? Duwan picked up Wei Gu, who had collapsed on the ground, and carried the man away quickly, arriving at a forest in a short while. She lifted Wei Gu to the top of a big tree and tied it again. Then, not forgetting to cut off another one of his sleeves, she kneaded it into a ball before shoving it over his mouth. Very good. Gagged, Duwan sat down on the fork of the tree next to him and said with a smile, You're quite lucky. It seems like it was one of your brothers who heard the news and went to question that soldier. And then, personally brought someone over to check it out. Waiting for a while, I will catch him over. Let him give you a companion. Good brothers. Share blessings and difficulties together. Anxiety flashed in Wei Ji's eyes. Don't come over, To come over is to send death. He now understands that the sheriff wants to use him as bait. At this time, Duwan took out a booklet and flipped through it. Wei Gu also saw it. The small avatar on the top that flipped a few pages was clearly Wei family members. Duwan noticed his gaze. Oh! On top of this booklet, there are small portraits of everyone in the Wei family in the Northwest, as well as important generals in the Northwest. I came over to the Northwest for the first time. Many people I don't know. Having this booklet is much more convenient. Yo! Here it is. The one who came to you. Is this young man? Wei War. Wei Gu was in a hurry to get tears out of his eyes. This was his fourth cousin. It was his second uncle's child. This is the only seedling. Must not have anything happen. Wei Gu desperately wanting to say something. Duwan ignored him. Don't make a noise. If you make any more noise to me, you will inevitably upset me. When I get upset, I want to see blood. Wei Gu didn't dare to make a sound. Duwan silently exhaled. Very good. Finally scared. Waiting for a while longer. Seeing the silhouette swaying not far away, Duwan flew down the tree and left for half a quarter of an hour. When she came back again, she didn't even hear the sound of fighting. She saw that she was still carrying someone in her hand. Her eyes were tightly closed. It was Wei Zhan. Wei Gu is desperate. Caught so easily, Duwan hangs the man casually on a big tree and stops paying attention to him. The news of Wei Zhuan's disappearance will soon reach the main account. Then another important person will come out to search. At that time she will catch them again. The more people she catches, the heavier the chips in her hand. Duwan felt that she was really a little witty. It is that this place is too close to the barracks. When more people are caught, it is inevitable that they will be surrounded. And they still need to find a safer ground. Subsequently, Duwan found a large mountain in the distance, which happened to have a very large wolf pack. Duwan sprinted towards the mountain with one person in one hand. Wei Gu was desperate. Once again intuitively experiencing the power of this person. Carrying two people was just like carrying two chickens. The walk was still easy, and the speed was still unbelievably fast. When Wei Gu came back to his senses, he was already placed by Duwan in the wolf's nest, next to a large tree above. Ow hoo! The Wolf King was going to howl. Bai Duwan vainly drank. Shut up. Too noisy. That wolf howl. Hard to howl half. The Wolf King looked at Duwan warily. Duwan ignored it, and nimbly tied Wei Gu and Wei Zhan to the tree before gagging them. She would pick this place to place the people because she wanted to borrow the wolves as a protective color. The army soldiers knew that there was a large wolf pack here, and even if they searched the mountain, they would not search here for a while. Duwan left again. Wei Gu went from anxious to numb. One by one, the sons and daughters of the Wei family were captured, and among them were two important generals in the army. A string of people on a big tree. This one tree could not fit, and tied to the neighboring tree. Below the two large trees squatted wolves. Their eyes were glowing green and drooling as they looked up at the prey on the trees from time to time. The food that was delivered to the door. But they couldn't eat it. Several wolves were in a frenzy of anxiety. The first person to wake up was Wei Zhuan. The first to notice that he was tied to a tree, and there was a group of wolves below him. His heart trembled in fear. HM? Wei Gu made some noise. Wei Zhuan finally realized that not only his situation was in danger, there were quite a few Wei family children on the tree, including Wei Gu, who was captured earlier. He wanted to speak and ask him what's going on, but his mouth was blocked. So eye contact alone was limited. Blind guess? Rely on imagination? At that exact moment, Wei Gu looked in one direction, and tears were flowing out of his eyes. Crying? Can you not cry? His father was also caught here. Wei Zhuan followed his gaze, and saw a teenager wearing a bucket hat, holding a sword in one hand and carrying a man in the other. None other than his eldest uncle? F***CK. The eldest uncle is the main general. Chapter 597, saying I won't kill Wei family members. Duwan lifted the middle-aged man to the tree in 3 or 2 strokes. So Wei Zhuan was dumbfounded to see Duwan's tawdry maneuvers. Lifting an adult. Easily leaping up the tree. Then moving skillfully to cut off the other party's robe. Making it into strips, and starting to tie people up. And then cutting off a piece of his eldest brother's clothing fabric. Kneading it into a ball, and then gagging his eldest brother's mouth. Could it be that he also experienced these things when he was unconscious? Unable to help but look down at his own clothes. Yes, it's similar to his eldest uncle's. Wei Zhuan looked at Wei Gu again, and saw that his eyes were red with anxiety. Wei Zhuan used his eyes to ask Wei Gu, "Who is that?" Wei Gu ignored him, and just stared at Du Wan dead on. Du Wan found a place to sit down, took out the water bag and drank a few mouthfuls. When she looked sideways she saw Wei Ji's side. Huh? There is a person waking up? So it's been a while. She just knocked the person unconscious. After being unconscious for a while, people do wake up. Du Wan surveyed the people on the tree and counted that there were actually 9 people. Not all surnamed Wei. At this time, Du Wan saw Wei Gu staring at her, as if he had something to say. She silently moved her eyes away, pretending not to see. With Wei Ji's old man here, did he need him as a grandson to make an appearance? Du Wan slowly said, "If you have something to say, hold it in for now, and wait for your grandfather to come over in person." As soon as he heard this, Wei Gu knew that the county princess had changed her mind again. Earlier, she said she wanted to rush to the northwest to find his grandfather. But now she's waiting for his grandfather to come over? Du Wan's original intention was really to go to the northwest to meet someone. The problem was that these hostages couldn't be brought away, and there was still no proper place to hide them. So it would be better to wait here for the other party to come to her door. Regardless of what Wei Gu thought, Du Wan sought a comfortable position to close her eyes and rest. The Wei family members on the tree woke up one after another, and then saw that Du Wan, the only one who was not tied up, was lying on the tree sleeping, holding a long sword in her arms, with a bucket hat covering her face. They were guessing who this person was? Nay, everyone's mouth is blocked, can only look at each other. The last person to wake up was Wei Ji's father, Wei Zhongyuan. Wei Zhongyuan was relieved to see that Wei Gu didn't die, and then observing the situation around him, he knew that it was very bad. Compared to the others, Wei Zhongyuan was worthy of being the main general, and appeared much calmer. Being in a dangerous situation was still thinking about how to get out of it, and working towards that end. He drew the paper-thin blade from his wrist guard, and secretly went to cut the binding cloth. The cloth was obviously out of the clothes he had on himself. When he made a few cuts, and was about to cut it, Du Wan raised her hand, and removed the bucket hat covering her face. Then sat up without any hesitation, and casually put the bucket hat on her head. Really can't rest in peace. Can't even take a nap if I want to. Du Wan looked at Wei Zhongyuan with a smile, then swept his arm. You're much better than your eldest son, who would only cry and howl in front of me, desperate and sad as if he had died as a parent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted such a bunch of you. Wei Zhongyuan. Others, spinning around, they all looked at Wei Gu. I see. It's this guy's fault? Wei Gu glared at Du Wan fiercely, as if she was the one who started the rumor. He glared at the others again. The look was clear. It was for them not to believe whatever people said. That was the enemy. The enemy. Just as Wei Zhongyuan wanted to continue cutting the cloth, Du Wan's voice rose again. General Wei, you better be at peace. If you make me feel bad, you will see blood. In a flash, Wei Zhongyuan did not move. He signaled with his eyes for Du Wan to remove the cloth ball from his mouth. Du Wan thought about it, stood up, put her sword against his throat, then pulled off the cloth ball blocking his mouth. Throw that blade away. Dare to break the tied cloth. I'll break both your hands and feet. But don't worry. I won't kill you. Wei Zhongyuan had read countless people, and naturally saw that Du Wan's words were true. She will do what she says. Wei Zhongyuan didn't dare to move again. Instead, it was Wei Gu who heard Du Wan's underlying meaning. Not killing. But breaking arms and legs? Not killing. Not because she was merciful. Merely because she promised Du Qian not to kill. Wei Gu was about to get anxious, not wanting his father to mess up. Du Wan's smile did not reach her eyes. Look. Make your son anxious. Who is your excellency? Wei Zhongyuan mentally sighed, at the same time loosening the blade in his hand. I just want to know in whose hands I lost today. The thin blade fell straight to the ground. Du Wan retrieved her sword and looked out towards the mountain. I am the Jiayang County Lord. Du Wan. Wei Zhongyuan's pupil shrunk in vain. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. I really have heard a lot about you. I didn't think that you, a girl, would come all the way to the northwest. The county king is relieved about this. This is nothing. Strength is strength. Wei Zhongyuan had a complicated mood. After a pause, he continued, I heard that the county princess has already finished her marriage with Pei Shitzi. Pei Shitzi's civil and military skills are both perfect. And he looks like a talented man. The capital doesn't know how many girls want to marry him. But it's a good match with the county princess. Don't think that by saying a few good words, I will overlook your small actions. Wei Zhongyuan's heart tightened as he was trying to break free from the bonds in his hands. Immediately, he quickly laughed and said helplessly, Nothing can be hidden from the county princess. Truly a hero. This set of yours doesn't apply to me. I am not very old. But my vanity has been spoiled by being raised in the capital. Ordinary compliments won't impress me. Nor will they make me flutter and let you take advantage of it again. Really difficult. Wei Zhongyuan only felt that the person in front of him was extraordinarily tricky. Not quite the same as the rumors. The rumors about her. No. There were too many rumors about her. There were some rumors that were very distorted. And there were some that were believable. Such as saying that she was pretty. Cute and filial. Pretty, yes. Cute? No. She's too unlovely. Wei Jingyuan was with her. He should have been the older one. Even older than her father. But her current aura was no worse than his high-ranking martial father. Wei Jingyuan asked, What is the sheriff master trying to do by not killing us? To use you all as bargaining chips to get your father to surrender. The Wei family will not surrender. They would rather die than surrender. Marshal Wei will surrender. If you really prefer to die, I can choose to fulfill your one life. Duan spoke lightly. Anxious Wei Gu, trying hard to spit out the cloth ball in his mouth. The result was really spat out by him. County Lord. Cough. County Lord. Cough cough. Wei Gu, who was in a hurry to speak, instead coughed because of a moment of haste. Duan twisted her head to look at Wei Gu. Suddenly smiled. General Wei. He also said not to surrender. Is a backbone. County Lord. The Sheriff King said that he will not kill the Wei family. Wei Gu said out sharply. In an instant, the Wei family looked at Wei Gu in unison, wondering if there was something wrong with his brain. Actually saying such stupid things? When raising an army to rebel, everyone is psychologically prepared for it. It's success or failure. Chapter 598 Duan meets Marshal Wei. If the county king says he won't kill, does he really mean he won't kill? Wei family doesn't believe it. Wei Ji's mouth reminds Duan. In fact, his heart is equally skeptical. But in the midst of the current Wei family's predicament, this piece of not very believable news has become a life-saving straw that Wei Gu can grab. Wei Gu is not afraid to die. But he does not want to Wei family is gone. He doesn't want his grandfather to die. He doesn't want his father to die. He doesn't want anything to happen to his mother. And he doesn't want anything to happen to his uncles and siblings. Duan ignored Wei Gu and instead looked at the wolves below. They are really a bunch of cuties. They haven't given up after guarding for so long. The people on the tree felt a chill down their backs in unison. What did it mean? Does she want to feed them to the wolves? Wei Gu was worried that his father didn't know how scary Duan was, thus burying the entire Wei family. Father. Sheriff alone can destroy the entire Wei family, including all the generals in the northwest. Wei Zhongyuan only felt that his son was crazy. This kind of words. Was it believable? He twisted his head to look at Wei Gu. This son was his pride. But at this moment, his eyes were numb and desperate. And there was a feeling of powerlessness that his waist was being forcibly bent. It was the first time he had seen his son display such a look. In the time he disappeared. In the end experienced what? Wei Zhongyuan's heart was shocked and distressed. And he turned to look at Duan, who was standing steadily on the tree. And her long sword, which was tied with strips of linen. The ring-head sword. Rumor has it that County Princess Jiao Yang has a ring-headed sword. Realizing something, Wei Zhongyuan looked at the other tied-up people. Suddenly not so sure again. His heart vainly grew a few points of disillusionment. Sheriff, will you really let the Wei family go? Oh, Duan indifferently answered. As long as you listen. Wei Zhongyuan was stunned. Why? If you want to know the reason, go back to the capital and ask my elder brother. Duan did not want to explain again. When the Wei family surrendered, surely the whole family would return to the capital. Suddenly, Duan floated down the tree. Yes, it was floating. Lightly floating. Just like a leaf floating down. Wei Zhongyuan was so shocked by this hand of Duan that his heart trembled. Even the most arrogant person could not straighten his back when faced with an absolute powerhouse. Perhaps their Wei family had not lost unjustly. Suddenly, Wei Zhongyuan spoke out. Sheriff, is there any news about my daughter Wei Xiao? Dead. Du-Wan looked up at him. However, your daughter should have been prepared for this. After all, she stirred up the palace before her death. And Qin Yu didn't fall well because of her. Hearing that his daughter had died, Wei Zhongyuan's heart surged with immense grief. The others were hearing it. Wei Xiao was dead? They had all heard about the palace once sealing the palace. It wasn't long before Qin Yu died. And the emperor said that she was sick and had been recuperating before allowing Du Qian to act as the imperial government. So there was Wei Xiao's handiwork in this. Qin Yu was Wei Xiao's handiwork. Just the next time, Du-Wan ignored them and beckoned to that Wolf King. The Wolf King not only didn't approach, but also turned his head and fled, along with the other wolves. It followed and ran away. Du-Wan. No, she didn't mean any harm. Really? Never mind. Du-Wan doesn't really want to bother with the people on the tree. Because Marshal Wei is about to arrive. With nothing to do, she could just go and greet them. Just as Du-Wan took a few steps, she suddenly retreated back, boosted her run twice, pointed her toes on the ground, and leapt up the tree with a light posture, ripped away the tokens from them with nimble movements, then floated down to the ground again and left without looking back. A few moments later, until Du-Wan's back was out of sight, Wei Zhongyuan's arms fiercely exerted force, and the cloth that bound him was suddenly taut. Swoosh! Coldly, an object cut across Wei Zhongyuan's cheek and pierced into the tree trunk behind him. Wei Zhongyuan's heart jumped dramatically, and he turned around to look. Surprisingly, it was an ordinary tree branch, most of which had not entered the tree trunk. From afar came Du-Wan's voice. This is a warning. All of you stay well in the tree for the sheriff. If you want the Wei family to be destroyed, you can try leaving. Wei Zhongyuan at this moment. If not for the juniors and subordinates watching here, he was afraid that he would not even be able to stand steadily. And the consequence of not being able to stand steadily would most likely be falling off the tree. Wei Ge thought something had happened to his father. Father, how is it? Are you hurt? It's fine. Wei Zhongyuan lifted his fingers and wiped his slightly stinging cheeks, then looked at the blood stained on top of his fingers. Gur, what happened during the time you disappeared? Tell us everything. Don't leave out any small details. And don't leave out a single sentence or word. Wei Ge stabilized his mind and finally told the process of his captivity. As the others listened, it was like listening to a mythological story. It was quite unbelievable. However, they were either Wei Ji's relatives or familiar uncles, so they could naturally see that Wei Ge was not lying. Wei Ji's eyes were confused after he finished speaking. Father, are we leaving? Wait a little longer. Wei Zhongyuan didn't dare to ensure if Du-Wan had gone far. If I'm not wrong, she has gone to seek my father's marshal. Things today are no longer under our control. Time is also fate. The Wei family had been defeated before it had even begun. It all came so suddenly. Something that every Wei family member did not expect. Du-Wan had already seen the Wei family marshal by this time. It was an old man with a twinkling spirit, wearing the marshal's robes. The old marshal was originally sitting in the northwest, and only hurriedly came when he heard that something big had happened on the front line. Unexpectedly, before he reached the army camp, he was stopped by a teenager wearing a bucket hat. The young man's face was as white as porcelain, and his eyes were transparent, confident and calm, even if he is wearing ordinary people's clothes, slung over a cloth bag made of rough fabric, wearing a cheap hat. Still, how to look at it is not like a simple family can raise children. A child from an ordinary family would not be able to afford to use the ring-head sword. The situation at hand was that Du-Wan directly appeared to block the path of the marshal's team. The old marshal was protected in the center of the group, separated from Du-Wan by several layers of guards. Anyway, the surrounding generals gawking at Du-Wan were less than 1,000. Du-Wan thought she was being friendly as she waved her hand cordially towards the old marshal. Greetings, Marshal Wei. I have an important matter that I would like to talk to you about. But can we talk alone? I can tell you that I currently have no killing intent towards the Wei family. Who are you? Marshal Wei was wary. Wait a moment. I'll show you something. Du-Wan pulled out a bunch of things from her face pouch. 9 items in total, and threw them towards the guard beside the old marshal. The guard caught the things with a hand, and then respectfully transferred them to the old marshal. When the old marshal saw these things, his hands trembled. You? Who the hell are you? What do you want? I am the Jiaoyang County Lord. From the capital. Du-Wan pulled out her identity card from her bosom, shook it and put it back. Now, can we talk? The old marshal held those tokens. Sheriff, you are just one person. I am sufficient for one person. Du-Wan faintly interrupted him. Those who once underestimated me now have grass growing on their graves. Chapter 599. Let Big Brother Get a Headache. Du-Wan and Marshal Wei had a private chat for a full hour. No one knew exactly what they chatted about. In the end, it was Marshal Wei who ordered the withdrawal of troops, and the Northwest Army went back again. In just a few days, the Northwest had changed. Marshal Wei announced that he had surrendered to the imperial court and that everyone in the Wei family would return to the capital, including himself. This so-called rebellion seemed like a cloud of smoke, appearing and going quickly. And on the same day, Wei Gu and the others were picked up from the mountain. After all, they did not dare to act rashly, and stayed on the mountain until nightfall, not seeing Du-Wan appear, but waiting for someone to pick them up. Said by Marshal Wei. When they came down the mountain, they knew about the withdrawal. What ambition was lost by the Princess Jiaoyang? Some do not know the inside story of the generals. At first will not be angry. Thought the Wei family was threatened. Is trying to make a fuss on the familiar knower suppressed. When Du-Wan captured, not only the Wei family was released back will not be declared out. But there are friends and family dedicated to the door to ask. Or will mention it too. In this way, under the threat of strong force, Northwest upper people, strangely quiet. The upper level of the generals are silent. The following people no longer how to think is useless. Can only obey the order. Du-Wan slipped around the key cities in the Northwest. Until the early morning of the third day. Someone saw the top of the high watchtower on the city wall. There seemed to be a person standing. Those who stood on the ground floor looked up, and could only see a tiny shadow, but could vaguely make out that the person was wearing a bucket hat, holding a long sword, and his clothes were hunting. In such a high place, that person still stood extremely stable. It was as if he was born to stand at a high place, and look down on all living beings. When that person rubbed his eyes, and wanted to look again, the top of the watchtower was already empty. Du-Wan leapt down from the top of the watchtower to the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city were taken aback when they saw her, and were about to ask her who she was. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes. No one was there. Such a weird thing. He rushed to report to his superior. After hearing about the other party's dress, the superior then silently put the matter down, and reported upwards again. Then, one after another, until the news reached the old marshal's ears. The old marshal had emaciated quite a bit over the past few days, but didn't dare to collapse. Still sitting with a straight spine, Wei Zhongyuan said, "Father, the county princess is showing up? Wait for her to come to the door again. Do we really want this? How about otherwise? You say it?" The old marshal looked sideways at Wei Zhongyuan. Wei Zhongyuan's fists placed on his thighs, clenched tightly. The big deal is that the fish is dead. Foolishness. Not to mention that the net won't break even if the fish dies. That is, so what if the Wei family dies out? Who will remember us 100 years from now? Or do you naively think that you will become a hero who will remain famous in history? The old marshal's question made Wei Zhongyuan blush. After a long time, the old marshal added, "History books are written by the descendants. Maybe in the future, they will make a note that the Wei family conspired against us. The whole family was exterminated and deserved to die. It's still possible." Du-Wan, who was eating noodles on the nearest street of the marshal's mansion, happened to hear the dialogue between the old marshal and Wei Zhongyuan. Suddenly, the old marshal inside the mansion heard a light laugh. This light laughter was far away, and could also be said to be very close. The person was not in the mansion, but the voice came in. Marshal Wei is a man of understanding. Marshal Wei's hands that were squarely placed on his lap trembled slightly. County Lord." The old man who shouted out this sound had an incomparably bitter heart, as well as awe. What kind of ability is this? When he was young, he had once worshipped a reclusive old man as his master, and had been taught martial arts by him. Before his death, the master warned him that when he met the children of the great families, especially the children of the families with a long heritage, he could make good friends. And he could not make good friends, and could not be messed with. The master said that ordinary people can't afford to mess with him. Marshal Wei thought that his family had enough power, and was no longer considered ordinary people. Now it seems that he misunderstood. The master's original reference to not being able to mess with has nothing to do with power. Wei Marshal's perversity. Wei Jingyuan was the first to know. Father, what is wrong with you? Didn't you hear the county princess speak just now? Marshal Wei looked at his son. Wei Jingyuan was stunned. No. Then it's nothing. The county lord should be around here. So tell everyone in the residence to be more careful, and not to offend the county lord. Marshal Wei suppressed the huge drop and bitterness in his heart, hoping that the juniors would not be ungrateful enough to provoke the county lord. Wei Zhongyuan encountered his father's strange eyes, and somewhat understood. Something must have happened just now. Or something he didn't know about. And then followed his father's words. Father, please don't worry. Everyone obediently stayed at home and didn't go out. All good children. Yes, we Wei family members have been open and honest all our lives. If we weren't really forced to live, we wouldn't have thrown ourselves into a rebellion. Nowadays, the one presiding over the dynasty is the county king. And I heard that the court has cleared up quite a bit. Next was father and son. One sentence from you and one sentence from me. Talking about how full of helplessness they were. Saying why they wanted to rebel. Saying how they had no choice but to do so. Saying that the court had not paid the army for some years. And that the food set every year was all old and stale. And mixed with a large amount of sand. Making it impossible to eat it all. Warm clothing is even more excessive. There is not even a little warm cotton inside. All grass. Not to mention the herbs that were sent. All of them were second-rate. And they were often in arrears. Every year. The lack of food and medicine in the barracks. Are dying a lot of people. In the past 2 years. Natural disasters. The Northwest's general's days are even more difficult. Outside is giggling and giggling eating noodles. Duwan originally ate quite happy. The result of the more eat more slow. And then to the end of the pondering. As far as she knows, these 2 years the emperor uncle did not treat the Northwest it. Food how she is not clear. But the army pay is absolutely no less. Where did the silver go? With her help. The emperor was no longer short of money. And it was logical that he wouldn't be able to covet this amount of money. Either the Wei family is lying. Or someone is making trouble from it. And without saying a word, the army pay was coveted. And managed to hide this matter? This matter is not small. Not something that 1 or 2 people can do. The Ministry of War is responsible for the army's food, clothing and weapons. Duwan couldn't help but think of the dead Ma Xiangshu. At that time, Ma Xiangshu unexpectedly sent someone to assassinate their siblings. Not only Du Qian was surprised. Even Duwan felt surprised. To know that in the Great Hall, Ma Xiangshu was very cooperative and quick to concede. The 2 people thought that he would be a sensible one. They really didn't expect that he would secretly lay his hands on the siblings. And it was also that time that Du Qian almost had an accident. Du Qian for this reason also deliberately reinvestigate once again. After learning that it was the truth, Duwan settled the person sharply. At this time, in retrospect, Ma Xiangshu is indeed quite abnormal. Will it be due to a weak heart? Forget it. Send this news back to the capital, and let Big Brother go for a headache. Chapter 600. People are beautiful and good-hearted. Northwest News. Duwan as early as the day of Marshal Wei's promise. Let Tian Qianzhuang pass the news back to the capital. Before Du Qian sends someone over to take over the Northwest. She will have to stay in the Northwest for a while. Thinking that with a sudden change of heart, a few pricks would come out of the Northwest. It was actually calm as hell. After wandering around for a few days, there was no one who wanted to find a chicken to make an example of. Duwan simply lived in the marshal's house. Good food and drink were provided for, while changing a set of clothes. And then the bucket hat casually thrown away. And later found that actually let the Wei family a 5-year-old child to pick up. It is said that this child is Wei Gu. That little guy is quite shameless. Took the bucket hat and put it on his head. He went around saying that all masters have to wear hats. So please call him a master in the future. The little guy even ran up to Duwan. Sheriff, I will be as strong as you in the future. I will definitely defeat you. As strong as me? How can you defeat me? Duwan asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. The little guy froze. The question was too profound. He didn't figure it out for a while. Then I just want to be stronger than you. Oh, the dream is good. You have to work hard. I'll work hard. You see, I am wearing your bucket hat. The day you appeared with it on. The adults were all shocked by you. How majestic. My dad usually loves to beat my little arse. And he was scared of you that day. So it turns out. Du-Wan was amused and laughed. No wonder the little guy was so obsessed with the bucket hat. Really? The little guy's eyes shone brightly. Du-Wan really did teach him. It was what Du-Qian taught her in the past. However, she only taught one move, which was enough for the little kid to learn for a long time. This matter naturally reached the ears of the adults in the Wei family. Wei Ji's daughter-in-law was so scared that she hurriedly went to fetch the little one away, only to be stopped by Wei Gu. Wei Gu was now broken. Let him be. But our son is so cute. What are we afraid of? This is not it. The county princess has taught him to practice sword. When he learns a move and a half, he might be able to beat me as a father in the future. Wei Gu had heard his grandfather mention it. Wei Zhongyuan agreed with what his son said. Gu is right. You don't need to be too nervous. If you're really worried, make some snacks and send them over. I heard that the county princess likes snacks. Then I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Wei Ji's daughter-in-law is busy going to the kitchen. Du-Wan still doesn't know that her little hobby has spread to the northwest. The child was small after all. And after her mother brought food, her eyes were fixed on it. When he ate a bellyful, he lay in his mother's arms and fell asleep. Du-Wan smiled faintly and said, "He is tired. You take him down." "Thank you, Sheriff Master." Wei Ji's daughter-in-law bowed respectfully before carrying her son away. Du-Wan looked at the exquisite small snacks on the table, pinched up a piece and sniffed it, stuffed it into her mouth for a small bite, then finished the whole plate of snacks in no time. In Marshal Wei's mansion, it's not that she didn't do anything. Investigating the matter of the Northwest rations and wages over and over again, she found that this was indeed the case. Therefore, the Northwestern Army's dissatisfaction with the imperial court was accumulating little by little, which was the reason why none of the generals objected when the Wei family wanted to rebel. And it's not that the Wei family doesn't have money. On the contrary, there are generals from the neighboring countries who disguise themselves as roving bandits to come to the Great Qin state to rob it. And the Wei family often goes to blackmail, and occasionally goes to the neighboring countries to do a job. So the family's wealth is really very rich. Du-Wan is clear when she skips round the marshal's house. More than 10 days passed peacefully. There is news. It is from Guanglua County. It is said that the rebels hiding in the mountains were found. The general was captured in the chaos of arrows. A small iron mine and weapons manufacturing workshop was found, and most of the rebels have surrendered. Now the people sent by the imperial court are settling the matter. Most of the rebels are poor people. Those who don't have any fatal cases on their bodies are sent back to their home villages to cultivate their farms. And those who do have fatal cases will be sentenced according to the severity of the case. Everything was looking up. It was the Wei family who heard the news and were all in a heavy mood. Du-Wan knew that they were certainly in a bad mood. After living here, Du-Wan also knew that some of the house family members had come to join the Wei family. Currently people don't live in the marshal's house. After learning that the Wei family has surrendered, there is still resentment. Just that these people are greedy and afraid of death. No matter how dissatisfied they are, they won't make a scene in front of Du-Wan. And they don't give Du-Wan the opportunity to make an example of him. Today, in the courtyard where Du-Wan lives, Marshal Wei came to ask for an audience. Du-Wan met him in the pavilion in the courtyard. "Old Marshal, what is the matter that you have come over specially?" "It's about Guanglua County." Marshal Wei seemed to have aged a few years again. "Can you spare Fang Yuechun's life?" "Who is Fang Yuechun?" Du-Wan questioned, after asking, and then associating it with what happened in Guanglua County. Du-Wan understands a little. "Is it the leader of that rebel army?" "Yes." Marshal Wei did not hide. That side is a back road for his Wei family. The person behind the curtain is the Wei family. Fang Yuechun is his beloved. I know that the Fang family has done a lot of wrong things. But Fang Yuechun is good, just listening to my instructions. Du-Wan knew that if she agreed, Sangguan was a little topsy-turvy. "So," she replied in a million words, "this matter is not under my responsibility. You go back to the capital, and then talk to my big brother, Marshal Wei." "Sheriff, can you not be so perfunctory?" Du-Wan just ignored him. "I'm just a workhorse. The decision-maker is not me." The old marshal looked at Du-Wan quietly for a while, hoping that the young girl would be soft-hearted and agree to his request as an old man. Nay, she just looked young. But her mind was extremely stable. For an old man who had once protected the Great Qin Kingdom, Du-won still respected him, and did not reject him to his face. Preserving his face. She felt that she was really a good and understanding girl. A good person with a beautiful heart. Great. Fortunately, the old marshal did not know what was in her mind. Otherwise he would have thought that she was really a dog. The dog is a horse. But he is not a stalker. Do his best to listen to God. The Wei family's future is currently uncertain. So he really can't take too much into account. After waiting for about half a month, the people who took over the Northwest finally arrived. Du-won, along with the Wei family marshal, went over to the city gates to greet them. The person who came was beyond her expectation. It was actually Mu Xian. Mu Xian rode a tall horse and wore a general's robe. Once Du-won's first glance, she felt that Mu Xian was a little white man. After more than 2 years, she still felt that he was a little white man wearing a robe. Just that face is still a little black. As soon as Mu Xian saw Du-won, he raised a big smile and hurriedly dismounted and went forward. County Lord, did you specially come over to pick up someone? Mu Xian smiles cheaply. Du-won abruptly opened her eyes wide. You mean Pei Hao is here? Yeah. Just. Mu Xian pointed to the carriage behind her. Chapter 601. Who is the person in the carriage? As a general who doesn't ride a horse, but instead rides in a carriage, the biggest possibility is that the person is injured. But seeing this look on Mu Xian's face, the injury shouldn't be serious. Du-won is still worried and glares at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Still playful. Humph. Mu Xian, can you be reasonable? After the county princess got married, she is not cute anymore. Alas. Du-won has already run to the carriage, lifted the curtain and got in. And sure enough, she smelled the faint smell of medicine. And Pei Hao froze when he saw the little girl he had been thinking about suddenly appearing. Wan. Pei Hao shouted tentatively. Du-won sizes him up. Thin. Serious dark circles under your eyes. Haven't slept or eaten well? You're also injured. Is it serious? Where did you get hurt? What did the doctor say? Pei Hao returned to his senses from his daze. And suddenly his burning peach blossom eyes flashed a loving smile. How could he answer this series of questions? Suddenly, Du-won added with a stern face. What are you smiling about? It's so ugly. The mustache has grown out. A heartfelt blow. Pei Hao's smile froze for a split second before he gritted his teeth and pulled the person into his arms, rubbing her white face with his stubble, making Du-won so angry that she wanted to punch him. But she held back halfway through for fear of hurting him. She still doesn't know where he is injured. After all, he was sitting and his clothes were in the way, so he couldn't see anything for the time being. Du-won endured the tickling of her face. Enough. Oh. Not enough. Pei Hao kissed her cheeks. Wan. Let's not separate next time. Okay? Du-won nodded when she was dazed by his kiss. Pei Hao whispered again. When I was separated, I had prepared my heart. I would definitely miss not seeing you. But I didn't know that really going to miss someone would be so hard. With the passage of time, he never knew that he would miss someone that much. Sometimes when it was late at night, the thoughts were so clear that his heart would faintly ache every time he thought about it. When Pei Hao recalled that feeling, his heart was stifled again. So, he hugged him tighter and tighter, unwilling to let go. Du-won was afraid that she would unintentionally get his injuries, so she let him hold. But when she heard his words, her eyes were a little hot, a little hard but also a little sweet. The taste is not to mention how complicated, but in the end is not bad. Until the carriage stopped, Pei Hao had to release her from his embrace. However, his big hand still held one of her hands tightly. Wan. I'm injured. Help me get off. Okay? Mentioning his injury, Du-won's heart ached. Okay. Where is it hurt? Is it serious? You don't even tell me. Do you want me to carry you off? Haha. Seeing my daughter-in-law. Everything is fine. Being able to talk poorly means it's not serious. No. Serious. Very serious. Pei Hao's entire weight leaned towards his daughter-in-law. Du-won knew his virtues, and couldn't help but indulge him for a few moments. What else can you do with your own man? Spoil him. So she seriously helped him out of the carriage. The people outside looked at the carriage, and were dying of curiosity. In front of the city gates, many people saw the sheriff master getting into the carriage. And then the army continued to move forward, with the carriage still being protected in the middle. Many people were initially guessing who the person in the carriage was. Some guessed that it was Du Qian. This one person who was in the capital suddenly came to the northwest. Who didn't know that the county princess and the county king were the most intimate? Some guessed that it was Pei Hao. Because after all, the county princess was a girl, sitting in a carriage with someone. Either there was a woman in the carriage, or it was her husband. Even if the county king came over. So what if he was a brother and sister? Both have grown up. What should be avoided is still avoided. In front of a large crowd. The county lord would not sit steadily like this all the way. Until the carriage stopped in front of the marshal's mansion. The person on the carriage came down. And it was really Pei Hao. However, the Pei Hao lookalike who got off the carriage was still supported by the county princess. Not in good health? Wei family members in the crowd. There were some whispers. Wei Zhan asked Wei Gu in a low voice. Is this the husband of the county princess? It doesn't look like he's in good health. Wei Gu said. Of course he's not well. His body smells of medicine. He might have been injured before he came. At this time, another Wei family teenager came closer and said softly. It can't be. I heard before that he suffered a serious injury when he was pacifying the Southwest. And the doctor let him recuperate for 2 or 3 years at that time. So it should be that he's still not well. Oh, I also heard that does not work. Poof. Where did the news come from? From the capital came. A few guys got together and gossiped about Pei Hao in various ways. Pei Hao suddenly looked at their side coolly. And at once several people were silenced. Wei Zhan's heart thumped. No way. No way. Won't be heard. Right? Sometimes people just die from being mouthy. Wei Gu warned. Marshal Wei personally welcomed Pei Hao and the others into the mansion. The guest room that was packed was where Mu Xian went to stay. Pei Hao directly stayed in Duwan's small courtyard. The two were husband and wife. And Wei family didn't stop them. For the time being, he didn't say anything to the Wei family. Rushing to the northwest. A team of people were really tired. The first and foremost thing is to rest. Pei Hao's things were moved to Duwan's room by the attendants. Duwan helped Pei Hao to the bed. Quickly lie down. Don't mess around. Let me take a look at the injury first. No need. It's broad daylight. The door is still open. What if someone breaks in? Pei Hao's original somewhat haggard face. At this time actually dyed with a faint pink color. On the contrary, he also held a serious posture. Even when he came to the bed, he didn't lie down, but sat on the edge of the bed with a proper posture. This appearance led his whole person more and more good-looking. Duwan doesn't know how to appreciate awe. Now his mind is on his injury. Hearing him say this? This will wait for a moment. Duwan ran to close the door. Pei Hao smiles more and more beautifully. Wan. Closing the door in broad daylight. Not afraid of the onlookers thinking about it? Just think about it. We are husband and wife and not outsiders. Duwan doesn't care what the outsiders say. And couldn't help but look at him obliquely. You can't be serious. You still care about this? It's not quite like your style. I thought you were even more uncouth than me. Pei Hao. He shouldn't have expected anything from this mouth of a little girl. Really. Shouldn't have expectations. Duwan did not allow him to put it off any longer. And was very insistent on knowing where he was injured. And also wanted him to undo his robe and show her the situation. Pei Hao couldn't resist her. So he had to untie his robe. After untying it, the smell of medicine became stronger. Duwan saw that there was a thick strap tied around his waist. The situation was too chaotic at that time. And I was unintentionally hit by an arrow. Now it doesn't hurt anymore. It's almost better. Really. It's not serious. Pei Hao opened his mouth and shut his mouth to say that it is not serious. But that soft tone heard Duwan even more worried. Chapter 602, he looked at her with light in his eyes. Duwan stared at Pei Hao's abdominal injury. Does it really not hurt? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt as much as thinking about you. Pei Hao looked at her with light under his eyes. Raised his hand to caress her face. His thumb gently rubbing. Wan. 18 years old is too long. Or, just 17 years old. How? Hearing Duwan face a black line. It seems to hurt really not serious. Brain are thinking about what? A slap off his hand. She grunted at him. Pei Hao is not angry. His smile swings as he puts his robe back on. Daughter-in-law. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Duwan asked with a small face. Noodles? Alright. Then I'll have someone cook you a bowl of noodles. I want to eat the kind of noodles you get in the Southwest. Are the noodles in the Southwest delicious? Duwan tried to recall. As if it wasn't. It was just like that. Pei Hao nodded seriously. Every time you feed me noodles, I feel especially fragrant. Du-Wan had another black line on her face, invisibly being teased. Did she? People feel that the noodles smell good, not because of the noodles, but because of being fed by her? Du-Wan's eyes looked at his hands with disgust. You didn't cripple your hands this time, did you? Do you want to cripple them? Pei Hao's face suddenly came over and asked in a low voice. Du-Wan's face was hot. Hurriedly avoided back. Fault. Cursing out, people ran away. Behind them, there was the sound of Shitzi Master's loud laughter left. Outside the door, Du-Wan patted her hot face. Without looking in the mirror, she knew that she must be red. Looking back at the door, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth again. Running to the small kitchen, she personally stared at those people to make a bowl of noodles. Having someone cut up quite a few slices of lamb, frying 2 eggs, and then putting in a handful of lettuce and sprinkling it with green onions. Don't make it too fragrant. This bowl is not a small bowl, but a large sea bowl. Du-Wan carried it and headed for her room with a quick step. When she went back, she happened to see Mu Xian bring the army doctor over and was changing Pei Hao's medicine. Du-Wan and Pei Hao are husband and wife. They don't need to avoid suspicion. They carried the noodles and went in. When Mu Xian saw that big sea bowl of noodles, his eyes lit up. It smelled quite fragrant. But unfortunately it wasn't his. So County Princess is going to get food for Ah Hao. This looks quite good. If you want to eat, go to the small kitchen. Let them get you a bowl accordingly. Can I? Of course. Du-Wan knows that Wei family in order to please her. Specially got her a small kitchen, which is fully stocked with ingredients every day. What she wants to eat, go and order is. Today's mutton is fresh. I'll go now. I'll leave this place to you. Mu Xian slipped away quickly. Pei Hao gave him a knowing look. The matter of changing the medicine was not complicated. The doctor had already applied the medicine. Pei Hao told him to go out. The bandage matter didn't need him to come. The doctor took the medicine box and silently retired. Du-Wan puts the noodles on a side table and takes over to tie his bandage. This injury is not light. Right? It will scab over in a couple of days. Pei Hao straightened his waist. His upper body was empty. When Du-Wan wrapped the bandage around him, it was inevitable that he would be a bit closer. As a matter of fact, he could have done this himself. But he just wanted her to do it. Wan. In the future, when I have another ugly scar on my body, will you dislike me? Will? This reply caught him off guard. Pei Hao had thought about how he was going to say it when she said she didn't mind. As a result, when he met her gaze and found her teasing smile, he instantly understood. The little girl clearly did not mind. But she had to tease him? Well, he knew that she wouldn't mind it. Didn't he also ask out? In fact, he mainly wanted to remind that, after seeing his body, there was no reaction. For example, the girl's shyness or something. On the contrary, the little girl is very frank. Du-Wan was really frank. Truthfully, Pei Hao had a good body. But it's not like she hasn't seen a man's body before. Especially the upper body. Once the internet searched a lot. She really can't be like a little girl who has never seen the world and is too shy to see some meat. Pei Hao hopelessly put on his clothes. Daughter-in-law, is my figure not good? Yes, quite good. Then your face is not even red. It's not like it's the first time I've seen it. I'm an old married couple. Want to curse? What to do? Pei Hao was in an extraordinarily sour mood. Does the little girl have any misunderstanding about old married couples? Is he the most miserable old husband in the world? An old man who has never eaten meat. When Pei Hao was properly dressed, Du-Wan picked up the noodles and handed them to him. Eat quickly. It's just right to eat now. It's not hot anymore. Pei Hao was hesitant and did not want to take it. Du-Wan stared at him with a smile on her face. In the end, he lost the battle and brought it over to eat by himself. He wants to be close to his daughter-in-law. Is it easy for him? The daughter-in-law just does not cooperate. What else can he do? Du-Wan still does not know the person in front of her. Eating a bowl of noodles or eating a lot of thoughts. UNC it over here. Is ready to take over the Northwest? No. It is Xian who is taking over temporarily. Big brother would let us come over because we are the closest to the Northwest. Pei Hao said that Du Qian's intention was for Mu Xian to come over and take over temporarily. And then, he would send another person over to hold down the fort. And this person would most likely be his father, the Duke of Jinghua. In the future. There will not be a single person to guard the northwest. It will probably be several generals, taking turns to guard the area. Du Qian is a very far-sighted person. The rotation system can stop the Wei family's situation from happening again. As for Pei Hao, he would come over this time purely to see his daughter-in-law and then accompany her back to the capital. Next, Du Wan suppressed Wei family cooperation. Mu Xian took over the Northwest Army. In addition, the Du family side of the disaster relief team also rushed to the Northwest, responsible for the relief of the people here, in addition to bringing a large number of seeds, hoping to develop the Northwest of the agricultural. The Du clan stepped in, allowing the people of the Northwest to usher in the light of day. The Du family was also quite interesting, pressing the name of doing good things onto Du Wan's head, making the people grateful to Du Wan for this wave of operation. Wei family members can't understand. Even the well-informed Wei old marshal all feel strange. In theory, a good reputation shouldn't fall on the Du clan or Du Qian's head. Secondly, it should also fall on the emperor's head. Right? Did the Du clan contribute money and effort to pay the way for Du Wan? Could it be that the person who will inherit the throne in the future is Princess Jiao Yang? A bunch of Wei family's main person, together face to face, have guessed what is going on. Finally cannot figure out, also do not want to. Anyway, in a few days, they have to go back to the capital. Wei Zhongyuan is not sure. Father, our trip back to the capital really will not have anything to do. Life is no problem. The sheriff said so. She guaranteed it? Said that the sheriff king will not kill the Wei family. What about the emperor? The Wei family did not trust the emperor. The Wei family had mixed feelings towards the emperor over the years. Not without resentment. Chapter 603. The couple finally returns to the capital. On the same day, the old marshal made an appointment to meet Pei Hao. Pei Hao's appointment with the old marshal was sort of expected. The two people met in the marshal's study. When the subordinate served tea, Pei Hao took a sip. Marshal, you might as well speak straight. Those people who came over to provide disaster relief, they were sent by the county king, right? I heard that there are all over Great Qin. The old marshal voiced the question in his heart. It doesn't look like people from the dynasty. It's true that they're not people from the dynasty. They're people from the Du clan. Isn't it true that the Du clan never gets involved? It's not involved now either. They just want to help the people of the world get through this time. And for that reason, it can be said that they have no reservations. Pei Hao was actually unable to understand what the Du clan was doing. The Du clan seemed to be doing something big, almost pouring their clan into it. Pei Hao did not bother to ask his wife about this because he did not want her to be embarrassed. What else is difficult for old marshal? Pei Hao asked. The old marshal was worried and asked, isn't Du's practice afraid of angering the emperor? It's not necessarily a good thing to have too much fame for County Princess Jiao Yang. What if it attracts suspicion? There is no need to worry about this. Pei Hao answered vaguely. In fact, he was equally a bit worried, and even asked Du Qian about it. Du Qian's answer was that there was no need to worry, and that nothing would happen. Seeing this, the old marshal spoke the speculation in his heart. The future crown prince. Is it a county princess? Pei Hao sprayed a mouthful of tea and choked on it, coughing for a while before catching his breath. The old marshal stared at him in a less than friendly manner. My words are funny. The young man really doesn't know how to respect the elderly. No. I was frightened by your old man's words. Pei Hao shook his head. The little girl had no intention of inheriting the throne. The two chatted for a while longer. The old marshal's analysis of the situation in Qin was thorough, and Pei Hao benefited greatly from listening to it. Until it was late. When Pei Hao got up to say goodbye, the old marshal finally asked about the worries of Wei's family. Wei family members are most worried about the uncertainty of the road ahead. Pei Hao finally knew the reason for his appointment today. Marshal, have you heard of the Su family? The former prime minister. The Su family? Right. The Su family is now living in the princess's residence, without their former splendor, but living a peaceful life. In addition, Su Che has been reused by Du Qian, and is now doing things in the Ministry of Households. Although he doesn't have a position, he has been doing the work of the Minister of Households. Pei Hao bashfully gave the old marshal a junior salute and quietly exited the study. The old marshal fell into a moment of silence. It did not take long for Wei Zhongyuan to come over. Wei Zhongyuan asked how the talk went. The old marshal related Pei Hao's last mention. He is telling us that the enemies of the princess's house can all live well, and that the Du family's heart is bigger than we imagined. Is this considered pointing out a path for our Wei family? He is pointing it out. How we do it still depends on ourselves. Back then, the princess house and the Su family made a big deal out of things. Nowadays, the entire capital's powerful and wealthy people were about to change round, compared to those powerful nobles who had even lost their lives. The Su family's days were enviable in turn. The most unbelievable thing was that the princess house was even able to tolerate enemies, and Su Che was still able to be reappointed. Is the Du family not afraid of raising a tiger? It was obvious that it was unafraid. Those who would do this were either short-sighted and stupid, or so powerful that they were not afraid, associated with Du Wan's strength. There was no need to think that it was the latter. Marshal Wei muttered. Relying on the princess house is a way out for the Wei family. We kind of owe the Pei family boy a favor today. Yes, father. Pei Hao's injuries were almost recuperated. The situation in the northwest was settled, and the Wei family's large family packed up their things, moved onto the carriage, and returned to the capital along with Pei Hao and Du Wan and the others. When going back, Du Wan and Pei Hao were in a carriage. Only then did Du Wan realize that something was missing. Where is Husan? Why don't we see him today? Pei Hao looked at her with amusement. You only realize now that Husan is not with me. Didn't come to the northwest with you? Du Wan recalled that she did not see Husan this time, and immediately frowned. What happened to him? Injured? Yes. In order to protect me, he was not lightly injured. I told him to stay where he is and recuperate. When he recuperates, he will go straight back to the capital. Then go back and reward him well. Better reward him with a daughter-in-law. Ha. Ha ha ha. Husan will be happy. All the way back to the capital. There is no danger. Du Wan left the capital and came back again, more than 2 months after the incident, which was a bit longer than she expected. According to the original plan, she could finish it in a month or so. It was Pei Hao and Mu Xian's trip to the northwest that changed her plan and made her stay in the northwest for a longer period of time. The carriage drove into the city gates. Du Wan was in a different mood. Returning to the city, Pei Hao pretended to eat and said, Wan, I'm still by your side, and you're still thinking about other men? And you still think about 3 at once? Go. Eating flying vinegar indiscriminately really convinced you. Du Wan laughed and stretched out a white slap, snapping it onto his forehead. That's my big brother. That's my big brother. And my father. Does father understand? Humph. There's also my little brother. Such a cute little guy. How dare you? Princess mother. She also wants to do. After entering the city, Pei Hao and Du Wan separated from the Wei family. The Wei family's mansion in the capital was originally seized away, and Du Qian returned it to the Wei family. Pei Hao and Du Wan didn't go back to Jingui Gongfu, but went to the princess residence instead. It's no wonder that the two of them didn't go back. It's mainly because the Duke of Jin's mansion doesn't have a master at home right now. The Duke of Jinguo was still out on a mission, and Mrs. Pei's mother and daughter had gone to live in the Protectorate Temple and had never returned to the house. The two had just arrived at the princess mansion and were warmly welcomed. The eldest princess hugged her daughter so happily that she wiped her tears. And there was also a cute little dumpling that looked like jade and snow. When Du Wan hugged him, the little guy giggled with joy. On the other side, Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team and Du Qian also pulled Pei Hao to chat. In fact, the day before, Du Extra Horse Harness by the side of a team and the eldest princess were still staying in the family. Learnt that Du Wan would return to the capital today. They insisted on going back to the princess house to wait for their daughter. Even Du Qian could not stop them, so they had to silently double the manpower for protection. Du Wan left 2 months. The capital is not at all peaceful. Du Qian was assassinated in the palace and suffered a small injury. The princess's residence was frequented from time to time, which made Du Qian so annoyed that he killed the assassin on the spot when he caught him. Without the existence of Du Wan as a cheat, it is not easy to find the person behind the scenes. According to speculation, it may be related to Du Qian's investigation of the northwestern rations. Later, Du Qian and Xie Zhang cooperated together to find out the problem of food and pay. Almost the Ministry of War Yamen blood wash once. The most interesting. The northwest there are people as an insider. The joint military officials together with the private swallowing of food rations. And that person is still the Fong family. If the Wei family learnt the truth, I think it would be a mess, and would no longer care about the death of the Fong family. Chapter 604. He smiles a little stupidly. That night, Du-won rested in Yuan. Pei-hao went back to the State Duke's mansion in the middle of the day, instructed the housekeeper to keep an eye on the house, and then asked the housekeeper to send some things to the Protectorate Temple to show his filial piety, and then sent a message to say that he would go to the Protectorate Temple to see them when he was free. Du-won rarely returned to the familiar home and the familiar room. There were no changes, almost the same as before she got married. The only thing is that the familiar servants have changed. For example, Ning Qin and the others have moved to the county lord's mansion. When Du-won came back, she did not inform them to come and serve in the princess's residence. After Du-won bathed, she slept through the night. When she fell asleep, she felt that there was something different around her. She raised her hand in a daze and touched it, just in time to touch a person, who rolled her up and trapped her in his arms, and then let her pillow his arm, looking for a comfortable sleeping position to continue to sleep soundly. He expected her to wake up, but in her daze, she detected a familiar and reassuring scent. So, continue to sleep. Too sleepy. Pei-hao almost got angry. Little heartless. He was busy all day and came back late at night. She didn't care a bit. As if to vent his anger, he hugged her more tightly. Originally thought he would not be able to sleep. Unexpectedly, not a moment, he also fell asleep. When the two of them woke up again, it was already the next morning. The first one to wake up is Du-won. But when she moves, Pei-hao also wakes up. His peach blossom eyes go from drowsy to clear. Won. Wake up. Du-won blinked. What time did you come back last night? Ohio time. Pei-hao kissed her on the forehead. Want to get up? Yes. I have to accompany my family to a breakfast together. Du-won rolled over and got up. Pei-hao followed her up and even fixed her hair. Originally, she should have called her subordinate to come in to serve her. But Pei-hao didn't let her. Pei-hao has always been like this, seldom letting people wait on him. What he can do by himself, he is used to solving by himself. Du-won saw him next to him. Dry, very skilled. Obviously not a day or two things. You don't want to call the boys to come in to serve? No need. This is a very simple thing. I have been doing it since I was a child. Didn't you say that the children of the world's families all have someone to serve since childhood? Why do you want to do it yourself? There are underlings. Maybe we were taught differently. Pei-hao dressed up and tied his hair. Then he helped Du-won and took out a set of clothes and skirts from the box, which matched quite well. Pei-hao said while doing things, "This habit of mine was taught by my father since I was young. In my father's words, this is the basic survival ability, so that I can do without but not without understanding. If one day the Duke of State's house falls on hard times and there are no more subordinates, he hopes that I will still be able to live a good life. When I was young, it was to learn. Later on, when you learnt, you didn't like outsiders touching it too much." The more Du-won listened, the more she felt that he was a dog. In the past, when he was in front of her, especially in the Southwest, she was the one who helped him everywhere. He still has the nerve to say that he doesn't like outsiders to touch him? Du-won spat in her heart and listened carefully on the surface. Being served comfortably. When she sat on the dressing table, Pei-hao actually picked up a sandalwood comb and combed her hair, looking at herself in the mirror, then looking at him in the mirror. That serious gesture was actually particularly nice to look at. Seeing her little heart thumping, she touched her heart, took a deep breath, suddenly thought of the jade plaque that she wore to her neck, took it out and looked. The flowers on it, no longer like gold, much thicker. It was nearly half as thick as the small flowers before she went to the Northwest in the first place. It was likely that she had stopped the war in the Northwest and avoided a large number of casualties, thus receiving a large amount of merit. From this, it could be seen that they had done the right thing. What are you looking at? Pei-hao asked in a warm voice. Hee. You changed your jade token? No. It's still the original one. I remember the clan emblem on it. It's white. Well, it used to be. Du-won carefully put the jade tablet inside her clothes. If you do a lot of good deeds, the clan emblem will turn golden. At that time, something extraordinary will happen to the clan. What will happen? Pei-hao forgot to breathe at this point. Could this be the secret of the Du clan's abnormality? Du-won froze, and after hesitating, she said, "It says that they will go home." Going home? What home? Du-won looked back at him, thinking that he was her husband, a reliable person. So she told him about the Du clan, so that he could have a mental preparation first. Pei Hao's entire soul was floating as he listened, and when stepped out of the bedroom, he hadn't come back to his senses. Du-won knew that it would take some time for him to fully accept it. So she didn't disturb his thoughts and simply took his hand and headed towards the main courtyard. Just halfway there, he ran into Du Qian. Big brother. Du-won let go of Pei Hao's hand and ran towards Du Qian with gusto. Du Qian smiled and answered, chatting with her in a low voice. Big brother. Where is sister-in-law? She's still staying in the clan. Pregnant with a child. Not good to come back. Pregnant? How many months? Haha. Almost 2 months. It was because she was pregnant and hadn't yet sat the fetus. So the eldest princess let her continue to nurse the fetus in the clan's old mansion. The siblings walked and chatted, both with smiles on their faces, thus ignoring Pei Hao. Yes, ignored. The poor son of the world finally came back to his senses. Helpless. Little heartless. Still the same heartless. You don't want your husband when you have a big brother? Pei Hao was thinking this in his heart, but he steadily followed behind the two. In fact, his heart was quite sad. In the future, if the little girl leaves here with the family, what will he do? Suddenly, he had some understanding of Du Qian's words at the beginning. His little girl really doesn't have to want him. She has a very good future. Du-won turned her head strangely and asked, still thinking shouted you several times did not respond? Wan, will you leave me? Pei Hao looked at her and asked offhandedly. Then you will be sorry for me? Du-won asked in return. No. Then I won't leave you. It's as simple as that? Pei Hao saw the seriousness in the little girl's eyes, and he believed it. At this moment suddenly at ease. What happens in the future? To wait for the future will know. Now to worry about it is not necessary. As long as he is good to the little girl, did not do anything wrong to her. With the stubbornness of the little girl, no one can separate the two of them. Not to mention, they are already husband and wife. Already married. Although he does not know what love is. Only know that guarding her is what the heart wants. After thinking about this matter, Pei Hao's face swirled with a smile. Du Qian was a bit disgusted. Smiling a bit silly. Sister, what's wrong with him? I don't know. He's always like this. Du-won skimmed her small mouth. Pei Hao's smile froze. Then straightened his back. Gentlemanly and upright. Clearing a cough. Big brother. Wan. You guys are talking about me, excessively in front of me. Oh! Du Qian bright and laughed. This is finally back to God? Yes, back to God. He dared not return to God? No longer back to God had become the sibling's mouth of the fool. Chapter 605 Du Qian is going to make trouble again. In the main courtyard, the subordinates came in and out. In a short while, a rich breakfast table was set up. The eldest princess had let the kitchen prepare a variety of exquisite snacks early in the morning, all of which Du-won loved to eat. So, the family ate happily. A breakfast was eaten for half an hour. When the time was almost up, Du Qian had to go to the palace. Du Xian, horse harnessed by the side of a team, had Su Che's help, so it didn't matter whether he went or not at the moment. On the contrary, Du-won and Pei Hao definitely need to make a trip to the palace. The emperor is still waiting for the two of them. The three of them head towards the gate. And along the way, Du-won asks, is the emperor's uncle's health okay? Not bad. Du Qian replied with a pause. A little less sure. Du-won senses something strange. Big brother. What happened in the palace? What else could it be? Our uncle is just a lovey-dovey kind of guy. Huh? After Du Qian met his sister, he had not mentioned the matter of the palace. To say how big of a deal it wasn't really, but it was just a bit diabolical. Subsequently, Du Qian spoke succinctly about what happened in the palace. After Du-won left the capital, the empress's condition did not improve. The eunuchs were a bit at their wits' end and said that they wanted the emperor to be mentally prepared. Then, the emperor called a few more eunuchs to diagnose, and they all said that the empress had a heart disease and other clouds. When the empress is dying on the couch, proposed to see Qin Yu last sighed. The emperor actually promised? Yes, promised. Sent to Qian County will Qin Yu back to the capital. Come back to Qin Yu seems to have changed a lot. Very well behaved. And then the empress's condition actually slowly improved. To the present have not broken. The emperor is happy at the same time. Qin Yuyu also has a good face. Currently the family of 3 in the East Phoenix Palace. Every day together with meals. Get along happily. Duan took a look at Du Qian's face. That big brother's face. It doesn't seem quite right. It's a bit wrong. It should be that Qin Yuyu has done something else? Pei Hao said with certainty. Du Qian's eyelids jumped. What can there be? It's that Qin Yuyu has to send some food to him from time to time. Saying something like he shouldn't work too hard, etc. All sorts of concern for his body. Considerate enough to make his goosebumps come out. He always suspected that woman was aiming at him. When the wife is no hope, is probably to give him as a flat wife or noble concubine. Just these words. Could he say them? No. He couldn't. If Du Qian spread it out, the other party would probably deny it. Saying something about just being a relative. Wanting to care. And so on. At that time, he, the one who misunderstood, would be faced with an awkward situation. Hearing Qin Yuyu come back, although there is no public identity, but Duan Hart and Du Qian together, the same diaphragm cannot. The emperor's uncle used to hate to send people far away. How long has it taken to change his attitude again? Sure enough, he has the potential to be a dim king. The original novel may not have wronged him. Duan suddenly said, Big brother, little flower is about to turn golden. Let's work harder. Really? Du Qian was surprised. Duan nodded. Yes. That's good. I'm about to go crazy from being busy with the dynasty every day. Du Qian couldn't help but lament. Pei Hao laughed silently from the side. Is this considered a rare moment to see Du Qian laughing? When Duan got into a carriage, Pei Hao then followed him up. Du Qian actually followed up without saying a word? Du Qian laughed. Take the carriage and chat about official business together. Chatting in the carriage? Pei Hao looked out the car window. Du Qian laughed. It's not a big deal. Just discussing how to make the great Qin state better and better. And to make merit in the autumn. Your ambition is quite big. Pei Hao teased. Duan said offhandedly. Building roads and bridges. If you want to develop, easy transport is important. This inspiration comes from modern times. Infrastructure mania is not just talk. If a country wants to develop, capital construction is important. Du Qian pondered for a long time and felt that it made sense. This still needs to be discussed with the courtiers. At the moment, I have decided to do another thing that I wanted to do earlier. Pei Hao realized something and immediately stated. There is no need to talk to us. No matter what Big Brother does. Wan and I will support you. Right. No need to tell us. Du Wan had just finished her mission and hadn't rested enough. Du Qian laughed and scolded. What are you afraid of? Afraid that I'll leave things to you guys? Nothing. The two denied in unison. Just as Du Qian wanted to say. Then it was the ability to throw things to them. The two people took another step ahead and said. Tired? Applying for rest. Du Qian. Forget it. There is no rush. The carriage drove directly into the palace. Du Qian went to the imperial study. Du Wan and Pei Hao went to see the emperor. Learning that the emperor is currently in Dongfeng Palace. Du Wan is speechless. I'll go by myself. You go find Big Brother. Okay. Pei Hao didn't want to go there either. Du Wan dawdled towards the East Phoenix Palace. There was a small court today, and Du Qian was meeting some courtiers. When Pei Hao went over, there were already some ministers present. Marshal Wei's family, who had official positions, all entered the palace. Du Qian did not make things difficult for them, and issued an imperial decree to let them stay at home for the time being, and then decide whether or not to employ them in the future depending on the situation. This situation for the Wei family is the best result. The biggest fear is that after returning to the capital, the family will be imprisoned. Then, Du Qian called Su Che. The time has come. Post the royal list in a moment. As ordered. Su Che hesitated, and ultimately did not say anything. Sometimes he really felt that the county king was acting too eagerly. He had just bloodied the Ministry of War. And then he wanted to take on the powerful and wealthy. Wouldn't this really cause a big mess? Nowadays, the people who hate the county king to die can circle around the imperial city. Su Che sorted out. The royal list has long been written before, and touched up the pen several times. He personally went out of the palace and posted the royal list. This royal list was different from previous royal lists. It was no longer written in the written language. It was written in the spoken language. According to Du Qian, it was meant to be readable by the common people. The fact that Du Qian would have this idea was still attributed to Du Wan's entertainment newspaper. In order for the entertainment newspaper to be easy to understand, the gossips were written in a straightforward manner, so that anyone who could read could understand it. Du Qian thinks this approach is quite good. The royal list is to let the world can read and understand, not to show off the literary talent. Once the royal list came out, the whole city was in an uproar. The content of the above is roughly those who conceal the property within a month to the yamen to make up the deed, and then the previous tax owed to make up for it. The imperial court will conduct a census of all properties in a month's time. If you don't make up the deeds and taxes, once you find out, it will be confiscated, and if you refuse to confiscate it, you will be sentenced to imprisonment and banishment, and there will be no leniency. You are welcome to report this to the court. Once the report is verified, there is a generous reward. The next is a series of report after the reward is very generous. There are gold and silver and house and property. In addition, if the informer is a slave, the emperor will allow the informer's immediate family members to follow off the slave. The reward remains unchanged. Why specially mark this point? Simply make people panic. The master of the house to see which slave will not be able to help but suspect. Some of the family members who receive the news, their faces darkened into a pot. The county princess has only just returned to the capital. The county king can't wait to make things happen, especially with the reward for reporting at the back. It was simply poisonous. As long as the Great Qin state has a little bit of power, there are not many people who do not conceal their property. Depending on how much is concealed, some people actually secretly paid attention to the princess house's fields, and they didn't believe that the princess house didn't conceal the report. There are some people who learn about it, and only scolded those people who paid attention to it as fools, regardless of whether or not the princess mansion had it before. The county king dared to post the royal list, indicating that he was not afraid of people checking it out. Chapter 606. It's all thanks to my sister's good fortune. Du potential to mess up. Du Wan does not care. She is now standing in front of Dongfeng Palace, hesitating to go in. To tell the truth, she doesn't really want to see Qin Yuyu. Diaphragm to the core. And even she doesn't really want to see the emperor. So she's dawdling and dawdling outside, just not going in. Patrolling the forbidden guards. There is a team has gone 3 times. Still see the county princess in the East Phoenix Palace outside. Some palace people saw Du Wan, and secretly went in to report to the Grand Master. Then the chief executive went to mention it to the emperor. The emperor knows that Du Wan returned to the capital yesterday. Today also know that she will enter the palace. When to come over to see him is not too clear. Now know that people come. Still outside. Cannot help but happy. Quickly. Go to ask her to come in? Is saying this, the emperor suddenly realized something. Forget it. Or I go over. After saying this, the emperor stood up and walked outside, leaving behind the empress and Qin Yuyu. They looked at each other. After a long time, Qin Yuyu whispered enviously, "Mother, cousin is really liked by father." "Yeah. The 2 of us are in the back of the line." The empress spoke a bit mockingly. "Don't make any small moves. This palace fought for its life to get you back. If you make your own death again, no one will be able to save you. In the past, it was my daughter who was unintelligent, letting Mother Empress take the trouble. It's best to know. Live your life in peace. Don't go and compare yourself with Wan. You can't compare." Qin Yuyu's face twisted for a split second, and quickly returned to calm. Besides, when the emperor went out, he saw Du Wan slowly lifting her feet to step on the steps of the East Phoenix Palace. The posture was like she couldn't wait to step on the ants on the ground. The emperor knew it was so. His niece did not treat Qin Yuyu. "All right. Heh. Go. Accompany me for a walk." The emperor, who went up, called on the little girl and walked out. Du Wan's suddenly feet are not slow. Hands are not slow. Bumbling to follow up. "Uncle, how is the body?" "Better? Much better." The emperor smiled and answered. Du Wan looked back at the gate of Dongfeng Palace and silently sighed in relief. It's good that there's no need to go in. As if the emperor understood her mind, he did not force her. "Tell me, how are you doing outside?" "It's pretty good. It's just that I get homesick after a long time. I thought you would be happy to be away from home." "How will? A golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. I still like home the most." Du Wan didn't have the mentality of feeling that the outside world was big and that she must go out for a walk. Going out for a walk when you have the chance. And staying at home when you don't have the chance is not bad. Duan told the emperor about what she had seen on her trip to the northwest, and how she recovered the Wei family. And when she learnt that the little girl had hung the man from the big tree next to the wolf's den, the emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then to learn that Marshal Wei didn't make things difficult for the little girl and quickly surrendered. The emperor still had mixed feelings even if he had known earlier. Getting news from the outside and listening to the statements of the parties involved felt very different. The emperor sighed slightly in his heart. I may not be suitable to be the emperor. A lot of things Uncle does not need to personally do. No people can be good. Otherwise, raise so many subjects do? Duan knows that the current court has a lot of drawbacks. But there is no way to change it. Take your time to change it. Look at my big brother. When it's not too hard, Ha ha ha. You say Chiener is not hard? He is shouting bitterly every day. He probably can't see you being lazy. Ha ha ha. Only you dare to tell the truth. The emperor took Duan on a rare occasion and personally went to the imperial catering room to rub a good meal before going to find Du Qian. Duan was so satisfied with this that she didn't need to see the empress and Qinyu. When he saw Du Qian and learnt that Du Qian had done it, the emperor was suddenly silent. Duan gave a thumbs up towards Du Qian. Awesome, oh my big brother. It's all thanks to my sister's blessing. Du Qian is now bottomless. My sister is back. Let's see who of them still dares to assassinate me. The emperor is quite helpless. That is, the siblings dare to make such a mess. If he were to do so, I am afraid he would have died several times. The emperor reminded. Be careful. Don't be careless. I will, Du Qian assured. Duan rolled her eyes. All cultivating with her for so long. Hard behind her by a large margin. If he were a little stronger, who else would dare to touch him? Duan said. There aren't many people who dare to make a move now. Right? Basically, they are scared of being killed. The last time I was assassinated, I was also aware of my investigation into the Northwestern grain payroll. Nowadays, the officials in the court are cleansed over and over again. A new person does not need to be attacked by the enemy. They will collapse the country whole by themselves. Because the officials are all killed. There is no one available. Du Qian was capable of this, digging up a large number of talents from all over the place. In addition, Du Clan's people appeared. Also filled a large area of blank. Many time Du Qian manpower shortage. Let Du Clan's people temporarily top up. The Du clan has been passed down for countless years. And there are really a lot of people from that clan. With branches all over Great Qin. Usually not paying attention is not clear. This time the matriarch mobilized. Really quite scary. The next thing, Duan did not pay attention to. In the palace for a period of time. She slipped to find Pei Hao. Pei Hao made a merit this time. Listening to Du Qian's meaning. He will be rewarded in a few days. However, he was still the acting commander of the Forbidden Guards. So he should be at the Forbidden Guards office now. When Duan went over, she really saw Pei Hao dealing with official business. It is said that there is another batch of discharged soldiers this year. Pei Hao asked her if she wants to receive them. She thought for a while and said, the county lord's residence needs a batch of guards. You come and pick some good character ones to go over. Success. Pei Hao took out the list and started picking people. You want to go back? Back to the princess's mansion. To accompany my mother and little Tuanzi. Well, then you go back first. I still have to deal with official business. Okay. Duan didn't leave immediately and sat next to him, accompanying him to talk. Until it was a bit boring. That's when she slipped away. Pei Hao was helpless. Sometimes the little girl had good patience. Such as when dealing with enemies. Sometimes the patience is very limited. Just like now. Sitting for a little longer will be boring. Duan went out of the palace and didn't go back to the princess's mansion directly, but instead wandered around the streets. After wandering around for most of an hour, the large capital city, it felt like nothing had changed. But it felt different. For example, many once familiar people were gone. And some unfamiliar faces came. Passing by the Four Seasons building, Duan looked at the horizontal plaque and did not go in. It continued onwards again. Instead, a person poked his head out of the window on the first floor of the Four Seasons building. Is that the county princess? Shun Lu. You're blind? Right. The county princess would be hanging out alone? Another person poked his head out and looked. The days are quite boring now. All the former brothers have something to do. We are the only ones who have nothing to do. Hee hee. They were caught to work as laborers. Why don't I go and sign you up? Let you have something to do. Get lost. I'm not going to dig the riverbank. Those who had offended the Sheetsy master in the past were sent by their families to repair the river embankment in the name of exercise. Chapter 607 A Super Love Brain. The years were peaceful and beautiful. Every day when I got up, I felt that the air was a drop fresher. This period of time, Duan lived a very happy and casual life. Purposefully rode a horse back to the clan to meet Chinjio, her sister-in-law. She wanted to bring someone back to the princess mansion. However, thinking that her cheap elder brother was in the midst of a demonic act recently, the danger was less. But it was not completely cleared. Duan could not follow Chinjio at all times, and thought it was better to be safe. One day in the old mansion, accompanied Chinjio chatting, make delicious food, and ran to the matriarch's place to slip around for a while, and then go to her farmhouse. Previously a small farm, now with a small town like around built up a lot of houses, but also extraordinarily regular, not just randomly built. Looking staggered, Duan saw Zhuang-Tsong. Zhuang-Tsong has not changed much. Smile a little more. Small life should be good. I heard that soon to be married. Duan said congratulations. At dusk, Duan rode back to the city, back to the princess' house, accompanied by the princess and the small group to eat dinner together. During this time, the Ministry of Revenue has been particularly busy. The reason is still the problem of Du Qian's royal list. Even Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team now have to go to the court. The royal list was posted, and at first, there was no movement for a few days. Many people were waiting to see what would happen. And then some people tried to sort out the hidden properties in their families and went to the yamen. After going to the yamen, they were not given a hard time and reported their fields, and then did the deeds according to the actual situation to pay back the tax, and then arranged for people to investigate. If the investigation came out to be different from the actual situation, they would have to continue to pay the back taxes, and they would also be fined. After admonishing this article, the official let the man go home. The man picked up the newly issued field deed and walked out in a trance. Those who were watching from the shadows quickly spread the word. So, one thing led to another. More and more people did as they were told, adding counter after counter to the long queues every day. As a result, the yamen was very busy lately. Wan, you went to see your sister-in-law today? The eldest princess clipped chopsticks of food to Duan. Duan picked up a mouthful of rice. Sister-in-law is fine. It's good to come back when she's seated firmly in the womb. The eldest princess is scared by the occasional assassination this year. Chinjio is the first child, so she needs to pay special attention to it. Go and keep her company more often when you have time. I know. Duan promised. After eating, she left. Not back to Jade's spirit garden, but back to her county lord's mansion. Yes, the current Duan lived in the beautiful county lord's mansion. Pei Hao would also go back to the county lord's mansion when he went down to the court. As for the nightlife, it was still mainly cultivation. Pei Hao's force value is now rubbing upwards. Perhaps this is his only consolation. The teams that the emperor had sent to purchase grain at the beginning came back one after another. Overall, the process is very tough. The food purchase is also limited. Together it is not as good as the two families that Duan searched out at the beginning. In addition to the team sent, 1/3 of the team has not returned. This situation is likely to be an accident. The world outside is not peaceful, especially at the border. The northern side settled down, imprisoned and escorted back to the capital. Then there is Hu San and some other injured Pei family guards. Followed back. They first went back to Jingui Gongfu, and later met Pei Hao. Pei Hao told them to take care of their injuries, and to receive their monthly silver as usual. He then called Hu San alone. Hu San, the county princess said that you were meritorious in protecting the master this time, and asked me to reward you with a daughter-in-law. What do you think? No need. I have no intention of getting married. Hu San shook his head repeatedly. He was an orphan, had a memory of being a beggar, and then went to the State Duke's secret guard camp, and was picked to Pei Hao's side, and was considered to be raised by the State Duke's house, without the pressure of carrying on the family line. In this life, he has no intention of getting married. When he gets older and can't be a guard, he'll go and be a godfather. Pei Hao didn't force him. Don't keep thinking about not getting married. When you meet a suitable one and like it, Tell me. Sometimes fate is coming. You should not reject it. Understand? Good. Thank you, master. Husan didn't insist on saying no marriage anymore. Pei Hao did not want him to end up alone in the future. Now that Pei Hao was living in the county lord's mansion, Husan and the others were not on duty yet, but they could stay at the county lord's mansion first. A month passed quickly. Duan entered the palace 3 or 4 times, but she went to visit Dongfeng Palace once. When the empress saw her, her smile was very amiable, without the usual sharpness. Accompanying the empress for a while, Duan did not see Qin Yuyu until she left without seeing anyone, leaving Dongfeng Palace and keeping an eye out. Duan realized that Qin Yuyu had deliberately avoided it. Interesting. Duan lightly laughed. In fact, the current days, she really didn't have anything to do. Every day, she stared at the jade plaque and watched as the flowers on the other side of the shore on it were almost about to turn golden. In front stood an upright figure. A familiar man. Duan's eyes lit up. You came to see me? Well, to pick you up and take you home, Pei Hao said with a smile and greeted her. He held her hand and walked outside the palace step by step. As the sunlight reflected, the two shadows overlapped. Incomparably intimate. Everyone who unintentionally saw them could hardly hide their envy under their eyes. Pei Shi and the county lord have such a good relationship. Back to the county lord's mansion. Pei Hao helped the little girl out of the carriage and was about to walk inside. At this time, a Pei family guard came over and respectfully said, Your son. A secret message came from the secret guards over at the Protectorate Temple. Give me the secret message. Pei Hao received the secret letter. After opening it and scanning it, he immediately frowned. Duan stole a glance at him and found that his face stank. What was it about the Protectorate Temple that warranted his concern? She thought of Lady Pei and Pei Huyen. The State Duke's palace had arranged for secret guards to protect the two. The secret guards had sent a message back, so it was logical that something had happened. Duan stood on her tiptoes and took a look at the letter in his hand. What was written? Make your face look so stinky? It's not good. Nor is it a big deal. Pei Hao pulled her inside. Duan is curious. This description of yours is quite strange. Sometimes I'm quite envious of Big Brother, having a sister like you. Haha. That's right. This is a compliment, isn't it? Duan's heart is beautiful. However, she sort of knows who is out of order. It's obvious that Pei Huyen is out of order. Say it. What has your sister done? Befriended a Chile scholar. Huh? Now, she understood. Pei Huyu was a cargo who pitched her father and mother against her brother. Or a super love brain. In the original, she was dead set on marrying a Chile scholar. Before marrying a scholar from a humble family, her family naturally objected. And then she acted heaven and earth. Crying, 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 and hanging herself. Once almost made herself dead. Her family could not argue with her, and finally agreed to marry. This married more trouble. From time to time, crying back to the house. Said that the husband's family, this is not good, that is not good. But the family let her divorce. She cannot give up. Every time you come to the State House is to play the autumn wind. Chapter 608. A feeling of being fooled. Duan asked. Are you going to visit the Protectorate Temple? I'll go there again in a few days to find some free time. Pei Hao really feels that this sister has a lot of things to do, and is restless even when she arrives at the Protectorate Temple. I'll send a letter to my mother and ask her to take care of it. Well, as you wish. Duan is not too interested in this. To send a letter for Mrs. Pei to manage. With Pei Huiyu's paranoid nature, the effect would not be great. In the end, Pei Hao would probably need to step in. Just as Duan expected, Mrs. Pei could not do anything about her daughter. Within 2 days, she sent a letter to Pei Hao, saying that she wanted him to investigate the scholar from the Cole family. Pei Hao has already sent people to investigate earlier. The family is clean. Is the authentic commoners. Grandparents live in a village on the outskirts of the capital. The scholar's father is a little bit of success. Do a little business to earn money. To the city to rent a house to live. And then saved up some silver. Bought an old yard. Lived down a large family. To know this scholar's parents have a total of 7 children. 4 sons and 3 daughters. The scholar was the youngest. This shows how big this family is. The scholar is still studying. He usually has no income. He relies on his family to support him. Pei Hao can't see such a person. But he can't help the fact that his sister is crazy and has her eye on this scholar. He can imagine, In the future, his sister really married over. Will be a chicken feather. Pei Hao held a bellyful of anger. Went to a protectorate temple. The effect is not great. Hui Yu followed the devil like. So like that man? She said that in her life? She will not be able to live without that man. Said this life? Non that man not married. Duan laughed. Here is not as big as mother. Not to mention you are a brother. Wan. You have many ideas. Give me one. Pei Hao turned to his daughter-in-law for help. This period of time. Because of his sister's matter. It annoyed him to no end. He was really not good at dealing with this matter. Duan stroked her chin and said, You can refer to Xie Qi's approach in this matter first. When his sister was looking at a humble scholar. Later, after he brought his sister to live next door to that family for some days. Xiang died, and is now married to a door-to-door family. One can give it a try. Pei Hao knew about this matter. And at the time, he had treated it as a joke. Now that it's his turn, he only feels his face hurting. Duan hemmed and hawed. Now, there is no shortage of gossip. Yo. So, she straightened her waist and asked in a godly manner. Do you want me to help? Let's look at jokes. Now my home is your home. Look at your own family's jokes. Are you good at it? Good fun all. He finished defeated. Pei Hao cried and laughed. A little bit of her brain. Pei a little. Very happy? The next few days. Pei Hao had someone by the house next door to that one. He then told Pei Huyen about Xiang and asked her to listen to it. Pei Huyen hesitated and went to listen and stayed there for several days. The approach is the same. Touching different people. The effect is different. At least this chilly scholar. Then Xiang touched that person is much more brilliant. Actually has not been collapsed persona. On the contrary, Pei Huyen was more satisfied with him. Even if she knew that his family was not nice to be with. She still justified that it was him she wanted to marry. Not his family. What's the point of having no money? She also shouted that as long as the couple's love is deep, there is no difficulty that can't be overcome. What's more, will the Duke of Zhen's house be short of that little bit of silver? Pei Hao listened to a moment of silence. Duan laughed her head off. Ha 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 ha. That's right. The Duke of State's mansion has plenty of silver. Can't it afford to feed them? Still laughing? You are the eldest sister-in-law. You will be the one who will be looking for trouble in the future. No way. Duan's heart palpitates just thinking about it. She did not want to deal with Pei Huyen. That is a brain that is not too clear. When the jade pendant eek. Jade pendant aw. What was she thinking about at first? To take home to let her relatives drop a blood? At that time, she made a mess. And she forgot about it. Pei Hao saw that she did not speak. Thought that she was finally shocked. His face could not help but show a smile. Father next to guard the northwest. The mother may accompany. After Hui Yu became a bride? Something is not to find me as a brother? And since I have to be busy with public affairs, won't it end up falling on your head? Not daring to imagine. Duan finally realized a problem. And the whole person was bad. The matters in the court relied on a period of time. Currently Du Qian was holding down the scene, and didn't need her to get involved anymore. She thought that she could finally be idle. But then she ran into Pei Huyen's matter. As a sister-in-law, you have to manage your sister-in-law's troubles? Duan skimmed her mouth. That's fine. I'll go meet her. Okay. Pei Hao flew up and kissed her cheek. So good. I'm going to the court. Why is there a feeling of being fooled? Pei Hao didn't wait for her to refuse. Turned around and left in big strides. Duan wanted to call out to someone. But the person was already out of sight. Alright. I'll solve it if I come to solve it. It's not a big deal. With that, Duan called for someone. Ning Qin came. Sheriff Master. What are your orders? Prepare the carriage. I'm going to the State Duke's mansion. Duan knows that Pei Huyu is in the mansion now. In order to go next door to that scholar's house to listen to the situation, Pei Hao purposely picked up the person back to the city. After listening, Pei Huyu did not go to the Protectorate Temple for the time being. Mrs. Pei is still in the Protectorate Temple. Obviously no intention to come back. The county lord's residence prepared the car very quickly. Duan before leaving the residence deliberately dressed herself very beautifully. Brocade dress. Head wear bead hairpin. Waist hanging valuable ancestral jade pendant. A pair of white like jade wrist wearing turquoise jade bracelet. That water head is extremely good. At first glance is expensive. Even a pair of embroidered shoes. And the vamps are inlaid with precious beads. Very different from the previous style of painting. In the past, her dressing style, as long as it was not a special case, was how convenient. Today's her. It was how it was rich. Just this line of clothing alone was staggeringly expensive. Ning Qin was quite curious, and after getting on the carriage, she looked at Du-Wan, who was sitting demurely. "Sheriff, what do you want to do?" He. To see the little ant. Du-Wan for Ning Qin, but did not hide. Will Pei Huiyue's situation with her succinctly said. "This is not. How let me have to go to persuade her." "You? Persuade like this?" "Irritation is more appropriate." "Right." Ning Qin has an odd expression. Du-Wan said with a straight face. "What do you know? Custody is useful this way. Certain people's odd brains. Normal reasoning is useless." The carriage arrived at the State Duke's mansion. Pei Huiyue was originally depressed. She was grounded by her big brother, and not allowed to leave the mansion. She cried and 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 cried. Her big brother is a stone-hearted. Wenqin brother, how good people. Just a little bit of poor background. How can not marry it? "Miss, the servants have sent word that the county princess has returned to the mansion alone." A maid hurried over and spoke. Pei Huiyue froze. What is she doing back alone? It's not clear. Do you want to go greet her? Chapter 609. Small minds hidden extremely well. Pei Huiyue didn't want to see Du-Wan. Du-Wan is now synonymous with scary. Even her mother has to retreat from her. No. Now the entire capital is discolored when they talk about her. But Du-Wan is back. Pei Huiyue still hardened her heart, and went out to greet her. Thus, she managed to see a rich and powerful prideful Sun County lord. That person in a brocade dress. Dignified and elegant down the carriage. Every step is flashing the eyes of the bystanders. I do not know whether the county princess is intentional or unintentional. Revealing the ornaments. Each piece is expensive and scary. Pei Huiyue was so jealous. Especially of the jade pendant around Du-Wan's waist. The ancestral jade pendant that she had coveted since childhood. Was even hung to Du-Wan's waist in such a grand manner. Huiyue has met the county mistress. Greetings to the county mistress. Du-Wan nodded her head with a lofty posture. Very dignified and noble. Crossing over Pei Huiyue, she walked into the State Duke's mansion. Pei Huiyue followed behind her in silence. Arriving at her own turf, Du-Wan began to mock in full force. I heard that you're seeking death for a man. It's really quite nice. You're only worthy of marrying a man like that. Pei Huiyue heard this and instantly exploded. Du-Wan. What do you mean? The literal meaning? Did I say it wrong? Brother Wenqin has outstanding character. Amazing talent. But he's just a little short on wealth. So what? It's fine for you to humiliate me. You're not allowed to humiliate Brother Wenqin. Pei Huiyue would not allow anyone to look down on her beloved. With a stance of sworn humongous defense, Du-Wan looked back at her and said contemptuously, Yes, he has no shortcomings other than his family lineage. As for you, apart from your family history, you have no merits. So I think he and you are a perfect match. You are too deceitful. Pei Huiyue tone of voice with red eyes. Anger want to hit people but do not dare to hit. Can only hold back. Du-Wan walked to the main seat of the coffee table and sat down. What are you angry? I didn't say anything wrong. Did you not cry and hang yourself for a man? What do you know? How can you possibly understand me and Brother Wenqin? Pei Huiyue yelled at Du-Wan. We love each other with all our heart. Why can't our family fulfill us? Though. It was truly heartbreaking. Just like what is written in the playbook. The infatuated young lady meets the affectionate cold schoolboy. But suffers the misery of her family beating her up. Crying pitifully. Poignantly. Her eyes are red and swollen. Du-Wan finally knew how Pei Hao. All of a sudden. Threw things at her. This girl got into the drama. The problem. The sad theater. Touched not by others, but by herself. Du-Wan suddenly said, I don't think you guys are in true love. Nonsense. You can't slander the pure love between me and Brother Wenqin. People like you will never understand. What don't I understand? Your big brother and I. We also have a very pure relationship. You're not. Who's to say we're not? Yours is? Your big brother chased me. But also specially for me to search the whole capital of the food. Specially bought a snack shop. Every day to change the pattern to send me snacks to eat it. You have what? Do you have a shop or snacks? It won't be just reading a few lines of sour poetry every day and picking a few wildflowers that aren't worth a penny to you. Pei Huiyen's expression stiffened. She used to think it was quite romantic. But after she said it, "It's really like that?" Duan was mocking all over again. "It's so miserable. You haven't even had a snack. It won't be. Still use you to send him food and clothes every day. Oh! This you cannot compare to me. Your big brother for me to do can be more. That sweetheart of yours. Give you do what? I don't believe that he really loves you. It's because of your silver and status. No. He truly loves me. Don't believe it. His feelings for me are real. He could die for me. This cannot be questioned. Heh. Then let him join the family. He is also happy? What? Didn't you say that he has true love for you? As long as he is willing to join the family. This county princess will believe that he has true love for you. And as long as you guys are true love, I'll keep convincing your big brother for you. How can a man with ambition join the family? This is an insult to him. Didn't you say that he would die for you? He's willing to die. Go and ask. If he agrees, he loves you. If he doesn't, he definitely doesn't love you anymore. And what he said before about being willing to die for you are words to fool fools. To know that men's mouths are lying ghosts. And what else? Negative heart is mostly readers. Pei Huiyen's eyes flickered at the words. And she forgot to cry. This kind of people who have read a little bit of books, the most flowery language, said that in the future will be good to you. What will happen in the future? Who knows what will happen in the future? If you have the ability, you can treat you now. Your big brother will not. He is good to me every day. Say let's do more. Then is do one son all kinds of pay how to her good. Son Pei Huiyen's face more and more ugly. Do one and then show off their own body rich. Comparison is what hurts. The more Duan lived, the more glamorous she was, the more unwilling Pei Huiyen was. Why? Why can she be happy and she can't? Marrying a man is better than her? After Duan finished showing off, she said with a sympathetic face, I wish you could marry over. I live in a beautiful house. But you have to eat chaff every day. I live in a beautiful mansion, surrounded by slaves. But you have to squeeze with people in a shabby courtyard. I heard that some people will have lice on their heads. In the future. You don't want to get close to me. How dirty. Shut up. Pei Huiyen finally couldn't help but roar angrily. And goosebumps rose all over her body. Turning her head, she cried and ran away. Couldn't stay any longer. Just couldn't stay any longer. She had to go to the Protectorate Temple to find her mother. To find her mother to comfort her. Ning Qin watched the whole thing. Her jaw dropping. Sheriff. You're too good. Just by relying on one mouth. She made people cry. Duan proudly raises her chin. It's a small thing. Like today. A few more times, and it'll be done. What if that man agrees to join the family? Ning Qin made an analogy. That's even better. The Duke of State's house has a thin air. And in the future, the child she gives birth to will be named Pei. So don't be too beautiful. I think both the Duke of State and Lady Pei should be happy to see it. Is County Princess happy about it? What's not happy about it? Duan hit her small mind extremely well. Pei Hui recruiting a son-in-law was exactly the situation she most wanted to see. In the future, Pei Huiyu and her husband will live in the State Duke's mansion. And when she gives birth, it would be best to give birth to a whole bunch of them. All of them with the surname Pei. Now the Duke of Jin and Mrs. Pei would not have to keep staring at her and Pei how. Otherwise, according to her, if she didn't get pregnant every 2 or 3 years, wouldn't she be stared to death? The Duke of Jin looks reasonable. But when it comes to the issue of the ear, he is not immune. Mrs. Pei. Not to mention. Chapter 610. Say it again for me to hear. Duan didn't stay in the State Duke's mansion for long. The State House is close to the Princess House. Duan went back to the County Master's house before. First went to the Princess House. The eldest princess looked at her daughter's dress. Froze for a while. Today the palace banquet? She did not hear about it. What banquet did you go to today? The eldest princess asked out. Duan suddenly smiled. No. A moment with mother in detail. For Pei Huiyen's matter. She didn't have the intention to hide it. Sitting down for a sip of tea, she teased the little group while chatting with the eldest princess. When the eldest princess heard what her daughter had done, she laughed her head off. That's what this skin monkey of yours thought up. It's too damaging. Really. An ordinary person wouldn't really use it. Duan rolled her eyes. Is that normal for her? No. To deal with non-normal people, You have to use non-normal means. If I speak to her in a nice voice, she might even think that I can't see her well. That's right. It's still the daughter who thinks well. The eldest princess didn't think that her daughter had done wrong. It was that this method was too tricky. It really wasn't something that ordinary people could think of. Sometimes I wonder, how did this brain of yours grow? It grew like everyone else. Duwan's face revealed a small triumph. The eldest princess asked, You wouldn't want to do it a few more times, would you? If it works, I don't need to use it. If it doesn't work, then I'll think of something. I heard what you said. The effect shouldn't be bad. The eldest princess could imagine that being stimulated by her daughter like this. That daughter of Pei's family had a strong sense of self-esteem and would definitely listen. Some girls love to compare. When she meets that man again and thinks about what you said, she will realize that everything is not as good as you. My daughter doesn't think about it. How many men in the capital can compare to Pei Hao? Having to compare that scholar to Pei Hao is simply bullying. But according to Pei Huin's brain, she probably won't think of this. The eldest princess started to teach her daughter. You must be attentive to this matter and handle it properly. I know. Ah Hao said that there will be trouble in the future if it is not handled properly. Duwan replied with a smile. Seeing that she is still smiling, the eldest princess knows that she is a big-hearted one. Come on. Are you going to stay here for dinner today? To wait for father and big brother to come back. I still have things to say. Then have to send over someone to tell Cheng Ming to come down to the princess's residence. Okay. Duwan immediately recruited one of her personal guards and told him to go and send a message to Pei Hao. Then, she ran back to the Jade Spirit Garden and changed into simple clothes and skirts that were crisp and generous. Not yet out of Jade Spirit Garden, one of the personal guards came over. County Princess? Huh? Didn't I tell you to pay attention to Pei Hui's matter? Duwan had left two of her personal guards behind when she left the State Duke's mansion. It can't be that she's causing trouble again so soon. That personal guard had an odd expression and told what happened not long ago. Pei Hui was originally grounded, but she cried and insisted on going to the Protectorate Temple. The people in the residence went to inform Pei Hao. Then Pei Hao allowed it, and even sent someone to escort her to the Protectorate Temple. In the middle of the journey, Pei Hui excused herself to say that she wanted to be convenient and escaped to the academy to see that Qiu Wenqin. The guard said, My subordinate didn't follow up the academy. I don't know what the two of them talked about. But Miss Pei didn't look too good when she left. Probably suffering from some grievance. Duwan's eyes lit up. And then she was a bit regretful. It's a pity. I really wanted to follow and take a look. Ning Qin pursed her lips and laughed. Sheriff, if you want to go and take a look, you have to come back and change your clothes first. Duwan laughs. Right. It was inconvenient earlier, sending her personal guards to continue to keep an eye on her. Duwan joyfully goes to find the eldest princess again to share gossip. Mother, do you think she was struck down? What's that new one? Will she not have agreed to join the family? Speaking of which, oh, there are a few men who are willing to go into the family, even if it is for the State Duke's house as a flunky. Walking out will be just as much looked down upon by people. Silly daughter. Still too young. The eldest princess doesn't think that Scholar will give up the opportunity to climb the Jingui Gongfu. Take a look again in a few days. Duwan nodded, mentally deciding to watch for a few more days. The sun sets in the west, and the red haze fills the sky. The three gentlemen of the family, together, return to the house. Du Qian sees his sister at home and smiles handsomely. Sister, are you happy? What happy things did you come across today? Every day I am happy. Duwan smiles and comes over to her big brother's side. How was the palace today? Any more beauty favors? Go. Get lost. Du Qian is cranky at the mention of this. Pei Hao hears it from the side and snorts out a laugh. The eldest princess and Du Qian's side of the emperor's son-in-law both followed suit. Since knowing that Qin Yuyu sent food to Du Qian, Duwan's fire of gossip had risen again. Every time she saw Du Qian, she had to come up with such a sentence, deliberately teasing Du Qian to be grumpy. After having dinner at the princess's residence, Pei Hao took his wife back to the sheriff's residence. When they went back, they got tired for a while. Bathed and dressed, Pei Hao firmly forbade her to cultivate, and held her to sleep. Wan, what did you do in the State Duke's mansion today? Will Hui Yu irritated to no end. Nope. I just dressed up and went to her. And then told her about how good you were to me before we got married. So she could have a comparison. Yes. How do you say I was good to you? Say it again, and I'll hear it. What is this? First of all, I say you. Duwan's small mouth rambled on about how to treat her well. Speaking with a fluttering brow and a glowing look. Pei Hao's peach blossom eyes rippled. So soft that they were about to drip out of the water. Until she finally finished. He asked with a rippling smile. So everything I've done. Wan has seen it all in her eyes, and still remembers it all. Ah? Duwan froze. Spinning around and thinking of something. Her face burst red in a flash. Hiding her head in his chest. Deceiving herself and others that this would not be embarrassing. I'm talking nonsense. I'm exaggerating. It's not like I'm saying that you're really good. Don't misunderstand me. No misunderstanding. Well, won't misunderstand. Pei Hao laughed softly in a low voice. His voice pleasant. Suddenly, a decision was made. Can't let the little girl lead by the nose anymore. Have been married for so long. It's time to round up. A night ensued. The world master sought to consummate the room. And the little girl resisted. Neither one used their abilities. Relying entirely on physical force. On the tiny bed couch. Staged a scene where you press me. I press you. Making the bed couch creak. Making the originally solid bed couch. Suddenly have a crisis that will collapse at any time. Surname Pei. Shameless. See if I don't beat the hell out of you. Daughter-in-law. You are not fair. 18 years old, you might as well take my life. Is a man cannot endure awe. What is unfair? Before the marriage said yes. I didn't promise awe. You promised. I clearly remember. You remembered wrongly. I won't agree to such an unreasonable request. Chapter 611. What's going to happen again? The next day. The world prince was spirited and in a good mood. Even if there was a suspicious bruise on the corner of his eye. This one might have been beaten up. Duwan is lazy sleep. The sun grows high before getting up. A night are not a half time. Even if the two people did not go to the last step. But the rest of what should be done are done. Alas, not pure awe. The main thing is, the first time. The hand is sore. So, Duwan gave up on herself. And most of the days stayed in the dormitory, and did not go out. The past 3 days have passed peacefully and steadily. These 3 days, Duwan did not go out. Let people pay attention to Pei Hui inside of the situation. And learned that she went to the Protectorate Temple. And also tangled with that scholar. Just as the princess expected. That scholar would not give up on Pei Hui as one-step road to riches. The scholar was very experienced in coaxing a single stupid girl. Pei Hui was again coaxed into doing whatever the scholar said. Duwan knew it was time for her to appear again. She didn't dress up as richly as last time. Wearing fine riding clothes and gallantly setting off with 100 of her personal guards. It was said that today Pei Hui had a date with a scholar to go to the Moonwatch Tower to swim in the lake. Duwan arrived at the Moonwatch Tower. Nowadays, the Moonwatch Tower, which belongs to the government's property, is back in business. It is much better than before in terms of safety. But the business is far less than before. Knowing that the business of the Moonwatch Tower mainly comes from the rich and noble families in the capital. This year, the rich and powerful are living in fear and trembling. Not to mention the mood for enjoyment. When Pei Hui came out of the Protectorate Temple early, came to the Moonwatch House. Have not yet seen the lover waiting inside. First in front of the Moonwatch Tower. Met the imposing. Followed by hundreds of accompanying guards Duwan. Yo. It's you again. Pei Hui. County Lord. Pei Hui gritted her teeth and greeted. Shouldn't you be at the Protectorate Temple at this time? Duwan suddenly slapped her forehead in sudden realization and smiled meaningfully. I see. A private meeting with a love interest. The consumption of the Moonwatch Tower is not low. It won't be you spending silver on treats again. Right? There is this money can go to the building package on a few handsome little Langjun. Love how to play. Pei Hui language full of malice said, you this. I want to say to my big brother. Listening to your tone of voice, you are quite familiar with little Langjun. Feel free. Just hope that after you say it, you won't be beaten up by your big brother. You? You what you? Who cares about a man who doesn't want to spend money for a woman? Are you vulgar? Open your mouth and close your mouth on silver. At the expense of you being a county princess. You are not vulgar. Don't spend silver while spending the silver while cursing the silver vulgar. This silver how aggrieved Pei Huyen couldn't say Duan and was so angry that she stomped her feet. Then, she ran into the building. Behind her, Duan's gloating words were still heard, as if she was speaking to someone. Look how pitiful she is. I could tell long ago that scholar didn't love her. He was just coaxing her to play. Sheriff Lord is wise. That's right. I am fiery-eyed. Pei Huyen ground her teeth in hatred. Today, she was going to talk to Chiu Wenqin about joining the family. Originally, seeing his pain and sadness, she was almost so heartbroken that she wanted to take a step back and stop forcing him. It seems that it's not going to work. He must enter the family. He loves her so much. He will definitely agree. At most, when he joined the family, she doubled her kindness to him. Must prove to people he has true love for her. So, Duan hid in the dark and watched a big show. It was a handsome scholar like a white lotus, and a silly white sweet girl staged a lingering love affair. The handsome scholar's mouth said, he loves her. For her, he is even willing to die, not to mention joining the family for her. For the sake of the language, even if he suffers a lifetime of gossip, it is worth it. As long as we can be together, it's nothing for me to suffer a little bit of aggression. So don't be sad. We all have to be good. No one can separate us. The silly white sweet girl was so moved that she almost said that she would not allow him to join the family. But thinking of the Duan that she just bumped into, that arrogant look, the silly white sweet girl suddenly changed her words. I knew you loved me. Later I will go back to my family and tell them that you have agreed to join the family. And I'll have my family to go and ask the best official matchmaker to go to your house to propose a marriage. A certain scholar almost died of depression. This development is not quite right. Shouldn't he be heartbroken that he changed his mind? The scholar sadly saddened again. It's just my parents that. It's okay. This you don't have to worry. I will go to persuade them. No more than give more silver. This silly white sweet girl full of confidence. Booker. Duan almost laughed out a pig's voice. Yes. The customs of this world are a bit different. The man agrees to join the family. The woman prepares the bride price and goes to the man to propose marriage. And the marriage book is with the woman as the head of the family. Duan knows that this scholar is not a good match. However, this scholar in the original is still a character. There is no true love, do not know. At least on the surface did. To Pei Huyen single-minded, coaxed her to always believe that he is deeply in love with her. Duan did not spend effort to break them up. With Pei Huyen's brain circuit, if she really broke them up, she might hate her for the rest of her life. This kind of thankless thing, Duan wouldn't do it. But as long as this scholar joined the Pei family and lived in the state duke's residence, in the future, there is no need for Duan and Pei Hao to worry about their affairs. The people who have to worry are Pei Huiyu's parents. In addition, Duan was also considered to have helped Pei Huiyu successfully getting rid of her extreme mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. Listened to it again for a while, feeling that Pei Huiyu, the pig, would not be coaxed into changing her mind. Duan ate and drank a meal with peace of mind, admired the view of the Moonwatch Tower once more, and only then was she satisfied to leave. Straight to the Du family village. Duan went to find Qinqiu to chat about gossip and decided to let her have fun. This chat to the near sunset, which is not yet finished riding back to the city. Just returned to the princess house. Duan noticed something wrong. The atmosphere is not right? Duan went to the main courtyard. Did not see the eldest princess. Only the subordinates are playing with the little group. Duan asked the head butler. What's the situation? Why is there only little dumpling at home? Where is my mother? At this hour my father and big brother should have returned to the palace as well. Sheriff master. Something seems to have happened in the palace. The eldest princess hurriedly entered the palace half an hour ago. And what happened? This old slave is not clear. But the eldest princess left in quite a hurry. This is good. Duan turned around and left the princess mansion. Once again, she mounted her steed and hurried towards the palace on a fast horse. The personal guards following behind her, who had not yet caught their breath, hurriedly followed again. A line of people traveling in a hurry was particularly conspicuous. Some people have speculated, is there going to be another big event? Otherwise, why would the county princess run in such a hurry? On normal days, for fear of bumping into passers-by and getting into trouble with the law, people would not normally run wildly on the streets unless something very urgent had happened. Chapter 612. Is there a hidden agenda? Imperial Palace? The East Phoenix Palace. When Du-Wan hurriedly came over, she saw a forbidden army from afar, guarding in front of Dongfeng Palace. Among them is a handsome man. Like a crane, one can see him at a glance. Du-Wan saw that Pei Hao was at ease, and silently sighed in relief. When Pei Hao saw the little girl hurrying, his mind moved and he welcomed her. Du-Wan pulled him down, looked around, then behind him, then asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what happened? It's not a big deal. Don't worry. For the two of them, anything that doesn't involve life is not a big deal." Du-Wan took a look at the gate of Dongfeng Palace behind him. Is there someone inside acting as a demon? Sort of. I'm not too sure. Pei Hao was at the yamen, suddenly called over to guard the gate, and was still startled. The Emperor doesn't look too good. It can't be that the Empress wants that one? No, not quite. How do you know? His Majesty is angry. Not sad. This bit of eye power. Pei Hao thought he still had it. The person in front of him doesn't utter a word. When he looks down again, he notices that her look is focused, like she is thinking about something. In fact, the person is just listening to something? Pei Hao naturally blocked her from the forbidden guards behind him to see the difference. However, Du-Wan listened for a long time and did not hear anything, but knew a little bit. Qin Yu is unconscious. The courtyard is examining her? The courtyard is going in for more than a quarter of an hour. Is it still checking now? Pei Hao was quite surprised. This won't be a terminal illness? Even if it is a terminal illness, it doesn't need to be examined for so long. Du-Wan pulled Pei Hao and quietly approached Dongfeng Palace. Turning to a deserted place, Du-Wan narrowed her eyes. The reaction of the courtyard chief is not right. What's wrong? Pei Hao followed and asked softly. Du-Wan said in the same soft voice. He took Qin Yu's pulse for a long time, presumably for fear of being silenced? Pei Hao almost lost his smile. What's going on here? What else could be going on? 9 times out of 10. It's another scandal. Du-Wan sympathized with the head of the house, the Emperor, Empress and the Princess. Du Xiongma and Du Qian were all present. Several people did not say anything. Du-Wan could not guess the specific ins and outs. From this situation, she could also guess that it was related to Qin Yu. Wan, you can go in and take a look. Can I go in? Uncle didn't let me in. You can. If you are afraid of being disrespectful, call a courtier to report first. That's fine. Du-Wan thought about it but decided to go in. Pei Hao needed to guard outside and prohibited outsiders from arriving, calling the palace people to report. It did not take long to get the Emperor's permission to go in. Du-Wan waved her little hand towards Pei Hao and ran in, putting a light foot in. The Emperor didn't say anything, frowning and not knowing what he was thinking. The Empress had a worried look on her face. All she was concerned about was Qin Yu's matter, paying no attention to Du-Wan. The eldest princess and Du Xian horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side gave her a look that signaled her to be more peaceful. Du Qian did wave at her, indicating that she should go over to his side. Du-Wan came to Du Qian's side and silently asked what happened. At the mention of this, Du Qian's expression turned strange, as if he was holding back a big secret. Du-Wan tugs at his sleeve. What happened? You watch first. Du Qian lowered his voice to the very bottom. The siblings' heads were coming together, muttering in small voices. After waiting for a while, not waiting for the courtyard master's diagnostic answer, Du-Wan saw the courtyard master's hand shaking. In addition, cold sweat oozing out from his forehead. This appearance seems to be holding something back. The Emperor said angrily, In the end, how? Taking the pulse for so long. It has not been put out yet. No, and then change someone else. Your Majesty, should we hold back the left and right first? Yuanzheng said with a trembling voice. The Emperor frowned and surveyed the room, letting all the other palace people exit, leaving a family present. Du-Wan and their family of 4 were honored to stay, the Emperor said. Now you can speak straight, Yuanzheng stiffly said. Your Majesty, the Microchon again and again to take the pulse. Are happy. Happy pulse. Cough, cough, cough. The room violently came a burst of coughing. The Emperor has not been shocked over. Turned to look at the person coughing. It is Du-Wan, this girl. Face are suffocated red. Du Qian silently put his body, blocking his out-of-control sister. Sister is still young, cannot withstand anything. encountered such a little shit are going to make a fuss. Their father and mother listened. Just a calm face. At this time, the Empress is a face of shock. Impossible. You quack. Nonsense what? Yarjung suggested with trepidation. Huang, your majesty. The microminister is not well learned. It is possible that he misdiagnosed. I implore you to announce a few more eunuchs to come over and diagnose. You have indeed misdiagnosed. The emperor suddenly said. The yard master's heart tightened, and a wave of panic hit him straight in the heart. Is he going to be silenced? Is he really going to be silenced? Duwan did not know what the emperor meant, but knew that the emperor would not invite a few more people to disgrace him. Qin Yuyu, after entering the palace, identity, and did not recover. The public said that the empress outside the palace a distant niece. Distant niece looks like the former Qin Yuyu. Barely passable. After all, there is a blood relationship. Moreover, Dongfeng Palace serving the palace has completely changed a wave. The old people either committed an offense or was sent away. Since Qin Yuyu entered the palace, has been staying in Dongfeng Palace to serve the empress, and only occasionally go out. Outside the Dongfeng Palace will also wear a veil. As a result, not many people know that she is now Qin Yuyu. Right now, Yuan Zheng was considered to be one of the people who knew. The reason is that during this period of time, the empress's illness is also the courtyard Jing took over. In and out more. Inadvertently know this secret. It was because of this knowledge that he was afraid. Another unmarried pregnancy. Royal shocking scandal. The emperor's heart suddenly decided. Today is the empress' happy day. In the future, the empress' health will be under your responsibility. Understand? Yes, I understand. The courtyard minister wiped his cold sweat. Stand down. Yes. The courtier responded and hurriedly withdrew. This is to pick up a life. I wanted to find an opportunity to resign. Look at this appearance, or not. The empress sat in front of the bed and couch, guarding Qin Yuyu lost in thought. The emperor turned to look at the eldest princess and him. Imperial sister. I am sorry. I have given you trouble again. What trouble is a family talking about? The eldest princess sighs slightly. It's that Qianer has been wrong today. The emperor looks at Du Qian again. Qianer. It's my fault for not teaching you well. Letting you suffer again. Du Qian stood out in fear and trepidation. Don't. You don't say that. Manly man suffered a bit of aggression is nothing. But not less meat. Du-Wan narrowed her eyes at this scene. Is there a hidden agenda? What is it? It can't really be aiming at her brother. Right? With Qin Yuyu's intelligence. It shouldn't be. Chapter 613. Trying to avoid the harem points. The princess house family leaves. Du-Wan finally learnt the truth from her family's mouth. Today, Du Qian took care of his political affairs and accompanied the emperor to the East Phoenix Palace for a meal. After finishing his meal, Du Qian gets up to take his leave, and Qin Yuyu says she wants to see him off. He refused. She still insisted. The empress also timely speech. He is not good to brush off the face of the elders agreed. As a result, this should be a matter. Qin Yuyu walking, suddenly to stand unsteadily. Du Qian hold back did not help. But she really fell down. Waiting for a while. Did not wait for her to get up. Then see around. Actually did not see the palace people. As if earlier was sent away. Du Qian's face is dark as hell. It's weird that there is no ghost in this situation. So he is even more reluctant to help. However, today she came to send him out. If he threw the person away and left. Even more skittish. Furthermore, this person is a cousin of the bloodline in any case. Among Du Qian's hesitation, he still squatted down and tried to wake the person up. He thought that she was pretending. But he think that she was really dizzy. Let him go to pick her up. He was not happy. So he left to call people. Did not expect that this scene would be seen by the palace people and be treated as an escape. Then he bumped into the unreasonable empress and stiffly questioned Du Qian. The person went out fine. How come he suddenly fell unconscious? And he's fine? Also, Qin Yuyu was in a coma. But he wanted to escape. Isn't that a bad intention? Sometimes when women get angry, they are really savage. Du Qian was thus cursed with the suspicion of harming Qin Yuyu. The emperor insisted that Du Qian would not do such a thing. But the empress was unreasonable. He was concerned about the empress's health and could not do anything to her. Thus, the eldest princess and Du Qian came to the palace. Du Qian suddenly said, actually, the empress is quite odd. She has been making a fuss just not inviting a physician. Or my mother came over and reminded the emperor to invite the eunuch, which led to the summoning of the courtyard minister. Is there a ghost? One thinks about how the empress's reaction just now did not look like a play. The eldest princess points out. I guess the empress guessed that she was pregnant. This guess is a bit scary. But then again, it is indeed possible. Qian helplessly said. I really can't be blamed for that situation. She's just my cousin, not my real sister. She's in a coma. If I hugged her, what if I say something about men and women, innocence or whatever, and ask me to marry her then? It's normal for a big man not to touch her, right? It's not like I'm running away. I'm just going to call someone. Duan puffed out a laugh and gave a thumbs up towards her big brother. Big brother. Well done. Not hugging is troublesome. But hugging someone is even more troublesome. The eldest princess and extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's team were well informed and vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It was just that. By this wave of operation by their son, a different development was made. Thus, the couple looked at their daughter in unison. Duan froze. What are you looking at me for? Daughter. How is that, color? Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team asked obscurely. Almost there. That's good. This harem can come less. Or less. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team now treats the palace as a flooding beast, hoping that a pair of children will get rid of the burden earlier. The eldest princess was helpless. Qian, listen to your father. Try to avoid the harem. My son understands. Qian felt that his parents were right. Duan understands and smiles mysteriously. This is simple. Uncle's body is almost recuperated. Qian smiles and nods. Yes. Almost. Heh. Extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side lost his smile. These two bad-hearted guys. They don't know who they look like. Are things really that simple? Once a courtier. Once a courtier. It really wasn't just words. Since Qian has been in charge of the dynasty, the courtiers have been cleansed too hard. And most of the officials in the dynasty nowadays were promoted by him. When the emperor takes over, there will still be a lot of fussing. And it will take a long time to get used to it. Duan wanted to send her parents back to the house, but was stopped by Qian. It's getting late. You guys go home. Unless you don't intend to go back again and stay overnight in Yuling Yuan. Duan twisted her head to look at Pei Hao. Pei Hao smiled. I'll listen to Wan Wan. All right. If you don't send me, you don't send me. Duan hummed arrogantly and pulled Pei Hao onto the carriage. This is to go back to the county master's mansion. Pei Hao's smile remained the same, holding the little girl's hand. Content. Until the mansion, let the kitchen people prepare a table of food. With the little girl eat and drink a meal. Wan Wan. Today you went out of the city? Yeah. Went to spectate your sister's date. Duan brought up this spirit again. Do you know? That man coaxed your sister around. With that, she blah blah blahs the gossip that came from the onlookers. Pei Hao was silent for a long time. He's a scholar. He won't necessarily agree to join the family. Why? A person who enters the family can't be an official. There is still this law? There is no law. But it is everyone's default rule. That is to think from your point of view. I would think that 9 times out of 10, he would agree to join the family. Entering the dynasty as an official is also about living a good life. But marrying a noblewoman is immediately a step to the top. This choice, it really wasn't that hard to choose. Duan didn't see through it before. But after a roundup, she sort of saw it clearly. A scholar who can cheat a little girl. How good can his character be? Another month peacefully passed. In the dynasty, Qian's property census is going well. In addition, the emperor will go to the court every now and then. We'll deal with some of the political affairs. Most of them are still thrown to Qian. Qian is quite speechless. See the emperor uncle, this look is to find a free and trustworthy workers. However, apart from occasionally accompanying the emperor for dinner, he no longer steps into the harem. Dongfeng Palace nowadays. The guards. Strict again. The emperor to see the empress time is not as in the past. And occasionally will go to the concubines to spend the night. After the Qin Yu so tossed, he was on the empress of that heart obviously faded down again. What is the secret of this? Qian did not go to inquire. Dongfeng Palace? Qin Yu washed her face with tears again, and was extremely aggrieved at the empress. Over the past month, the empress has taken it for granted. What are you crying for? After such a scandal, you are still alive. but also thanks to the blessing of being born in the emperor's family. Think about what happened to those unmarried pregnant women out there. Qin Yu bowed her head and kept quiet. The resentment in her eyes was very deep. If it wasn't Du Wan, if she hadn't sent herself to Qian County, would she have been forced? And pregnant with a sinful seed? Mother, I don't want to give birth to the child. You have to give birth even if you don't. Last time I fell pregnant. This time I fall pregnant again. It may be difficult to get pregnant in this lifetime. But, no buts. Your father needs an heir. Mother, can't you help me one more time? Enough. Last time you transferred the palace staff without permission. This palace took the blame for you. Speaking of which, you really dare to think that it's not good to aim at anyone, but your cousin Du Qian? Mother, didn't you also not stop it? Qin Yu asked rhetorically with big tears in her eyes. The Empress was so angry that she almost fainted at the words. What do you mean you didn't stop it? Chapter 614, Less Dreaming in the Daylight. Qin Yu whispered. You didn't stop it when I often brought food to cousin. The Empress' heart is clogged with a depressed air, almost gasping for breath. This palace only thought that you wanted to build up some face in front of him, so that if anything happens in the future, he will be able to protect you. Who knows that you even dare to? If she had known Qin Yu's idea, the Empress would have stopped it. What kind of person do you think your cousin is? Even as a concubine, you are not qualified. Understand? I'm a princess. I didn't think about marrying my cousin as a wife. Being a concubine is fine. Qin Yu really didn't think there was anything wrong with her idea. She wanted to marry Du Qian. Not because she liked it, but purely because she hated Du Wan. Isn't Du Qian the most protective of Du Wan? As long as she married Du Qian, she would definitely snatch his favor for Du Wan. If she can't snatch it over, she can't make Du Wan feel better. Snorting, feeling that this palace has belittled you and condescended to you, the Empress managed to suppress the anger in her heart and continued with a cold smile. How honorable is the firstborn son of the Du family. Do you really think that you, the princess, are worth anything? Or are you an abolished princess? How many times has this palace warned you not to make trouble again? Bias, you should be good on the surface. Turn around and... If she didn't know that she was pregnant, the Empress couldn't wait to slap her over. The Emperor once again cold-shouldered Dongfeng Palace. Du Qian no longer set foot in the harem. This transformation, this stupid daughter, didn't see it? There is one thing that the Empress can hardly say. Is that the clan secretly warned? And then, the next time is to remove the clan. This time the clan did not deal with her. Is Du Qian look at the face of the Emperor, which gently let go. The Empress recalled the first half of her life. Honorable scenery. Until this daughter found back. She will step by step into today's situation. But, who can she blame? Because the daughter is her birth. Cannot be cut off. County Lord's Mansion. Today, Mrs. Pei made an entrance. This is what Du Wan did not expect. From the Protectorate Temple back to Mrs. Pei, straight to the County Lord's residence. The person that Mrs. Pei specified that she was looking for was Pei Hao. Du Wan came out to show her face. Saw Mrs. Pei's bad look. Didn't say anything. Only let the subordinate treat her well. And then let people go to inform Pei Hao to come back. When Pei Hao saw the people from the residence coming, he thought something happened. When he learned that it was his mother who came back, Pei Hao was silent for a little while, put down the matter at hand and went back. When Mrs. Pei saw Pei Hao come back, she took a look at her son and found that his face was good. So she was relieved. Hao, do you know about your sister's matter? Mother is saying. About her liking a scholar from a cult family? Yes. She said that as long as the other party is willing to join the family, you will allow her marriage. Yesterday she came to find me, saying that the person agreed to join the family, and is only waiting for my family to come to the door to propose marriage and place the bet. Pei Hao did not remember promising this. Whirling around, he thought of the little girl, who might be holding him up as a fox. So he didn't deny it. How does mother think? I don't want her to marry a family like that. I don't ask for the right family, but I don't want the difference to be too big. Mrs. Pei was full of sorrow. After going to the Protectorate Temple for a while, and saluting the Buddha every day, her mind had calmed down quite a bit. And this mess of her daughter's affairs made her fret again. Should I inform your father about this matter? I have written to him before and mentioned some of it. And what did he say? He said that it depends on what you want. Pei Hao thought of Du Wan's small mind and tried to convince his mother. Actually, wouldn't it be better if the other party is willing to join the family? Door-to-door people don't go into the family. When my sister gets married, she will still live in the State Duke's mansion. And with you watching over her, she won't be afraid that she will be bullied. Mrs. Pei was a bit moved. Pei Hao added, you also know that sister's temperament. It's easy to suffer when she marries. But mother can't stop her from marrying that person. Can she? Anyway, if we can't stop it, we might as well choose what's best for her. And when the other party joins the family, it's still up to us? Then, fine. Mrs. Pei loosened her tongue. Pei Huyen that one cry. Mrs. Pei was also afraid. So, mother and son discussed how to ask the official matchmaker to go to the man's side to propose marriage. The two families also need to write an entry instrument to write all the rules and regulations. Pei Hao asked his mother not to go to the protectorate temple and stayed in the house to organize the marriage for Pei Huiyu. Afterwards, he left Mrs. Pei to have a lunch in the county lord's mansion before personally sending her back to the State Duke's mansion. It is the dialogue between mother and son. Duan has long known. Heart-happy, Shen Gongfu was already in the spotlight, and then became the in-laws of the princess house. Even more attention. Pei Huyen's marriage has always been very popular. A lot of people door-to-door to propose marriage. But one by one was put off. Now suddenly want to recruit a son-in-law. Quite surprising. This wave of operation of the Duke of State's house is quite confusing. And many people can't understand it. It's not like the government doesn't have a son. But, still want to recruit a son-in-law? The rituals went quickly. And as Pei Huyen said, at first, the man's parents didn't agree. But as the bride price rose, a large sum of wealth that ordinary people couldn't save up for their entire lives. In the end, the man's parents loosened their lips. Since it was the man's family, it was not as complicated as a normal marriage. The rituals went quickly, and the wedding was set for a month later. Duwan's sister-in-law to be married. She has a sister-in-law. Or decent to care too. From time to time to the state house to hang around a circle. And then take some gifts to go back with great fanfare. Pei Huyen probably want to get married. The mood is very good. She didn't pick any more fights. And Duwan felt that she was a lot smoother this way. Thus, Duwan managed to maintain superficial harmony with her for the time being. And smiled when she saw people. If you're always this cute, I don't mind giving you one more thing to hold down for you. Really? Pei Huyen said sharply. Then I fancy the bracelet you wore last time. Duwan. No. She wants to take back what she just said. Duwan rolls her eyes. That was given to me by my mother to hold on to. There's no way I would give it to you. Ancestral jade pendant? Eat farts you. You casually give a set of headgear that can't be less than 50 pieces. Okay. Duwan thought of her own private library. There are several sets of head and face. She has not moved. Casually take a set to send her off. After all, her things, even if she casually take a set out, are rare on the market. Waiting for tomorrow, I find a set of and use to you. Remember? Don't forget. Pei Huyen was gorgeous. And suddenly she proudly said, Sheriff. Look. He's true love for me. We're going to be married soon. Double-crossed? Yes. Only envious of lovebirds. Definitely will live a better life than you. It's broad daylight. Don't dream. You wait and see. I will surely live a good life. Who gave you confidence? That soft rice man? Chapter 6:15. Today is Du's ancestor sacrifice finished. A white colt passes by. And another year is approaching. This year's winter is still cold, but joyful. The great Qin kingdom is flourishing. Just like a dead tree springing to life. Especially this year is also a good harvest year. The emperor exempted 3 years of taxes. The people finally breathed a sigh of relief and saw the hope of living. The capital is even more rare calm. Du Qian did not make any more big noise. Even Princess Jiaoyang laid low while concentrating on eating up all kinds of melons. Such as the chicken and dog days after Pei Huyen's marriage. Duwan looked on while high on melon seeds. Very happy. There was also the palace side. Qin Yu was grounded in Dongfeng Palace. It was as if she had disappeared if she didn't pay attention. I have heard Du Qian occasionally mention that Qin Yu is still not quite at peace. And has made the empress dizzy several times. On the first day of the new year. The ancestor worship. Pei Hao went to the Pei family. Duwan's status is very special. Still went to the Du family ancestor worship. This year, the first family also has a small group of children. White and chubby baby. See sister on the sticky not let go. Sister. Take me fly fly. Fly fly. I want to fly fly. Ha ha ha. Can't fly. Sister has no wings. You see? Do-won turned sideways to show her back. Is it without wings? Little birds that can fly have wings on their backs. Little Tansy took a look. Where are sister's wings? I'll probably have them when you walk to the ancestral shrine. Do-won was a big flake. Do-jin looked on and laughed. Do-hsien-jun said in amusement. When he's tired of walking, pull him for a while. He's still small. That's fine. Do-won and Do-chien looked at each other. Then, one on the left and one on the right. They took the little group's little arms that were similar to the pink lotus root and lifted them up with a little force. The little child was instantly happy, giggling non-stop. Originally should be a serious scene, but in the face of a child. No one harsh what. The Du clan's ancestor festival was very grand this year, and the number of people who came was very large. In previous years, many clansmen were not in the capital and did not come to the ancestral shrine to participate. This year, due to some movement within the clan, many people returned to the clan, and some people moved to the Du family village one after another. The high wall of the Dujia boundary had already been built. There were 4 major city gates. The name carved on the gates was Du Jiajia. Anyone who was a member of the Du clan could move back. But it wouldn't be forced. It was all on a voluntary basis. Some clans had noticed the abnormalities of the Du clan long ago, including the emperor. The emperor didn't suspect because Du Qian told him the truth. So the emperor knew deep down that Du Qian wouldn't take over the throne. Du-won looked back at the clansmen and whispered, Big brother, there are so many more clansmen than usual this year. Well, the ones who don't have anything to do have returned. Do we still have to come one by one like in the past? Du-won had a black line on her face. Du Qian lost his smile. No. It will probably be several families together. If we really hold the ancestor sacrifice as usual, the turn won't necessarily end until nightfall. That's okay. Du-won is really scared. The main thing is that little Tansy is still small. He will be hungry. When he cries then, I won't be able to coax him. You take him flying. You're guaranteed not to cry. Du Qian joked. Little Tansy heard this and giggled. Fly fly. To fly fly. When Du-won heard this, she lifted him a little higher. In the past, when she teased him, she took him to perform lightness and flew around the mansion. After playing only once, the little kid got addicted and had to come up every time he saw her, while standing on top of the mountain and stepping into the ancestral shrine. Du-won vaguely sensed something different this time. The 49 large stone pillars carved with various beasts were most likely some sort of formation. In particular, the aura inside the ancestral shrine was very dense. It was centered on the high platform of the ancestral shrine hall, which gathered the aura of heaven and earth. The mysterious patterns on the platform seemed to glow with streams of light. There was also the lamp in front of the ancestral tablets. The clan has never added tung oil to it, but the lamp has never gone out. When Du-won stepped in, the small flame also steeply grew by 2 points and swayed happily. Yes, Du-won inexplicably saw the cheerfulness. There was a flash of clarity in Du-won's heart. She took off the jade plaque from her neck, and the flowers on the other side of the shore on it had completely turned into gold. A very rich gold color. If the group of old monks from the Protectorate Temple came over to look, they would probably see the golden light of merit on Du-won's body. The kind that was about to blind people. The matriarch and the others saw Du-won's actions, but no one uttered a sound to disturb her. The sacrifice had not started, but it seemed that it didn't need to start. A golden light suddenly flew out of the jade plaque and merged into Du-won's brow. The method of how to open the seal appeared in Du-won's mind. It was very simple. As long as she flew up to the high platform, placed the jade token in the designated spot, and then dripped in her blood. Du-won tapped the ground with her toes and flew onto the high platform. At this moment, all eyes fell on her. Little Tansy excitedly called out, Sister! Sister! Fly, fly, fly! Quiet! Du extra horse harness by the side of the Emperor's team turned around and warned, Don't make any noise to your sister. Little Dumpling immediately stretched out his fat little hand, covered his little mouth, and looked at Du extra horse harness by the side of a team with big blinking eyes. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team sighed. His heart softened, but he still had a stern face. The little thing was exactly the same as her sister's mischievous demeanor. Soon, everyone was attracted to Du-won again. Du-won found a recess at the center of the high platform that was just the right size to put down the jade token. The jade token in the original book was obtained by Qin Yuyu, which was equivalent to cutting off the path of the Du clan's return. Moreover, it was impossible to open this seal when the bloodline of the first line was broken, because this seal can only be opened by the blood of the first line of the Du clan. Is that book poisonous? Or was it an illusion? Or did it really exist? Is it related to her coming here? Du-Wan had a moment to fall into the middle of deep thought. Perhaps, related to it, in the bottom of her heart, she vaguely has a guess. But any guess is only a guess, and needs to be verified. Du-Wan pressed the jade plate into the groove, then cut her palm, and dripped blood onto the jade plate. The moment the blood dripped onto the jade plate suddenly shone brightly. The secret patterns on the platform, with the jade tablet as the center, were quickly activated, and the moment the entire platform was activated, the light quickly spread out in all directions, and within a few breaths, it covered the entire mountaintop. The beast totems in the 49 gigantic stone pillars seemed to instantly come to life, constantly roaring up to the sky. It shook the heavens and the earth, and shook the earth in all directions. The sound, which traveled extremely far, seemed as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. People outside of the Dujia realm for 100 miles could still vaguely hear the various giant beasts roaring. But those within 100 miles, including the people in the Dujia realm, were clearly visible. Countless people, rushing in this direction, kneeled down and shouted God's blessing. In the palace, the emperor hurriedly came out from the house and ran to the highest place, looking out in the direction of Dujia boundary. Pei's family was in the middle of ancestor worship, when they suddenly heard the roar of a beast that shook the sky, and they likewise ran out to check it out. Some people exclaimed, "What is that?" "Gods. That's the gods. Bless the gods." Those who saw it knelt down and worshipped. Pei Hao looked out in that direction, his heart surging. Could it be that Du had opened the seal? Protectorate Temple. Buzz. 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 The big bell in the bell tower kept ringing, very rhythmically. It was as if it was responding to something. Compared to the excitement of the big bell, a whole bunch of monks standing outside, looking out in the direction of the Du family ancestral hall, appeared much more calm on the surface. That is, the Buddha beads in their hands were spinning faster than usual. There was an old monk with gleaming eyes asking, "Has the time come? Is it really time?" "It should be. Today the Du clan is sacrificing their ancestors." The Buddha beads in Yuan Tong's hands spun rapidly. "The Sheriff Lord promised to oblige us with something we can do. Hey, there's no problem with borrowing the road, as long as the county princess answers." "Right." Throwing down the gauntlet. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 616. Extra. The ancestors are coming. The vision in the sky above was maintained for a full morning. The 8 directions shook. Some people rushed this way. All of them were blocked outside the city gates of the Du family realm. There were some people who arrived only to be shocked to realize that at some point, there was already a high city wall here. It was only after inquiring with people that they learned that this was the county king's fiefdom. In the past, some people made fun of the county king's fiefdom, which was a small place. More than 90% of the land is barren, and there is no tax. Now it seems that the county king doesn't care about taxes at all. With the strength of the Du family, they didn't need taxes to build a city. Even a country was supported, let alone a city. Yes, many people in the Great Qin Kingdom now knew that it was the Du clan that had stepped in to pull the stormy Great Qin hard up from the mire. At the time, many knowledgeable people could foresee the end of Great Qin. Looking back at today's Qin, it's not what it used to be. Pei Hao stood amongst the crowd, looking at the closed city gates with a worried look on his face, because he knew that the person who was going to open the seal was the little girl. He didn't know if she would be in danger. But a morning had passed, and the visions in the sky had disappeared. Or was there no movement? Amitabha Buddha. The Protectorate Temple is visiting. Is it convenient for your clan? A group of monks from the Protectorate Temple arrived and stopped at the East City Gate. A group of monks. Godlike. Pei Hao's brows lightly condensed as he saw Grandmaster Yuan Tong. At this time, Master Yuan Tong also saw him, and kindly nodded at him before coming towards him. Pei Shi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Pei Hao smiled in response. The two stood side by side. Master Yuan Tong tilted his head and laughed. There are people above the city tower, but they didn't answer me and the others. Probably busy. Am I not also outside? Pei Hao defended without a trace. Shitsi didn't stand out. Did he? Or he would have been welcomed in. If the master wants to enter, there is no need to guard outside. A monk will not trespass without his master's permission. Grandmaster Yuan Tong spoke in a very atmospheric manner. Pei Hao was well aware that this group of monks must be scornful. Grandmaster, the Du clan probably doesn't have time to entertain guests right now. Poor monk knows. Everyone just can't help but come over for a visit. Huh. This laugh didn't hold back. Pei Hao coughed clearly. I'm just like master. I also didn't hold back. Thinking of the county princess? Yes. Pei Hao responded frankly. Yuan Tong, the county princess's good fortune will be based on heavenly fortune. Thanks to your good advice. Pei Hao and Yuan Tong chatted without a word, until the sun set in the west. Suddenly, the entire Jujiao realm suddenly and strangely disappeared. Under everyone's gaze, it abruptly vanished out of thin air. It was just like a legendary mythological ghost story, causing the hearts of all those who witnessed it to be shaken. No! Pei Hao panicked and ran towards where the city gates were just now. His Wanwan was still inside. As a result, the person was blocked. There was a seemingly non-existent boundary that blocked the people outside. The Protectorate Temple and the others, who had been sitting outside with their knees crossed for half a day, suddenly came to a realization. And an old monk said in a loud voice, Amitabha Buddha, Pei Shitsi doesn't need to worry. This is supposed to be a boundary. Boundary? Pei Hao heard this word for the first time. Will anything happen to the people inside then? No. Just as the old monk wanted to say something else. Suddenly there was another change. Pei Hao's entire body flew up and instantly disappeared into the boundary. The old monk's jaw dropped. This is the benefit of being Du's son-in-law? The Du clan and Pei clan's origins are already extremely deep. Yuan Tong reminded. A monk asked. Then should we continue to keep watch? Or should we come back another day? Yuan Tong looked ahead. Return to the Protectorate Temple first, and come back to visit in a few days. As Pei Shizhi just said, the Du clan probably doesn't have the time to entertain guests at the moment. The group of monks left. And some of the others, who were guarding a short distance away, followed. There were some who still stood guard outside, or left a few underlings to keep an eye on them. About a quarter of an hour ago, inside the ancestral shrine of the Du clan, all of the Du clan members were in a coma, including Du Wan on the high platform. Therefore, no one knew that the high platform of the ancestral hall flashed with a great light, and a young man who looked like a deity appeared out of thin air. When he saw the pale-colored Du Wan fainting on the high platform, and then saw the unconscious clansman in the ancestral hall, the bottom of his 10,000-year-old wave-free eyes finally had a touch. Carrying the unconscious Du Wan up, the youth's divine sense swept down. Huh? Condensed Dan? In this shithole of a place. Actually cultivated to condensation Dan? Or a little waif? He looked down at the high platform, the red aura that was faintly translucent, and then swept towards the lamp on the altar. The lamp's small flame, motionless, struggled to minimize the firelight, so small that there was only a faint glow, as if to make the youth ignore its existence. The youth laughed lowly. Heh! Only to see, with a wave of his hand, the lamp instantly arrived in his hand. Tell me, what happened here? The small flame on the lamp shook and shook, not knowing what it was indicating. But the youth just knew. At this time, he then looked down to the small child he was carrying in his hand. His eyes were a little different. Is it a child who has been handed down by me? Then, he carried Du Wan's hand, flashed up a white aura, slipped around Du Wan's body. Du Wan's pale face improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the person still didn't wake up. The youth pulled up the jade plaque on the alcove of the high platform again and put it on Du Wan. The lamp was thrown back into its original position again, looking again at the unconscious clansman on the ground. Big and small, young and old. The youth raised his arm again and waved it. Another white aura appeared, quickly slithering around the crowd on the ground. The people of the Du clan, this time, were given a heavenly benefit. The white aura circled around their bodies, instantly healing their old injuries. Even those who were not injured also received great benefits. At least their bodies would become better. The first person to wake up was actually Du Qian. Du Qian was first confused when he saw his sister being held hostage by an unfamiliar youth. He instantly woke up and asked vigilantly, Who are you? How did you get to my Du family's ancestral shrine? He wanted the man to put down his sister, but was careful not to mention it. This approach was, in fact, the most sensible. By not mentioning it, he didn't want to be seen as weak and find out what he valued most. But Du Qian's little mind, how could it be hidden from the youth? Well, you're not bad. At this time, Du Qian also noticed that he was dressed up. A very familiar dress. The hem of his coat was embroidered with the flowers of the other side of the river. And his face was also a bit familiar. Pavilion, who is your excellency? Can you report a name? Your ancestor. This is excessive. Oh. Suddenly thinking of something, Du Qian was shocked. Old ancestor? Really? Not bad. Yes. I have been paying attention to the seal of the small world here all these years. The youth still gives some face. Not saying that these clansmen are too useless. Thousands of years have passed. Not only have they been slow to break the seal, but they have also almost trapped themselves to death here. Chapter 617. Extra. Brother is so stupid. Du Qian from time to time looked at his sister in the hands of the ancestor. Old ancestor. Do you want me to come? You carry your sister like this. Like carrying a kitten or puppy. When she wakes up, I'm afraid that she will be anxious with him. The youth looked at Du Wan in his hands and threw the person directly to Du Qian. Du Qian was shocked. So high. And just throw it down? He hurriedly went to catch the person and nervously held her in his arms, and was instantly quite speechless towards this newly appointed ancestor. Sister is a human being, not a toy that can just be thrown. Du Qian hugged his sister, then looked at his sleeping father and the rest of the clan. Old ancestor, why do you think everyone didn't wake up? Can't die. Just sleep it off. The youth seemed to look outside. There's a kid outside. Who are you people? With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared in front of Du Qian. Pei Hao's appearance surfaced on it. Du Qian was surprised. He is my brother-in-law. The husband of the little girl child in your hand? The peak of the youth's rinsing eyebrows slightly condensed. How old is this waifu before he gets married? Du Qian wiped his sweat. Sister is 17 this year. Not too young. Then he thought that the person in front of him was an old ancestor. He didn't know how many years he had lived. And shut up again. The youth floated down to the high platform, going forward and clasping Du Wan's wrist. The youth's brow peaks stretch. It's a good thing that there is no round room. Otherwise it would be a hindrance to cultivation. Du Qian only felt disillusioned. What did the old ancestor say? How come he didn't understand? It's been a long time since his sister got married. What is Pei Hao up to? Is he not lifting? Outside the ancestral shrine stone pillar formation, Pei Hao inexplicably sneezed. A moment ago, he was outside the city gates and suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. In the past, he had never been to the Du clan ancestral shrine, and the silence and absence of people around him made him want to find someone to ask. The youth said, "That kid is outside the formation. Go fetch him in." Okay. As soon as Du Qian heard that the person was outside, he immediately hugged his sister and headed out. He hugged the person out. Never thought of Pei Hao who was outside. Suddenly saw his great-uncle hugging the little girl out of that kind of strong impact, especially when there was no one around. He hugged the person out. That kind of feeling. Anyone's first instinct is that something has happened to the little girl. Pei Hao's whole heart was seized up. Even his feet had to move. Hands and feet stiff. Until Du Qian came over and found him looking fixedly at his sister. His expression was not right. Wan is fine. Just tired and fell asleep? For a long time, Pei Hao did not move. Du Qian went over and directly kicked him, knocking the man to the ground. Are you awake? I said Wan is fine. Just fell asleep from exhaustion. The person is fine. Fine. Is it really okay? Pei Hao came back to his senses in a trance. This moment was like seeing a ray of light again from the darkness. He hurriedly rolled over and got up. Fearfully went forward. Took the little girl from Du Qian's hand. Pressed his palm on her face. Felt hot. And only then did he put a hard back into his stomach, gathering her into his arms. He then looked at Du Qian, and his face darkened a little. Big brother, what are you doing holding Wan out for? Don't you know that this will scare people to death? Also, where is father-in-law? Inside the ancestral hall. Everyone is there. Yes, all are there. My family's old ancestor asked me to come and take you in. Pei Hao opened his mouth to ask, but finally closed it. He just held the little girl in his arms tighter. The rest was nothing. There were too many secrets of the Du clan that he didn't necessarily have to know. That's the Du clan's ancestral hall. Is it okay for me to go in as an outsider? It was relevant before. Not this time. Du Qian said it bluntly. The old ancestor himself gave the word. What could it matter? When the patriarch and the others woke up, they wouldn't say anything. Pei Hao was relieved when he heard this. Holding the little girl and walking behind Du Qian. Big brother. Is Wan Wan really okay? Old ancestor said she's fine. Deep down, Du Qian was not so sure. His cultivation was far inferior to his sister. Even he woke up. But his sister didn't. Doesn't that mean there is something wrong? However, the old ancestor is extraordinary at first glance. He shouldn't be telling lies. Du Qian added. The old ancestor said that it would be fine after a nap. Well, that's good. The two big men at this time did not think about how long a sleep in the old ancestor's mouth would be a sleep. When they returned to the ancestral hall again, there were already people waking up one after another. The stronger the strength and the better the body. The earlier they woke up. Du's son-in-law, the battle dregs, only woke up after half of the clan had woken up. The surrounding area was as quiet as a chicken, all standing respectfully at one side. Some people are so hungry that their stomachs are ringing, but they don't dare to squeak. The little group woke up. Originally a little rowdy little guy. See, sleeping has not woken up sister. Guarded next to her surprisingly do not say anything. Even Du Qian have even looked at the little guy several times. Du Qian asked in a low voice, brother, hungry? Hungry. The little dumpling replied childishly, and frowned when he finished speaking. Then why aren't you crying? Brother is so silly. Tuan Tuan cries. It will disturb sister's sleepy sleep. Yes. It's him who is silly. Beside him, Pei Hao laughed silently. Big brother also had today. Being despised by a child. The youth felt quite amused. Firstborn little child? Yes. Old ancestor. Du Qian respectfully answered. The youth snapped. Those who are awake, go down the mountain. Bring down those who are not awake. Then, everyone unanimously looked at the patriarch, who had yet to wake up. The small half of the people who hadn't woken up. Among them was the patriarch. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Du Qian, waiting for him to speak up. Du Qian spoke out. All listened to the old ancestor. As a result, the clan members performed the junior salute to the youth, and then worked together to carry the unconscious patriarch down the mountain. As for the fact that no ancestor sacrifice had been made yet, everyone tacitly refrained from asking. Ancestors are here. Who dares to mention ancestor sacrifice? For the other ancestors, wait until the ancestral hall at the bottom of the mountain to worship them. But also wait until tomorrow. Today has already missed the hour. Pei Hao carried the little girl and followed the group down the mountain. Du Qian was responsible for carrying the old patriarch. Regarding the fact that the old patriarch called Pei Hao into the ancestral hall and just sized him up and did not say anything, Du Qian had doubts in his heart but did not bother to do anything extra. Du Qian first sent the patriarch home, then went back to the old mansion side and asked the subordinates to sort out a quiet courtyard for the old ancestor, just to give the old ancestor a rest. The youth was satisfied with this arrangement and waved his hand, signaling that he could retire. Du Qian saluted and then retired, going to busy himself with other things first. There were still a bunch of things in the clan that were waiting for him to deal with. On the contrary, Pei Hao sent Du Wan back to her courtyard. Likewise, he stayed? Ning Qin worriedly asked. Shitzi, does County Chief want to bathe and change? Pei Hao wanted to say no, when he saw the few drops of blood and dust staining the hem of Du Wan's clothes. You guys go and get ready. The county princess wants to bathe later. Yes. Slave girl will go and prepare. Chapter 618. Extra, Yuan's clan. When Ning Qin and the others were ready, Pei Hao picked up the person in his arms. He was about to walk to the bathroom. A voice suddenly rang in Pei Hao's mind. Kid. Before cultivation, it's best to keep the Yuan young. You are the only seedling left in the first branch of the Pei family. If you dare to break your body, your family's old ancestor will cry to death. Who? Pei Hao was very shocked. The man said. The Du family's old ancestor. Pei Hao's entire body felt like it had been put under a spell of immobilization. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses and carried the little girl into the bathroom. Before putting the little girl down, Pei Hao first said to the air, Du family's old ancestor? In or out? No one responded. Pei Hao shouted a few more times. Still no one responded. From this point, it could be seen that the old ancestor was no longer paying attention to them. Pei Hao looked at the unconscious little girl, the bottom of his eyes brightening. When would he reach his cave night? It was a bit of a long shot, letting Ningqin and others stand guard outside. Pei Hao personally gave his daughter-in-law a bath and dressed her in clean clothes before carrying her back to the bedroom and covering her with a quilt. Pei Hao finally found something wrong at this time, fiercely shouting towards the air. Old ancestor? Old ancestor? Are you there? Movement came from outside. Ningqin hurriedly came in. Shitsi. What happened? Pei Hao couldn't care less about Ningqin and the others at this point, continuing to shout into the air. Terrified. Du family's old ancestor? Are you there? Are you there? It was cold outside. Pei Hao didn't even take his cloak before rushing outside. He happened to bump into Du Qian on the corridor. Big brother. Wanwan hasn't woken up yet. Why isn't she awake yet? With her strength, it's impossible that she hasn't woken up for so long. Pei Hao's voice trembled as he said this. Du Qian looked at him with complicated eyes. Old ancestor said that it would be fine to sleep for a while. There are still a few people in the clan who also haven't woken up, so you don't have to worry too much. But wait for tomorrow, when my sister is still not awake, and then ask. Du Qian had just gone to see the old ancestor. The old ancestor's reply was the same. Du Qian always felt that it wasn't that simple. They were under the high platform, and the sister fainted on top of it. Pei Hao was unable to, and then turned back to the bedroom to stay by Du Wan's side. He did not close his eyes all night. However, the little girl did not wake up. If it wasn't for the little girl's steady pulse, normal complexion, and even breathing, Pei Hao felt like he was going crazy and couldn't support himself. The next morning, not surprisingly, the little girl did not wake up. Pei Hao's eyes had a few silky blood. He went to the small courtyard where the Du family's old ancestor landed early in the morning. As a result, no one was blocked. The old ancestor was not in the Du family village anymore, and turned to Du Qian. Du Qian's face was grave, and he hurriedly went to see Du Wan. Wan. Time to wake up. There was no response. Du Qian touched his sister's forehead. There was no problem. I'll have the house doctor take a look. Good. Pei Hao had no choice. Boss Bai seems to be staying at Wanwan's farmhouse. Should we have him come over to take a look as well? Success. Du Qian immediately ordered. The government doctor was the doctor raised by the princess's residence, and usually gave the princess's subordinates medical attention. The government doctor came over to take her pulse, and found no problems. County princess's pulse is normal. Well, you go down. Du Qian waved his hand, and signaled for him to retreat. Pei Hao held onto Du Wan's hand, unwilling to let go, waiting again until Bailey Boss husbandman was picked up. Fortunately, the farmhouse was within the boundaries of the Du family, and it didn't take long for the carriage to go and pick up the man. Boss Bai was picked up, and since Southwest returned to the capital, he had rarely seen the county princess. When he saw her again, it was actually when she was fainting. Boss Bai carefully took her pulse. Took, back and forth no less than 10 times. Pei Hao asked. Elder Bai, how is it? I'm not very knowledgeable. I didn't find any problems. Elder Bai gave it a try and took his pulse again. The pulse was still the same. Very normal. The only difference from an ordinary person was that the county princess's body was extremely good, and her pulse was extraordinarily strong. Boss White said. County Lord. World Prince. I'm sorry. He wanted to say that the county princess was fine. However, if she was fine, she should have woken up long ago. With such a big commotion, a normal person should have woken up. But the county princess didn't wake up at all, indicating that something was wrong somewhere. Boss Bai suggested. Why don't we get the imperial physician to take a look? Well, I'll have someone send Elder Bai back. Du Qian said the head. Eldest Doctor Bai excused himself. Du Qian looked at Pei Hao. Don't worry too much. Perhaps as the old ancestor said, Wanwan is just sleeping. It's just that she sleeps a bit longer than the average person. Pei Hao's face was expressionless, not knowing if he was listening. Du Qian patted his shoulder. You haven't closed your eyes all night. Rest first. Don't let Wanwan wake up by then, and you fall sick. That would be troublesome. Did old ancestor say where to go? Didn't say. Wait until he comes back and then ask. Du Qian didn't expect this wait. 7 days had passed. While Duan still hasn't woken up. The Du family's old ancestor has been around Daqin, including the countries near Daqin, and came back here again, and saw the Protectorate Temple again. So he went there. He would appear because there was his golden body in the temple, being worshipped every day? Heh! When the Du clan's old ancestor appeared, Yuan Tong looked at the familiar person, and was so excited that he went forward and knelt down reverently. Yuan clan's 789 generations of lineage grandsons. I pay my respects to my lord. The Du clan's old ancestor sized him up. You are a descendant of the Yuan clan's tribe? Yes. You guys are quite capable of living as monks. Yuan Tong laughed awkwardly, and touched his bald head. The ancestors, they said that it's easier to live this way. The so-called clans. That is, the clans that the strongest people take in. It was a clan that was taken in as soon as they were taken in. Not just 1 or 2 people. The Yuan clan was the generational clan of the Du clan's ancestor. Back then, when the Du clan was in frequent danger, among the people sent to the small world for refuge, there were hundreds of juniors from the clan. Not many of them could be found today, and the Protectorate Temple was considered one of the ones that remained intact. The old ancestor looked at this golden body. The carving was good, Yuan Tong respectfully said. In these thousands of years, the only time the temple bells have rung is when young Master Du-1 came to offer incense at the age of 14. But the one she came to worship when she was a child did not move. This is not strange. The Du family's old ancestor obviously knew the reason. Yet he did not say any more. However, the bell at the Protectorate Temple, the Du family's old ancestor mentioned it. That bell had once been a weapon he had used. And by a fluke, it had given birth to some spiritual intelligence. Once someone from the Yuan clan made a merit. He gave it to the Yuan clan as a reward. And the Yuan clan used it as a clan-suppressing treasure. Du-1 got his inheritance. Lil Zhong see her excited a little, not surprising. The old ancestor stayed at the Protectorate Temple for a few more hours before returning to the Du clan. When he went back, he found that the atmosphere at home was not right. Everyone did not look well. When Du Qian saw the old ancestor return, it was like seeing a savior. Old ancestor, you're back? What happened? Old ancestor asked strangely. It's been 7 days. One hasn't woken up. Everyone in the clan has woken up. Looking for a doctor has seen. Cannot find the problem. Du Qian flew out the matter. Huh? I'll go take a look. As soon as the voice fell, the Du clan ancestor's person disappeared. Chapter 619. Extra. Greeting the old ancestor. When the Du family's old ancestor went over, he met the haggard-looking Pei Hao in front of the bed. His eyes were bloodshot. Obviously he hadn't rested well for a long time. Seeing the Du family's old ancestor come over, Pei Hao was a bit confused at first. Then realizing something, he was instantly excited. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. You quickly take a look at Wan. Flash aside. The Du family's old ancestor reached out and snapped the little girl's wrist. After a long time, his demeanor flashed with a dawning realization. People are fine. They'll be fine when they wake up. Then, how long will it take to sleep? Depends on what she can do. The Du family's oldest ancestor spoke vaguely. No one can help her with this. And you don't have to worry too much. This is also good for her. Pei Hao gazed at Du-1 on the bed. From the attitude of the Du family's oldest ancestor, it was clear that he knew the reason. But he didn't say it explicitly, so it should not be a trivial matter. The Du family's old ancestor thought for a moment, and a jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, pouring out an elixir and stuffing it into the little girl's mouth. The elixir melted in her mouth. The Du family's old ancestor said, "This will help her wake up earlier." "Thank you, old ancestor. Well, keep an eye on her. And when she wakes up, have her meet me." "Yes." Pei Hao's heart was slightly relieved. The Du family ancestor left, leaving Pei Hao alone. Then Du Qian hurriedly came, and after seeing Du-1, asked, "Has the old ancestor come?" "Came by." The old ancestor knows what's going on, but didn't explicitly say so. It only said that this is a good thing for Wan. Pei Hao told the same thing about the Du family's old ancestor feeding Wan the medicine. Du Qian's hanging heart was finally put down for the most part. To say that it was completely put down, it was impossible. Only when the person wakes up can he be considered completely at ease. Du-1 was indeed quite capable of sleeping, and slept for more than a month. When she woke up, her whole body was numb. and she only blinked her eyes to Pei Hao, who was beside the bed, with slightly sunken eye sockets. When Pei Hao saw her wake up, his eyes suddenly reddened. Tears slipped uncontrollably, and he hoarsely whispered, "Wan Wan, have you woken up? Isn't it? You cough." Du Wan's throat was dry. Unable to speak for a moment, Pei Hao nervously holds her hand. "Wan Wan, where is it uncomfortable? Water? Okay. Water. Wait a moment." Pei Hao hurriedly went to the table and poured a tea bowl of warm white water, carefully feeding it to her. After drinking the water, Du Wan's throat was finally comfortable. Half propped up and sat up, then leaned into Pei Hao's arms. "Yo, my hands and feet are so numb." Sour numbness, and numbness is not pleasant. As soon as Pei Hao saw it, he knew that she hadn't moved for a long time. So he hurriedly moved her muscles and bones for her. Du Wan secretly surveyed Pei Hao. Have they not seen each other for a long time? Why do you think he has changed? He's lost a lot of weight. And he's so nervous. It made Du Wan's heart ache. Did I sleep for a long time? Pei Hao's movements stiffened. After a pause, this was a lame lie. It wasn't long. Not long. How long? Du Wan asked, staring at him closely. Pei Hao lowered his eyelids and said softly, 38 days. That's still not long? Du Wan grabbed his big hand, then lifted her hand to gently caress over his cheeks. Thin. So much thinner. Wan Wan. Pei Hao finally fiercely scooped her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Du Wan heard his heart beating extremely fast. His body was still taut. Wan Wan. You scared me this time. I'm sorry. Du Wan's heart was a little blocked. The next sentence collapsed out again. It's me who caused you to become ugly. You don't even look as good as before. Pei Hao. Suddenly a pot of cold water was poured on him, forcibly extinguishing a heart he had just warmed up. He wanted to strangle her. Really? How did he become ugly? How did he get ugly? Really ugly? Pei Hao doubted himself, thinking about this period of time. He really didn't pay attention to his image. Or was it true? Du Wan then nagged again. Really? Such a big man. Still don't know how to eat properly. Heavenly matters are not as important as your own body. Understand? Understand? Pei Hao laughed low and softly. He rubbed against her cheek. In the future, Wan Wan will supervise my eating properly. Okay? No good. That's so troublesome. Then let me supervise you instead? Don't. I'm not a child. Only children need to be supervised. Du Qian hears his subordinates come to report that his sister has woken up, and hurries over to hear the childish dialogue between the two. Is this still 3 years old? Or is it 3 years old? No. 3 years old is overestimating them. Little Dumpling isn't even 3 years old yet, and is more knowledgeable than them. The eldest princess and Du extra horse harnessed by the side of a team hurriedly came over. Qian, why are you standing here? Your sister, the eldest princess, inquired sharply. As a result, she came in and saw the two people embracing each other on the bed and couch. Du Wan noticed that there were people in the room, secretly prompting Pei Hao to pay attention. Mother! Father! Big brother! You came to see me? I heard Ah Hao say that I slept for 38 days. Pei Hao reluctantly let go of his daughter-in-law, stood on the bed haughtily, and greeted everyone separately. Little Taozi was also carried over by Sister Wen at this time. In addition, Qin Jiu, hearing the news, likewise came over to visit. Soon after, Ning Qin again said that there were some visitors, including the matriarch and others. Apparently they heard Du Wan woke up, and everyone came over to have a look as they were worried. Du Wan tried to get out of bed and walk around, and didn't find anywhere uncomfortable. On the contrary, her body was soothed, with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. She changed a set of clothes and went to meet everyone. Then, rushing Pei Hao off to rest, she herself turned to the old ancestor. I heard that the old ancestor had requested that she go to him when she woke up. The courtyard where the old ancestor lived was not too far from the courtyard where Du Wan was. It didn't take long to walk there. Still hesitating to knock on the door, a voice came from inside. Come in. Yes. Du Wan pushed the door in with discipline. After entering, she saw a young man with an extremely strong aura, sitting cross-legged on a soft couch. This person's aura was so strong that it could make people ignore his appearance. Or rather, very few people would have the guts to raise their heads to take a closer look at his appearance after seeing his aura. Du Wan was one of the few. The Du family's old ancestor was different from the old grandfather she had imagined. The appearance was very young, looking like he was in his early 20s. But the eyes that seemed to be able to see into the world betrayed his age. Du-Wan bowed respectfully. Late generation pays homage to the old ancestor. Find yourself a chair and sit down. The Du family's old ancestor snapped. Thank you, old ancestor. Du-Wan was like a good baby, and found a chair to sit down. When the Du family's old ancestor saw her like this, he was a little amused. If it wasn't for the fact that during this period of time, he had heard of the numerous things she had done, he probably would have really thought that she was a well-behaved and obedient child. Chapter 620, Extra, the inside story of wearing a book. The Du family's old ancestor asked. Do you have any doubts? Quickly asked. Wasn't it you who asked me to come over? Du-Wan blinks her big eyes and asks back. The Du family's old ancestor laughed. I asked you to ask? But you're still on the defensive? What's different about waking up this time? Especially good spirits. Does that count? Counts. What else? Old ancestor might as well say what he has to say. Du-Wan's attitude was correct. Waking up this time is indeed a bit different. For example, she actually has the original owner's memories, from childhood to adulthood, including the 4 years of childhood memories that the original owner once lost, different from what she saw through the jade card last time. This time there were real feelings. That feeling is like what he has experienced. The Du family old ancestor felt that this baby was quite capable of hiding things. And in the end, he gave her an unbelievably big secret that was still tangentially related to her. The Pei family's old ancestor had reached the peak of his heavenly chance technique, and had calculated that the path of return of his family's bloodline, which had been strayed in a small world, had suddenly been cut off. Later on, the problem was identified. The Du clan inheritance jade medallion had found its owner, but it was slow to recognize the owner. The reason was that the owner's soul was incomplete, and part of it had run away to another small world. Pei's ancestor moved half his life's cultivation and performed the time reversal avatar to reverse the situation and retrieve the part of Du-Wan's lost soul. Because as long as the soul was incomplete, not only was the jade token unable to recognize the owner, it would also have to consume energy to protect her at all times. This was also the reason why Du Qian said back then that the moment she left the jade token, her sister would fall unconscious. Because the soul is incomplete. The soul is unstable. The jade token could stabilize her soul. It's just that I don't know what went wrong halfway through. But the returning souls have not been able to merge. Half of it was awake and half was sleeping. The half that was awake was none other than Du-Wan, who had been raptured back from modern times. Pei's old ancestor felt that this wasn't secure enough, and insisted on stuffing Du-Wan with another memory about the book The Beggar Princess, or describing it from Qin Yuyu's point of view. Why would Qin Yuyu be chosen as the protagonist? Of course, it was because this guy took away the jade tablet and took away the chi of the first branch of the Du clan, and was the culprit. Du-Wan was dumbfounded. I wore a book. No. This book was written by the Pei family's old ancestor? Yes. He said that the small world you live in, young people easily accept wearing books. There is an MP I don't know whether to say or not to say. It's that this time the seal was lifted. Du-Wan was at the exact center, and her divine soul was subjected to a lot of impulses. As a result, the divine soul fused like this. This is also considered to be a misadventure and a happy event. Du-Wan snapped. The Pei family's old ancestor is still quite up to date with the times. Ha ha ha. The Du family's old ancestor laughed. I only learned about this after the fact. This time, the Du clan was indebted to Pei clan for a big favor. To put it shamefully, it was from that time onwards that he paid closer and closer attention to the sealing of the small world. For example, before it was 2 or 3 times a month, it became once or twice a day. The two chatted for a while longer. Du-Wan brought up the Protectorate Temple, saying that there was a strange bell in the temple. It rings every time it sees me, and when no one knocks, it will also ring a bell. The monks of the Protectorate Temple are so defensive every time they see someone. Like thieves. They are afraid that I will abduct their bell. No. Just guarding against you. The Du clan's old ancestor laughed in a rare moment, and mentioned the matter of the Protectorate Temple being a Yuan clan to her. When your cultivation is complete, you can go and collect your own clan. Du-Wan's eyes lit up. This is just like accepting a little brother. Right. The Du family's old ancestor chatted with her about cultivation again, and compared to before when she had to fumble all by herself. Du-won benefited greatly from having someone who knew how to point her in the right direction. When it was almost time, the Du family old ancestor told her to first ponder over what he taught her today, and come back to ask him if she didn't understand anything. Du-won obediently got up and left. This time, she performed a junior salute, much more sincere than earlier. When she left the courtyard, Du-won was as happy as a little oriole and flew off to find her family. In the past, she thought that she was occupying the body of the original owner, saying that she was treating the original owner's family as her own family, but inevitably there was always a little bit of regret in the bottom of her heart, and a little bit of emptiness. After all, no matter how much more is a family member, it's still that much worse. Because this is a kind of deception for Du Qian and others. This is similar to the stolen favor. Now it is different. It turns out that it is all yourself. Du-won was very grateful to the Du family ancestor for coming and telling her this heavenly secret, allowing her to finally unravel the depression that had built up in her heart. This matter, in fact, was not a trivial matter. Having a knot in one's heart could easily affect one's cultivation. The Du clan's old ancestor probably saw this in her, and only then did he openly talk to her about something. Otherwise, a secret like Pei's old ancestor's cultivation regressing, which was a matter of great importance, could not possibly be leaked out. Fortunately, Du-won wouldn't easily talk about this matter outside. Du-won, like a gust of wind, ran to see the eldest princess, hugged her and shouted as if she was pampered, "Mother! Mother! Mother, you are my own mother. The best mother. You this leather monkey. And play what bad idea." Rapunzel laughed and scolded. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was a bit tasty. Wan. Am I the best and finest father? Of course. Du-won let go of the elder princess and pounced on Du extra horse harness by the side of a team and hugged him. You are the best of 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 the best. You still have some conscience. Du harness by the side of the emperor's team rubbed her head with his big hand. Her brows were relaxed and she looked happy. At this exact moment, Du Qian came in with little Tuanzi. Du-won let go of Du extra horse harness by the side of a team again, and all of a sudden jumped onto Du Qian, excitedly saying, Big brother, you are the best and finest big brother in the world. There is no one. Ha ha ha. It's good to know. Du Qian was catching the person in time and rubbed her head harder again, rubbing her hair into a chicken nest. The rare Du-won actually did not get angry, still happy as a little fool. Suddenly, she felt someone tugging on her sleeve and pulling it around. When Du-won looked down, she saw Du Xiao Duanzi's eyes shining brightly as she looked at her. At that moment, Du-won was happy, squatted down and picked up the little dumpling. He, my younger brother, is also the most adorable younger brother in the world. Sister, I want to fly. Fly. The little dumpling misses this the most. Du-won is happy. Immediately meet the requirements of the small group of people. Holding him ran out of the courtyard, and then fly around the courtyard. So the entire courtyard, everywhere is the small group of people giggling, has been playing until the little guy tired, and only then stopped. The eldest princess is out of temper. You this girl. He is still a child. So indulge him? In the future, won't he still have to go up to the house? Mother. Not afraid. There's me. Nonsense. You can still watch him at all times. Then, isn't there still Big Brother? Du-won instantly threw the pot at Du Qian again. Du Qian smiled and agreed. Yes, there's still me. The little guy can't lift the sky. As a result, the little group that had not yet grown up had two big mountains pressed on him first. Or big mountains that he would not be able to turn over anyhow in the future. Raising his head, he looked down to the west. Du Qian reminded, Sister, it's time for dinner. Has Pei Hao woken up? Should still be sleeping. No need to disturb him. I'll have the kitchen leave some food for him and put it in the pot to heat up. Du-won didn't need to go back to the courtyard, and after paying a little attention, she knew that the person hadn't woken up yet. He was probably exhausted during this time. Well, is exhausted. Du Qian several times wanted to say something. Then he held back and didn't mention it, deciding to wait for Pei Hao to wake up and then find him to have a chat. Chapter 621 Extra, Getting Cute and Tired. The moon rose high, and it was quiet outside the courtyard. When Pei Hao woke up, the house was already lit. The small flame was also intentionally dimmed a bit. An extraordinarily thoughtful gesture. At the same time, he saw that on the soft couch in the room, the little girl was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation. She was not cultivating, merely meditating. Thus, there was no rich aura in the room. After the Du family's old ancestors' rebuke, Du Wan was now out of the range of a bumpkin and knew that when cultivating, it was most taboo for someone to disturb her. And if she really wanted to cultivate, she would have to find a secret room or something. Cultivating in a place where other people come in and out as they please is purely a death wish. When Pei Hao rolled over and got up, his feet just landed on the ground. Du Wan slowly opened her eyes. You woke up? What hour is it now? The hour. Are you hungry? I've asked someone to warm food in the small kitchen. I'm hungry. Ha. Then go and wash up. I'll go and bring you food. Du Wan was about to get up and head out, but was pulled by Pei Hao. Don't go. Stay with me for a while longer. But aren't you hungry? Wait a while. Let's go to the kitchenette together. Okay. Du Wan nodded, her eyes as bright as stars. Pei Hao couldn't be tempted, so he quickly lowered his head and pecked her on the lips. Du Wan shrugged her nose in mock disgust. Haven't rinsed your mouth yet? How dare you dislike me? Pei Hao laughed and went to scrape her nose. If you dare to dislike me again, believe it or not, I don't mind. I don't mind. Don't dare to dislike it anymore. When Du Wan saw him staring at her again, her heart got a little hairy and urged him to hurry to wash up. Pei Hao now clasped his arms to his chest and doesn't go. You're going to follow and not be allowed to leave me at a distance of 1 step? Just woke up so sticky. Are not afraid of other people laughing at. Du Wan smilingly slanting look at him when that small modeling is particularly cute. Pei Hao pulled her away. We're whispering in the room. Can we still get out? Being a bit more sticky is not scary. No one will see it. Du Wan is in a particularly good mood and accompanies him. While he was washing up, he also handed him a towel. He wiped his face, wrung up the towel again, and directly wiped her cheeks. Du Wan smiled and asked, It's not like my face is dirty. You wash your face every day. Is it dirty before you wash it? Pei Hao asked rhetorically with a smile. Du Wan was stumped by this. I can't take this from you. That's because I'm being reasonable. Childish or not. Pei Hao felt that as long as he was with her, even if he did all the childish things in the world, it was still worth looking forward to. He pulled her towards the small kitchen. At this time, there was no one in the small kitchen, but the lid of the pot on the stove was still warm. Du Wan looked down at the stove. There was still charcoal burning inside. Will you lift the lid of the pot? Do you think so? Pei Hao asked back without any good humor. Du Wan smiles and says, I'll just ask. There are some male children who don't even know what kind of rice they usually eat. Do you understand? Speaking as if you know a lot. Of course I understand. I'm a little genius. I can do anything. Really? There's one thing I'm sure you can't do, Pei Hao said with great certainty while bringing the rice out from the pot. Du Wan was suddenly a bit unconvinced. Even though she knew that this kind of move was quite childish, she was just unconvinced. What is it? Tell me and take a look. Pei Hao's action of serving the dishes lurched, his peach blossom eyes glancing at her with a smile or not. Cave. This one is really hard. Chapter 622, Extra, Making a Mess. Given Pei Hao's eyes are too eager, Du Wan mentally rolled her eyes. You know it's impossible, but you still want to mention it? Wasn't it you who said it was omnipotent? Pei Hao smiled and deliberately pricked. Even if I can, you have to be able to. Pei Hao was successfully blocked again. Du Wan snorted. My cultivation has broken through. I'm afraid you haven't started yet. Receiving this advantage, she puffed out her chest and patted it hard. You know I'm the one who got the inheritance. And there's also an old ancestor who guides from the side. You're the one who doesn't have anything. It was even more solid. After Pei Hao ate, he decided to rise to the occasion and dragged his daughter-in-law along to cultivate. Cultivating by the side of his daughter-in-law was much faster. So he thought so and did so. Du Wan did not dampen his enthusiasm and accompanied him to cultivate for a night. The next morning, just after breakfast, Pei Hao wanted to pull the little girl along to the garden for a walk to cool off. A young couple holding hands. You and me. It would have been sweet and sweet. But Pei Hao would have been satisfied with his life if he didn't bump into Du Qian in the middle. Pei Hao was carried away by a black-faced Du Qian. Du Wan blinks her eyes and tries to sneak behind, being warned by Du Qian turning back. No following. No eavesdropping either. Big brother. What are you doing? How do you give people a feeling that their hearts are trembling? Du Wan suspects that Du Qian has been staring at their courtyard. Otherwise, how come he appeared just a short while after he came out? Du Qian seems to be smiling. What? Worried that Big Brother has eaten him? This is not true. Du Wan immediately straightened her back. It's fine. It's fine. Big Brother can take him away. I'm just asking. Just asking. It's best if it's nothing. Du Qian hummed. Pei Hao had no say at this time. So Du Qian led him to his compound. When stepping into the house, Pei Hao saw Old Man Bai waiting. Huh? Old Man Bai. You're here so early? Ahem. Old Man was invited here last night. Elder Bai was invited by the carriage last night. Originally thinking that someone was sick and needed him to attend an emergency. As a result, he came here and was greeted with good food and shelter. Now that he's seeing Pei Shizi again, I wonder what's going on. Du Qian looked back and forth between the two, meaning to ask, you look quite familiar? Yes, quite familiar. Pei family is kind to me. Boss Bai truthfully said. Pei Hao was a bit confused at the moment, not knowing what Du Qian was selling. Du Qian said with a stern face. There was a rumor that Pei Hao could not be humane. Is it true? Dr. Bai even covered up for Pei Hao for this reason and let him cheat my sister? Pei Hao was suddenly embarrassed at his words. Boss Bai was much more straightforward, with a dumbfounded look on his face. What happened? Why can't I understand? Pei Hao then noticed Du Qian's serious look. That's when he was shocked to realize that Du Qian misunderstood something, involving the issue of a man's dignity. He can't let the other side misunderstand. Big brother. There's no such thing. It's all nonsense rumors from people outside. I don't believe it. Du Qian decisively said. Even if the old ancestor was glad that his sister had not consummated her marriage, which was good for her cultivation, the fact that she had not consummated her marriage for more than a year was still a big problem. There was nothing about the old ancestor at that time. Then how is Big Brother going to believe that? Pei Hao opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again and turned to look at Elder Brother Bai. Elder Bai, can you go out for a while first? I have some personal matters. I want to talk to Big Brother alone. Okay. Old Man will go out first. Eldest Bai was itching to hurry up and leave. It seemed like he had heard an unbelievable secret. The county princess and the world sun master had been married for so long. And the rumor in the capital was that the couple who were very much in love had actually not yet consummated their marriage. The world prince was still suspected of not being able to be humane. This gossip can be much more powerful than the headlines of the entertainment newspaper outside. Du Qian coldly said. Now that there is no one else. Can you speak? Big brother. Wan is not happy. What can I do? Can't I use force? Nonsense. Really? I'm not lying. She insisted on waiting for 18 years old. Baby heart bit her awe. After suffering for so long. Finally there is someone who can spit it out. Pei Hao said all the causes and consequences of the matter. By not being able to Du Qian, do not believe. This kind of lie is really unnecessary. As long as you find Du Wan and ask him, you will know the truth. So it was him who made a big mess. When Du Qian asked Pei Hao to leave, that weird look made Pei Hao embarrassed in his heart. In fact, Du Qian had a little bit of sympathy for him. It was really hard to meet that capricious sister of his own. However, he would not say it out. In front of outsiders, his sister was always right. There would be no wrong time. Not abducting his sister for so long. Can only say that the surname Pei's boy is not charming enough. Chapter 623 Extra, Pei Hao's appearance. Great Qin country. Capital city. To say what is the most sensational thing. That is the disappearance of the Du family boundary. Even after more than a month, it still attracts a lot of attention. And the rumors are spreading farther and farther. More and more mysterious. Initially, some people had witnessed the appearance of a deity in the sky above the Dujiao realm. And there were so many witnesses that there was no way for the onlookers not to believe it. These people had rumored that the deity had taken all the people of the Du clan away. Another person exaggerated and said that the Du clan had an extraordinary origin and came from the heavenly realm. Now it has returned to the immortal realm. There were a whole lot of rumors. All kinds of rumors. Both good and bad. The most widely circulated among them was that the Du siblings had killed too many people and attracted the wrath of heaven, which took away their entire family in one go. Not even the dregs were left. There was no need to think about this rumor. It must have been put out by the siblings' enemies. The powerful people in the capital stared at the Du family realm, not seeing any of them come out. And then they focused on the emperor. With the emperor's relationship with the princess's house, it was impossible not to have some news. Then, the emperor is surprisingly calm. Should eat, should sleep. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The one who rejoiced was Qin Yu, holding a big belly but vicious ideas one after another. The whole palace most hope that the Du family people die out belongs to Qin Yu. So, since the Du family people disappeared, Qin Yu ate 2 more bowls of rice every day. The one who was so worried that she had more white hair was none other than Mrs. Pei. Pei Hao suddenly disappeared to the edge of the Du family boundary that day. And there were quite a few people who saw it. After quite a few people tried to go in, they were all bounced off by the boundary. Some were fine. Some were lightly injured. And some were seriously injured. The extent of this injury was not the same. All bounced back according to the strength of the other party's attack on the boundary. Mrs. Pei has not been able to see her son come out. The color of worry is a day or even a day, including the Duke of Jinghua, who is outside. After receiving the news, the first time to hand in the folding, put forward the hope to go back to the capital, hoping that the emperor can allow. The emperor received the folding. No Pei Hao's matter will be allowed. So, now Zhen Guozhong is on his way back to the capital. If she didn't know that Zhen Guozhong was on his way back, Mrs. Pei was afraid that she would fall ill and not be able to support herself. Compared to this, Pei Huiyu is much more heartfelt. Mother, Big Brother is patient. He won't be in trouble if others are in trouble. Not to mention that Du Jia boundary is also the place of the county lord's family. With the county lord wanting something to happen are difficult. Mrs. Pei looked at her daughter, who was not convinced. Between her daughter's expressions, there was no hint of sadness or worry. She didn't know before. But now she realizes that her daughter is cold-hearted and cold-hearted. The pro-brother has been missing for so long. Really not worried about it. Mrs. Pei waved her hand, signaling for Pei Huiyu to step back. I want to be quiet for a while. You go down first. Okay. Mother, rest well. Pei Huiyu got up and left, thinking about meeting the men. After much deliberation, Mrs. Pei called her subordinates to dress up, intending to make a trip to the princess's residence to ask about the situation. Madam, Shitzi is back. A maid hurriedly ran over, reporting in a surprised tone. What? Lady Pei stood up violently. Hao really came back? Yes. Almost to the second gate, without bothering to tidy up her appearance. Madame Pei hurriedly ran towards the outside. The reason why no one has come out of the Du family realm during this period of time, when it was closed, is because Du Wan was unconscious, and the Du family was worried that something might happen. So they banned entry and exit. Furthermore, the matter of the Du family's realm would be spreading outside. It is a good thing to disappear for a while. Pei Hao knew that Du Wan was fine. So he thought that there were still a whole lot of things going on in the outside world. So he raised the question of whether he could go out. In the end, it was the Du family ancestor who solved the problem. He used jade to make a large number of identity tokens for entering and exiting. Let Pei Hao drop a drop of blood onto the token. As long as he wore the token, he could enter and exit the boundary. Du Wan had wanted to follow her out, but was carried away by the Du family's oldest ancestor. So, Pei Hao came out alone. When Mrs. Pei saw that it was really her son, she went forward and hugged him, crying so much that she couldn't help herself. This crying is also the venting of emotions. This period of time is very frightened. Pei Hao's heart is not a good feeling. Gently patting his mother's back, warmly consoled, Mother, my son is fine. Causing you to worry. This time as I did wrong. Did not send a message back to the house first. It's good to be fine. It's good to be fine. Mrs. Pei's eyes reddened. Compared to her son's well-being, it was as if the previous events were nothing. As long as people could be safe and sound, anything was fine. When the surviving families in the capital, almost all of them received the news of Pei Hao's return. Some of them came to Jinghua Gongfu by coincidence. Qin Lu was informed by the elders of his family, and rushed over to find out the news. He himself is not very happy. His best friend has just come out of a lot of things. Where's the time to entertain guests? As a result, his opposition was useless, or was thrown on the carriage by the elders. People are still in the middle of the journey. Good guy. The road is blocked. The road was blocked for a long street, Chenlu said as if celebrating. I'm afraid we can't go today. Let's turn to Four Seasons House first. Your son. The old master said before he left home that if the road is blocked, he would let you walk there. The subordinate outside the car reminded. No way. Yes. And also asked us to watch over you a bit. Is it really good to rush up like this? There were also a number of dukes who suffered the same as Chenlu. As long as the capital city called them by name, all of them were sent. Even Xiezhang was among them. He was not commanded by his elders, but he himself wanted to meet Pei Hao. This world seems to be very uncomplicated. The whole capital was boiling because Pei Hao appeared alone. The streets were in chaos and commotion everywhere. However, these problems did not affect Pei Hao. When a lot of people rushed to Jingguigongfu, he decisively refused and ordered to close the door. Chapter 624 Extra. Closed door thank you. Jingguigongfu's closed door thank you is really thank you. Not a single guest was invited in. The news spread out, blocked the street, or tossed half a day to clear. In the vicinity of the Duke of Jin's mansion. It was interesting. The tea house and the inn were all booming and full of guests. Xiezhang arrived at the door of the residence. Saw Jingguigong door closed. That is to understand the meaning. He had expected it before coming over, but he still couldn't help but make this trip. Just as he was about to turn around. Huh? Xieqi? What a coincidence. Chenlu was sitting by the wall not far away, eating the roasted meat bought by his subordinates. Beside him, there were also a few male children squatting. Seeing this unconventional appearance of theirs, Xiezhang was not surprised. So he walked over. Chen Shitzi. What a coincidence. I've heard that phrase 8 times out of 10, if not 10 times today. Chen Lu looked around towards his side. Look at this. They are all here. They all want to go into the mansion to see Hao. But they don't have a way in. Xiezhang asked. When you guys came over, the gate was already closed? Yes. It was closed long ago. Chen Lu didn't hide it. We don't dare to go home that early. What if the elders say we didn't try our best then? We squatted at the gate to show that we really tried our best, As Chen Lu said. He also handed him a skewer of barbecued meat in his hand. Eat it or not. Please? Thanks then. Xiezhang graciously took it and sat on the steps beside him. This move of his surprised the males present. The clear-eyed 7th son of Xie. With a bunch of dudes like them, squatting on the street to eat barbecued meat? How could this be so unbelievable when said out loud? Xiezhang took a bite of the roasted meat before looking at the gate of the Duke of Jin's mansion. Chen Shitzi. How long have you been sitting here? Not long. Just about an hour. Chen Lu spoke casually. Xiezhang. Is this still not long? Chen Lu seemed to know what was on his mind, and smiled heatedly. If you look over there, those people have been guarding for even longer. There were really quite a lot of people who were guarding the outside of the Jingguigongfu who didn't die. Xiezhang asked tentatively again. Have you guys received any news? Same as everyone else. Chen Lu took a big bite of the roasted meat. I purposely went to the outside of the Dujia realm to have a look. It's foggy. Trying to go in and being blocked by something. It's really powerful. It is awesome. Something never seen before. Xiezhang ate the barbecued meat in a very civilized manner. Chen Lu had someone pour another cup of sake for Xiezhang. Roasted meat should go with wine. Here. Many thanks. Xiezhang politely took it and thanked again. What's the point of being polite? It's meaningless to thank you. Chen Lu was very informal and said with a big grin. After we finish eating these barbecued meats and drinking these wines, we'll be leaving. Guarding outside here, we definitely won't be able to see anyone. Everyone understood in their hearts that they wouldn't be able to see anyone. Yet they still came to guard. The secrets of the Dujia realm were really bigger than amazing. No one could resist the temptation. But in everyone's heart, there was a deep scruple, as well as the awe of the unknown mysterious power. The families with a longer heritage all knew some secrets. The ancient lineages of the Great Qin Kingdom were different from ordinary people. But how they were different was a bit ambiguous. The matter of the Dujia realm allowed them to see the tip of the iceberg. After Chen Lu drank a cup, he suddenly asked, Xieqi, your cousin is getting married. What about you? How come there's no shadow? If you got married earlier, the ladies of the capital, they don't have to keep thinking about it. And we brothers can pick up some of the slack. Xiezhang laughed lightly. Nonsense. Your marriage. The elders should have made arrangements earlier. A dude reminded. Don't fool around. Tell us why you're not getting married. My cousin is the son of the world. Passing on the family name is enough with him. Xie Zhang still didn't directly state the reason. I'd say your father is quite strange. Passing the title across you to your nephew's head? Don't sow discord. I agreed to this matter. With my abilities would I lack a knighthood? Xie Zhang faintly swept a glance at the dude who had spoken, noticing that there was no calculation in his eyes. It was just pure words coming out of his mouth. It was only then that a few of Chen Lu remembered that this guy was already in a high official position at a young age. So everyone was sour all of a sudden. Suddenly a person with sharp eyes said, Wow! Look! Is that person the Duke of Chen? Not far from the street, there was a team of people riding dusty horses. Among them was a man who was none other than the Duke of Zhen. Xie Zhang realized that it was probably the Duke of Zhen, who had just returned from the northwest. When his daughter was first married, the Duke of Zhen did not even return to the capital. This time, the situation of the Du family was of great importance. Plus Pei Hao disappeared too strangely. He finally rushed back. The Duke of Zhen came to the front gate and dismounted. When he looked around, he saw the people around him, who were watching the Duke of Zhen's mansion with a big grin, as well as a group of eunuchs seated on the steps directly across from him. And Xie Zhang's style was so unique that he simply stood out from the rest. The Duke of Zhen saw someone at a glance. However, he silently withdrew his sight. On the contrary, it was Chen Lu who excitedly waved his grilled meat at the Duke of Zhen. No, it was waving his arm. He just happened to be holding a skewer of grilled meat in his hand. The two families, however, had always had dealings. And Chen Lu also had to call the Duke of Zhen Shi. Shi, can you invite me in for a cup of tea? The Duke of Zhen, who had wanted to pretend he didn't know, had to turn back. It's not convenient today. You'd better go home and drink it. Oh, then when it is convenient for your residence, I will come back to visit. Chen Lu then proceeded to speak in a high voice. All right, Duke Shen responded. After a brief dialogue, the gate opened and Duke Shen took large strides in. As the Duke of Zhen entered the mansion, the thick door of the mansion closed again slowly. Countless pairs of eyes stared, but no one went forward in awe. Chapter 625, Extra, Daily Matters. Pei Hao finished comforting Mrs. Pei and dealing with Pei Huyen and her husband. Not long after returning to listening to rain, he heard that Duke Zhen returned to his residence. Father, why have you come back? Pei Hao personally poured tea for Duke Zhen. Is everything alright in the northwest? Duke Zhen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, I heard the news from the capital and came back specially to take a look. Subtext. Quickly say. What really happened? As a son, Pei Hao still has a little understanding of his father, and not to whet his appetite will be the things to say. Even the Du family ancestors are not hidden. Duke of Zhen was shocked. After a long time, he steeply stood up. Go with my father to a place. Pei Hao followed his father's bedroom. Opened a mechanism. A dark room appeared. Not long after, the Duke of Zhen brought out a small box from inside, and then opened it with a key. Inside there was a brocade box, and a few animal skin scrolls. And then, there were some miscellaneous things. Above the words and patterns. Not only the patterns are confusing to read, Pei Hao does not even know a word. Duke of Zhen likewise couldn't read. These things, they were passed down from ancestor to ancestor, from generation to generation. He picked up the box again, opened it, and there was a jade ring engraved with a flower totem on the other side. As soon as Pei Hao saw the totem on top of the jade ring, it won't be another thing from the Du family, right? I don't know. Anyway, it's ancestral. Duke of Zhen really doesn't know. It has been passed down from generation to generation. But there is no saying. With the Du family crest, it is 80%. Zhen Guigong is quite tired. Ancestral things, more than half of all, have the Du family crest. How deep is the involvement of the two families? Pei Hao took out an animal skin scroll, on which there were densely written lines and lines of fonts. Foursquare. Father, I've seen this kind of fonts at one's place. Oh, I know. The Duke of Zhen was not surprised. Du clan's ancestral script. No, we have always thought that it is the ancestral script of the Du clan. But now it seems that it is not, but the common script of another world. However, this is something you need to learn. It's best to learn it, and then come back to teach him all. The Duke of Jingguo looked at his son expectantly. Our family is equally uncomplicated, isn't it? Yes. My family also seems to have an old ancestor who is very powerful. Pei Hao thought of how informative the tone was when old ancestor Du mentioned his family's ancestor. The relationship with old ancestor Du seems to be quite good. The Duke of Jingguo felt that the excitement of this day was too much, and that he needed to take a breather. Almost at the same time, Du Wan and Du Qian privately together, muttering for half a day. Du Qian pondered over the jade pendant handed over by Du Wan, turning it over and over for a while. Sister, is this really a treasure? I mean, it might be. You want to try it first. But wasn't this jade pendant given by the Pei family when you got married? What's wrong with that? It was originally something from our family. Du Wan didn't care. A long time ago, she had wanted to try and have her family drop blood to see. As a result, it was delayed by mistake until now. Under the urging of Du Wan, he cut his finger and dripped 2 drops of blood onto the jade pendant. 1 second after another passed, and the jade pendant did not move. The blood beads on the jade pendant also did not cease seeping in. Du Qian was a little disappointed. No change. Could it be that I am overthinking it? Du Wan intuited that it couldn't be. But big brother, our family's old ancestor isn't simple. Which means the family isn't simple either. Would a jade pendant passed down from a direct ancestor be something ordinary? Why am I so unconvinced? Why don't we find the old ancestor and ask? Du Qian made a reliable suggestion. Du Wan thought about it in her heart, and could only do so for now. Find me and ask what? This just mentioned people. And people arrived. The Du family's oldest ancestor was the one who had long since noticed the siblings coming together to whisper. Du Wan directly explained the reason and handed the jade pendant to the old ancestor. The old ancestor looked at the jade pendant and the blood on it. His cultivation is still shallow. He can't recognize the master. Huh? Du Wan was surprised. So, this is really a treasure? Well, a small space for planting. I remember it's about 12 acres. It was refined by a certain old ancestor of our family. The Du family's old ancestor took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. However, this is only half. The other half is still missing. The other side is with father. Du Wan spoke joyfully. Du Qian similarly nodded. My father said that this is an ancestral jade pendant. Yes. It was also lost for 10 or 20 years. Du Wan lamented. Du Qian, Du family's old ancestor. This ungrateful grandson. The siblings were completely unafraid that the old ancestor would covet the things. If the old ancestor wants it, they can't keep it. Besides, the old ancestor, what kind of good things haven't they seen before? He didn't even take back the jade tablet. The only pity is that Du Qian's cultivation is still shallow, and he can't recognize it. Du Wan can be recognized. But she refused, saying that she has a jade plate. This will be left to the big brother Good. The 3 of them did not think about Du Xian horse harness by the side of a team, and Xiao Duzi at all. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was a scum of war. The treasure was useless to him. In addition, the little dumpling is too small, and its status in the Jianghu is far inferior to that of the first eldest son. Du Qian. Chapter 626, The Great End. Regardless of how the outside world speculates, as long as no one from the Du family shows up, over time, there will be less talk among the folk, even if there are a small number of people who are not dead set on keeping an eye on it. But in the face of absolute strength, they don't have the ability to investigate and make a demon out of it if they want to. This is not a threat to the Du family. During the time Pei Hao returned to the residence, Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team. In addition to Qin Jiu's belly is inconvenient to follow. They all took a carriage to enter the palace in a low profile. After waiting for a private chat with the emperor, everyone sat together again and had a pleasant meal. The emperor knew the cause and effect, and was excited and envious. The so-called records of cultivation and longevity in the history books were actually not fabricated. It is a pity that time is running out. Even if the emperor wants to follow the cultivation, he is still unable to do so. In the future, the Du family would only go further and further away, no longer on the same path as their Qin family. The emperor wanted them to stay overnight in the palace. Du's extra horse harness by the side of the emperor refused, saying that he had to make a trip back to the princess's residence. The emperor did not stay. When they left the palace, Du Wan personally held little Tuanzi. She pinched his chubby little face as she walked. Little Tuanzi opened his big round eyes. Not only did he not get angry, he even giggled at her. Father, your little son won't be a fool. Duwan winked at Du extra horse harness by the side of a team. I pinched his cheeks not to cry but to laugh. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was happy to hear this. Whether he is a fool or not, ask him yourself. Bad sister. Bad father. Little Dumpling puffed. Dumpling is not stupid. Dumpling is very smart duh. Due potential to a side of the divine complementary knife. Younger brother. Fools will not admit that they are stupid. Just now your behavior just proved. You are a little fool of the fact. The little group suddenly agreed Baba. Big eyes all of a sudden on the tears. Look quite poor a child. The eldest princess was angry and happy. Each rewarded Duwan and Du Qian a big slap. Slapped their shoulders popping. You can patience all. Even children are bullied. Tuan Tuan is good. Tuan Tuan won't cry. My mother will help you beat them up. Little Tuanzi waved his little fat fist. And said in a milky voice. Yes. 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 Mother beat them. This appearance is really too cute. Duwan didn't hold back and picked him up and gave him a joyful kiss. The little guy's cheeks instantly burst red. Shyly forgot to be angry. Twisting his little arse and burying his head in the eldest princess's embrace not to come out. A few people in the carriage all of a sudden burst out laughing. Were amused to no end. Outside people do not know what happened in the carriage. Only heard a burst of laughter. The years flew by like a shuttle. Old ancestor told them to prepare to leave. A few days before they were about to leave, the Du and Pei families had more and more things to do. Even Duwan was so busy that she couldn't keep her feet on the ground. Not to mention Pei Hao, the world's son. One night, Sheriff Master, something happened in the palace. Duwan had a rare good night's sleep. As a result, she was woken up by a rush of shouts. Duwan sat up violently and gazed at Ning Qin furtively. What has happened? Ning Qin is startled. The Sheriff Lord's gaze is so intimidating. Yes, it's because I heard that the Empress went into premature labor. Heh. Alright. Got it. You retreat. Duwan understands what happened. Presumably Qin Yu made a fool of herself and made herself go into premature labor again. Premature babies in this era are not easy to raise. It's not a matter of concern. Duwan decided to go back to sleep and asked Ning Qin not to disturb her and to wait for her to wake up before saying anything important. When she was sleeping in a daze, Duwan sensed someone near her, originally a little wary, but smelled a familiar to the bones of the breath, and then wait for that person to stretch out his arm, resting on the top of her head. She turned around and rolled into his arms. This snappy little action, yo. The corner of Pei Hao's mouth lifted up as he wrapped his arms around the little girl and was about to close his eyes to sleep. The little girl in his arms suddenly opened her eyes. Huh? It's you. If it's not me, who else are you thinking of? Pei Hao asked, staring at her threateningly. Duwan rolled her eyes. Can't I speak quickly for a moment? This is also your fault. You haven't seen me for days. I don't know what you're busy with. Isn't this about leaving? The things in hand always need to be arranged. Have you finished? Finished? What about yours? Pei Hao traced her green silk between his fingers, and the silky touch made it impossible to let go. Duwan nodded, indicating that she was free. In fact, what she had to be busy with wasn't much. It was the matter over at the entertainment newspaper, and she always had to complete the handover with the person in charge first when she was leaving. The person who came to take over this time was assigned by the emperor. She originally wanted the Du family to take over the operation, but when she thought that the big boss behind the scenes was the emperor, she gave up the idea again. Besides, the clansmen who left this time were not all of them. Just a hand-picked, very small portion of them. And this small world the Du family won't give up, because most of the clansmen won't leave. Those who are going to leave had better have cultivation talent. According to the words of the old ancestor, without cultivation talent, it would be better to continue to live here. Over there, it was the strong who were honored. Some old people didn't want to leave either. Their homeland was hard to leave. Suddenly have to change the environment to live. Everything has to start from scratch. Really not what people have the courage to face. Therefore, among the first batch of people to leave, almost all of them were young people, and their cultivation talent was not yet over. Among them were Duwan and Pei Hao. It was the Du family's ancestor who specifically pointed out that it didn't matter if the others left or not. However, the two of them had to leave. Du-Wan whispered. Ah, how? I heard that the Empress in the palace was born prematurely. The word Empress. She bit particularly hard. Pei-Hao whispered back. It was a premature birth. The child survived, but the adult was lost in a hemorrhage. The adult is gone? Du-Wan was slightly shocked. She knew you died? Pei-Hao added. I was in the palace at that time and happened to hear some news. It was the fall of the adult that caused the premature birth. Before the fall, my lord was abusing a palace servant with a whip. And that palace servant pushed her before she died. Self-inflicted abuse. Du-Wan did not mention Qin Yu's matter again. People were dead, and any more grudges would dissipate. Besides, she was about to travel far away. The future world. The unfamiliar environment. Not only other people would be apprehensive. She likewise had the same. Only she hid it more deeply. Or rather, she was too embarrassed to tell people about it. 3 days later. The ancestral shrine at the top of the Du clan's mountain. The Du clan members all put on their clan robes. There were a total of 20 people who left with the old ancestor this time. Among them, Du-Wan, who was wearing the robe of the first family, was standing on top of the ancient teleportation array platform. To her left stood Pei-Hao, and to her right was Du Qian. Not far away, there were also relatives who were watching them. The sadness of parting filled the air. But there wasn't much sadness. It was the Du family's old ancestor who had said that as long as the teleportation array wasn't broken, it wasn't difficult to come back. The eldest princess and Du extra horse harness by the side of the emperor's team stayed behind, followed by the small group of children and Qinjiu. Qinjiu was unable to leave for the time being because she was pregnant. Du-Wan waved her hand at her parents' side. Father and mother. Sister-in-law. Shouted Duanzi. When Big Brother and I have settled down, we will come back to pick you up, yo. Good. We'll wait for you guys to pick up. The eldest princess's phoenix eyes flooded with water mist. Du extra horse harness by the side of a team was equally reluctant to give up, waving his hand violently towards the teleportation array. Don't be capricious when you go there. And listen to the words of the old ancestor. Understand? Got it. I will definitely listen to the old ancestor. Du-Wan answered loudly. On the contrary, the Du family's old ancestor next to her laughed. Little girl, what you said should count. Du-Wan. No. She was just speaking off the cuff. Just as she wanted to remedy the sentence, the teleportation array platform suddenly glowed enveloping everyone in it. After a few breaths, the light disappeared and all the people on the formation platform were gone. And in the new world, their lives had truly begun.